everybody, and welcome back to your favorite movie review podcast. That's right, it's the one and only Is It KINO, and I am, of course, your hostess with the mostest, the man with the monkey in the background, Mr. Monkey Jones, joined as always by E. Rich McCoy.
Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're on Is It KINO.
I'm glad as soon as we start recording, his microphone decides to cut out. At least, hopefully, every time he tries to sing, it'll cut out, so we don't have to be put up with that shit.
That's the KINO I know and love.
And your second favorite of all history, Austrian, one Florian Himsel.
Yeah, we'll find out once and for all. Is it Lego?
Now, E-Rich, when I say Florian is everybody's second favorite historical Austrian, who do you think might be the number one favorite Austrian throughout all of space and time?
You're of course talking about Karl Ludwig Joseph Maria of the Habsburg dynasty.
Did you just Google
yes,
famous
again.
Austrian? Who is this, E-Rich? You need to give me more.
He's one of the best rulers ever.
I'll have to take your word for it.
Damn.
Folks, instead of trying to build up that joke, let's build up some Legos, baby. That's right. We covered the Lego Batman on this show, 2 years ago? Now we're covering the Lego Movie 2, the second part. Florian Himsel, what did you think of the Lego Movie 2?
What a ridiculous title, but yeah, it's another Lego movie. It is, in fact, the second part. Who would have guessed? And
You sound irritated already.
well, I just can't believe that it would put the second part in the title. But yeah, it was a good movie.
Now, Florian, maybe it's maybe like a translation error, or maybe it's because English is not your first language. Do you understand the pun in the title?
Oh my god, have I been missing out on a pun? What is it? Enlighten me.
Because like Legos are like, there's different parts to them.
Oh, that is.
E-Rich, is that the pun? Am I stupid?
If that's a pun, then that's even worse than it would have been. Oh man.
What is it in auf Deutsch? Is it die zweiten Part or
Die zweiten Part?
I didn't see it in German.
So, okay, Florian is already enraged by the title. E-Rich, what did you think of the film?
I think I should have watched this movie in Danish because Lego is a Danish company. So I'm very, very disappointed that it doesn't stick to the source material, which is a bunch of old Danish guys playing with multicolored toys. So let's see here. Lego Movie Part 2, we had a couple years ago, Lego Batman movie. Before that, we had the Lego movie, and after the Batman movie, we had the Ninjago movie, which I didn't see that fucking Ninjago.
No, I did not see Ninjago either.
So by this point, we're pretty inundated with Lego movies. There's a bunch of shit on TV. There's a bunch of shit on fucking line, and
perhaps even I would say, maybe even more so than inundated. Perhaps they came their load too quickly, E-Rich, because the box office results of this sequel are astronomically horrible compared to the first one.
I had no fucking idea this movie was coming out. It's partially on me for not seeing TV ads and shit all the time, but I had so little awareness that this movie was coming out in February. So if it weren't for KINO, I probably wouldn't have seen this movie.
Oh shit!
Just because they didn't sell it to me. I didn't.
You're a fake Lego fan.
I didn't know I was supposed to see this movie because I saw a trailer fucking 5 months ago, but other than that, it's just completely not on my mind. And I think the movie is serviceable. It does its job.
Oh no, not the Ocean's 8 argument again. Shit.
Whereas with Ocean's 8, I'm not a huge fan of the Ocean's movies. I was a huge fan of that Lego movie. So when the sequel to the Lego movie is this kind of alright, has some interesting ideas, but the Lego movie was such a just inspirational, interesting movie that it's not supposed to be good, and that's what Lord and Miller do, is they take ideas that are not good and shouldn't work, and they make them work so completely. And this movie is written by them, but it's not directed by them, though, and it just doesn't feel as complete and as put together and as I'm trying to think of other Lego analogies here, but I'm losing it. It just doesn't feel as really creative as the first one did, and it's really hard for any sequel to like measure up to the original. But I just wasn't feeling this movie throughout most of it. It's fine. I think one of the biggest problems. I was in a theater with like 4 other people. 3 of those people in the theater with me were children, and they did not make a single fucking noise. I'm used to children
That's good.
laughing their asses
No,
off.
that's a good thing.
I'm used to-
They were so entranced by the film, hypnotized by the pretty colors and jokes that they were not screaming, running through the aisles, or any of that. It sounds like the movie did its job.
No, but I remember seeing kids in the Lego Batman movie and in the Lego movie, the first part. That's what it was subtitled, right?
Whoa!
In that first Lego movie, like they were reacting to it. They were having a good time. They were laughing. They were screaming, which is certainly not what I want to hear.
Oof.
But there was actual reactions in the theater, which is what I want to see when I'm watching a kids movie. Like it's for them, so they should be excited to watch it. The kids in my theater were fucking so sedate, and it's like they weren't even there. Which
Hey, you don't know those kids.
fine.
Maybe they have PTSD.
Yeah, you never know. Kids are really unpredictable. They may have had a really long day. Who knows?
They may have
man?
had an uncle who did things to them when they were younger,
no.
and now they just have to.
Lauren.
They stare at Lego movies all day without an expression on their face. You don't know.
Shit.
You don't know those
That
fucking
got
kids,
really
E.
dark.
Rich.
Yeah,
that
they got
fucking dark.
they
I
got
was gonna go-
traumatized by Lego toys that were inserted in.
What?
unthinkable-
Okay.
No,
All right.
No, bad
Oh,
cut.
no.
Why would their parents take them to the Lego movie if that is their traumatic backstory? This sounds completely irresponsible, Florian. You should never be a parent.
That part's irresponsible. Oh no.
All right, let's dive a little bit into what this movie has going on. And my favorite part of the whole thing is that Chris Pratt, who plays Emmett, the happy-go-lucky main character, has a dual role in this film. He also plays, and this is where I'm going to jump into a
Oh,
little bit
no.
of what I like to call, I'm going to call it the Jumanji Welcome to the Jungle effect, although it certainly did not start there. But when a character in a movie is pretty much only funny because you know the actor's history in
Right.
film, because his dual role, he plays an action hero called Rex Dangervest, who is best friends with trained raptors, just like his character in the Jurassic World movies.
World.
And he's basically like a super pumped up mix of that guy and Star-Lord. And I thought it was really funny. I thought it was a funny send up of his transition from the fat guy on Parks and Rec to this chiseled action hero. And Rex Dangervest was the best part of the movie for me. And I will even go so far to say, without spoilers, Rex Dangervest literally did nothing wrong, folks. And we'll get into that with the spoilers. Just you wait.
Who is the Rex
Wow.
Dangervest like joke and references? Who is that for? Because like
It was for me, because I thought it was hilarious.
the 4 to 7-year-old kids might have seen the Jurassic Park movies. They might have seen Guardians of the Galaxy. Like they're basically like taking all of Chris Pratt's major roles. They'll have seen what was that movie he made with Jennifer Lawrence?
Like Alone.
Passengers.
Yeah.
These
wow.
7-year-old kids are big Passengers fans. They just want to see nothing but.
Hey, E-Rich, I'm not talking about the experience of kids who were molested like you are. I'm talking about my experience. And in my experience,
Right,
those
right.
jokes were funny.
I'd say that like with the Lego movie, when they did those kinds of break the fourth wall, like winking at the audience jokes, they basically came and went very simply. But most of this movie is going to be worried about Emmett wanting to be the same as the Rex Dangervest character, which is interesting because I think it touches on the character development that you see in the beginning of this movie, where he's like, oh, well, all the things that somebody was supposed to do was done by, what's her fucking name? Wild Style in that first Lego movie. And Emmett was just kind of like this guy who was just going along. He had crazy ideas like the double-decker bed or whatever.
Couch.
Sorry.
Triple
Double-decker
decker.
couch. Yeah, it's triple-decker in this movie. It was double-decker in the first movie.
Oh
right?
jeez.
But,
yes, it was.
I like that they hit upon that in the beginning of this movie, which is that he just didn't really have anything to do. He learned that he could be a master builder at the end, but everybody was a master builder by the end of that movie. So he wants to kind of find his way within this world and prove to Wild Style that he can prove himself, essentially. he's somebody worth being with, and I like that, but I don't really see what he gets from this. And then there's the villain, the quote unquote villain, who's not actually the villain.
Hey! What do we say about spoilers? This is an important film that if people go in spoiled, it will ruin. It'll be like if you said Darth Vader is Luke's dad. That's how important this film is, Erich.
Which is literally said by fucking everyone now.
Well, yeah, but that's not in the context of the time.
Yeah,
So
man.
you see that the Lego movie is the Star Wars of our time.
Yeah, and Star Wars is the Star Wars prequels of our time.
Well, the Lego Movie Part 2 is the solo a Star Wars story of our time because it's making no money at the box office.
Oof.
Yeah, despite being better than the other parts.
All right, I said the thing I liked. Let me tell you the reasons why this movie really left a sour taste in my mouth, folks. And it's going to take a little bit of elaboration, and you really have to have a KINO memory for the original film. But if you will recall, the whole metaphor of what is happening in this Lego world and the whole real plot, the underlying and overlying plot of the original Lego movie is a dad, Will Ferrell, down in the basement. He made his perfect Lego world. He doesn't want his kids to touch it. In his mind, Legos are not meant to be fun. This is his dad project. But then, at the end of the film, President Business, Will Ferrell, the father, he learns to connect with his son through the love of playing with Legos. It's a creative outlet for them to bond together. Beautiful message, beautiful ending. I bet fathers and sons across the world bought millions of Lego sets because of that movie. Great.
And also, since I no longer have a father, this movie took the place of having a father.
Wow. Well, don't worry.
That was a real important movie to you. Huh?
Don't worry, Erich, because thanks to the second movie, it's very clear that having a father fucking sucks. So you should feel lucky that yours is no longer with you, because the entire first movie is undermined with this movie. The whole point of the first movie is Legos are the way that this father and son can finally bond, and he's not so focused on work. Will Ferrell's father character does not even appear in this sequel. The whole plot is about the son learning to bond with his younger sister to play with Legos. Right. The father, and there are many jokes about this, has abandoned them. He says, fuck the Legos, I'm going to go back to work. The whole point of the first movie has been ruined. Like, it's so fucking sad to me. This beautiful arc of father and son coming together. The second movie, I don't know if Will Ferrell just didn't want to show up and just recorded a few lines because he has like 8 lines of dialogue. We never see him. Maybe he just didn't want to be in it because they completely ruined the whole point of the first movie. Was anybody else irked by this, or am I just a spoil sport?
And I think the movie even hints at that because during the credits scene, it credits Will Ferrell, and it is a audio recording symbol rather than Will Ferrell's character. Like, I think they are commenting on the fact that Will Ferrell just didn't have fucking time to record his scenes for this fucking thing, so he just went into a studio and fucking said 10 lines, however much it was.
Here's how you do it. Maybe this is too dark for the Lego movie. The beginning of the movie, we see the end of the first one. Then there's a 5-year time skip, and that's why the Lego world is in apocalypse, because the younger sister keeps playing with it and destroying everything and blah, blah, blah. Why not have the father die?
The father killed himself.
No, I know it's dark, but it makes the movie better because, one, it doesn't ruin the first one. The father and son bond over the Legos. Once the father is dead, now the son and a daughter can bond over the Legos in memory of their departed father. I know it's dark, but I think an even darker ending is one where the father forgets all the lessons he learned and abandons his children again.
Right. And I think in every subsequent Lego movie, a family member should die.
No,
and then
every member who plays Legos with the son will die, and then he'll bond with a different one in each subsequent sequel.
Yep.
Oh man, yeah, that'll be hilarious. The mother will die, but then the child gets saved, and then the baby will die next time. Oh my god.
They're just like in fucking Split and Glass. They are given to an uncle that molests them. they have to get over being molested by playing with Legos.
You know, E-Rich, Florian and I wanted to come on here and have a lighthearted discussion about the Lego movie, and you're bringing up like rape and stuff. I'm gonna admit I'm a little uncomfortable.
dark.
I'm a little uncomfortable. You're
All right,
taking
I'll
this
try to tone it down.
podcast, taking it to a dark place. Nobody else even hinted at
Well, you know
anything
what,
resembling
Monkey?
any of that.
You know
Nobody.
what, Monkey, everything, as this movie taught me, everything's not awesome. I can't remember what the rest of it is.
But if we try, we can make it awesome again. That's the message of the movie. I think
will
this
say-
movie was inspired by the Trump presidency.
Oh no.
I kind of wish that was more of the theme, is that like things are going to be hard sometimes, and it's going to seem
Yeah,
like
especially
nothing
your
is going
uncle
to
when
go
you're playing
right.
with Legos. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like your uncle's not playing with Legos, yeah.
Oof.
He's playing with something else. Yeah, but like basically, I think the theme should be like things are going to go wrong, and you can't just sit here saying everything is awesome, and when it's not. You have to like commit to making it better and changing something and making the change you want to see in the world.
But wasn't that message also implied in the first movie? But then the song was so catchy that we interpreted it as being unironic. And then I think to make up for that, they put, because everything is awesome. If you listen to the whole song, the Lonely Island starts listing off all the awesome things, and they're just naming like fucking like waiting at the DMV. Awesome. It's
right.
like it's a bunch of lame, boring shit. That's the joke. Is that everything is not awesome. It's just like this optimistic outlook. So then, in this movie, clearly Lord and Miller, who wrote this film as well as the first one, in response to everybody misinterpreting the catchy "Everything Is Awesome" song, they made a new song that is far more catchy, where the lyrics are just, "This song will get stuck in your head. This is the catchiest song ever written." And it's like shitting all over everybody who didn't understand the first movie.
Which,
and I
you
thought
know,
that was
coming
funny.
out of that. Yeah, but coming out of that movie, I did have that stuck in my head, but now I can't for the life of me remember how it goes.
Well, Florian, sing it for us.
That was all of the lyrics. It was just this is gonna get stuck in your head. That was all.
But how did it go? Sing
That
it
was
to
how
us.
it went.
Fine.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm
Use
musically impaired.
melodic timing and rhythm to let us know how it went.
Oh man, this is gonna be embarrassing. This song is gonna be stuck in your head. No, that's not right.
Nope, that was it. That was exactly
No,
right.
yeah.
Guys, if you want to hear that for 2 straight hours, go see the Lego Movie in theaters now, part 2.
Oof.
Second part.
Only in kinos.
Somebody fucking, when this comes out on DVD, fucking cut out that song from that movie and just put it.
Oh, I'm guessing the song is already up on YouTube if they want to hear the not as good version. If you want to hear the good version, of course, just play this podcast on repeat.
Florian, okay, maybe the Austrian version. That's what that sounded like.
Oh, yeah.
In the translation,
Yeah,
there's
right.
no joy in any German speaker's vocabulary in their voice at all.
Right.
Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you. Well, you can imagine what the German version of that would be.
Is that what I sounded like? Holy shit.
Florian, E-Rich, both of you have been negative Nancy's. Give me one thing each that you enjoyed about this film.
Hey, I said I liked the movie.
You said the title was stupid, and then I just forgot everything else you
And
said.
then I stopped listening.
And I don't even agree with you about parts. They're not parts, they're pieces. What are you on about? This is not a pun. This is punishment.
Parts and pieces are synonyms.
Are they?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And
Damn,
calling
well,
the movie the second piece wouldn't really make any sense.
I know, well, it doesn't.
Hey, Lord and Miller, they've never had a creative. They've never had. Did I say their name wrong? Lord.
He said Lode and Miller, and it's Lord and Miller.
Lode and Miller have never had a creative flop, and I refuse to say that this title was the first. Florian, I think.
Damn.
They're
I
auteurs.
completely forgot about the first Lego movie, so I was not betrayed by the fact that they've forgotten the lessons of the first Lego movie. The same way I wasn't disappointed by how the Incredibles forgot the lessons of the first movie and just relived the same arc in that one.
How does this keep happening?
how does it keep happening? I was just happy that there was a nice fist-shaped spaceship with raptors on it, and that was just the best.
Hey, there you go. What about you, Everich? Do you have look into your dark, cold, angry heart and
Right,
find
right.
one happy thing about this joyous, hilarious movie that has 90% on Rotten Tomatoes?
Let's go through my heart real quick. Let's see
Okay.
here. Crushing loneliness. Oh wait, that's been retconned recently.
Yeah, you just
Let's
got
see
back
here.
from a
no.
Valentine's date with your girlfriend.
My dad killed himself. Yeah, that's
Oh,
fair. That's not
God,
gonna
Oh, no.
stop.
Let's see here. Unhappiness with my career. That's not going away.
Oof.
All right. So there's a great moment in this movie where, okay, so my absolute favorite part of this movie is that the character, what is his name? Rex? Thunderfist? What
Thunder
Danger
Vest. Danger Vest.
Danger Vest.
Oh,
Rex
no.
Danger Vest. Rex Danger Vest is Chris Pratt, and I do like that like kind of career retrospective thing, but I swear to God, is Chris Pratt doing his best Kurt Russell impression. Kurt Russell, especially from
Yeah, this was recorded right after they were in Guardians of the Galaxy 2
No,
together.
exactly. So like he's just like, okay, what would the perfect action version of me be? It would basically be Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
So it's essentially he's doing Kurt Russell from Big Trouble in Little China, and I did like that. It's so clear that that's what he was doing, and I think as much as I might have problems with Chris Pratt and his personal beliefs, he is definitely an entertainer.
Oh,
He
shut
definitely
the
commits to that.
fuck up.
He definitely commits to that role.
Juno, nobody cares about your opinions on Chris Pratt, okay? Go back to being a
unsolicited,
pregnant teen. Unsolicited
Well,
opinion.
Wait, what are these opinions that Chris Pratt has said that he was just
No,
like?
no, Chris Pratt, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't want to go too into the weeds, but Chris Pratt maybe is a member of a church that likes to lynch gay people. Who can say?
Oh,
And
no.
maybe the lesbian actress from Juno called him out on maybe, but he didn't do anything. He's just a member of the church. What are you gonna do?
Oh, damn.
Is that correct? Are they lynching gay people at that church?
How big
Erich?
is that church? Damn. That sounds like a
Hillsong
temple
Church.
of hate.
Chris Pratt is pretty famously pretty conservative, which is fine. Like his whole God shtick, that's perfectly fine. But then as soon as you like want to like fuck with other people's lifestyles, I don't like that.
Well, there you go. And Political Hour with Erich comes to a close yet again. Remember, folks, keep to yourself and keep on keeping on. That's your message for the day.
Wow. Well, I'm glad that you're so unbiased here, Rich. I'm sure that you're gonna apply the same standard to other to the progressive side, and you would hate it if progressive would ever try to interfere with the lives of other people.
You know, let me say this: at least Erich is judging Chris Pratt for Chris Pratt's actions, instead of all the people who hate him because of Star-Lord's actions in Avengers Infinity War. At least you can separate the actor from the character. And for that, I thank you. But first,
Oh, damn.
there are a few other things I want to point out in the movie. The movie, I think, wanted to be a musical but was embarrassed by it, so only included 3 musical numbers, 2 of which are sung by Tiffany Haddish's, I think that's her name, Haddish, her character of the Queen, whatever you want to be, or whatever her name is. That's literally named Queen, whatever you want to be. I thought both of these songs were really great. The first one in particular, the one where she's singing about how she's not, wink, wink, evil. I thought that song was a real banger. I think it was the best song in the movie. And yeah, I really liked the 2 or 3 musical breaks they took, even though it's really jarring when you only have a couple. Then it's like, wait, why are we breaking into song then if it's not a musical?
I feel like they had different ideas of what they wanted the movie to be, and it never really congealed to be like one single movie. Because like for most of this movie, the Wild Style and Benny, the spaceship guy, and the pirate
Charlie Day.
Yeah, Charlie Day. Like they're all just kind of like out in space, like traveling. And there's this robot character that eventually is like turns out to be this like woman with the like purple hair or whatever. Like, what is that character? Why did we spend so much time with that fucking nonsense?
Yeah, don't you
robot? You thought it was a robot character?
It was just a
Yeah,
person
looks
wearing
like a
a helmet.
robot.
Erich, I agree.
Like a spacesuit.
No, let me say, Erich, I agree completely. I hate it in movies that take place in space when they introduce a random character with like purple hair and the character doesn't make any sense, doesn't add anything to the movie, and in fact worsens the movie experience. I hate it too. I hate it. I'll agree. I hate it too. It sucks. It should never happen, but we have to live with it. That's the choice they made.
How do I always set myself up for these? You'd think I'd learn by now.
No.
No, like, what was that actually? What was that character
consistent, and you're just gonna say all pink-haired women are fine, but no, you couldn't have just believed women. You did this to yourself.
All right, let's jump into the spoiler territory so I can clear up E-Rich's confusion. Folks, I guess we should say if we would recommend the movie before we spoil the whole thing in case you want to go see it yourself. Me, personally, I actually quite enjoyed the film a lot. I think Lego Movie 1 and Lego Batman are better films, but if you liked them, I don't see why you would not like this. You might want to wait for Redbox or Netflix, though there's no reason to rush out to the theater when Alita Battle Angel is now out, folks! Anime KINO, baby! Oh!
My big eye waifu is finally
Hell
here.
Yeah. I'm going to have to literally rent out every single theater in the IMAX theater just so I can jerk off at the movie theater to see that movie.
Jesus.
Do you know how much it's going to fucking cost me? There's like 500 seats in the IMAX. They're like $15 a piece.
To afford this.
I'm going to have to start a GoFundMe so I could rent out an entire IMAX theater to jerk off to Alita.
But they'll have
2019.
Yep.
The cleanup alone will cost millions.
That's their problem. Patreon.com/Mumkey if you want to make my dream come true. Anyway, would you guys recommend this movie?
I would
definitely.
recommend it if you like the other Lego movies. Like I'm sure if you watch this like right after the first one and didn't think about it too much, it would be great. It's just that I've really built that first movie up in my head, and this movie can kind of not do anything except be kind of a disappointment. I just felt like that first movie was just so bursting with great jokes and great characters, and it just feels like they're just doing the same thing again a lot of the time.
Well, E-Rich, here's what I think the problem is. When you hear we're going to make a Lego movie, we all immediately think probably what we thought of the Emoji Movie. This is going to fucking suck. It's going to be just a cash grab bullshit 1 out of 10 movie. So then when it's a genuine 10 out of 10, it feels like a 20 out of 10 because our expectations were so low. Now going into this one, there was such a high expectation, the movie never really stood a chance. Mm-hmm. So even if it's as good or just slightly worse, it probably seems quite a bit worse in our minds.
There's like 2 or 3 moments where like I laugh out loud and I think, oh, genuinely clever. One of my favorite parts is when the Rex Thunderfist, what the fuck?
God damn it! It's Danger Vest. Respect the best character.
Okay, Rex Danger Vest says like, turn the engines up to 11 times 2, and then like one of the Velociraptors says 22. I love little moments like that. And this movie just doesn't have as many of those charming moments. I even thought that the Lego Batman movie had more charming, funny, crazy, stupid shit like that.
Oh yeah, I love the Lego Batman.
Right. When it does get meta like that, I do love it. It just doesn't have as much like pure comedy driving it, I'd say.
What about you, Florian Hemsel?
Yeah, it was all around pretty good, pretty wholesome. What?
That's a wholehearted recommendation.
Can we just record Florian saying that every single time and just record?
Every single movie? Oh yeah, it was it was whatever.
It was pretty good.
Well, it was good, all right. What
was the last movie that you saw that you hated?
Oh man,
probably the original Lord of the Rings.
No, how dare you? Shit, I should have an answer for this. Oh man, I forgot.
The fact that you don't is bad, or I think it's bad, but I mean, maybe you just love everything.
Yeah, everything is awesome, you know. See, I'm the one who took the message of this movie on heart.
Didn't both of you guys hate Glass, and I'm the only one who liked it?
I think we did. I think you're right.
Well, actually, I was neutral on it, but
of course you fucking were.
I started to hate it when I realized how much of a waste of time the whole thing was.
All right. Has no hate in his heart, just love.
All right, so you have, I guess, 1 3/4 recommendations for the film. So let's move on to the spoiler section. I'm gonna ruin the important plot of the film. So the plot of the film is that the Lego universe is in apocalypse because the sister is allowed to play with the brother, and the brother does not like that. And over the course of the film, he must learn subconsciously through this imagined story of his Legos going on an adventure that playing with your sister is okay. Here's why I say Rex Dangervest did nothing wrong. Rex Dangervest is revealed to be Emmett from the future who went back in time because he wanted to stop the brother and the sister from playing. He doesn't want these worlds to unite. He likes things the way they were before. And I agree wholeheartedly, folks. We all know for a fact that being forced to play with your younger sibling is fucking bullshit. It's not fair. Those are your Legos. That's your world you built. And this little fucking snot-nosed 6-year-old brat's gonna come in and destroy your work for the sake of we're playing together? Fuck off, Mom and Dad. That's complete fucking horseshit. If I'm playing Spyro the Dragon, my brother doesn't get to play every other level. It's my game file. I'm fucking playing. So Rex Dangervest is right. Fuck that shit. The boy should be able to play by himself. The sister, go find your own fucking activity, you little succubi bitch.
Oh.
God, it pisses me off. I hate my fucking brother.
Monkey, can you explain this shit to me? Because I was slightly confused during this movie.
Okay.
And no, I did not fall asleep during it. I'm not famous for doing that.
For once. Oh man, it must have been really good.
No. So they keep talking. All the characters know about your Momageddon or Momageddon.
Right.
What were they saying? How do they know about that?
So
do they know that their mom's just gonna get pissed at them at some point and tell them to put away their Legos?
The mom has threatened them many times. If you don't play the Legos together, I will put them all into storage.
She threatens that in the movie?
Yeah.
Before that scene when they
in like the big final, scene when it's the 3 humans, she says, "I've told you this so many times, but this time I truly mean it. Pack up the Legos, kids. They're going in the box."
I just wish that was a bit more established because we're in a post Lego movie world. We know that it also exists in this in this world where the real people are playing with Legos and shit. They could really have built up that relationship between the older sister the younger sister and the older brother. I just didn't really understand how these characters knew about this apocalypse scenario that was going to happen. And I guess I like that the lesson is kind of about that you're going to have bad times sometimes as siblings, but you can get over it and learn to play with each other. That's fine.
No. Why should you have to play with your Legos with your little sister? Are you fucking kidding me? This kid is 15. A 15-year-old under no circumstance should be forced to play with a 10-year-old girl. They have nothing in common. No equal ground.
My mommy, and I'm gonna do what my mommy tells me to do. I love Maya Rudolph.
She's a 10-year-old girl. She should be fucking watching Kim Possible and eating a Go-Gurt and let the brother go in the basement and watch Back to the Future like they say in the movie and play with his Legos. Sister, fuck off. Get out. Go.
Damn.
Go.
What do you think, Florian? Florian, do you have any siblings?
I have no siblings, but it's crazy. Who could be the right one? Is it Mumkey, who never learned to play along with his brother? Or could it be Irid, who...
Me and my brother are the same gender, 2 years apart, and even I didn't want to fucking play with him. You telling me a 15-year-old boy wants to play with his 10-year-old sister? Fucking stupid! They have nothing in common other than Legos. She can play with her own goddamn Legos. She's covering them in glitter and shit, putting stickers on them. If you put a fucking glittery sticker on my goddamn Batman Lego, I will push your little bitch ass down the stairs. I don't care if you're my sister. Don't touch my fucking toys.
Oh man, Mumkey really going strong here. Arguing for child segregation. Oh man, it's pretty crazy.
No, they can eat dinner together. They can go watch the Lego movie in the movie theater together. Just
that's
fine.
Why?
Why does he get to play on my game file? Can't I have my own Spyro game file? If your sister just fucking shoved glitter inside your PlayStation because she wanted to play it with you, is that fucking fair? No, it's insanity. This is insanity, folks.
My turn to play.
This film is crazy. Yeah, your brother with his fucking Cheeto dust-covered fingers asking for your controller that you got for your birthday. Are you fucking kidding me with this bullshit? Fuck off, Mom and Dad. Just because you're two... You're so disengaged from your own children that you can't even entertain this little 10-year-old retard for 20 minutes. You gotta, what, am I free babysitting now? You're gonna throw him on me because you don't want to talk to her either? Fuck you!
Reminds me of the time when my brother gave me back our video game console, our Nintendo 3DS, and for some reason it was all sticky. And I'm like, what the fuck? You do this thing? What the fuck? Are you fucking jerking off on the 3DS? Why is shit sticking?
Yeah. Did you watch Alita?
Wait. Did you say 3DS? That console is like 5 years old.
No. It's older than that.
What? 3DS is not that old, dude. Did this happen like recently?
It's old. It's really old.
Well, like 8 years old. E-Rich is almost 30.
Dude, I swear that thing was around when I was in school.
I was just about to protest and say I'm not almost 30, but I'm closer to 30 than I am 20.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the 3DS came out in 2010.
Okay, so 9 years ago.
9 years ago.
So you would have been like 15. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. You know what?
Fuck you.
I take it back. But still, that's really weird.
Yeah, a brand new console, and this young boy is allowed to jerk off all over it. How embarrassing.
Okay. Well,
damn.
So that's just me explaining why the villain of the film was actually the hero who did nothing wrong. Do you guys have any other spoiler-based citations of the film?
I liked when they were just chilling underneath the clothes washer, and that was like the eternal exile that like Thunder Vest, Danger Vest, whatever the fuck his name is.
What do you mean chilling? Life passed before their eyes while they were frozen in this limbo, and they couldn't move because the ground wasn't covered in Legos, and they had to learn to walk all over again. I think that was pretty traumatizing to him.
Yeah.
Man.
It's a good motivation for the character of Emmett, the most happy-go-lucky Lego in existence, to spend, 5 years under a washer and dryer to become the ultimate villain? I thought it was very moving.
No, I did like that part. Yeah. I did. I like the apocalypse setting.
So did Rex know that he was being wrong? Did he do this all before? Did he travel back in time?
If we're gonna try to figure out the time loop scenario, it clearly makes no fucking sense because there is no back in time to travel to. Like I don't even know how this happened because
he just split in two, huh?
Yeah. I mean, but again, it's all in the imagination of a 15-year-old boy, so it doesn't need to make any sense.
Right. I did really like the what was the queen, whatever you want to be?
Yeah, queen, whatever you want to be.
That's her.
She's a great character played by Tiffany Haddish, and she just is constantly reforming into different sizes and shapes. That seems to be like the perfect character to have in a Lego movie. I just wish that she had something to do in this movie other than try to marry Batman and
sing a bunch of great songs.
Sing a bunch of great songs. I mean,
that was a good love story, man. I don't know what you're on about.
It genuinely did become a very touching love story.
Yeah.
Between a bunch of Lego bricks and Batman.
And she was pretty cool, but I don't know, her face was so weirdly thick. I don't understand. Why didn't they
Florian
just
does not like them thick.
Florian.
No, I don't.
Come on, high test, Florian.
What?
She was an absolute unit.
High test.
I don't get it.
Another one of these crazy English puns that you Austrians stand no chance of comprehending.
Oh no. She was humongous, man. What do you want?
Don't say humongous, man. The last guy who said that got shit all over. All right. Do we have any final thoughts on the Lego Movie 2, the second Lego Movie?
Was there an after credit scene? Because I did not stay for the very, very end.
Oh man, I watched the whole credits. They were.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
You said you always dart out of the theater as soon as the credits start. Why did you stay this time?
It was such a catchy song, man.
True. The Lonely Island did a very good credits song. I'll give them that.
Yeah, about how great the credits are. So wait, was there a very, very end of the credits scene, Florian?
Don't think so.
Damn. All right. Glad I didn't.
Well, actually, I guess I only stayed for that song. I don't know. That might have been.
Fuck.
Wait, are the credits usually 10 minutes? I think too long. One song of credits is enough.
All right, should we wrap things up, boys? You guys have any other thoughts that you're really bursting at the seams to get out?
I just wonder, will there be another Lego movie after this?
No, not if this movie does as bad as it.
Yeah, the opening weekend was half as successful as the original film. Things are not looking bright for the Lego cinematic universe.
Oh, we'll just have to wait for the Chinese market to pick it up and bail them out.
I
It's the
don't
only
know.
way. You don't think Lego's big in China?
Rich, would you be upset if this film was nominated for an Oscar after the first Lego movie got snubbed?
No, I don't believe in retrospective Oscar offerings.
Well, it's not retrospective. It'd be this movie.
Yeah, but they should be giving it to the first one.
You know what? No, I shouldn't have asked. Stupid question. Let's sign off. Is it KINO? Can we just stop, please?
All right, I guess you really...
Let it end.
Let it go.
End!
We will be back with a whole bunch of KINOs in the coming week. We want to see Alita. At least I want to see Isn't It Romantic? And also, what was that other movie we wanted to see? A Happy Death Day to You.
Yeah.
So expect hopefully all of those in the near future if E-Rich's busy schedule of going on dates with hot chicks doesn't interrupt him from going on a podcast with his friends.
E-Rich is a player.
Ew, don't say that.
Well, I don't know. We haven't seen her. We'll judge.
No, it
We'll
doesn't.
judge when we see her.
No. It's not. We haven't seen her. It's you're not a playa because you are with one girl. Hopefully, you're not playing her, E-Rich.
Well, I mean, it was 0 girls before.
You've really it's not that you've stepped up your game. You just started playing.
Well, he's a single girl player. It'll be great.
Okay.
Don't hate
The way it's meant to be enjoyed.
Florian and E-Rich, where can people find you guys online?
You can
Check
find
out
me at-
games.
One at a
Oh, no.
time.
I was first. Check out Game Squid on YouTube, everyone, and check out Bumpkins' review of me if you haven't.
I still have to listen to that interview. I'm just.
Oh
fucking
my
lazy as fuck.
God, E-Rich.
Not being on the biggest platform online is definitely not advantageous for
But
me.
it is.
Yeah, you know
should find it
the interview
there.
with Florian is up on YouTube. On a channel called
yes.
All
Oh, it is?
Hail Chancellor Susan, folks.
Oh, fuck, cool. All right, I will definitely check that out then.
Anyway.
you can
Only
find
then
me-
will you watch it.
My channel is Erich, E-R-I-C-H. Go on fucking YouTube and find me there somehow. I just did a new series with Brant, aka Midas, where he recommends Danganronpa to me, and I recommend Succession, the HBO show, to him. Florian and I do streams every fucking week, and I love that shit. And I promise to get back into JoJo shit. I probably won't be reading it out anymore. I'm probably just going to talk about it. So, you know.
Oh, that's better.
And this has been Is It KINO? We are on iTunes. Do us a favor, go find us on iTunes, download the podcast, give us a 5-star rating if you really want to hear more of Florian's supple voice and my continuously dying voice. You can also find the podcast at twitch.tv/MumpkyJones, where we do this show live every single time with an active chat full of people who we ignore until we sign off. For Is It KINO, I have been Mumpky Jones, and we'll see you guys next time.
Also, Spotify, Google Play, Podbean, all that shit.
All that shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we
Yeah.
go. Shut up! Shut up!
I'll just interrupt
You
you.
motherfucker! Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your favorite movie review podcast. That's right, it's Is It KINO? The one show where we watch the new releases and let you all know if it is indeed KINO. I am your host, Mumpky Jones, joined as always by E-Rich McSoy.
Mumpky, we've been murdered in every situation that we've recorded this podcast, but let's try it again and see if we don't get murdered this time.
Let's Groundhog Day this fucking podcast. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to your favorite movie review. And, of course, Florian Himsel.
I think I'm the murderer this time.
Wow, what a fucking twist. You told us at the beginning.
And maybe I'm a red herring or a red squid.
Oh!
And today, we are discussing the new Blumhouse Productions film, Happy Death Day to You. Erich,
Oh,
Florian, do you know the original release date of this film?
Is it April the 1st? Wait, no, that doesn't make
That
sense.
doesn't make any fucking sense. What are you fucking talking about? This
Oh, it's
movie was supposed to
Valentine's Day.
come out on Valentine's Day, February 14th, which of course was the 1-year anniversary of the Stoneman Douglas shooting. So
Oh,
having a
fuck.
movie title that says Happy Death Day to You
No.
seemed a little bit insensitive. So they
Shit.
changed the release date, and that was
Wait,
the
that doesn't
funniest
make
shit I've ever
sense.
seen.
But they've got a school shooting every day in America. How can you even pay attention to that anymore?
It's this is one of the bigger ones, Florian. One of the bigger ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't care about the ones where less than 5 people died. Are you kidding me?
Oh wow, I guess I gotta be more careful with these records, huh?
Yeah.
Gotta make sure to
I mean,
avoid.
Over in
offending
Austria,
over
I'm sure
certain
every day's a
dates.
fucking death day for you guys. How many fucking people got killed in Austria every day, you fuck? Don't give us that
Barely
shit.
any, man.
Barely, okay.
So our murder rates are really low.
There were
usually.
0 concentration camps in Austria, huh?
God
You're not
damn
getting
it.
past me today. Erich, what did you think of Happy Death Day to You?
So I was a big fan of the first Happy Death Day movie. I thought that was a very good slasher horror movie that played with the Groundhog Day twist concept of that movie very well. And going into this movie, I thought this movie would be basically a victory lap. They basically just do the first movie over again, and I was very pleased to see that that is not the case in the movie. It is a very different movie. It kind of relies on you knowing the first movie and actually knowing the first movie pretty fucking good because
Wow,
this
damn.
movie relies on a lot of the like emotional beats that really drove that first movie to really sustain the second one. So I'd say in all the ways that a sequel can continue the story of the original, I think this does a pretty good job of it. It actually fucking explains why the fucking time loop shit was happening in the first place. So thank fuck for that. But yeah, I think this was a very successful sequel, and I don't think it's making a lot of money at the box office. So we probably won't get a third one, which is teased at the very end of the movie.
Oh my god. Well, I haven't seen the first one, so I guess I'm confused.
Luckily, they provide you with a brief recap at the beginning of this film.
You could have
Yeah,
at
but-
least, in true Isakino fashion, say that you fell asleep watching the first movie.
Well, guess I must have fallen asleep before even watching it.
Oh shit!
So that's a unique perspective. We have a guy who was a big fan of the first one and was happy with the sequel. Guy who has not
That's
seen the
unique,
first
yeah.
one, and then me. Wow, 3 unique perspectives. Boys, let me tell you. You know, on this show is a KINO. There's one question we always try to answer. Do you guys know what that question is?
Only one. Do you see the main character's tits?
Oh yeah.
Good guess.
that's
Good guess.
important.
Not quite. Florian, what question do you think we try to answer here on this podcast?
Well, who is the killer?
No,
There's
no,
always someone who's the killer.
no. The question we always try to answer is it KINO? In fact,
Oh.
and let me tell you this movie is Back to the Future 2 reference KINO, baby.
Wow, they
Let-
fucking did it. Holy
let me
shit.
Is
tell
that
you,
a good
folks.
thing?
Let me tell you, Back to the Future and Back to the Future Part 2, I consider them one movie, and it's the greatest movie ever made, folks. This movie feels like a spiritual successor in the sense of a Back to the Future 2. This Happy Death Day to You, it felt so much like Back to the Future 2 that I was thinking, I'm going to say that on the podcast. But then they said it in the movie. The characters in the movie said, this feels like Back to the Future 2. And I said, you're goddamn right it does. And that's why I'm loving every moment. I love Back to the Future Part 2 because it's the sequel. It's the perfect sequel in the sense that the character time travels back to the first movie. And I love that. I think that's the best way to do any sequel. Every movie sequel should be the character going back in time to relive the first movie. And
Sounds like you might like Avengers Endgame then.
oh
my
buddy, I
God.
can't fucking wait. It's going to be the best movie ever made. But spoiler alert, Happy Death Day 2 is essentially that, but a whole lot more. You got Rick and Morty dimension hopping, you got time travel, all these things that I did not expect from this film at all, but it was more than pleasantly surprised.
Wow.
You guys are really eating this whole thing up, huh? Man, to me, it was just so crazy because at first it turns out that it's this guy having a death loop now, but then all of a sudden he doesn't have it anymore and it's the girl again. I was like, what the fuck? And you guys are all on board with that, huh? It just turns back into movie one, and then the Asian guy is no
Wait,
longer a
what?
protagonist.
It doesn't turn into movie 1 because she's in a completely different reality.
Yeah, big deal. Jeez, her mom's alive.
And the
Big
killer is a
difference.
completely different person.
Yeah, what is with this bullshit anyways? Why is there always a killer on this day? What is it about this machine that makes it that there's always a killer?
I think
It's not that it makes it that way. It's just that there always is a killer.
it's just a
No.
happy coincidence. So
Yeah.
That can't be right.
Why?
clearly-
Why can't it be?
it's a fun
because
movie.
It's completely stupid. This one time that they have this time loop, there's also a killer, and then the same thing in every other reality. Come on, it's gotta be based on that machine.
Yeah, it's fucking string theory, dude. There's some form of any reality out there somewhere. Are you really disputing that there wouldn't be some other killer in another
Come
reality?
on, Florian, you're a big
Fuck
fan of
you,
Rick and
dude.
Morty. You know that this is how this kind of stuff would work.
Well, no, in Rick and Morty, the murder would be a giant pizza. I don't know what you're talking about.
Spoiler alert for this movie, dude. What the fuck?
Oh,
Don't
no.
spoil the giant
mean-
pizza twist ending.
Damn it.
Yeah, he tries to murder them with a phone instead of a knife.
All right, Everidge, let's dive into a little bit of your opening statement. This movie, it's revealed that the reason why the time loop in the first movie is even happening is because the Asian kid and his two Indian friends are doing a science experiment with some quantum refractor shit. It's always the same jargon in every movie, whatever, it's fine. And they're using up all the electricity at the college, which is why in the first movie the power keeps going out. I thought that was clever. If they thought way ahead on that, that's really smart. If not, that was a great way to incorporate something that was unexplained in the first movie. Really, and much like Back to the Future 1 and 2, even though we know that when they finished the first one, they did not plan to do a second one, but then they reincorporated shit so well that it feels like it was just planned from the beginning. This movie feels like, the second movie, feels like it was planned to be all one movie, the first and second one, and they just decided to cut it down the middle. But my question to you is, do you find it in any way irritating, or do you really like it that they felt the need to explain the groundhog gimmick with science and that it can't just be a naturally occurring phenomenon as the first film suggested?
I think that since this second film is playing with multiple realities and is really just digging down to this concept, it's fine for them to want to explain something about that so that you're not just, oh, I guess this time they're jumping into different eventualities and realities and multiple dimensions. As soon as you get into that, I think it raises a bunch of questions that a time loop movie doesn't necessarily have to bring up. I think Groundhog Day is kind of perfect in that way that it doesn't actually tell you why it's happening.
Yeah,
It's just happening.
I really like that about Groundhog Day, is that if they made a Groundhog Day 2 and the plot was there was a science experiment that went wrong and that's why he went back in time,
God.
I feel like it would lessen the first movie for me, because it was
Yeah,
as
that would
if
be so stupid.
all of reality was changing its own laws to make Bill Murray be a good man.
Right. Well, good luck for you, Monkey. This year, a VR Groundhog Day 2 is coming out where you play
What?
Bill Murray's son who's
What?
stuck in that town going through everything just like his dad.
Is it a movie or a game?
I said it's a VR game.
What the fuck?
What?
Yes.
Wow. I wonder what arc he has. I wonder if he's gonna become a good person too.
Fuck off.
Well, I don't know, man. It seems pretty weird that they would just explain this whole thing. I think that would take away from the first movie, but I guess I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. It's interesting that the two guys who saw the first movie and know all the characters really enjoyed the sequel, and the guy who is lost was confused the whole time.
Oh, I don't know. It must have been that good, huh? But I don't know. It still seems like he would undermine that.
So I think what this movie does really well is that you take a bunch of characters who were ultimately, you don't get a whole lot of them in the first movie, especially like the side Asian roommate character. You don't really, he's kind of a one-note character. But
Right.
in this one, and I assume this is written by the same people, but they really want to take the time to flesh out these characters and hit us with some emotional shit that was set up in the first movie. So brilliantly done. We know that the main character, Tree, her mother died when they were young, when she was a kid. And when she gets thrust into this alternate dimension after the science thing go crazy, blah, blah, blah. Morty, we're going to a different dimension. Morty. Now, in this new dimension, her mom is alive. And I'm not the type of guy to just cry at any movie, Florian and Erich. I know
Oh
you
my
guys think
God.
I'm a bit of a soy boy, but the reveal when she finds out that her mother is actually alive and just there for a lunch, I thought it was so well done that I almost
Oh,
had an emotional moment, folks. It
I
was
thought you were saying you did.
it was very touching and sad. And
Yeah.
even though I've never lost anybody in that way, it still struck a chord with me. But Florian, you probably thought it was dumb.
You cry big tears of soy. Yeah, I guess that seems pretty dumb.
You thought it was dumb.
I mean, at that
Dumb.
point, you're just gonna have to start grieving all over again when she dies when she's old. But okay,
Oof.
gonna
What?
rip off that band-aid right
That's-
away. in
that's
my
so-
opinion.
What the fuck?
That's
are
a
you
crazy
saying,
take.
Florian? Holy shit! That's a fucking galaxy brain take. Shouldn't be sad that your dead mom came back to life because you're going to lose her eventually anyway.
Well, it could
Fuck.
be at any moment. You never know.
God damn.
Erich, what did you think?
As someone on this podcast who has lost a parent, yeah, it was pretty emotional. I did not like cry or anything, but I was kind of choked up, and like it's definitely like I think it's a legit moment in this movie when she's reacting to seeing her mom again. Like I do love that the first movie actually set that out, and this movie actually pays that off.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you see a movie that's kind of just a fun gimmick, like Happy Death Day, and you wouldn't. It's kind of like the Click effect, where I'm not expecting any
right.
heavy, emotional, genuinely good film moments in the movie Click, but then everybody says, "Oh yeah," when he's lying in the rain, all fat and shit. Yeah, I fucking cried. Of course I did. And this Happy Death Day to You, I think, did the same thing to me.
You
Well, what's really
cried
weird
in
is that-
Click? Oh my god.
Yeah, I fucking cried at Click. I think I was
fucking
13 when it
dare
came
you.
out.
I fucking
I-
dare you not to cry at Click, Florian.
I cried the entire time in Click because of how bad it was.
Wow, have we
Man.
swapped bodies? What's going on here?
I never liked Click. Oh well.
All right. So, like, what I want to say about this movie is it's a kind of amazing how it completely switches genres, because the first movie is pretty much a slasher movie. They definitely play with that Groundhog Day type idea, but this movie almost completely ditches the slasher movie premise, and it's just a crazy fucking madcap comedy. for
And
most
a
of it.
sci-fi movie, and at one point a heist movie, and
Right,
and it's
right.
so obvious that whoever's directing and writing this is just a huge fan of all the movies that I'm a fan of, and you can even see all these movie posters up in the room of the
Dorm
the
room.
main hero. All the
Right.
movies that they're ripping off are posters on his wall. He has a Back to the Future poster right above his bed, and it's almost. I'm not going to say it's a Quentin Tarantino kind of movie, but I will say I appreciate that idea of the filmmaker likes these things, and he's just going to obviously steal from them, even to the point where the characters point out, yeah, this is Back to the Future Part 2. I'm okay with that when they're ripping off things that I already like to begin with.
I don't know. Is there a pleasant surprise effect with these movies that you kind of don't expect them to go where they go? So the fact that they do, or the fact that they try, gives you that extra kind of love for it that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah, that's I call that one the Lego Movie 1 effect.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I just feel like it's not super well made, but it's well made enough. It's not what you'd
It's
expect it to
earnest,
do.
E-Rich. It's earnest.
You're right. It is
yeah,
earnest.
you rich.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't know. It seems pretty lame to me, and they just put in all the movies they ripped off.
Yeah, well.
But okay, I guess. So tell me, in the first movie, you say it's a slasher movie, but she dies over and over again. How can it be still scary at that point? I don't even
Because
get
you don't
that
know how
part.
she's gonna die next.
Well, that's the scary part.
Well, I wouldn't
Yeah.
I wouldn't really say the first one is scary. I mean, a slasher movie to me is more fun. Watching a crazy person with a
Oh.
knife killing people, I think it's more fun than scary. I don't think either of these movies were meant to be scary. It's just sort of a fun premise for a slasher movie. So if you're going into it trying to get the thrills and chills, maybe just hope for the thrills.
Well, what I really liked about
Yeah.
that first movie was that it turned the main character who kept dying again and again from like a victim into like somebody who has some ability to take out vengeance on their killer and actually like hunt down the killer and find the killer. And what is awesome about the sequel is that that's where it starts from. Like I know we have this kind of thing with the Asian kid and his machine, but we eventually get back to her who is reliving this day. But she's done all of that already, so she's completely competent in like grabbing a baseball bat and being like, well, I'm going to beat the shit out of this guy because I
Right.
know exactly what's going to happen.
Wait, so how exactly does that happen? So when did she go into her time loop? Was that a year ago or something?
No,
It was the day before.
Right. So she maintained all of her memories, but then I guess the Asian guy, no, I guess he maintains his memories too.
No, only
Yeah.
only
maintains memories.
yeah, only the person in the time loop remembers all
Right.
the other days.
Well, he was
Right.
in the time loop originally, and then he stopped being in the time loop. I still don't get why he stopped being in the time loop.
Because as they tried to fix it, they instead
Yeah,
sent
they went
Tree
back
into an
to hers.
alternate dimension.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So how did
it's just
how
a
did
bunch
it-
of just crazy sci-fi shit the whole time, which I thought was a lot of fun.
But how does it target a specific person? How does it know who's gonna be in the time loop? I don't get it.
I don't know, fucking quantum leap or some shit. I don't fucking know.
I was just having fun.
That girl wasn't even near that machine at any point. It's just completely bizarre. That they
It
would
doesn't
explain it.
matter.
Well, they explain it so it matters, and then
Watch the fucking
but
movie
they don't
if you
explain why
like
it's
what the
her.
movie does.
That's the insanity. It's just like, oh yeah, we used all this design stuff, but then why is it her? How is that? How does that make any sense? Oh my god! And it's not even her the entire time because it's the Asian guy first. I don't know. To me, that part's just
Hey, if we're gonna-
annoying.
If we're gonna talk about things that pissed us off, I can take the
Yes.
reins on this one because the big emotional climax of the film is that they fix the machine. They can send Tree back to her reality, but she has to make the ultimate choice. Does she stay in the reality where her dead mom is alive, but she doesn't have any memories of their time together? But I mean, she has another 40 years to make new memories with her dead mom, or does she follow her heart and go back to the original dimension to be with the guy she fell in love with, who she has only known for 11 days?
I mean, the obvious answer is get that dick.
Oh wow, that's the obvious answer to you. Well, what are you talking about losing her memory? Is she gonna lose her memory if she stays in this timeline? Is that what you're saying?
There's a bunch about how her mom had clearly, her and her mom had so many things that they did together in this dimension that she just doesn't remember because she did not experience them.
Right, so
Right.
There's no problem with that.
Well,
so
it's
why
a
the
problem
fuck,
with her.
So why the fuck doesn't she just stay in this reality and make the guy her boyfriend? How hard
Exactly.
could that be?
That's exactly my point. Because they go out of their way to reveal that even in this dimension, the guy who is now dating one of her friends, the guy who she wants to be with, kind of has a thing for her anyway. And then
Right.
it's
Yeah,
revealed that the
yes.
friend is cheating on the guy with some big hunky guy. So one conversation and she can stay in this dimension where her mom is alive and get the guy of her dreams. I I have no idea why she chose to go back to the other dimension. Erich, what am I missing here?
Well, the whole thing.
Well, I think no. Shut the fuck up, Florian.
No,
I think they make it clear in the movie that this is a different, like, no matter what, she would be living a different life. Like, she'd be lying to herself to think that she can just insert herself into this situation and think that everything's going to be fine. Because
they make it clear.
No! Shut the fuck up, Florian! Shut the fuck up! Okay.
Fine.
No. I mean, basically, she is the sum of her whole experience. So her losing her mother at the age she did and all of the subsequent, like, not having the mother in her life is a huge part of her personality and who she is. To just, like, give that up in order to have your mother again wouldn't actually, like, solve anything in her life. She'd have her mother.
Counterpoint.
That is full consolation.
Counterpoint, Erich. At the end of the original Back to the Future, Marty is now living in a world where his family is rich and successful, and they all have memories growing up with him that he could not possibly have because this is all brand new to him. And that's considered the happy ending. How come it's okay for Marty to be in a different dimension where he has his whole family doesn't know his family anymore? But in this movie, that's such a big deal. Go, fix it.
Well, you know what? I'll just have Doc explain that. Doc, can you explain this to him?
Florian, you're Doc, I think.
Oh, I'm Doc. Well, I'm here to explain that this is completely bullshit. They have this whole thing where it's like, oh, this is not my reality. This is wrong. This is going against. This is against the will of God, I guess, or some kind of crazy bullshit. But it's nonsense. She could easily just find out all the things that happened to her and learn them. And besides, she's a fucking high school kid. How much could have happened to her that even matters? and this stuff about what? Well,
She's
you
a
could
high school kid, so nothing that happens to her matters.
Florian, you have to understand, for Erich, high school was the best years of his life. He really valued that period.
Go back, and I'm desperately trying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess things have changed, but she could just learn what changed. She'd have her mom. I mean, that would be more important, I assume.
Yeah, than some guy she's known for 11 days. I agree completely.
Yeah, and the guy is the same anyways. He falls in love with her again anyway.
You could just have the guy in this. I don't know. That's the one gripe I have with the film is that why not just stay in this dimension?
But what Erich said, oh my god, it's like her drama defines her personality. That is so fucking stupid. You think she's gonna stop being herself because the drama isn't there? That is so stupid. Wow.
No, it's not drama. It's loss. There's a difference.
No, it's the same thing.
Is this loss? That's the question.
Wow, is loss KINO?
Is this loss?
Oh man. I guess.
All right, so I brought up why this movie's KINO and my one gripe with it. Boys, I want to hear from both of you a good thing and a bad thing from the movie. Don't fuck this up. Erich, you go first.
I'd say that with the sequence where she is killing herself in random ways in order to, like, memorize the whatchamacallit, the formula that's needed to be done. I wasn't quite sure, like, why does she need to memorize this thing in order to get it to work? Like, you'd think they could just go through it endless number of times and they'd get it eventually, right?
Well, we established that she couldn't because she keeps getting weaker. But the thing is that it's completely stupid. Why didn't they just say, go through, you just make a list of all the algorithm and then she just says what part of the list they're on, because they're the same. They would make the same list every time. You just have to memorize a single number of what part of the list you're on. I can't believe that they actually made her learn the algorithm. That's so stupid.
I'll say real quick that any movie, and there's only 2 movies I can think of, any movie that has a montage of the main character committing suicide in increasingly funny ways, I'm a huge fan of. Unfortunately, it's just Groundhog Day and these Happy Death Day movies, but we need more movies where the main character has like a happy-go-lucky 3-minute montage committing suicide, because it always makes me smile.
I love how she jumps out of a plane in a bikini. And
that was so
like
good.
They just have the very quick scene of her hitting the ground super fast, like when she was going in slow motion before. Oh, so good.
But what I don't get is why do they always cut away from her dying? Why don't we see the gore?
Because
Wouldn't that be
it's
cool?
PG-13
horror.
Oh, damn it. Why
Which
must the kids always ruin everything?
I feel like that's one of the boons of this movie is that like if they could really just like focus in on the gore and her violently slitting her own throat, that kind of shit,
Yeah.
I think it would lose some of the fun that's
Yeah.
inherent in the movie.
Yeah, these movies are a lot
Really?
of fucking fun, dude. I don't want to be grossed out.
Yeah, you don't want her in like a
Okay.
Saw situation where she's
Yeah.
like a multi-paraplegic and like, would you like to play a game?
Yeah, I appreciate the lighthearted nature of these suicides. I don't want them to make them realistic.
Make suicide fun again.
I've
That's
been
all I'm asking.
trying for 3 years. That's my
God
whole
damn it.
purpose on Monkey Jones. All right, okay, that's one thing to bitch about, E-Rich. What's one thing do you want to point out that was great?
I thought that
Oh,
was
the
great one.
fucking end credit scene.
Wait,
Oh,
there was a scene
Jesus.
after the credits?
Yeah.
Again.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell us because I didn't stay for it.
Wait. I don't remember whether they were after every credit or whether it was mid credits.
Either way,
So
I
many-
missed it, so you're gonna have to.
All right,
You said it
they
teased
set-
another sequel.
Yeah, they set up a sequel where what is it? Some fucking government agency pulls the Asian kid and Trey aside, and they say, "We need you to not commit. We need you to do more tests with your time machine thingy." And they're like, "Okay, well, who would we do it on?" And then it flashes back to the first day, and it's the girlfriend of the dude. I don't know what her name is. The preppy.
The one who pretends that
woman.
she's blind.
Yes,
Oh.
and she is going to
no.
live these days again.
Oh no, I don't want to see it from her perspective. I don't like that character.
Well, no, it won't be from her perspective. I think it'll be them running around in that situation with these government people
Oh.
also there.
Okay, I mean, I'm down for it. I really love both of these movies, so if they make more, I'll watch them. But yeah, like you said earlier,
I think it'll just be them torturing her the entire time.
it does seem like, but these movies are very low budget, mind you. But it seems
What
like
if
this
they're
might not
the
make a lot
killers
of
this
money.
time?
I mean, I'll watch it. I just hope this movie makes enough money for them to justify it.
I hope so, but yeah, let me look.
All right, Florian, hit us with a thing you loved and hated about the film.
Well, I like that the murderer always wears this happy mask. Even though he's murdering her horrifically, at least he's got a smile on his fake face.
Okay.
I think that's pretty cool. No, actually, I guess I really like that it's a different protagonist this time, but then I didn't like when it turned out to be the same protagonist again.
Why would you care? You haven't seen the first movie.
Well, no, but that just means that we have a protagonist change in the middle of the in the first like 20 minutes of the
Yeah.
movie, and that really annoyed me. That's why
It
I
is
care.
a little bit jarring, but I was fine.
I
with it.
want to see the Asian guy die over and over again. Damn it!
Oof. Wait, do they ever reveal who was killing the Asian guy? I don't think they do.
Well, he tried to kill himself. It was a different.
Oh,
different thing.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I
right,
forgot. I
him.
forgot. Yeah, that's
a
when the
great
movie really started going crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it would have
right.
been really cool to just see clones of him trying to kill him all over the place. That would have been
all
the
right.
movie I want.
Monkey. So in its first week, it made $26.1 million on a $9 million budget. It is definitely going to be a profitable enterprise because
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
Blumhouse knows how to do that shit. But I think the first movie did so much better.
Well,
So it's possible.
hey,
Oh,
if
no.
Jason Blum makes even 1 penny profit, he will give the director 5 more films. So
Right.
we have
right.
to hope.
Wow.
The
guess
first
we're
Blumhouse
bound to
trilogy
repeat
of
this.
films, folks.
Wow.
All right, now, Florian, try as hard as you can to think of one more thing that maybe you didn't like about the film. I know there's not a whole lot, but if you can
Oh,
just
man.
rack your mind.
Oh man, well, I definitely don't like the dean who constantly tries to shut down this science experiment. What the fuck is up with him? I mean, clearly this is doing some actual science. I don't know why he's trying to shut it down. It could be huge. He could be benefiting greatly from this discovery, but nope. Guess he just wants to pull the plug.
E-Rich, can you
What a
defend this
meanie.
dean?
He's not really a dean. He's a parody. Like he is the dean that is trying to fuck things up
Yeah.
for the main characters.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
guess.
fucking meme, bro.
Yeah, this movie sure has a lot of memes, doesn't it? All these other movies, and then this guy, oh Jesus, and the fucking blind acting meme. Oh God, that's the
I thought it
worst.
was a funny scene. All
What?
right,
Which one?
boys, do we have any final thoughts on Happy Death Day to you? Ultimately, when it's a movie that is generally pretty good and it's just like a good comedy, there's not a whole lot to mine in the KINO fields here. But do you guys have any final thoughts? Would we recommend this film, Erich?
Yeah, I'd fucking recommend this movie to anybody who's seen a Back to the Future or Groundhog Day, any kind of time travel style movie, and they're fine with some occasional like slasher moments in it. This movie almost completely moves away from that slasher formula, and all for the better. I think that this movie is a very confident kind of we're gonna do whatever the fuck we want, and it seems like the audience is
Yeah,
here
they
for
sure
it.
did.
They're not as here as they were last year for Happy Death Day to You. But it's a very successful movie, and I actually really like the main character here. I think she's just the right amount of. You could see that she was a preppy bitch before, but she's kind of like coming into her own. So I do like that about her. Her not give any fucks or take any shit from anyone is quite fun to watch.
Florian, would you recommend it?
I guess not. I'm just completely confused because this whole thing, and then every time there's someone trying to kill her, and it just doesn't make any sense, and they don't explain why they're always trying to kill her. It's just completely bizarre to me. To me, this movie didn't really achieve anything.
Oh,
and and then she just tries to go back in time to fix things. But what is she even gonna? Oh, great! I guess there's gonna be another movie explaining. I guess we'll see. Guess I can't judge it now. We'll have to wait for the next one.
all right, folks. Forget those nobodies. Here's a real recommendation. The only real way to watch Back to the Future is to just watch all three of them in one sitting and pretend it's one big movie. That's how I do it. And I think the same can be said for Happy Death Day 1 and 2. It's so perfect to just watch them back to back as if it's one big movie, because I think maybe that's what they intended. They certainly pulled off that effect. So if you have 3 hours to kill one of these days, you will have a delightful time watching these movies. But obviously, unless you're Florian, don't watch Happy Death Day to You unless you've seen the first one, because you will be missing so much. And that's it.
Would it surprise me if I said that I've surprised you if I said that I've never seen Back to the Future Part 3?
Oh my God.
I mean, it's not a must-watch, but
It's the end of a trilogy. It's the culmination.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
It's gotta be the best one.
It's
the best one.
I like it, but Back to the Future 2 is my favorite because I love it. It has the greatest cliffhanger in film history, and I'm a big cliffhanger guy.
It's in the Old West.
Oh my God.
Yeah, fuck off.
You don't remember.
Back to the Future trilogy's perfect. Anyway.
Well, we need to go back to the KINO. We need to force Image to watch these. Come on.
Oh, God.
I mean, surely you've seen the first two films, right?
Yes.
How did you see the end of number 2 and you're like, oh, no, I don't care how Marty gets himself out of this mess?
I didn't hear good things about it, so I was just like, oh,
it's not
good.
It's definitely not a bad movie. It's just it's not as exciting as the first two to me. But it's still great. It's still fucking Back to the Future. You have to see how Marty gets out of the ultimate cliffhanger after Doc gets struck by lightning and sent back to 1885. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is Marty gonna do? Oh, I can go run and find the Doc from the first movie, who this Doc at the end of Back to the Future Part 2 is really the Doc from the end of Back to the Future Part 1. He thinks he just sent Marty back to 1985. He's like, oh, job well done. Immediately, another Marty dressed in a leather coat runs around the corner and says, Doc, it's me. We did it. But I'm back from the future, and Doc fucking faints. It's to be continued. What the fuck? This is crazy. I love Back to the Future Part 2. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Is that the one where he gets very, very offended at being called a chicken?
Yeah, and that plot,
that's his weakness.
Well, yeah, that's something introduced in Back to the Future Part 2, but it's resolved at the end of Back to the Future 3, and it's great. It's great. Marty grows as a character. And
does he say, yes, I am chicken? Is that what happened?
The whole drama of Marty McFly's life is that he wanted to be a rock star, but he threw it all away because he got into a street race because some guys in a big monster truck called him a chicken, and he didn't like that. So he gets into a street race with them, crashes the car, and injures his hand, so he can't be a rock star. And then he has like a really sad, pathetic, miserable life, and that's what we see in Back to the Future Part 2. But then after going on these adventures and going to the Old West and all that, Marty grows as a person, doesn't take things so personally. So then we see him in this same scenario, this streetcar race, and they call him a chicken. He's like, oh yeah, let's go, let's do it. And then instead of racing them, he backs up and leaves, and he says, fuck that. And then he lives, and then he has a perfect life. He learned his lesson over the course of the 3 films. It's beautiful.
Wow.
It's beautiful. You have to complete the trilogy, Erich.
All right.
Yeah,
Return of the King cannot be skipped.
I mean, I see that as the same way I see Godfather Part 3, like just not worth bothering.
But it's not
you
a
see
bad
that
movie. It's how the story
That's
ends.
what people say about Godfather Part 3.
Did you see it?
Yeah, but
Did you see
Godfather Part 2
3?
didn't end, if I recall, with a to be continued, and you don't know how the story ends. Like, this is the Part 3 is the actual ending. It's not complete if you watch the first 2. Godfather Part 3, you literally could skip. You wouldn't miss anything.
I mean,
come on.
I think it's yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Well, it's basically like him falling asleep halfway through the movie anyway, so I guess he's used to it.
I like how I have to convince Erich that a movie he hasn't seen is good.
Well, he's seen the reviews, all right? He knows. He
Yeah, I
knows it's
know.
gonna be
Oh, come on.
mediocre.
They're all like in the 90s on Rotten Tomatoes. Well, no, actually,
Oh.
I think Part 2 is like in the 60s. I think number 2 gets shit on the most. But I
Oh,
love it.
no.
Anyway, that's enough. Enough kinoing about Back to the Future. 4 is a kino. I have been Mumkey Jones. Florian and Erich, where can people find you guys online?
Check out Game Squid on YouTube, everyone.
You can find me on Twitter at ERICHKINO. Also, my YouTube channel is just the Erich channel. Me and Florian talk about movies all the fucking time on there. We're gonna stream tomorrow night, right? Fucking Florian?
Yeah, the same time as this stream.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, midnight.
Yeah, I gotta wake up early again. It'll be great. I was gonna do a stream on Sunday where I Photoshop Will Smith into the shape of the genie from the cartoon. But
Somebody
then,
already did that.
well, too bad. I'm gonna do it anyways because you watch me do the Photoshop. But I got sick and I couldn't do it, so I guess I'll do it eventually.
No.
So check that out on my
on
my channel eventually.
we all know you need to be at your fullest faculties and attention in order to
Photoshop
turn
Will
Will
Smith.
Smith into Photoshop Genie.
Well,
All
it
right,
literally hurts
everybody.
to speak.
Everybody, we will see you next time with some Lolita Battle Angel Kino. And the Oscars are
boy.
coming up soon. Who will win between the 3 of us? Who had the most Kino Oscar picks? We will find out. Is that this weekend or next weekend, Erich?
Next weekend, I think.
Okay, Oscars are coming up sometime. For
I saw
Kino,
Bohemian Rhapsody. It was shit.
we'll see you guys next
I
time.
Okay.
You have
fine.
something to fucking say?
I saw The Favorite and I thought it was
nobody-
the worst. Have you seen that one?
Shut up! Okay.
Oh no.
Bye. See you guys next time. All right, I'm gonna get it started. Shut the fuck up. Erich, shut up! Erich! Erich, stop! Jesus Christ, Erich, shut the fuck up!
My name is Erich, and I'm here to say.
Liking traps isn't gay. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your favorite movie review podcast. That's right, it's the Is It Kino Cast, baby! I am your host, Mumkey Jones, joined as always by your favorite Austrian, Erich McCoy.
Currently trapped in the body of a 12-year-old lolly. So
Whoa.
I guess that's my persona at this point.
And your favorite teacher, one Florian Himsel.
Yep, I have all the knowledge and I hate the Trump. Hello, everyone.
I think I might have got the intros mixed up on this episode.
Oh no.
Oops. And today we are talking about a movie that Florian keeps referring to as Lolita Battle Angel. Now, Florian, what do you mean by
no.
that? Why do you keep saying that's not the title of the film? Why do you keep insisting that it should be called Lolita?
Well, we need to put a stop to this. We can't just allow these 300-year-old lollies to be displayed on the cinema. Everyone's just fapping to these underage children that are supposedly 300 years old.
It's not underage if she's canonically 300, Florian.
I know, right? Oh,
And
wow, what a
she
loophole.
does go through puberty in the film and get a female, a full
Tits,
woman
yeah.
body. So,
Like,
as long as you only jerk off halfway through, you'll be okay.
Is that the workaround for all this like porn, this underage porn? Is that they say the character is 500 years old? Even though
No, it's not. It's
It's all
not.
vampires.
No, it's not, because some of the lolicon men out there, they like the fact that the character is 4 years old. E-Rich, a lot of them, they would prefer that the loophole not exist. And I know from experience because I've met and visited these people's houses.
Well,
not saying any
like
names.
This, then.
I'm
will
not
like this
saying
then,
any
'cause
names.
She's got her memory erased, so she's basically not 300 anyway. So bam,
Yeah,
definitely
well,
doing the
It's
wrong
not like she has to
thing.
relearn language or anything. She still knows how to like talk.
All right, enough of the random little talking points.
Babies can learn to talk.
E-Rich, what did you think of Lolita Battle Angel?
All right, so you guys know that I'm usually pretty pessimistic about movies. I go into movies and I start to watch. I think I give most movies like a fair shake to like earn my respect or earn my trust in some way that it's not gonna be a fucking shit show. And
the way you do that is by just looking up their score on Rotten Tomatoes.
yeah,
Or
right. I
falling
go to the-
asleep in the theater and then texting us on Discord while watching the movie.
Yep. Going slowly, falling asleep, and reading what I can of the LA Times.
Yeah,
review.
every movie gets its fair shake from E-Rich.
Right. From the LA Times opinion page. Yeah. So as I go in the theater and start to watch the movie, I have not seen any good anime live action movies. So anytime that is floated my way, I'm already against it. We saw fucking live action Death Note. I saw the whatchamacallit, Ghost in the Shell, which was awful.
Oh, God.
And all of these movies have been so bad, and why bother is always my thought.
Don't forget The Last Airbender.
That's not anime, that's American anime.
Nah, it's anime.
It's anime.
What about the trailer for Detective Pikachu? Does that count as a film?
I guess, but I haven't seen that
Hey,
yet,
here's my
so I
question.
couldn't
Everybody
that.
keeps saying that Detective Pikachu might be the first great anime live-action adaptation. But my question is, isn't Detective Pikachu a video game adaptation? Is it allowed to be both?
I don't know.
Is it going to be the
started
first
as
good
a
video game movie or the first good anime movie? It certainly can't be both. It has to choose a side in history.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it'll be based on
double.
Detective Pikachu, the game.
It's doubly amazing.
All
You
right,
can't stop
so-
it.
When I go into Battle Angel Alita, I see a couple things. I see that it's based on an anime
You
I
see
haven't
some anime
watched.
titties.
I see a young girl with giant anime eyes, and I'm like,
Uh.
what the fuck is going on here? This is scaring me. I'm very scared. I see that it's directed by Robert Rodriguez, famously very low budget director who likes
The
to kind
hero
of be
who
a
brought
maverick
us
and-
the Spy Kids.
Yes, he brought us the Spies Kid and the
The Spies
Machetes and
Kid.
yes, and the Machetes 2 Dose. Why the fuck wasn't it called Machete Dose? What the fuck? All right.
My question is, have you rewatched the original Spy Kids recently? And if so, do you agree it's the greatest movie ever made? Because
I
it
think
certainly
Spy Kids-
is.
What the
Spy Kids
hell?
2 Island of Lost Dreams is one of the best movies.
It's a
produced
great
by-
trilogy.
Yeah.
Did
And
you see that clip? Man, when we were kids, we must have had like really innocent minds and we just don't remember the fucked up shit in these kids' movies. Do you remember? I saw a clip of this on YouTube. In Spy Kids 3, there's a scene where the dude or the guy, what's his name? Was he the guy? Like
Elijah Wood, the guy.
Yeah, Elijah Wood. He walks
Yeah.
in and he says, "I'm gonna say the N-word," and then he loses all 99 of his lives as the game electrocutes him and says, "That's racist. You can't say the N-word." But then he says it right before he
What?
dies. Yeah, I swear to God, I saw that.
Does that happen?
I saw
Jesus
I saw that
Christ.
scene on YouTube and I was like, I don't remember this being in the movie, but it must have been.
Yeah, sounds like it.
It didn't even sound like Elijah Wood saying that though, which is the weird
Oh,
thing.
man.
I think it was Robert Rodriguez himself dubbing in the N-word.
Oh, man.
Where Ricardo Montalban gets a digital CGI body, runs around with a butterfly net and tries to catch butterflies on the moon. And I remember him screaming the N-word a lot in that scene. But I don't remember what you're describing.
That's racist! You can't say the N-word!
All right. So when I see these things, and I also see produced by James Cameron, and this has been the brainchild of James Cameron for quite a while, is to make a heavily CGI Battle Angel Alita movie. And so going into that, I'm like against this movie. I say, fuck everything that's being attempted here. And
I thought you liberals were against prejudice.
I'm allowed to be prejudiced against white men.
Whoa!
So.
There's no white man. This is about a
James
female
Cameron
robot.
is a white man.
He didn't make the movie.
All right, and then he produced the movie, and he's been trying to get it made. For
do you know what a producer does? They give you money, and then they sit there and do nothing.
No, it very much depends. Producers can either do fucking nothing, or they are the lifeblood of the movie that is bringing it into being.
Which is why there have been no good movies since Harvey Weinstein stopped producing them.
And so except for this. And I start to watch this movie, I'm not really into it, but we'll get into my full review, what I overall thought of it. But
thank God.
I love this movie.
Whoa! Whoa, Florian, let's I'm not gonna spoil my review, but let's see if we get a turkey. Do you love this movie?
Yeah, it's great, man.
Oh fuck yeah, dude! This movie's fucking awesome! I love this movie! Hell yeah!
I was so immersed in this movie. God damn, it was so good.
Yes!
I gotta watch it again. I started reading the manga, and I'm gonna watch the movie again.
Oh fuck yeah,
It'll be
dude!
great.
I want to read the manga now too.
This movie, I feel the same exact way. This is an anime-ass movie to the point where it's almost like two halves of a movie, and then the first half they do like a general story, and then in the last half it's like they try to adapt like 4 or 5 story arcs in about 15-minute chunks, and you're just the fucking scene. Okay, I'm gonna spoil the very end of this movie.
That's fine.
Near the very end of this movie, the scene where the boyfriend character has his head on a entirely robotic body, and he falls off of the fucking giant cable thing, and he's just like falling is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
That's funny. What?
And that is anime as fuck.
Yeah, this movie is very, very anime. They did not try to adapt it for a Western audience. They said, fuck it, let's just make a live-action version of the anime.
I think one of my top moments in this entire year is going to be Christoph Waltz walking around, skulking around like he's a murderer, and then he pulls out this giant fucking like rocket hammer thing. And is like, I'm going to go be a hunter warrior.
And he's beating the shit out of giant CGI monsters. He's like a 65-year-old man.
Yeah, when this giant guy in this giant overcoat is just standing there, I'm like, oh shit, this is right out of an anime. And then like it basically doesn't stop. There is crazy CGI races that combines like pod racing and rollerball and all this crazy shit going on. And I think those racing sequences, the what is that sport called? Racquetball?
Rollerball.
Oh, motorball. That's it.
Rocket League. It's called Rocket League.
Rocket League.
That's all I know. Those sequences are some of the best like action sequences because like there's barely any cutting, and like they basically do all the crazy CGI stuff you want to see. And I was actually pretty well impressed with that stuff. And
Erich, you and I both saw this in IMAX 3D on the biggest screen possible with extra, I think they said like 15% extra screen for some exclusive scenes.
Okay. Extra screen, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, Florian, you probably watched this on your fucking phone, didn't you?
Yeah.
I saw it in the cinema, but it wasn't IMAX.
Oof. You missed out. You missed out on 14% more screen for selected scenes, Florian. You have no idea. You probably missed half the plot of the film. You have no idea what even happened.
Oh yeah, I'm so clueless.
So much happened at the very top and very bottom of the screen for those select scenes, and you'll never know what they were.
Well,
Madea is having her flashbacks too.
Are you saying they didn't make it more widescreen? They made it more high and tall?
Yeah,
what?
It filled up more of the screen.
Well, damn. I thought that would have been a widescreen. How bizarre.
As Bionicle Forever in the chat said, it was 14% more lowly. You missed out.
Oh no. All the lowly scenes at the edges, damn it.
The 14% more is when she grows tits.
Whoa, that was way more than 14%, Rich. I measured him.
Jesus.
Monkey, you did the same thing that Al Gore did in the Inconvenient Truth, where when she grew her tits, you were on that cherry picker right alongside it, like measuring how much of the screen the tits took up.
Yeah,
On
I
the
had
IMAX.
to know.
Oh no.
I wasn't gonna wait until I went home to Google Alita cup size. I had to find out while I was watching the film.
That's right. That's right.
All right, well, okay, we all like the movie. I mean, where do we even go from here? I thought we would have an epic
well-
anime battle on this podcast, but now it's just three guys jerking off to the same movie.
Well, I
Yeah.
gotta tell you, there were a bunch of stupid things in this movie, and I read a bunch of the manga, and it seems that all the stupid stuff they've invented. So I'm kinda
wow,
annoyed
shit.
at that.
What's the
Wow.
stupid invented stuff?
Yeah.
Then?
Like, for example, how she is gonna save her boyfriend, but then
Yeah.
she stops and doesn't save her boyfriend. That never happens. I mean, obviously.
What do you
but-
mean she stops and doesn't save her boyfriend?
Well, she just looks at him and she's like, "How could you do this? How could you have a bounty? I'm just gonna believe this bounty, and I'm not even gonna hear your side of the story, and I'm gonna watch this guy kill you."
But she saves him anyway.
Well, but she didn't save his body. I mean, she didn't.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
that
she did
was
the best
pretty
that she
lucky.
could, given the
but the entire
circumstances.
point of this was that like your body doesn't really matter. Like,
No, she had a chance to save him, and she didn't. I guess she did, but she
Well,
did let
she
him.
told the bad guy, if you fucking touch him, I'll kill you.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, but why didn't you just straight up attack?
I don't
Alita's
know.
a
Really?
fucking badass. But like, there were several of them. By the time she would have been able to get at one, like the rest of them would have fucking lit him up and he'd been
Well,
full of holes.
I don't know. I just don't think there should have been a time for her to ponder this. She should have just
Oh,
gone right and attacked.
it's such a minuscule moment, Florian. Let me tell you on the wide scale of humanity why this movie pissed me off. This movie gave me an existential crisis of I hate the universe that I live in. This
God
movie
damn it.
is essentially almost beat for beat a superhero movie featuring a teenage girl. Why in the fuck are we supposed to celebrate and worship fucking Wonder Woman and fucking Captain Marvel as these huge moments in females in film history? Oh, finally a female superhero with a high budget. Are you fucking kidding me? Why is Alita bombing at the American box office when they handed us on a golden platter a female kick-ass cool superhero? What in the fuck? Just because it doesn't have Marvel or DC on it, we're not supposed to say, oh, this is a great hero for little girls to look up to? What in the fuck, E-Rich? Why are we excited for Captain Marvel and not going out to see this with our Girl Scout troop?
Okay. I think there's a distinct difference.
There's
There
no
have been
fucking
action
difference.
hero
This is a
heroines.
cape shit movie.
There have been action hero heroines since the fucking 70s and 80s. Like
But she's
putting-
not even morally good. I don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up.
putting women on the center stage of this stuff is not the new thing. The new thing is having superheroes that are explicitly women and are being adapted from American comics or American.
Oh, so you're telling me
things
that young girls in our country are just racist? Is that what you're saying? Oh, it has to be from American source material for
I
it to
think-
count as
I
a
think-
heroic female character.
I think
Whoa!
I think an entirely CGI woman with giant eyes is not exactly the most representative for most
Have you
people.
seen the trailers for Captain Marvel? That's the ugliest CGI woman I've fucking seen in my life. What are you talking about?
Oh no.
It's all CGI and it's hideous.
You actually have a point here.
Of course I have a fucking point. Yeah, I find it disgusting. Guys, men out there, you have a niece, you have a daughter, you want her to see a female hero who kicks fucking ass? Take him to see Lolita, goddammit. Don't see Captain Marvel. Here's proof that we're not sexist, that I'm not going to hate Captain Marvel because of her gender. I'm saying Alita is better than most Marvel movies. It's fucking awesome, and it stars a chick. So go see it with
It
your
has
with
more
your kid.
creativity than most Marvel movies. I'll definitely give it that.
Yeah.
Shit.
Well, I mean, it has the creativity to look up a good source material. They didn't add much
they have to.
creativity
No,
to it.
Florian, you can't say that. I don't think they took all the designs like piece for piece from exactly what they did in the comics. I think they changed a lot of things and really fleshed out this world in interesting, creative ways that you won't see from the comic book. Is that
you'd
true?
Be surprised.
Is this just 1-to-1 the comic book made into real life? I'm sure they changed a lot of stuff.
I think they made it more generic, if anything. Do you know the big guy with the giant body and the arm, the fingers that are knives?
The guy who she fights 4 different times in the movie.
Yeah, I think she only fights him twice in the manga. But oh my god, this guy! I gotta tell you, he's. What do you think his body shape is in the comic?
Probably looks like E-Rich.
Know, man.
Well, he's a maggot. He's a fucking maggot. And
cool.
He steals bodies of these people. He just cuts off the head with his maggot tail, and then he goes into the body, and that's him now. And when they fight him, they don't know that. They just fight him, and then he just slugs away when they fight him. And in this movie, he's just like this regular guy. But then later on, well, I mean, he also has this quirk where he eats human brains. So he just rips people open and eats their brain. Yeah. and he uses his crazy knife finger to slice someone completely into pieces so that only the brain remains, and then he grabs the brain and eats it. And God, it's so crazy, and they got rid of that, I guess. They just made him pretty.
He is kind of a maggot. They kind of pull him out of that body, and he is kind of like this just spine that's kind of wiggling around.
Well, but he's not a self-made man like he is in the comic. He relies on the main villains to give him another chance. And why do that? He's not even that good at anything. In this one, he grew up as a sewer rat. He was just a kid who grew up in the sewer.
This is a 2-hour-long movie, Florian. How much fucking character development do you want for this dude who she fights a couple times?
Well, they only took the first 2 or 3 volumes of the comic, but
there's 5 other characters around her or around this dude.
For what? He's the main guy, isn't he?
Well, I don't think it's
possessed by the main villain. He's around this Mahershala Ali character as well, and then her mother is there as well. We've got a bunch of things that are playing.
That doesn't even come up in the manga. They must have invented that as well. And
Florian, I think you're falling into the trap of expecting an adaptation to closely resemble the source material.
I'm just expecting it to be better, but they changed this, they made it worse. So I don't know about that. The scientist guy never had a daughter. He never gave her the body of her daughter. He never told her, no, you can't have the
I like that. There's a Pinocchio shit to that I can click with.
Yeah, it was like a Mega Man thing. The Dr. Light made Proto Man, and Proto Man failed and turned evil, so then he made Mega Man. Cool.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's deep.
They're adapting it. It's a fucking adaptation, dude. They're gonna change shit.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
And as somebody who has not read the source material, I really liked the movie, and it made me want to check out the source material. That's literally the best result you can have when you're adapting something.
Well, there's a manga, there's an anime that is 40 minutes, and it seems like it's got exactly the movie beat by beat. Well, no, but I mean, except for those changes. I haven't seen it. I just wanted to see, are they going to continue the story? Well, not in this anime. So I went to the manga, and, well, I guess I'm going to get there. They spend a huge arc on how she becomes the champion, I guess. In the movie, she just becomes the champion instantly, right?
It flashes forward.
Yeah.
At the end.
There's flash forward.
So I guess that skipped, but I guess it wasn't that interesting how she played.
I think they wanted to get to the dramatic sort of cliffhanger-esque ending where it's okay, so she's become the hero down here, but the real fight is up there. And will we see it in Alita 2? The American box office says no. But
yeah, that's a tragedy.
But no, tragedy has been circumvented because this movie is a huge hit in China, baby! Yeah! Oh! Yeah! Fuck yeah, China! Thank God!
Oh, man. I can't wait for the second part of this.
Oh, me too, man. I want Alita 2. I want Alita 3. I want Alita 4. Come on, China. We might let Alita down over here, but you guys, you in Japan, you gotta save it, man. I want to see all the sequels. What's that?
Ni hao, box office.
This movie was supposed to come out during the last Christmas season, so it would have been
Yeah.
up against things like Bumblebee, Aquaman,
Yeah,
Holmes and
that
Watson,
wouldn't
all
have been there
these
at all.
huge hits. They moved it to Valentine's Day so it would have less competition, but it seems even that strategy didn't make Americans really interested, because I think its opening weekend it made like 35 million, which is not
Damn.
very great for a movie of this
What I'm
size.
hearing is it needs to make 400 million to be profitable
400 million worldwide.
worldwide, as far as I know.
My estimate is it's going to make $500 million by the end of its run.
Okay,
It's pretty close.
I got faith in those Chinese, man. There's a billion of them. There's literally
I
like
think-
billions of them.
I think
Yeah,
if
but-
it can make 200 domestic, it might be able to make a
Ooh,
sequel.
That's going to be a rough get.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
I
not
know.
happening.
Yeah, Captain Marvel's coming out in a few weeks. Once Captain Marvel comes out, nobody's going to see Alita at all. So we need this
Captain
movie.
Marvel comes out, what, next week?
2 weeks, I think.
2 weeks, the 8th.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh man, I can't wait. So, anyways, did you like the anime eyes?
I think it worked. It ultimately worked.
Really?
Yeah, I don't understand why people have been complaining about it since trailer number 1. It's a fucking CGI robot character. Why can't
Yeah,
she
but
have
it
big,
doesn't
crazy
really make
eyes?
sense. I mean, it's not like she had crazy eyes in the manga. She just had regular anime eyes, just like everyone else.
I think
don't
I
know
know why this happened. And if you watch the Plinkett review about Avatar, you'll know the same. It's because James Cameron was behind the design of a lot of this, and he designed the Avatar characters to be Disney-fied, which means they all had these huge, cute eyes, because it gives you a sense of innocence and makes you think that something is cute. I think he tried to do that same innocent Disney eyes model for Alita,
Right.
and unfortunately, maybe it was a little too uncanny valley, since it's not a big
It
blue.
sure was.
It's not a big blue cat person like an Avatar, so maybe a lot of people were kind of freaked out by it. But I always thought it looked fine. I never had a problem with it.
I mean, it looked good, but then when every once in a while you just notice it, and it's like, oh, why?
I mean, she's a robot. What are you gonna do?
Well, I mean, she has human proportions everywhere else.
Yeah. Well, Rich, what did you think of the eyes?
I think the eyes worked. I feel like for one of the trailers, the initial trailer, they looked really crazy, and then they toned them down somewhat.
Yeah.
I think,
They did edit the movie
Going
after the
bigger.
reaction.
I think
Oh,
in the
no.
movie, it goes back and forth sometimes. Like sometimes they look crazy big, and then sometimes they look a little bit more realistic and not as crazy. But overall, it worked for me. I think she was a very compelling character on screen, and the actress playing her, Rosa Salazar, did a good job with her. So, yeah, I think she's good.
Oh yeah, she played it great. It's just weird that they chose to enlarge her eyes after, I guess they must have had the facial expressions from the actress, and then they just made them really big.
Mm-hmm.
That's so weird.
Do you guys
Oh,
have any
well.
other general thoughts, or maybe specific thoughts about this movie that you guys really wanted to cover? I was mostly just upset
Okay.
that we're celebrating female superheroes, but not Alita for some reason.
So I must have missed this part. The part where she puts the red war paint on her face, that is puppy blood?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big guy smashes a puppy to death.
Jesus Christ. And then, okay, so one of my favorite, most anime-ass things that I've seen on screen is the end of the movie where she's crying and she uses one of her samurai swords to cut the tear in half.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
One
Yeah,
of
that
the
was
most
great.
amazing things I've seen on screen. I love it. The crazy shit that this movie has in it is just, it gets me excited. It gets me like, fuck yes, this is the shit that you do with hundreds of millions of dollars of budget. You do
Yes.
this insane shit.
Has based Cameron ever let us down, E-Rich?
You put fucking Christoph Waltz in a crazy trench coat and have him run around with a fucking rocket hammer. I wish he had more action sequences in this movie. It's fine to give it all to Alita. That's great. But like him with that rocket hammer, I was just like, holy shit. This is an anime ass thing that I'm watching, and I love it.
And I think Alita's arc is great to watch. It's that standard arc of you have the most innocent, naive character possible. There's a scene where she's so in love with this shirtless hunk of a boyfriend she has that she's literally handing her robot heart to him, saying, "You can have my heart." And that was one of the most anime scenes I've ever seen in a live action film.
Absolutely. And like I think it's a little bit unmotivated. She's practically met him 5 or 6 times at this point.
I think that she's such a naive teenage girl that she's so smitten because this is her first love. I think that perfectly fits in even to a human understanding of emotion.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to give this boy she just met her literal fucking heart.
Yeah. Jennifer Connelly's in this movie playing her mother. She's looking like a snack in this movie. She is amazing.
Wait, that's not the chick from Labyrinth, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, fuck, man.
Wow.
She's so hot. God damn it.
I'm assuming she's a mother.
Well, fuck, man.
3 children. She's a MILF.
If I was David Bowie back in Labyrinth, man, me and her would not have left that labyrinth anytime soon. You know what I'm saying, folks? You
see that bulge Bowie's got in that fucking movie?
that was not a prosthetic.
I do not remember this. Jesus.
Oh, you have to watch Labyrinth again, dude. That's a great movie.
Shall we KINO it?
He has a fucking magic ball that he has flowing through his fingers and shit. How does he even do that?
Yeah.
Was that CGI, you rich? Was he actually talented enough to make that ball roll on his fingers like that?
I don't know.
That must be real.
It's fucking crazy.
And then
Dance,
Mahershala
magic,
Ali.
dance.
Dance, magic.
You remind me of the babe. What babe? The babe with the power. What power? The power of voodoo. Who do you do? What? Remind me of the babe. Dance, magic,
Is that
dance,
from
baby.
the Labyrinth?
Yeah,
Jesus.
they throw a baby up in the air. Little gremlins catch him. They're dancing around. That's KINO.
Dance, magic,
Holy
dance,
shit.
dance, magic.
Yeah, I gotta see it
Probably
again.
like 30-some years at this point. 30-something years.
The movie, I think it came out in
guys know
'84.
You guys know that giant fucking cyborg guy in this movie? It was Jackie Earle Haley?
Who the fuck is that?
Rorschach
idea.
from Watchmen.
You know I haven't
he's
seen that
such a
movie.
noticeable character.
You haven't seen fucking Watchmen?
You knew
Holy
that.
shit.
We're
I
waiting to
thought you
KINO
already
it.
saw it.
No.
Fuck.
Oh,
All right.
We're
I think
gonna have
we
a
should save
KINO
that.
party then.
Save that for when the TV show comes out. And then Oscar-nominated actor Mahershala Ali is in this movie, being like a Morpheus cosplayer from The Matrix. He's just wearing those glasses and walking around in trench coats all the time.
He only exists to have his brain taken over by James Cameron himself.
Yeah. Okay. So guys, when Ed Norton shows up at the end of this movie looking like James Cameron, that has to be on purpose, right? There's no way that's not on purpose.
I think that was everybody's immediate thought, and I fucking laughed hysterically.
I know.
The
It's
big
insane.
evil villain in control of everything looks identical to James Cameron.
And here's the other thing.
I thought it was actually him.
Oh, man.
I thought so too, but then I was like, oh shit, is that Edward Norton? All
I
right.
thought he casted
do you-
himself in the movie.
Do you think they just snuck it in and he didn't realize it looked like him at all? They just tricked
It had
him?
to be on purpose because it was exact. But Erich, what's the point you're trying to make?
So Robert Rodriguez directed this, and if I had not seen Battle Angel Alita, I would have told you Robert Rodriguez cannot handle a production this size.
Oh,
he prefers
damn.
to work in that like smaller space, and that's what he's been doing for
What
the
about
past
Spy Kids 2? That was
15 to 20
a
years.
$500 million
That was
budget movie.
such a long time ago, though. And even that movie was probably like less than $100 million.
I think Spy Kids 2 was filmed entirely in front of a green screen.
the last one, yeah, right. The last Spy Kids movie was made for $38 million.
The one with Joel McHale?
No, the 3D.
Oh,
I don't think Robert Rodriguez made 4.
Wow. You only count the first 3 Spy Kids as being
Oh my
canon.
god, he did direct 4.
What?
And that was
Wow.
made for even less money. That was made for $27 million.
Yeah, wasn't that movie a horrible failure in every way?
Yeah.
The only good
Yeah.
thing was Joel McHale was in it.
Yeah.
Well,
Spy Kids 2, Island of Lost Dreams, made for $38 million as well.
which has the greatest line in cinema history from Steve
Led by
Buscemi.
Steve Buscemi. Yeah.
Florian, do you know the
God.
line? I want to hear Florian say it.
I have never seen Spy Kids. I don't know, man.
What?
Do you think God hides in heaven because he too fears what he created? Is that it? Something like that?
Yeah.
Nice. Should I watch Spy Kids? What do you think?
No,
Lucas Madman, help us, save us.
you don't need to see it. But I really
Yes,
like
he
it.
does.
I really
Oh,
like it, but it's not a must see.
Oh no. What will I
Machete is
do?
in that movie.
As Machete.
As Machete.
Yeah.
Oh man.
He's just their
Before
uncle.
Machete was even a thing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, anyways, guys, do you think we should have a KINO discussion about the Battle Angel manga once we all read it?
No.
What?
Aw.
That's not a movie.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna probably
Close
read it
enough.
anytime soon.
Aw.
I have to watch
Mr.
Avatar:
Guy.
The Last Airbender soon. I don't have time to read fucking comics yet.
Oh my god, I just watched all of Avatar, The Last
Yeah.
Airbender, and Korra.
Why
It's
are
a
you
good
watching
show.
that?
Am I in for a good time, E-Rich?
Yeah, it's fucking
Wow.
amazing.
No complaints?
Really strong storytelling there.
62 episodes of Kino?
Shit! Monkey! The one woman who worked on the Battle Angel Alita script wrote Shutter Island.
Whoa! I
Wow.
mean,
Wrote the script for that.
I think Dennis Lahan wrote Shutter Island, so I mean, the adapted script really didn't change that much. I read the book, and
Okay,
it's,
all right.
it's word for word the same thing.
Right.
That was Florian, if you like adaptation movies that are the same as the source material, I read
Wow.
Shutter Island after the movie, and it's literally scene for scene the exact same thing, except for one like 5-page thing that happens. It's almost like they used the book as the script. It was the most accurate I've ever seen an adaptation in my life.
And was it good?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the book would have been better if I hadn't already seen the movie because it ruins the whole thing, but still, it was great.
Yeah. I guess that's the problem, huh, with that kind of thing. Well,
Yes,
I guess I've seen the movie, so I guess I won't have to read the book. Maybe I'll watch the movie again. Who knows?
Yeah, movie's
this
great.
woman is now working on a untitled Sword Art Online live action series.
Oh no.
Hey, man, I'll just say this, E-Rich. Not too excited about the script writer. The script wasn't the best part of the movie.
It certainly wasn't. I completely agree with that.
They had some lines that if it wasn't in an anime movie would have been cringe, but they were just anime enough that I loved it.
Although I will tell you, I swear to God, this movie was probably 4 hours, and they cut it down like majorly.
Oh, no,
Give me
why
the
would they do
Snyder
that?
cut. I want the Snyder cut of
no.
Alita.
Also, the movie looks incredible. Bill Pope did the cinematography, and he's just fucking great. So there you go.
Well, I think we
Yeah,
should move
it's
into
beautiful.
our final judgment. E-Rich, would you recommend Alita, Lolita, Battle Angel, and is it Kino? Is it Kino?
If you are listening to this episode and you have not yet seen Alita Battle Angel, whatever the fuck it's called, go to your biggest screen possible, watch this movie. If you don't like it, well, okay, all right. Well, at least you gave some money and attention to something that deserves your money and attention. This is not going to make as nearly as much money as something like Captain Marvel. And I think it's just as deserving, if not more deserving, than that. Alita Battle Angel is a lot of fun. It's crazy. It's insane. I love seeing shit like this on the big screen rather than just the same shit that Marvel pumps out all the time. So definitely go see this movie. I want more Alita Battle Angel movies. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, maybe it'll pick up if everyone sees it. No, wait. I mean, if they make more movies, maybe it'll be just like Marvel one day.
That's
You
the
think it
hope.
could happen?
I want the Alita cinematic universe. I want the Christoph Waltz prequel film.
Yeah.
I want
Oh my
all of
God.
it. Florian,
That'd be
would
the
you
best.
recommend Lolita Battle Angel?
Yeah, watch Alita already, damn it.
Yeah.
You disappointing American audience who's only seen 60 million worth of tickets. Watch it, damn it.
All right, here's a real opinion, folks. I thought this movie was pretty bad. Like the girl's eyes were all big and weird. I was like, what the fuck is that? You know, it's weird. They're like robots and fighting, and I'm like, why would I care if a robot dies? Like, it's not a human, you know? Like they have like the whole movie's building up to this this big roller skate death battle game, but then like when she's actually doing it, she just leaves halfway through. Like she bursts through the wall, and I'm like, well, like why'd you even introduce this roller battle game if you're not gonna complete it? Like what the fuck? Stupid movie. That is the actual review of my close personal friend Tim Pool. He posted on Twitter, Alita is horrible. They spend the whole movie building up to this game, and then when they play it, she leaves. And I was like, well, that sounds weird, but I guess I'll watch the movie. And then I watched it, I'm thinking, how is that his complaint? It's perfectly.
They continued
Yeah,
the chase.
yeah, it's like, really? What the? Did you think the movie was about fucking rollerball game, dude? What the fuck are you talking about, Tim? I think he
That's so
missed the
insane.
point of Lolita Battle Angel. But yeah, it's pure Kino in every way. I'm so happy that you guys feel the same way. I was worried that once again this year I would be the only one defending a movie. I think every Kino we've done this year, I was in support of the film. So maybe something's in the water over here. But I've really been enjoying cinema this year. Maybe Captain Marvel will break the trend.
Well,
Are you
you're
saying
the one who
2019 is
chooses.
the year for Kino?
You're the one who chooses the movies. Of course, you're gonna like them. When do you ever see something you don't want to see?
I mean, I could be excited for something and then it can disappoint me.
Well,
Yeah.
fine, but
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's gonna be.
I'm gonna see
way
Captain fucking
expected.
Marvel, dude. It
Come on,
looks like
Captain Marvel's gonna be great.
It looks like fucking garbage. The CGI that they still show to this day, so we know it's not like a work in progress. When she's flying outside of the hemisphere of Earth and she's like really going all glowy and her hair's like a weird green mohawk, it looks so ugly.
Guys,
it's
think
hideous
this is
to
something
look
you can-
at.
No. You can easily say that about basically any Marvel trailer. That like any shot of fucking Spider-Man swinging around looks bad. Like,
But
you've seen
it's not even like
gifs
I can't even blame the
breaking down
CGI. It's
fucking
the
Civil War.
It's the basics of the
breaking down
character
airplanes.
design that is ugly.
Yeah, but you've seen the fucking gifs of like Robert Downey Jr. in the Iron Man suit. When you like actually look at it and like pay attention to what's going on there, it looks awful. Like all of this shit doesn't look very good. You just kind of like throw on your don't mind
Hey,
glasses.
man.
And watch
Are you,
Well, are you
if you're accusing me of being gay, saying, "Oh, Mumkey, you're only saying that the character is ugly because it's a female," feel free. This is not a gender war, E-Rich. I'm saying specifically, I don't care what gender the character is. It looks hideous.
Are you
Truly,
talking about
truly
the scene where
hideous.
we see Iron Man inside the suit and it's all black, just his face?
No,
Is that what
I'm
you're
talking
talking
about
about?
whenever he takes off the helmet.
And it's just
part,
his head
and-
floating around.
Yeah, it's a CGI body and just Robert Downey Jr.'s head.
Nice.
Well,
Yeah.
what are you gonna do? It looks better than a glowing green mohawk ugly fuck. Makes me want to vomit.
We'll see. We'll see what Captain Marvel brings us.
All right, I think that's it for our Lolita discussion. Unless you guys have any real last minute thoughts, how many times did you jerk off in the theater, E-Rich?
I actually undid my belt.
Holy shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, was it just tight, or did your pants get tighter as the movie went on?
I'll let the audience decide.
Wow. Florian, is it legal to jerk off in Austrian movie theaters?
I would think not.
Isn't it required? Isn't that how they collect your seed?
Whoa!
I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to jerk off anywhere outside your house.
Well, I've never been to Austria. I don't know your customs. I wanted to be respectful and ask before assuming.
Are you just fapping everywhere? Is that
No,
what you do?
no, it's illegal in America. That's why I was asking if I could do it there.
Just peeling a banana all over the place?
Now, as a citizen of Austria, are you tired of the dingo eating your baby?
Goddamn. Yeah, those damn dingoes.
Do you have a pet kangaroo?
Watch out! A
Sure.
dingo ate my baby.
Now
It's funny you
do
would
that
say
that
that,
accent,
Nick.
but say I'm from Austria.
Throw another shrimp on the barbie.
Mate, I'm from Austria.
Hello. It's me, you're Austrian.
That's me.
Have you ever gotten that? Has somebody legitimately thought you meant Australia when you said that on the
Yeah,
internet?
pretty rarely.
That's funny.
It's all the
Alrighty.
best.
For Izakino, I've been Mumkey Jones. Boys, where can people find you online?
You can find me at ERICHKIN. I can't fucking talk. KINO on Twitter. If you can fucking tell what I just said, then find me there. Hit me up. We'll figure something out.
It's like a puzzle. Could you see what he said?
Mm-hmm. Nobody
Yes,
can.
check me out on YouTube. It's the Game Squid channel.
And if you want to check out this podcast on a variety of platforms, we're on Podbean, we're on iTunes, we're on Libsyn. And if you want to watch this show live with video, you can go to twitch.tv/MumkeyJones and hit that follow button. It's free and easy, folks. You can watch us do these live, or you can wait for the YouTube upload or the Libsyn upload. or when I upload my dick into your mom's butt. For Is It KINO.
Wow.
Goodbye. We'll see you next time with the results of the Oscar game that we did episodes ago, baby.
I don't think I'm going to be as happy about that as I am Alita Battle Angel, I'll tell you that.
Well,
Yeah, it'll suck.
What did we
Alright,
wager?
goodbye.
Did we wager anything?
yeah, whoever wins is the KINO Patrician of the Year.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah. Well, okay, bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your favorite movie review podcast, Is It KINO? I am Monkey Jones, joined as always by E. Rich McCoy and Florian Himsel. Now, E. Rich, this is a very special episode because of you, so please do us all the honors and explain what movie are we reviewing today and why exactly are we discussing it?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we did an Oscar review show where we thought we were going to determine who was the most KINO of the three of us. And as I suspected, I won that competition. I am obviously the best host of Is It KINO. So in order to prove that I am the most KINO, I made those two idiots that I have to unfortunately share the stage with, Monkey Jones and Florian Himsel. I made them watch an actually good movie other than the absolute dreck we usually watch.
Oh, is that what it
Watson.
was? Damn.
Or Holmes and Watson. No, instead of watching that, which I should have made you fuckers watch Holmes and Watson. God damn it! God damn it! Okay, all right.
I already saw it.
Instead of actually visiting my revenge against these idiots, I made them watch a movie I actually love, First Reformed. I did not rewatch the movie.
Wait. What movie? What movie did you pick for us to watch?
First Reformed.
Are you kidding me? It's called
What?
First Reformed?
Yeah.
Oh no, what did you watch?
Oh my god.
Oh,
guys. Guys,
come on.
I think I fucked up. I think I made a horrible
no.
mistake. I
What
swear
did
to
you
God,
watch?
I thought you said... I don't know how I mixed this up. I thought you said we should watch Medea's Family Funeral. Because that's the movie I went and saw for this podcast.
Did that come out?
Yeah, that's out in theaters right now.
I had no idea.
I saw that
Fuck. All right.
yesterday. So don't worry.
right.
I think we can still make this work. I'm sure the movies are very similar.
Yeah,
Just-
right. We'll just all
same.
talk about the movie that we watched.
The two
and
of you can
everyone
talk
will-
about First Reformed, and I'll talk about Medea's Family Funeral, and maybe we can compare and contrast the films.
Oh my
and,
god, it did come out.
Man,
Shit.
I'm sorry, Rich. I thought that's what you told us to watch. I guess the titles are really similar or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
what
fuck.
an accidental mix-up. Jeez.
Yeah, what a horrible mistake.
Jesus Christ. All right. All right.
Matt, what will you do if you're not heavily preached to about the environmental collapse, Monkey?
Oh,
What
there's
will you
plenty
do?
of preaching in Medea's Family Funeral. Don't you worry.
Oh, no.
Medea
love
taught me
preaching.
that a black funeral is very long and that there are lots of speeches given about God. So don't you worry. There's lots of preaching in this film.
Oh, wow, it is exactly the same. Damn.
Well, let's do a little bit of comparing and contrasting for this very special KINO episode. How does your film begin? Because my film begins with Tyler Perry playing an elderly man with he's a double amputee with his legs missing, and he has to talk with
Whoa.
one of those you know how if you smoke a lot and you get a hole in your throat and you have to talk with like a robot voice on your neck.
All right.
That's how he
No.
talks, and he tells his granddaughter that he wants to fuck her. That's how my movie begins. Does your movie
What?
begin
Really?
similarly? Yeah. That's how Medea's Family Funeral begins. How does your movie begin?
Holy shit.
That
It
was
begins
exactly
with
the
what's the
same, yeah.
Pretty much the same.
Yeah, barely any difference.
It begins with Ernst Toller, the pastor at the First Reformed Church in Snowbridge, New York, writing down his thoughts in a journal, which he does throughout a lot of the movie.
Yeah. Are his thoughts that he wants to fuck his granddaughter?
Possibly.
Oh, man.
These movies already sound identical. I think. Which one came out first? Because I want to know who ripped off who.
Man, did you really not see it? Oh, pretty crazy.
Florian is so fucking broke up that Monkey didn't watch the movie.
Well, here, I want to, because we can't just go through the movie plot by plot. You guys tell me what you thought of First Reformed, and I'll tell you what I thought of Medea's Family Funeral.
Well, I already explained what I thought about First Reformed. Florian, did you like this movie?
I guess it was all right.
Yeah, I expected that.
It's just weird how the entire movie just has this air of dread over it.
Yeah.
I guess that's what you like, huh? It's just
Yeah,
viscerally
man.
the movie.
The entire world is going to come to a fucking end at some
Yeah,
point.
very likely. Yeah, I'm sure. The climate change will be absolutely catastrophic. We'll all be wrecked.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
And
Erich,
the
my
only
question is, if climate change won't really start its full effects until long after we're dead, why should we
Uh-huh.
care? It doesn't bother us. We're not having kids.
Because the actual the actual effects will start to really affect us.
Oh no, California will be underwater. Oh
How
man,
do
I'm
you feel
so
about
sad.
Monkey? How do you feel about immigrants?
Oh,
That's a loaded question, Erich.
Yeah, and I want your answer.
You need-
I want
Oh,
your
yeah.
loaded answer.
You're gonna need a little more specific of a question than how do you feel about immigrants?
well, that'll be.
We're a
in
country of
general.
immigrants, Erich.
Oh, jeez, they're from California because they'll be flooded, I assume.
I think
And
well,
all around the world.
California wants to secede from the Union, so soon they will all be immigrants if they come over here.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I think California is also geographically speaking splitting off from the United States as well.
Yeah, but not very
Well, like at the
fast.
San Andreas Fault, it's gonna split in half.
Yeah. Like maybe we'll just have a giant earthquake and they'll just be separated completely.
Oh man, that would be cool.
If a shit ton of people die in a California earthquake, does that lower their electoral votes?
No.
That's bullshit.
What do you mean a shit ton?
Like half the
Is-
population dies. Shouldn't they lose half of their electoral votes?
Is that how you thought that the electoral college works? You thought it was based on population?
It kind of is.
Is it?
That's why Wyoming's worth like 3 votes because nobody lives
Yeah,
there.
The population of the state decides on how many electoral votes they get.
It does?
Yeah.
Oh, weird. I
That's
thought
why
it was based
we're
on
waiting for the
size.
Californian genocide by earthquake.
If it was based on size of the state, then Alaska would have and Texas would have more votes than every state
Yeah.
combined.
And Canada would have a shit ton of votes. They're huge.
Oh,
Canada.
All right, let me tell you guys a little bit about how I felt about Medea's family funeral. Now, I've seen a few Madea movies in the past. I told Erich about Boo 2 last, I think 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago, maybe. But this movie is the first dual black comedy. Because black comedy, there's 2 different definitions for that. This one meets both. Black comedy in the sense of it's a Tyler,
I just got that.
yeah, it's a Tyler Perry Madea movie, so it's like an African American black comedy. But it's also
Is that what it says on Wikipedia? A black comedy, black comedy.
It should. I think I'm gonna go add that right now. Type.
that is amazing.
And then
Oh my god, that's amazing.
it's also a black comedy in the sense that it deals with very dark subject materials, including getting killed by the police and going to a funeral and dying and all these horrible things.
Damn.
This movie, and I'm a guy who loves black comedy. Both kinds, but mostly the ones that deal with darkness and depression and death and all those things. I think it's really funny to joke about people dying. It's funny to joke about me wanting to die. It's all great. But this movie, this Tyler Perry comedy PG-13 movie, made me so uncomfortable.
Oh my
So
God.
uncomfortable with the way it deals with these things. We've seen a lot of movies lately that deal with police brutality and how tense and crazy these scenes of a black person getting pulled over in their car can be when you have some asshole cop who is like, oh, hands on the wheel. Oh, no. Now reach into your glove compartment. No, slowly. Don't move. Why'd you take your hands off the wheel? Like they're just being incoherent assholes and like they're going to shoot you if you fuck up, but then they're giving mixed signals and shit. I recently saw, of course, there's been like 100 movies in the last year that has this shit, but one of the best ones was the movie me and Erich talked about the chick with the big tits. What's that movie called?
The hate you give?
Yeah, they hate
I
you
was
give.
in that.
Oh yeah, you were there too. This Tyler Perry Madea movie has its own version of that hate you give scene where the kid gets shot,
Oh boy.
but they try to play it for laughs. And the way they try to play it for laughs is that the white asshole cop is as over the top and angry as humanly possible.
Right.
And having
Wow,
seen,
that's amazing.
and this isn't even like a black and white issue. It's like a asshole retard cop issue. Because that video of the cop pointing his gun at the white guy in the hotel hallway when he's drunk and he's making him do like the fucking Ramshambo dance, and then he ends up shooting him. Or you guys seen that video from like last year?
No.
Well,
Last year?
yeah, it was like some asshole cop pointing a gun at some poor guy in a hallway, and he's telling him to do like 100 different things, and then he ends up
What the
shooting him
fuck?
anyway. It is very uncomfortable. But that's essentially what this scene in the Madea movie was, with Madea and her whole family in this car, and Madea and her friends just keep saying this stupid shit while the guy is giving a very authentic reenactment of a crazy cop who's about to murder a person. And I did not enjoy it at all. It was not funny. It made me feel sick.
Really?
It-
Damn,
it-
it sounds like you're entertained right now.
It was in very, very poor taste because it was just a reenactment of real life murder events with Madea giving her commentary over it.
Mm-hmm.
It was
So I guess-
horrible.
So I guess he didn't shoot her then?
No, he didn't.
Because there is a funeral, so...
Yeah, that's
who
what I was
died?
thinking. Because this is at the very beginning of the movie, and it's called the Madea family funeral, and she's in this car with her family. I thought for sure the cop was gonna fucking kill somebody.
Yeah, that would have been amazing.
It was-
Damn.
it was-
How
it's
did they miss
very
this
intense.
opportunity?
Oh yeah, what a missed opportunity. Well,
So who died instead?
I don't know. We got to go back and forth. I need to hear more about this First Reformed before I go too deep into the. And this is a clusterfuck of a plot on this Madea movie. So hopefully your movie has a more simple story to explain.
All
Yeah,
right,
I
so-
think it's pretty simple.
All right.
What do
so
you think? Is it very complex? Are there many threads to this story?
Not many, no. So Ernst Toller is requested to counsel a young man who has just recently married his wife and has fallen into a deep, dark depression. His son... Okay, no. The pastor's son was killed in the war in Iraq. And the... Wait, I'm reading the fucking...
Wait, was he? I thought the pastor's son fell down a well and died.
The pastor's son was killed in Iraq, and the pastor had told him to go into the war.
Now, at
So
any
he
point does the
feels bad
pastor
about it.
say, "Oh hell no"?
No, he does
No,
not.
okay. So maybe these movies aren't so similar after all.
And so
He's
he-
pretty well spoken.
He is brought to counsel this man who has fallen into a deep depression and is going into being a radical environmentalist. So he's going to attempt to like assassinate people and blow shit up to try to stop climate change and like polluters and shit like
He's
that.
like the IRA.
Yes,
And
yes.
that
Freedom
man
fighter.
is so insane. I cannot even
Yeah,
believe
he
the
is
levels
very
of
crazy.
insanity.
Wait, you're telling me that somebody who believes in climate change is insane in this movie? Sounds red-pilled as fuck.
Yeah, it's
Um,
pretty weird if you think about it.
So this couple is very, very like fractious, and it seems like they're not going to like be together for long.
Fractious.
Yeah, but Mary, who is played by Amanda Seyfried, I believe we've talked about her on the show before.
Yeah, we've talked about wanting to fuck her before.
Yes, she is pregnant.
Mamma
and
mia.
She wants to get an abortion.
What
And
was she playing
she's-
before?
She played Mamma Mia.
she was, yeah, she was. Mamma Mia.
She played Daughter Mia in the first one, and then Mamma Mia in the second one, where Meryl Streep played dead Grandma Mia.
Damn.
All right, so she wants to. I'm sorry, the husband wants her to get an abortion because he says the world is going to come to an end essentially because of all this climate bullshit happening, and to
point.
bring a child into that world is a inherently bad thing to do.
Yeah,
So
honestly, that kid's better
problem.
off not existing at all than existing in a world where China is propelling this hoax upon all of us.
Right. So
Oh,
I'm
no.
just going to real quick wrap up that little plot fragment there, and then you can talk about Madea a little bit more.
Of course.
They find a suicide vest in his garage.
Oh, going
then-
fast.
Wait,
the-
a suicide vest?
Yes.
Can I buy
like
this
an
at Walmart?
explosive
What is
vest.
it? Oh,
It's an explosive vest.
I thought it was like you put on like a sweater vest and it kills you.
Yeah, it just has a knife in it.
Yeah, I was hoping I could purchase one.
That'd be great. It's like the suicide booth in Futurama.
Well, because you can, it's so easy to buy like an exit tank where you buy a helium tank and a gas mask and you hook it up with a pipe. I was hoping if there was something similar, but it was just an article of clothing you could wear that would kill you.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, instant
All
kill,
right.
man.
So to stop this environmental terrorist from using it, the pastor takes it and puts it in his house. They go out to look for the dude, and he has gone out and killed himself. So
Oh.
now, Monkey, tell us more about
Well,
Madea.
speaking of people dying, let me
Uh-huh.
let me set up the intricate plot of this film, and it's very confusing because most of the story revolves around characters that have never appeared in a Madea movie before, as far as I know.
Okay.
It's introduced that Madea has an extended family of characters who she's going to visit for, I think, an anniversary party. I don't remember really any of the characters' names except for AJ, so we'll base all the character relationships off of AJ. Try to follow me here, because it's very, very difficult.
All right.
AJ is married to his wife, AJ's wife. AJ has a little brother named AJ's little brother, and
Right.
AJ's little brother is engaged to be married to AJ's little brother's fiance.
That's pretty complex, man.
Tell me about
follow.
AJ's little brother's fiance's family.
They're not in this yet.
Damn it!
So
I want you to just keep adding things to that.
well, here we go. This is when it's going to start getting complicated. Now, AJ and AJ's little brother have parents, and it's their anniversary, and they're like 70 years old, and it's like this is going to be their anniversary party. That's why everybody's coming to the same house for this. But since everybody's coming from out of town, AJ and his little brother's fiance decide they're going to fly in together, but really they're having an affair, boys, because we cut to a hotel room where AJ and AJ's little brother's fiance are fucking in a bed. So AJ's cheating on his wife, and AJ's little brother's fiance is cheating on him, and he's betraying his little brother. So already it's a mess. But then AJ, while in this hotel room, hears through the wall the sound of his father, and he's confused. So he goes and checks it out, and his father is cheating on his mother with a young family friend who I thought might have been related in some way, but no, it's just this hot 28-year-old who just hangs out at their family's house and is also... she's in a dominatrix outfit, and she was fucking the dad, AJ's dad, even though it's his anniversary party that day with his longtime wife. But evidently, he was so excited by this dominatrix cheating that he dies of a heart attack in the bed. And that's when Madea and Tyler Perry and their whole family walk into the hotel because they happen to be staying at this same hotel for this anniversary party. And they catch the whole thing happening. And it's very important to the plot that AJ's dead father, who is dead, has a large erection even in death. And this erection never goes away, as we'll find out later on in the movie.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
All of this information is revealed within 3 minutes, and it took me the whole movie to piece it together. I had no idea what was happening.
Wow.
Is it like a murder mystery where you just learn more pieces?
No, it's like we just introduced you to 10 new characters, and now figure out the relationships, and also now they're all cheating on each other, and I'm like, what? What's happening?
Are you saying that they weren't calling each other AJ's brother and stuff?
No, they weren't.
Wow.
I could have pulled up Wikipedia, but I wanna give an authentic review from my memory.
I can imagine watching this movie is like you start to put a puzzle together, you get like one of the corners, and then none of the other pieces in the puzzle are anything like what you were just putting together. So you have to keep that in mind and then work on this entirely different puzzle while you're trying to do that.
Beautiful.
So the drama of the film is that Madea, in her infinite wisdom, figures out that everybody is cheating on everybody and all the betrayals, but she doesn't want to ruin the widow's life, so she wants her and her friends to keep it a secret from the widow that her husband died cheating on her with their close family friend. And many problems arise from that, like when they send Madea to the funeral home to dress the corpse. The coffin, the casket, the lid will not stay closed because the dead man's erection keeps pushing it up.
Good lord.
So there's a 5-minute sequence where Madea is aggressively pushing down the lid of this coffin, but the dead man's erection keeps opening it back up, and this goes on for so long that I almost vomited.
How does that even make sense?
Monkey,
He'd have to be
how many
alive
people
for
were in
that
the
to happen?
How many people were in the theater with you, and how were they reacting to
The
this?
theater was half full. I remember walking in and seeing a group of 4 very elderly white women, and I sat close to them because I wanted to hear their responses, and they were
Right.
probably laughing harder than anybody else. The entire theater was abruptious, if that's a word, with laughter
Uproarious.
the entire time. Yeah, uproarious with laughter.
Oh,
They absolutely loved every second.
Uproarious.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's what's going on in my movie. What's the plot of your movie? What's going on?
All right. So, the pregnant wife of this man, now repeatedly seeks out Ernst Toller for comfort, in the wake of her husband's suicide.
Wait, you're going way too fast. Momke's gonna have explained his movie.
No.
No,
because
wait,
I'm
you're gonna have
completely-
explained your movie, and then Momke's gonna take an hour to explain
No,
his.
don't worry. There's not
Florian,
much more
I
to
haven't
explain with
even-
mine.
I haven't even talked about
Okay.
the megachurch yet, Florian.
Oh, the mega church. Damn.
In a scene where the pastor and Amanda Seyfried almost have sex, or do they have sex?
No, they just lay upon each other.
They
It's
just
really
lay
weird.
on each other.
And the
they
pastor
float
is
through-
Ethan Hawke, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they float through like time and space, and it's basically this crazy scene where they start floating and shit.
Yeah, and then
Right,
they
Florian?
see all kinds of environmental destruction happening in the background
Yeah.
for some
Oh my
bizarre
god, this movie
reason.
sounds like a fucking circle jerk. All this environmental bullshit.
It's great.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
Man, you should have seen the funeral. It was beautiful. He insisted that they would have this funeral in front of some kind of toxic contamination site where there were
Yeah.
like amazing shipwrecks, like so many shipwrecks, and it was just really picturesque. And then they were
Was
singing
it a
this
super fun site?
super fun.
Super fun.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, this is worth looking up.
Yeah, definitely. Need to know.
Basically, just where the EPA puts a bunch of toxic, hazardous chemicals and shit.
Okay.
Is the
Um,
APA real?
Wait, so what's up
the
with this
EPA?
mega church? Why is the mega church so important?
All right, so while all this shit is happening, the megachurch is basically trying to come into his very small parish and take over his ceremonies. They're doing like the 100th anniversary of 250th anniversary of the church that he's
Jesus.
Church. I was trying to figure out whether it was a Church of Jesus. It's First Reformed Church, but I don't
Okay.
know what that even fucking means within what I guess Roman Catholic.
Well, either way, they were apparently shepherding slaves that were being liberated. So I guess it was very relevant. Wait, did they say it was 100 years old?
No, it's
Slavery's older
250
than
years
100.
old.
Yeah,
It's
that
250
makes more
years old.
sense.
Yeah. So a mega church is trying to like take over this ceremony. He's supposed to be the pastor is supposed to be the one who's heading it up, but a other pastor played by Cedric the Entertainer is kind of coming in and trying to take it over, and the mega church is kind of attempting to be the one in charge of this thing. So you've not only got the environmental deal here, but also like the big business concerns that this other mega church is dealing with are also taking a toll on this pastor's life.
E-Rich, if you hadn't seen either of these movies, and somebody explained the plot of Medea's family funeral and the plot of First
Right.
Reformed and said, E-Rich, which of these movies do you think Cedric the Entertainer is in? Which one would you have guessed?
I would definitely have said Medea's.
Yeah, that's really funny.
What is the movie even called? Medea's what?
Medea's family funeral. It's rumored to
Family.
be the final Madea film.
That's not true. In 20 years, there's going to be a gritty Madea reboot.
Oh, boy.
The character should be dead by then. She's so old.
She's going to come back to life or some shit.
Oh no.
All right, should we go
Zombie
back to my
Madea.
movie, or do you have more on this megachurch point?
Yeah, let's go back to yours.
So they're really trying to. Madea wants to keep this secret from the widow. So there's I think a 45-minute long scene where Medea's friends keep trying to tell the widow, "Oh yeah, he had a ball gag in his mouth and he died with a huge erection." And every time they try to say this, and they're in a hospital, and like the woman just found out her husband died like a second ago, and now this is happening. Madea keeps slapping them really hard on the face, and she knocks her brother's teeth out. And
What?
they put prosthetic gums over Tyler Perry's teeth. So, like, you can see the outline of his teeth in his mouth, but with, like, just red shit on top of it, and it looked really bad and gross.
Christ.
She also punches
Wow.
her 80-year-old little tiny friend in the face, like, 10 times. And the little friend calls her the N-word a couple times. And it's... I guess in PG-13 movies, you can get away with saying the N-word all you want if you're black. Is that true? I thought that would be like an automatic R rating.
Hell no.
I don't know. I
You're
assume
black,
they
you
just
say
say
the N-word.
that. Yeah, they just say that in every sentence.
Yeah,
I don't know
you
how.
would think for being like the worst word, you couldn't just say it willy-nilly in a PG-13 movie. There were 4-year-old children in my audience. They don't want to hear that.
It's not the worst word when they say it, but if the kids would say it, that would be a problem. How can we
Problematic.
prevent this? Damn.
Now, guys, I have a confession to make. So,
You didn't actually see.
what, you think I'm
Yes,
making these
family
scenes
man.
up? You think I?
No.
No.
It sounds exactly right.
No. So eventually they get to the funeral, and it's like a long montage of the funeral going on for 8 hours, and we see the limo, or not the limo driver, but the what's the name of the dead guy car that they drive? Cadaver car.
A Hearst.
The hearse.
First, yep.
Oh, we see him like checking his watch, like, oh, where the fuck are they? Oh, it's a black funeral. It's supposed to go long. We have not yet seen all of the secrets be revealed. I'm just waiting any moment now. Madea is going to reveal that the husband was unfaithful, and all the kids are cheating with each other and all this shit. But then I got really bored and I left the theater, and I don't know how it ends.
Damn.
So
So that's why there wasn't more to explain. We're missing out on this great narrative.
I saw like
Oh, well,
3/4 of the movie, and I hated it so much because I'm leaving out hours of horrible jokes that made me feel sick to my stomach. That I thought, I'm seeing this as a joke to piss off E-Rich because I'm not gonna watch his stupid liberal
you did
movie.
this to yourself.
Yeah.
Like I owe nothing to anybody here. I'm literally wasting my own life and making myself sad for no reason. I'm just gonna leave.
Wow.
So then I went home. The end.
Didn't you
Monkey.
feel more sad for being a quitter?
No, I feel happy that I didn't watch the rest of that movie.
Monkey, would you like to guess how many Tyler Perry Madea movies there are?
12.
7.
Oh, Monkey's closest. It's 11.
Damn it.
Medea's Family Funeral would be the 11th movie.
Does that count
Wow.
the animated Madea movie that came out 5 years ago?
Wait, what?
There's an animated Madea movie that's rated PG because it's for the kids.
Wow.
Do you know what it was called?
Just search Madea cartoon. But I'll say, maybe this movie does end with Madea dying, and that's why it's the final one. I
That is
don't.
counted. Medea's Tough Love is counted.
But the payoff would have been huge.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
man.
know if Madea dies at the end or not, because I didn't watch it to the end. So
Damn.
this very well could be the
Well,
official final movie, unless she comes back as a
Wikipedia
ghost.
can't even tell me. Wikipedia can't even tell me
The plot
because
there's no plot description on
it
Wikipedia.
just says a joyous family reunion becomes a hilarious nightmare as Madea and the crew travel to backwoods Georgia, where they find themselves unexpectedly planning a funeral that might unveil unsavory family secrets.
Yeah, well,
That's it.
I don't know why the word hilariously was used to describe that plot because it was certainly not funny.
All right, I'm gonna try to wrap up my first reformed summary here real quick.
Okay.
So alongside this megachurch dude who's in charge, played by Cedric the Entertainer, there's also a industrialist played by Michael Gaston, named Edward Bulk in the movie, and he is one of these polluting, awful people who doesn't want Ernst Toller, the pastor, to speak up about these environmental concerns that he was going to do at the big 250-year anniversary thing. So the pastor is conflicted. He has to stew on what it means to be a Christian when you're allowing all of this crazy environmental shit to be happening. And he goes to blow up the entire 250th reunion thing, taking that suicide vest that the environmental terrorist had. He goes to go do that. The woman gets into his place, hugs him, and he doesn't do it.
And he blows up with her.
You're forgetting the part where he puts, what does he put? Some spikes into his actual vest. So I guess he actually
Yeah,
does have
right.
that suicide vest that Mumke wanted.
Oh, awesome.
Right.
And
Well-
does he drink bleach too? I think he
Yeah,
poured
he
bleach.
almost drinks bleach.
Oh my God, he goes full
he's
Amanda
about to drink
Todd.
bleach.
And then he
um,
hugs her while he's got spikes in his vest
Ah.
that are stabbing him. It's
Yeah.
bizarre.
What the fuck?
But
It-
so here's
it-
the thing. Here's the thing about the end of this movie. He has locked every single door around him so that nobody can stop him. But she is somehow able to get into his place, which has led many people to think, oh, this is some kind of like crazy twist ending that didn't really happen. Like that is him trying to make a better ending for himself before he actually goes to do this thing. So I think there's some up in the air thing how she was able to get through to there.
It's a
Through him.
truly Nolan-esque ambiguous ending, just like
Yeah,
the ending of Medea's family funeral, because we don't know
Oh,
how it
no.
ends because we didn't
Yeah,
watch
yeah,
that
right.
long.
Nobody knows.
No,
Yeah,
I don't know if anybody's made it to the end of this movie.
does he blow
For all
himself
you
up or
know.
not? Damn.
For all you know, every person in the theater died because the movie was that bad and they wouldn't be able to watch the rest of it.
So,
Florian,
Florian,
would have blown himself up.
Florian, we know that Erich loves this movie. I need you to give me the most red-pilled, honest review. Is this movie even worth watching? Should I watch it, even though I was supposed to anyway?
I think you might actually like it.
Whoa!
There's this joke me and Erich have where we say that that we have this genre of ranting hobos. Erich, would you say that this is a ranting hobo movie?
I think it would be. It's
Wait,
about
what
a
does
ranting hobo.
hobo mean?
It means that there's a man who has nothing left to lose, and he just goes more and more insane over the time of the movie, and he's just talking to the audience the entire time.
That sounds like my
Yeah.
life in the last 3 months.
It'll be
This is the
perfect.
first. I think this is the first ranting hobo movie where a ranting hobo has spread his disease to somebody else, and then the
Uh-oh.
other person becomes the ranting hobo.
Oh shit! I didn't even see it that way because he starts off so well spoken, but then he
Yeah.
just gets more and more insane as he has met this eco terrorist.
Wait,
Oh
so
man!
does
Oh,
his,
he also
does his
has cancer as
vocabulary... Oh, he has cancer?
Yeah.
Does his vocabulary degrade to the point where he says, "Oh, hell nah"?
Oh no!
He never says that? That's too
I'm
bad.
sure it would be more like a quote about hell from the Bible or something.
Oh, hell nah.
He was cast upon a sea of flames.
So I guess it's up for the audience listening at home to decide which movie was more KINO, First Reformed
Yeah.
or Medea's family funeral.
We should put this up to a vote, and then whichever wins will be my official listed favorite movie
of all time.
of all time.
Oh boy!
I think I know who's gonna win, you Rich.
Yeah, let's make a Twitter poll. I wonder who will win.
And I'll post a straw poll in the description of the YouTube upload of this podcast, and we'll let them decide which of these movies is your
So-
favorite.
Listeners, which is my favorite movie? First Reformed or Medea's family
The
funeral?
Madea movie you haven't seen and that I couldn't stand to finish.
The finest movie of all time. Well, I guess I better see this Madea movie. It
No.
sounds interesting.
No, you really don't need to.
Florian, watch the end of it, and then between the two of you, you will have seen it.
Yeah, you can tell me how it ends, because I told you how it begins and middles.
Now, Florian, the real question I have is, will this play in Austria?
I don't think so, man.
They don't bring all black movies to Austria? I wonder why.
I was gonna say, why do you think that, Florian? Why would they not release this movie in
In
Österreich?
Austria, yeah.
Well, for some reason they only bring the absolute best movies in English. I don't know. They're
Yeah,
so damn
Madea.
selective.
You're not supporting your case here. It sounds like they should
They're
be
not bringing
Madea.
their best movies. They're bringing
They're bringing
Medea's.
drugs, crime, they're rapists, and some I assume are good movies.
Oh no! I wonder what it would be called in German.
Matthias Das Juden.
Damn it!
That's the only German I know.
You know, Monkey, I want to write a movie. It's Medea's Anne Frank house movie. She time travels back and has to be in the Anne Frank house with them.
I mean, why
and
not just
not
make it a Medea movie where she goes back in time and replaces Harriet Tubman?
Okay,
And like Medea's running the Underground Railroad, helping slaves escape. That's the
I
movie
just like
wanna
the
see.
idea of Madea being very loud and them trying to like keep
Like,
quieting
Madea,
her the
be
entire
quiet!
time.
The Nazis are outside.
Madea, why are you making pizza? We need to be quiet.
Oh hell no! You don't tell me when to make my pizza, child. Man, you crazy? You fool.
Man, I
That's
want to
what she
see
would
that
say.
now. That would be really epic. Fuck.
Florian, let me ask you.
Madea comp.
Let me ask you from your perspective: is the character of Madea portrayed and written by a black man? Is it a racist portrayal? Is Madea doing more harm than good to the black community?
Well, it's obvious that it's in fact a sexist portrayal, huh?
Well, yeah, that too.
Oh damn.
I mean, yeah, it's both.
Oh no. Well,
I
Is that
honestly
enough?
believe these Madea movies are doing more harm than good to the perception or whatever of the African American experience in America. It's like
Well,
white people are going to laugh at the stereotype. Black people are going to, I guess, laugh at their mammy. I don't know. But it's we're not like, oh yeah, we're laughing with this stereotype. We're laughing at it because I guess we think that it's accurate.
well,
I
the
think to
thing
me
is,
the worst part is Tyler Perry should know better, but he apparently doesn't, or knows that he'll make money off it. So
Oh, he knows he'll make a shit
there you
ton of
go.
money.
man, I've never seen a Madea movie. The only thing I've seen that's comparable is Norbit. Is it anything like Norbit?
It's a little bit like Norbit, yes.
Oh.
Where you have the same guy playing multiple characters and
Well, that-
and they're all offensive and horrible.
Well, that movie was epic, so I assume this movie was also
Norbit was epic.
Norbit is great.
Did you like the scene when the two children are taking a shit side by side holding hands?
I don't remember
Wow.
that, but
It's
that
the very
sounds
beginning
great.
of the movie.
Oh no.
They have a joke where a young boy and girl are taking a shit side by side holding hands.
Wow.
Yeah, it made me uncomfortable when I was 13.
I was only think how it would make you uncomfortable now.
I'm not going to revisit the film to find out.
Damn.
I will say,
Man,
if I'm going to say one nice thing about this Madea movie, is that Tyler Perry does do I'd say he must be doing a good job with acting, because he has one character that he's just playing himself, like it's just normal Tyler Perry, and he's Medea's grandson or something. And then he has all the wacky Medea's brother, and the guy who's a double amputee. So to see Tyler Perry be so calm and composed and normal, and then also see him being the most wacky, offensive, horrible shit ever, line by line, back and forth, he's clearly got some acting talent. He was good in Gone Girl and all these things. I don't know why he lowers himself to this Madea standard when he could be making actual comedy films.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, maybe he could play that guy from Split, huh? He could just be all of the personalities.
No, I think the prosthetics really carry most of the other characters. I don't.
You
think
know
he could
what
do a
would make
Split.
this movie so much, or all of these movies so much better, is if the camera followed Tyler Perry changing into all these different characters as they were doing it. Like, that would actually be impressive, and I could actually like give Tyler Perry some credit. But like, that's not what they do. Like,
Hey, Rich, I don't know if you know how movies are made, but they don't record it in sequence. He doesn't record a line as himself and then put on the Madea and say a line and then go back to himself and say a line. Pretty
Yeah,
sure when
but
he's in the
wouldn't that be
Madea
great?
costume, they record all the Madea lines.
wouldn't that be great?
That'd
if
be
they
a
did
horrible waste of fucking time.
How do they do it? Do they have other actors play the other characters in this time?
Yeah, like, so they'll do the really cheap trick where, like, you'll just see Medea's shoulder while Tyler Perry is talking, so it's like somebody else
Right.
wearing the shirt or the dress. But
So you're
sometimes
saying
they'll
that
do the
they
impressive
don't
shot
cut him
where
in?
they'll have all three of his characters in the same frame at the same time, but obviously the camera's not moving because it's like a Back to the Future 2 dinner
What a
scene.
coincidence.
Well, Back to the Future 2, they actually had the camera moving when you had Marty McFly as three different characters, which was super fucking impressive. And if you watch the behind-the-scenes documentary of how they did that, it took like days to get that 1 20-second shot. And while they were doing it, there was an earthquake in California, so they panicked because it's like, if anything on this table moves even a quarter of an inch, we have to start all over. It's so
Right.
impressive that they pulled it off. It looks so good. They didn't
my
have to do
God.
that. There's no reason why that shot of all of the Martys eating dinner together, that could have just been a still shot. But they said, let's
Right.
make this really hard and have the camera panning around the room just because we're fucking artists. They never attempt anything like that in this Madea movie because it's not fucking art. It's a cash grab for the dumbest people in America to give their money to. And I guess I'm sucker number one.
Come on, that's what makes it not art, is because they didn't use an exorbitant amount of effort for a single scene.
Yeah, I would say so.
So, Monkey, what you're saying is a movie you didn't want to see, didn't need to see. There was no purpose to you seeing it, and yet you saw it anyway.
I'm going to say, I'm always morbidly curious to see these Madea movies. So part of me wanted to see it, but I was hoping it would not be... It's the kind of bad where it's not even entertainingly bad. It was, I want to kill myself bad. So I had to leave the theater for my own safety.
Oh no. It's too dangerous.
Yeah.
Damn.
So Florian, would you recommend First Reformed?
No. That's not how it's going to...
Oh
Monkey,
no.
you ask Florian whether he'd recommend Tyler Perry's Medea's family...
Florian,
funeral.
would you recommend Tyler Perry's Medea's : Madea hypercolon family funeral ?
Oh yeah, I think the scene with the boner in the casket sounds amazing. I can't wait to see it. I'm glad Erich made me see his favorite movie of all time. It's pretty good.
Okay.
Now ask me if I want.
Yeah. Would you recommend
Tyler Perry's.
Medea's whatever?
I absolutely would if it gave Monkey that much dread. And actually, it sounds like you got as much dread out of Tyler Perry's Medea's funeral family, whatever, than the main character of First Reformed got when he realized the world was fucked. So
I think our
absolutely
movies
would.
gave all of us existential dread. You about
Right.
dying from climate change. Me about dying and having Madea show up to my funeral.
Right.
We're
And
both
Monkey,
terrified
would you
now.
recommend First Reformed?
No, it sounds like a fucking lame circle jerk. And I'm like, oh, climate change. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
man, he was gonna blow himself up, but then it didn't happen. I want to know what happens.
I wish climate change would just hurry the fuck up and we would be in Mad Max world in like 10 years. For real.
Yeah,
I'm so sick of hearing about it. Just happen already. Come
Yeah,
on.
I agree. I don't get this point of trying to stop climate change when it would be clearly so much more entertaining to just let it happen.
Yeah, exactly. Just let us all die.
I mean, I'm gonna die anyway, so I'm not gonna live that long.
Yeah,
So
your pizza diet is
Well-
going to give you another 4 years on this earth.
Well, what I thought you guys were saying was you don't like the in-between times. You don't like the getting to Mad Max world. You want to be in Mad Max world now.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
I don't
I'm
know,
so
that sounds
sick
pretty
of
fun.
I'm so sick
Yeah.
of all the fear mongering and the stress. Like, just bring it on, baby. Let's go.
right.
The
I wanna-
anticipation's killing me. It's about the. It's
wanna-
not about the journey. It's about the destination. That's the saying, right?
I want to choke people out for a canteen of water.
Fuck yeah.
So I can live for another 2 days.
I'm gonna eat a lizard, damn it.
Nope,
All
nobody
we
is
want-
stopping you from eating a lizard, Florian.
Yeah,
You can
right.
just go do that.
I can't eat a lizard. I need a big desert that's where lizards live. Okay, they need a lot of area where they can sun themselves.
There's no deserts in Austria.
No.
I think I know a couple of camps in Austria that might be deserted.
Oh boy, yeah, you wish. Now they're very memorialized. They're constantly open still.
Memorialized in memory of the people who proudly opened and operated it, I
You
imagine.
bastard.
Boys, do we have anything else to say for this very special episode of Kino other than we'll see you next week with what, Captain Marvel? Is that next week? Or I think
Yeah, it will
is.
be.
Wow,
I
already.
actually get to see it on the 7th.
Oh
so
my god.
Oh.
Wait, it's coming out
Yeah.
on the 7th? Is that Thursday?
I guess so.
I think that's when I'm seeing it too, is Thursday night.
Wow, so I don't actually have
Shit.
to wait longer than you. That's crazy.
Yeah, we might be here, Friday or Saturday with a little bit of Miss Marvel?
Yeah, get some Miss Marvel.
Oh my god.
Wait, Miss Marvel.
There's
Cap-
also a movie called Cold Pursuit. Should I watch that? Probably not,
No,
right?
nah. I think Liam
But
Neeson.
it's
Liam Neeson is a
yeah.
racist. You should not support his films.
Oh, I thought that's why you'd want to watch it. I thought you wanted to forgive him.
No, never forgive, never forget. That's the motto.
Damn, Monkey, why must you always change your mind so fast?
No, I thought Erich is right. I think Liam Neeson is a racist and he's irredeemable, and we should never respect or anything.
Yeah, well, what's your opinion on this, Erich, huh? On this Liam Neeson thing?
What's my opinion?
Yeah.
The initial thing he said, like, as long as he says, yeah, that was incredibly shitty for me to have thought that way and wanted to go out and do that, that was fine. All of the stuff afterwards is not.
Wait, what happened afterwards?
Huh?
I think basically people started to call him on it, and he doubled down on a lot of shit.
Well, oh, did he? Because to me, it seemed like he never really regretted being racist. He just regretted seeking revenge for the rape. But the thing is that he didn't know who committed it, so he just sought
Just
revenge
going after
against
black
the
people,
first.
right?
Yeah, he just wanted to kill a black man. That was bizarre. And then the moral of his story was don't seek revenge. Yeah, maybe don't generalize all black men.
Well,
when you seek revenge?
obviously, but it was 30 years ago, and he's apologized for it. Are we going to judge Marky Mark for when he was 17 and he blinded a Vietnamese man?
Yes.
Can we move past these things as a society and say, you know what, Marky Mark, you make Pain and Gain is so good, you could be as racist and violent as you want.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that was pretty good, huh?
Yeah, he called them Vietnamese fucking shits.
So what did
No, Monkey, not even Vietnamese fucking shits. Vietnam fucking shits.
The entire country.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so I guess the next episode will be Captain Marvel then. Erich, when are you gonna have time to see this and keynote it?
Probably Friday night.
Can't you take the girls in your class out on a field trip? Isn't this like culturally relevant enough for school?
No,
I mean,
no.
considering the time zones, I don't even know if it'll be the Thursday. If you see it in the evening, then I guess I'd get up and then I'd review it.
Actually, it's possible I could do Thursday night.
Well,
But then
here's
I
the
wouldn't be able to
thing.
review it until Friday night.
Florian lives 6 hours in the future, so he's gonna see it before it's even available for us to see it. So he could spoil the
Right.
whole thing for America.
Oh my god.
Haha.
You
I will
motherfucker.
hack into your mainframe and I'll just put the ending of the movie up.
Oh
Man.
no! Oh, now I know how Captain Marvel ends. Oh god.
Don't do it, Florian. How dare you?
So anyways, what did Liam Neeson double down on? I'm really curious now. I'm sorry, Monkey. I must
Oh
know.
my god.
I don't remember. I think a lot of people were saying like that's still bad what you did, and he was-
Oh,
Well, of course it's fucking bad. That's why he apologized for it.
but you said he doubled down. Come on, what's he
I
saying?
He
can't
doubled
remember.
down
I-
on his
I'm too
apology,
far
probably.
away. I'm too far away from it.
Oh no.
All
I
right.
guess we'll never know.
All right. For Is It KINO, I've been Monkey Jones. Boys, where can people find you online?
You can find me at ERICHKINO, Erich Kino on Twitter, and my YouTube channel, Erich. Just find me on there.
Lots of
And-
high
and
energy
find-
for the end of this podcast.
Yeah, and find me on
tired.
YouTube. Check out Game Squid on YouTube, everyone.
Hey.
Hey, thanks for tuning in to this very special Oscars award episode for Erich here. Erich, are you glad that you won the Oscar pool and you finally got us to watch this movie?
I'm so happy right now, guys.
I wonder if I should have
It
watched
was
a
worth
random
it.
movie as well.
Yeah, all
It
three
was
of us
all worth
review
it.
something else.
God damn it! If Florian had watched something else.
You watched Butterfly Effect too?
3. We already saw 2.
Okay, see you guys next time.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your favorite movie review podcast. That's right, Is It KINO? The one show on the internet where we watch new releases and let you know whether or not they are KINO. And folks, we've got this shit down to a science. We're always right every time, no matter what. I, of course, am your host, the biggest rival to Travis McElroy, is that his fucking name? Of all
Yeah,
time.
Travis.
We have a brand new podcast rivalry, folks. I am Monkey Jones, joined as always by Florian Himsel.
We're always right, even when we disagree.
That's
Chew
right.
on
All
that.
three of us are at the same time correct, even when the
Yeah.
opinions conflict.
I
And
like the Bible.
yes, this podcast is very similar to the Bible, I would say. And the heel of the show, everybody's enemy, I hate this guy. I want to get his goat.
Ugh.
Bitch McSoy.
Heel turning into a baby face, just like the Skrulls. That's right, me, the secret good guy of the
Spoiler.
podcast.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler. Folks,
Damn.
E-Rich, this is a very special episode because of you, so please let us all know, what
Wait.
movie are we discussing today?
Wait, why is it extra special because of me? We're watching Captain Marvel.
Oh, Marvel?
Wait.
You mean Marvel?
Time out. What movie are we?
Uh-huh.
What movie are we reviewing for this episode?
Captain Marvel?
Oh
God
God.
damn it.
Oh,
Oh,
no. What's
God.
happened? What's happened?
Guys,
What's going on?
I think I fucked up.
Oh,
You
no.
said we have to watch
not
You
again.
said Captain Marvel. I could have sworn you said we were gonna watch a movie called First Reformed. That's what I watched for this podcast.
No!
Captain Marvel.
I'm
It's
The
gonna be a week behind every week.
yeah, every week I'll watch what you guys watched last week.
Yeah, right.
This is the
previous week.
22nd film in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Is that inaccurate?
Is it really 22 movies? Shit.
Is it 21 or 22? I don't know.
Let me look.
But Captain Marvel, the very first female-led superhero movie ever made. Florian, we're all dying to know, what did E-Rich think of this movie? I want Florian to
Oh.
answer.
Oh, I think he hated it. I think he's
Whoa!
a bad ally. I think he might even be an enemy in disguise.
Here's
What
the
do you
thing.
have to say for yourself?
Typically, the
E-Rich?
term ally refers to like allies of the BLT community. Do women fall under the LGBT community? Are they like a protected sexual class now, or what?
No, it's allies of feminists as well. Are counted as allies.
Right. See, I assumed we lived in an egalitarian world at this point because Captain Marvel, the film, exists. So I figured feminism was no longer even necessary.
Oh, that's it, huh? Just Black Panda exists. And there's no more
Black
racism.
Panda.
Black Panda. Oh,
E-Rich,
I love it when he says that.
people are on the edge of their seats. E-Rich, what did you think of Captain Marvel?
I'm incredibly split on this movie because I have
No,
to
we didn't
give
see the
this
movie Split. That was from last year. We watched
right.
Captain Marvel.
Yeah. Just because they finally changed up the fucking Marvel formula. They're finally not doing the same old bullshit that they always do.
I assume you're talking
But I-
about previous films and not this one.
Yeah, no, well, no. I mean, like, I'm still talking about this one. But what
Wait,
happened
no,
was
they are
fucking
still
changed it
doing the
up.
same old bullshit. What are you
They
talking
changed it
about?
up, but they made it worse. Like
Oh.
they're telling the story in the wrong order completely. They're practically losing so many parts of what kind of makes these Marvel characters so great, and it's just muddy. The entire movie is muddy in
No,
general.
that was
I can't tell
that
what the
scene took
fuck's
place in
going on.
Wakanda, E-Rich. That wasn't mud. That's very problematic what you just said, but go on.
Oh my god.
I have only seen one movie that these directors have done before. It was called Mississippi Grind. It was very good. It was a Ryan Reynolds and Ben Mendelsohn movie. Ben Mendelsohn is in this movie as Talos, I believe. And those directors can't fucking make big budget action movies. I can't fucking tell what's going on in the action scenes in this movie. It's so fucking dark or cloudy or like they just don't want to show you the actual action. It is so hard to watch.
I thought you would like that, like in your favorite movie, Batman v
No.
Superman.
No.
And Aquaman as well. I guess
So-
they
No.
took a big page from the DC book, huh?
Well, okay, we've got E-Rich's opening thoughts. Florian, let's go around the horn. What are your generic opening thoughts on the film?
I thought it was fine.
It was fine.
Now, see, when you say fine and E-Rich says split, I imagine your fine is like a 5 out of 10 and his split is like a 7 out of 10.
Oh no.
Would that be accurate?
No, I think it was pretty good. I guess I'm getting annoyed at these Marvel movies in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it was. Maybe it was worse than Ant-Man, but it's better than Spider-Man.
Wow.
Whoa!
Fucking shots fired.
What the fuck?
Shit.
You got all of that backwards.
What
How
did
did-
Spider-Man do to you?
Yeah.
I already told you this. He never grows up, and when the fuck he actually grows up, it's just so he can die and be replaced by a black Spider-Man. Spider-Man is the eternal infant. I'm so fucking.
Are you
sick of
talking
him.
about the cartoon?
Well, in general.
Yes. Spider-Man ages backwards, and Aunt May is a MILF. Get over it.
Yeah.
That's
She
just
can
how these
never
things
be
work.
a MILF. That won't be allowed. No.
Yeah, she already is, man.
All right. Do you guys
She's
want
gonna be
to?
the age that Spider-Man is now. Oh my god.
You guys ready to hear a real opinion on this film, folks?
Oh no, you
Yeah,
loved it,
how
didn't
did you like
fucker?
First Reformed? I can't wait to finally find out.
Yeah, I thought that the message about global warming was a little on the nose, but a little bit preachy. But I mean, it is a film about a preacher after all. I mean, what else would you expect from? I'm never gonna see First Reformed. Folks, you can call me Mr. E. Rich McCoy, because I'm gonna say this movie came out at the wrong time, baby. Captain Marvel came out at the wrong time. Let me tell you, this
International
movie.
Women's Day is
Yeah.
the wrong time.
Wait,
Yeah,
that was
yes.
that day? Damn.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess 10 minutes ago it was International Women's Day. It should have came out, and hear me out, folks. It should have been right before the first Avengers movie back in 2012, because it feels like the Phase 1 movies, other than Iron Man, which is good, it's on the same level as like Thor, in that it's completely average, dull, and I never need to watch it again, but I'm not upset that I watched it, and it's not horrible.
Yeah.
It pretty much follows the same setup as Thor. You have about 15 minutes of this alien character on a space adventure that is really hard to follow and boring and dark, and I don't even like. Thor is fighting like frost giants with his group of friends who I don't know who they are and I don't care. Same thing happens in this movie. Then the alien gets cast down to Earth where they're the fish out of water, and then the movie gets good, and he or she in this case makes friends with some Earth people. Lots of fish out of water. I'm a superhero in a normal human society. Jokes. I liked all of that.
Blockbuster existed at a time.
Yeah. Was Blockbuster in the original Thor movie?
Yeah.
Was it really?
Wow.
I don't think so.
Did
No,
it still
wasn't.
exist at that time? Or
And
was
then,
it already being broken at that time?
I think it was on its way out in 2012 or whenever the fuck we're talking about. And then it ends with the character going back into space after having a big CGI battle. Whoop-de-doo. Thor and Thor 2, not very great Marvel movies.
But,
And
Monkey,
I'd put
aren't
this
you
one on the
looking
same
forward?
thing.
Monkey, aren't you looking forward to seeing great character Jude Law as the villain in the next Avengers movie?
Spoiler alert. But let me tell you why I think positioning this film immediately before the original Avengers is perfect. Because, and we know this from the post-credit scene of Infinity War and in this movie, Nick Fury is given a special Captain Marvel pager, and she says, hey, if you ever get in over your head and you need me, the most powerful hero who ever lived, I have Super Saiyan powers mixed with when Mario gets a star and he runs around killing Goombas without even doing anything. If you ever are in dire straits, hit the button on this pager, I will come save the day. So then, we set that up right before the original Avengers movie. So then, and we have no idea when she's going to show up again. So we're watching the Avengers, and we're like, oh man, Loki's beating their asses, and they're going to throw an atomic bomb at him. Oh man, he's going to call Captain Marvel. But then he doesn't. Then we have Avengers 2, and Ultron is killing everybody and going to drop an island onto the planet and cause a global extermination. We're thinking, oh, now he's going to call Captain Marvel. But then he doesn't. And we're thinking, they set this shit up so long ago. What bad guy could possibly be cool and badass enough that Nick Fury is going to actually call Captain Marvel and not rely on these idiots? And so then when he finally does it at the end of Infinity War, we realize, wow, these are the biggest stakes we've ever seen because he's finally actually doing it.
What I want to happen is that he's about to press the button and call her down to Earth, and he's just always knocked out at the last second. Like, he just gets hit by something and gets knocked out in both Avengers movies.
Damn, maybe he should lose an eye each time that happens.
Oh, spoiler alert. Nobody knows that Nick Fury's missing an eye. You guys,
Oh, damn.
you guys keep spoiling everything.
Oh, it was such a heroic scene.
Well, so those are my generic thoughts. Should we move into spoiler discussion, or do you guys have more generic thoughts we should tackle?
My generic thought is that they really should have characterized Carol in this movie, other than a scene where she gets up. That's about it. Like,
Multiple scenes
that's
where
it.
she gets up.
Yeah.
Her whole character is that you knock her down, she gets knocked down, but she gets up again. You're never gonna keep her down.
Keep her down.
Yeah, that's her whole character in the movie.
Her character is tub thumping. That is her character. It's just tub thumping.
Is that the name of that band?
That's the name of that song.
Oh,
That can't be right.
tub thumping?
No, it's right. That's
No
exactly what
way.
it's called.
I get knocked
Look it
down,
up.
but I get up
And I
again.
get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
Okay, so Erich says that the only female hero in Marvel has a bland Mary Sue personality. Great, Erich, great addition to the
Well, I
podcast.
disagree.
Whoa, what? Florian.
The way she starts out, she's basically an asshole, and she disagrees with the rules, and then she gets caught stupidly. So I was thinking, this is really weird. Did they put a flaw in this female character? I'm gonna get my panties in such a twist over this. Is this a movie about a woman learning her place for 2 hours?
Whoa! Is it?
But well, it could be. I don't know. I don't want to get into spoilers.
Wow. So Florian teases the main conflict of the movie is, will Captain Marvel be put in her place or not? The villain is, I guess, sexism.
I mean, it really is. There's a scene where a guy on a motorcycle asks her to smile more.
Yeah, like all the people that saw the trailer, and then she steals his bike.
Hey,
What a hero.
spoilers! Okay, so
Yeah, that's a spoiler.
seemingly we're all putting this movie in the mid-average to low range. So should we just jump into spoilers and talk about the whole shebang then?
Sure.
Okay. Rich, it seems like you're chomping at the bit here. Champing at the bit.
Champing, actually.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what I
champing
said.
at the bit.
I'm gonna champ at your fucking cock.
Well, is that what a shark does? Is that what champing is?
Don't spoil the scene where the shark bites off Captain Marvel's dick, dude. Come on.
Oh no, that's how she became a woman? Damn.
Yeah, that's how. Everybody starts off male until a shark bites off their dick. Usually in the womb.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. The womb shark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The womb shark will come for us all.
All right, fuck. If you guys aren't gonna say it, I'll say it. The movie has the best opening of any Marvel movie because they took the standard Marvel intro and they put all these Stan Lee scenes in
Stanley.
it, and it was the most touching, emotional moment of the film. Which
Of the
is-
entire movie, yeah, right.
Yeah, that was really
Well,
great.
I was hoping that the entire movie would be filled with Stan Lees, but I was very
Stan Lee
disappointed.
replaces every character like he did in the intro.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it says,
Hello,
"Thank you,
this
Stan."
is Stanley.
They had
Captain Marvel himself.
the "Thank you, Stan" was at the very beginning rather than the end. I thought that was great. They wanted to get it out of the way early, I guess.
They know not everybody stays in the theater for the after credits, so
Yeah.
they're just like, we'll put it in the beginning.
Yeah. So great opening. You've got me all primed and proper, ready to enjoy a good film. I'm in a good emotional state right now. I'm remembering my hero Stan Lee and all the great things he did.
Creator of Captain Marvel, Stan.
Feminist icon Stan Lee.
Oh yeah.
This movie has some very few implications in the greater Marvel Cinematic Universe, and really that's the only reason why I wanted to see it, was to see how it ties into the rest. I don't need a new... Given we've just saw Infinity War, and after Endgame, I think I'm kind of done with Marvel movies because I just want to see the end of this big arc. I wasn't really in the market for another introductory story. What are those called with superheroes, Erich?
Origin stories.
Yeah, I didn't really need another origin story, and that's very much what this is.
Yeah.
So
I never needed another origin story.
No.
I always
But Mumkey, Kevin Feige said there will be no origin stories in Phase 3. Now, he's obviously a fucking liar, because Doctor Strange is an origin story. I don't think Spider-Man Homecoming is a origin story, per se, but this is definitely an origin story. They just fucking cut it up and put the beginning parts in the middle of the movie instead of at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, they're trying to do like a Bourne Supremacy thing where
Yeah.
we get the beginning and the middle as the character remembers all their shit. But
Mhm.
let's briefly talk about the ways this ties into the bigger cinematic universe. The MacGuffin of the film, again, like in Captain America and in Avengers, is the Tesseract, which is, of course, the space Infinity
Cube.
Stone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's been a long time since I saw those Phase 1 movies.
Been a while.
Yeah, since I saw Captain America, the first Avenger. Thank you. What band is that? Counting Crows? What band is that?
No.
Who knows? Hoobastank. I think it was Hoobastank.
That's not a
Stain.
real song.
Stain. Okay. But I could have sworn Captain America, they're trying to get this Tesseract. The Nazi guy holds it, Red Skull, and then it sucks him into space to go guard the Soul Stone. And then it gets dropped down into something.
The ocean.
I could have sworn that movie ended with Tony Stark's dad finding it.
Yes, it did.
How in this movie does it end up in a spaceship in the mid-90s?
Well, Shield takes it. Shield is probably trying to fuck with it, and then Shield is working with Pegasus, which is the other group in this.
The
And then
Pegasisters, of
Marvel-
course, the girls who like My Little Pony.
Right, and
Yeah.
Marvel, I guess, gets access to it and does all the crazy shit she wants to do with it. I guess.
Oh, because she's working with Shield. That's right. Okay, that clears up that, because I was like, what the fuck is this thing doing in space when it was frozen with Captain America? I don't get it. The other thing that ties into the overall universe is, of course, as Florian hinted at, the origin story of Nick Fury losing his eyeball. Now, you may remember great scene in Captain America: The Winter Soldier, where he tells Cap, Nick Fury, he says, "The last time I trusted somebody on a mission, I lost an eye." So we have to assume this is some sort of badass moment from his past. This movie actually shows us what happened. And I'm not sure, would you guys consider this a retcon or a poorly
trusted the
placed
cat.
joke? Or
I think it's like the Joker's origin in The Dark Knight, where I think Nick Fury will just say random badass things to explain why he doesn't have an eye, but he just got it scratched out by a fucking cat alien.
Okay.
Oh.
So he's just like a liar.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well, it was a
doesn't
pretty intelligent and very dangerous cat. I don't know. You seem to brush it off. It seems like a cosmic horror took his eye.
yeah, he didn't even care.
Yeah, he did.
It's almost like he's seen 10 other movies with him with an eye patch, and he's like, no, this is gonna happen. It was meant to be.
I think somehow my theory is that Thanos altered the time somehow, and that's what made Captain Marvel exist. I think he somehow retconned her into all the scenes where she was an Avenger all along somehow.
She's the original Avenger. She's the first Avenger. Fuck you, Captain America.
Oh, even though she was in the, I guess, late 80s, and Captain America was fighting in World War II.
Captain America never called himself an Avenger
Yeah.
at that time. She is the first Avenger.
Yeah, she had a thing that was called an Avenger, a spaceship, no, a jet plane. Yeah,
No, a spaceship.
She's the original.
Technically, we're
Avenger,
always in
man.
space, Florian. All ships are spaceships.
God damn it!
The Earth is part of space.
No, it is.
Wow, the Earth is part of space, you say?
It
Tell
is.
me more.
Is Earth not in space?
It sure is. It sure is.
Yeah, don't give me that shit. All of the existence of the universe is in space.
We want to go into space, guys. Let's do this.
We're already there.
We're already there. What a twist.
Hey, man.
I disagree. I say that
Technically.
space is an actual space with nothing in it.
Oh. So like E-Rich's soy-filled brain.
That's a vacuum, Florian. You're thinking of a vacuum.
No, it's space.
I don't think Florian owns
Space
a
has
vacuum.
tons of shit in it.
He's got pizza corn all over his carpet because he doesn't own a vacuum. Great.
Yeah, water
All
has
right,
lots
Monkey.
of stuff in it too.
Let's talk about this fucking movie because so essentially we get introduced to these Skrull characters who are an alien species that is going up against the Kree, and the Kree essentially have this giant AI that is everybody's boss, and it takes this form of like your favorite person or some shit. And so for Carol
if
Danvers-
I talk to the AI, it would of course
Uh-huh.
be E-Rich McCoy.
Me. yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I got it right.
Yeah, my favorite person who I respect the most.
So in these opening scenes, oh god, I don't even fucking know his name. Jude Law is teasing Captain Marvel and telling her it's
Ooh.
probably me, right?
and then she's saying, "Oh no, it's me for you." Whatever the fuck. This is somehow a villain. Is this Supreme Intelligence supposed to be a villain in this movie?
I don't even know what this Prime Intelligence is supposed to be. What is it? What is this Prime Intelligence in relation to the guy with the hammer? Is the guy with the hammer not the leader of this?
They're both Krees. The guy with the hammer, I think, is an extremist terrorist.
No, the guy with the
Huh?
hammer was the villain in Guardians of the Galaxy 1. That
Yes,
was,
he's also a Kree. He's also a Kree monkey.
Yeah.
But is the AI a Kree?
Monk Kree.
Is it-
Yeah,
is
it's their god.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
The
don't.
Supreme Intelligence is their god.
I kind of hope that the Kree and the whatever the aliens are, I hope we never see them again in any of these movies because I could not care less about any of it.
Oh, Monkey, I've got some bad news for you about the Marvel Cosmic Universe.
Yeah,
It's
but
all about the
but they
Krees
flipped
fucking
it on
over
its
the
head
Skrulls.
because the Skrulls are revealed to be the Muslim refugees in the movie, and that they're not actually villains. So like you
Right,
can't
right.
even do your Secret Wars shit or the invasion shit or whatever because they're not actually bad guys. They fucked the comic fans out of their potential narratives, E-Rich.
I think that they can easily, because like they're gonna do a both sides are evil in some way type thing.
I
where
think it's too
the
late.
Skrulls-
I think the Skrulls are gone forever. I don't think we will ever
the
see them again.
Skrulls can decide they want to take over Earth because they need a home, and
Well,
Earth is
they're not gonna do
backwards
that.
enough. Why not?
Captain Marvel
Because
just
they're
took them to
great.
the other side of the universe for protection. I don't
We
think
don't
they're
know. We don't know how she's doing out there.
Gonna...
Dude, the green
She
guys
could
are
say
basically,
everything is shit.
They're the most moral people in the universe. These green people. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
They're the only heroes we get in this show.
When they
So
try
also-
to, they put in like a political message comparing these people to like Muslim refugees, and they say, "No, your people are terrorists." No, we're refugees. I do not think they can come back and make them the villains ever. I think that ship has sailed, Rich.
Yeah,
I don't
they're-
know. There's no reason why they'd introduce them, and I think Feige has actually said
What?
he wants to do Secret Invasion.
I don't think they're gonna do it.
Well, it's not gonna be them. Wait, is Secret Invasion with them?
Yeah, they disguise themselves as the other Avengers, I guess, and then they all
Wow.
start fighting. I don't know.
Monkey,
sure
they're gonna fucking reveal that one of the Avengers has been a Skrull this entire
No,
time.
they're fucking not.
It'll be the end
Okay,
of the
amazing.
Avengers movie. You'll think that everybody's retired, and then it turns out that Spider-Man is a Skrull.
That can't be because if a scroll gets hit too hard, they transform back into an
That's
alien.
all this shit is, dude. That's all it is. I don't know when they fucking replace them, but at some point they're gonna replace them.
I don't think so.
That is totally gonna be the twist at the end of Endgame.
You are crazy if you think that in this movie they compare the perceived
All
bad
right.
guys to Muslims and then they end up being the good guys. If you think they will come back as the bad guys, you're fucking crazy.
All right, right now, $20 on the table.
$200, bitch. Put your
No,
money where
I
your
don't-
mouth
I don't
is.
have $200.
Yeah,
to
of
give
course you don't.
Um,
Fucking 200.
Man, this is
one
crazy.
of- Fuck you,
Even
Florian.
since-
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Why are you
One
mad
of
at him?
the
He didn't do
after-credit
anything.
Scenes, one of the after credit scenes of Avengers Endgame will be one of the Avengers being a Skrull.
Oh my god.
My word.
You're
Mark
so
Mark
full
my
of
fucking
shit.
words.
You're
That would be
full
so
of
pointless
shit.
and stupid. It would be perfect.
It would-
Mark my words.
How much you want to bet? It's not going to happen.
I told you $20.
More than that. I want more money out of this because I know I'm going to
No.
win. How often
Give
do you
him
get to sit
money.
down at the roulette table and know for a fact it's going to land on black? I know.
Man, I don't have that much money. I'm not fucking rich. Maybe I can crowdsource my fucking.
Yeah, crowdfund the bet. $25, E-Rich. $25.
Oh, I'll do 25.
Okay, $25.
Wow.
$25 on the specific bet. There will be an after-credits scene in Endgame where one of the characters is revealed to be a Skrull. Is that what you're saying right now?
Yes.
Wow.
Are you
that's what I'm
fucking
saying
kidding
right
me?
What are the stakes?
No, I'm not
on that?
kidding you.
Jesus.
It may not have been the
Florian,
entire
you want to get
time.
on this too?
No.
You don't like easy money?
I don't think Everett has any more easy money.
I don't know. He
Man,
thinks he's gonna make $25 after this.
I do think so.
At the end of
Man,
next
I can't
month, I guess we'll
believe
find
that he
out.
wants Muslims to be evil. This is bizarre.
Yeah,
Everett?
Everett, what's wrong with you? First you don't like the strong female lead, and now this. The
Damn.
tables have turned. You guys mixed up your blue and
Yeah.
red pills this morning.
You can't fucking cage me in, bitch.
Huh.
I won't be kept down
Right
by
when you
this
think
you know a
man's
guy.
world.
Yeah, you won't be a good ally after all.
No.
You're a spy in disguise all along. You're the real Scrolls.
All right.
I'm the real pigeon.
Me and Erich went on a 10-minute rant and made a bet. Florian, what do you want to talk about from this movie?
I think it's completely unrealistic that the cat would survive for 6 years. That's not how long cats live.
I was confused because the cat's name is Goose, but it's not a
Yeah.
goose, it's a cat.
Oh no.
right.
It's
This is really
confusing.
fucking pisses me off too. In the comic books, the cat is named Chewie, which is obviously a Star Wars reference.
Stupid.
But they changed
Well,
to a
that's
fucking
stupid.
Top Gun reference because I guess nobody likes Star Wars anymore.
No, but
What are you talking about?
Spider-Man
This is clearly
specifically references Empire, right? He
What?
says, "Hey, Mr.
Yeah,
Stark, you ever
yeah,
seen that old movie, Empire
movie.
Stark?" Yeah,
right,
so
right.
why wouldn't they just do another Star Wars reference? That's weird that they would change
Well,
that.
I guess the writers of this movie, they decided Star Wars is not what they wanted.
That was back before Star Wars was woke and had a strong female lead in Rey.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Well,
great.
this is clearly a Mad Max reference, by the way, Goose.
I don't think you're right about that one.
Mad Max. Wait, what?
Well, you
Is there a
don't
Goose
remember
in
the
Mad Max?
original Mad Max where he says, "That's not Goose." I don't know who that is.
Oh my god. No, I have no idea what the fuck
I
you're
thought
talking
it was a
about.
reference
Am I
to.
wrong?
Wasn't
I
it a
don't know.
reference
It's
to
possible you're right.
Captain Marvel said that her favorite game is Duck Duck Goose?
Oh,
And that's why she named the cat
makes
that?
sense.
They were playing Duck Duck Goose with the cat, and she always picked Goose for the cat because it couldn't chase her because it didn't speak English. It didn't even know what was going on.
I think that cat speaks English.
So the cat is secretly like a tentacle monster, and they even
course.
they directly steal a scene from Guardians of the Galaxy where Big Groot uses his Big Groot trunk branches to kill a
Yeah.
whole hallway of guys. They do the
I
same
swear
exact
it's the
joke.
same fucking CGI. I
Yeah.
swear.
It's like when
the
Disney
other
would
thing-
redo animations of the fox dancing, and they would do that in Cinderella. It was the same fucking
There's-
shit.
There's random fucking needle drops in this movie. Like they're playing fucking Nirvana while she's fighting Supreme Intelligence. And then
I love that.
there's a bunch of girl power songs from the 90s that drop in but it doesn't make sense. That's not this movie's thing.
What? What are you talking
That's
about?
Guardians of the Galaxy's thing. Is that there's a reason that those characters are hearing those songs in some of those moments because it's all based on
Well,
fucking Peter Quill's mom's music.
well, it's better that it's not that way, okay? It's better than it doesn't need to be explained and they're hearing good music, even though.
The characters
Nirvana
aren't
made
hearing
the
the
same
music,
song.
Florian.
Well, yeah.
I think they are because when
What?
Carol
What?
Carol
No,
is
they-
fighting Supreme Intelligence, they show a record player playing Nirvana.
Huh,
What?
That's weird.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
So you're saying that the musical choices were anything but subtle for these scenes?
Anything but subtle, and also
Obnoxious.
obviously copying from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
They just want to do things that they've done before, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Find your own fucking gimmick.
No.
This
I
sounds like a
that one.
Gamergate sort of argument here, Rich. You say, "Oh, girl gamers, you don't like the boy games? Make your own game. Why are you trying to copy the boy games?"
Yeah, you were
Erich.
just getting woke.
No,
All right, guys.
He's falling asleep. It sounds like it's the opposite
I'm
of what.
gonna break it down for you.
Okay.
It's so
Oh.
easy to make this fucking movie. All you got to do is have her flying in the Air Force. The Army or Air Force or whatever tells her she can't fly because they don't allow female pilots or something like that. And then they counterpoint that with Jude Law's character trying to tamp her down and saying she can't fly. She can use her space magic beam powers, but she can't fly. So both bad things in her life are telling her she can't fly, and it's all about breaking out of that stricture that's being put on her. I don't really understand in this movie why she's got that little chip on her, and she can't use her powers for that reason. She could destroy that at any fucking moment.
Well, she
is
assumed that he was
stopping her?
giving her powers.
Because the name of the chip was the patriarchy, and until she smashed it, she didn't get full control of her power.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's just a little coin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. And she literally broke the glass ceiling when she flew for the first time. She flew through that greenhouse.
One of the problems
Oh, yeah.
is that her origin is pretty insane because she's kind of based on this other Captain Marvel character, and then his powers were transferred into her, and then they rebooted the character in the same kind of way that they did here. She gets a blood transfusion, and on top of that, she also gets blown up by a fucking Kree engine or something and gets powers from that. And so to try to explain these things in a 2-hour-long movie, you kind of have to do a lot of backfilling and explain a lot of Kree stuff. Like, they could have easily tied this in with her Air Force life. And my problem is we don't really have a sense of who Carol is as a character before any of this shit happened to her, for the most part. We have a montage at the end of the movie of her standing up when she was knocked down. I get knocked down.
But I get up again.
Yeah, but I don't think that's enough. Like, we need to see, like, we get that she has a friend and her friend as a kid and shit like that, but we really need to see them interacting with each other when they were pilots or some shit. Like, oh god, there's so much in this movie and they just don't characterize the main character enough.
Well, she was pretty much a Mary Sue to begin with, but then she changed once she blew up that engine, I guess.
I don't think Erich likes that term very much, Florian.
I'm sure he does.
Gives me the hives.
All right, let me throw a few questions at you guys. I want to hear both of you answer. Better movie, Wonder Woman or Captain Marvel?
Wonder Woman, no fucking question.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, there are 20. We'll say 22 Marvel movies right now.
We're gonna go through all of them.
No. Just without thinking too hard about it. If you had to rank it, which spot do you think it would take on the ranking? 1 being the best, 22 being the worst.
I think there's only 21 of them. I think.
Okay.
Captain, honestly.
So 21.
Yeah.
Where do you think? What's your gut feeling? Where would this plug in on the list?
16.
Florian?
Well, I think there's like 10 movies that are tied for the middle spot of being really mediocre, and it's just one of them.
Right.
Okay, so it's you got it like tied for 12th or something.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
What do you think, Monkey?
The only one I haven't seen is the Hulk one, so I can't judge that one. But I would have this one tied with Thor 1 and Thor 2, and maybe like Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Wait, does the Hulk even count?
It does, but I don't count it because I haven't seen it. So yeah, I'd probably have it around 16 or so.
Wait, is there a Hulk movie with this actor as the Hulk?
No, they changed the actor, but it's like supposed to be the same character.
It doesn't count then.
No, it counts. They've changed
doesn't make
actors in
sense.
this series before.
Who?
Rhodey in Iron Man 1, he was played by, I think, Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yeah, but he's not a main character.
He was not played by Cuba Gooding Jr. He was played by Terrence Howard.
God damn it.
Well, who plays him now?
Don Cheadle.
Oh, well, maybe.
But if
Don Cheadle, who was in this movie.
If they changed the main character, then
he was
it's
in the
a
after
different
credits scene.
version.
Oh. What are you saying, Florian?
If they change the main character, it's a different version. Just like Spider-Man's a different Spider-Man.
No. You gotta understand they just recast. It's still the same character because Tony Stark is in that movie. Tony Stark. He's in it.
Damn, I don't know. There's just 2 Hulks in that universe.
No, there's fucking not.
Tony Stark is in that? What the fuck? I don't even remember that.
Yeah, and so is General Ross, who comes back in Civil War. It's canon.
He makes everybody feel bad about saving the world.
Yeah, fucking asshole.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
Let's see. I gotta rack my brain. Do I have anything else about this?
Guys,
this mediocre
I did
film?
actually like most of the Skrull stuff in this movie. I thought Ben Mendelsohn was great as the main Skrull, Talos.
Yeah, he was great.
I thought the highlight was everything with Nick Fury, especially the CGI was so great, making him look like it was mid-90s Sam Jackson, and really...
I was kind of half and half on the CGI.
You didn't think it was good?
Samuel Jackson.
Shit, I thought it was perfect.
His face seemed oddly very frozen at times.
Once you go black, you don't crack.
No,
he's not cracking up.
Perfect, you're insane. And I just saw him be an old guy who ties up a sex-crazed maniac in his basement, and now he's a young guy. Oh my god!
Wait, yeah, you're talking about Black.
My mind is blown.
I think this is a great.
Coulson's also back.
Yeah, this is kind of a great origin story for Nick Fury. I think it's better for his origin than even for Captain Marvel because we see him in his youth and how he comes up with the Avengers Initiative and all that stuff. I think it's a dual origin story.
I don't really like. I'm so confused because I read some interviews with Jackson talking about how this Fury is a completely different person who is working a desk job and is interested in finding out what the fuck aliens are. But like,
A
he pretty
desk
much
job?
takes it. He pretty much takes it in stride that
He's a
there are
badass from
aliens
the
and there's
beginning.
giant spaceships and all this shit is going on. He seems to be basically the same character, just 29 years.
Well,
ago.
I don't know. In Avengers, New York is attacked by literal alien monsters, and everybody seems pretty. They accept it for what it is pretty quick. It doesn't really blow anybody's
but
mind.
then this is the movie in which he's got to be, whoa, what the fuck? Like, he should be responding. Like,
No, because I'm
big
saying
responses.
nobody did that in the Avengers. Everybody just accepted that there were
because he
alien
already would have fucking seen that shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
he,
everybody,
but
not just
anyone
him.
else.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
I think.
I'm surprised. I think we're all more or less on the same boat with this movie. And really, everything I've seen from all my trusted reviewers also were like, yeah, this is a pretty meh movie. It's whatever. It's not horrible. It exists. It's whatever. Is that
I
fair?
guess you can't please them all.
It kind of bugs me that they did this right before Avengers Endgame.
Yeah,
and that
I'm
she's gonna
saying it
come
came out at the
into-
wrong fucking time.
Well, I disagree. If they had done it any sooner, then people would have just not gotten involved in the Marvel universe. They would have been like, "What the fuck is this? This doesn't make any sense narratively," and so they had to do it now.
Even like Phase 2 or beginning of Phase 3, you could have
Maybe.
slotted this in. And...
I'm telling you, right before the original Avengers, because the whole time we're waiting for him to call Captain Marvel, and he never does. Would have been so tense. We're waiting.
You
What
would
could
have liked
possibly
to-
be a big enough villain that we call Captain Marvel finally? What could it be? Oh, it's Thanos. My question is, if she is literally Super Saiyan, how is there even going to be an Endgame? We see in the post-credit scene, she shows up. She just punches Thanos once and he's dead. Where's the movie? I don't like how powerful this character is.
Well, why do you think she's that much more powerful than Thor and all the other guys?
She can fly at the speed of sound, or at the speed of light. She just flies through a spaceship and it explodes immediately and is dead.
I bet Thor could do that.
Oh yeah, Thor could do that.
Yeah, I really don't think that she's any more powerful than Thor.
Well, she's a little more powerful, but just because she's a woman.
Thor would have killed Thanos in one hit too if he would have aimed just a little bit higher, according to Thanos himself.
Wait, what did he say? You should have aimed for the head.
Yeah. So like, if you have Thor and Captain Marvel, how's there even a fucking fight? We know that they could both kill him immediately if they just aim for the head.
I mean,
Well, they don't need to kill him. They need to reverse what he did, though.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Which
Well,
is
no,
surprising,
just
by
fucking
the
kill
way,
him and take the gauntlet and fix it. It's so easy.
Well, didn't he destroy the gauntlet when he snapped?
Much like the Dragon Balls, I'm pretty sure all of the Infinity Stones are out of the gauntlet, and the gauntlet's fucked.
No, because
yeah.
after he snapped, he used the gauntlet to disappear.
Yeah, but it was
still
really
has
broken.
power. I don't know, it still worked.
Well, damn. Man, I was so surprised. I thought that Captain Marvel... I thought when Nick Fury used that pager, it sent a signal back in time because it's a fucking pager. I thought Captain Marvel would defeat Thanos from the past, but now I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen in Endgame. It's
Did
gonna be
you watch
crazy.
the mid-credits scene where she shows up and meets the Avengers?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, now you
Oh my
know.
god, Florian stayed in the theater past the screen going black.
Yeah, it was a
Wow.
good song.
Holy
It
shit.
was a good song. It wasn't that good.
I forgot that was Florian's fucking like main criteria is that if I like the song,
Well, I've left with whatever songs on that I liked, but I guess I was patient that time because I really wanted to see how it ties in.
yeah,
And
right.
I'm disappointed. She was just in space and didn't pay attention. Great.
Yeah, the last 23 years, she's just been chilling in space and never came back to visit her black best friend or the daughter who she promised she'd come back to visit soon or any of that. She was just fucking flying around in space doing nothing.
Yeah, she didn't even defeat the guy with the hammer. That was someone else who had to defeat
Yeah,
him.
they had to do a dance-off to kill him.
Yeah.
Dance-off, bro. Okay, let's go around the horn. E-Rich, is Captain Marvel KINO, and would you recommend it? And if so, to who?
I think this movie is KINO in 2010. I think 9 years ago, I would be singing this movie's praises. I think I would be
So
saying
you're
that
saying like if it came out
subverted-
right before Avengers, maybe.
yeah, I'd be saying that it subverted expectations, and I didn't know what I would expect from a Captain Marvel movie, but they changed it up on me. But the problem is we've seen Marvel do this formula really well a couple times, and I don't think this is a great way to do the formula. I think it actively detracts from the Captain Marvel character, and I really wish that I wasn't saying that about this movie, because I think it's important to see women.
Oh, God damn it. Couldn't finish the podcast without breaking that shit into it. Okay.
There you go.
Florian,
That's it.
is this movie KINO, and would you recommend it?
Well, I guess it's KINO, but the thing is, I
You
wouldn't
guess?
recommend it.
What do you mean? KINO in
I
what
wouldn't
way?
recommend
KINO,
it.
we don't just toss KINO around to every movie.
Yeah.
How's it KINO?
Well, what do you mean? It's got good action and stuff, and good music.
What do you
and-
think KINO means?
No! Do not say that, Florian. Do not say this movie has good action. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you, it's got good action.
No,
But
it
the thing
does
is-
not.
I can't fucking see a goddamn thing. God damn it.
Isn't that all the superhero movies from Marvel? that you can't see a
No.
damn
The
thing?
fucking Captain America movies had great action.
Yeah.
Well, that one was just really grounded because he's just a guy on steroids. I mean, how are you gonna have that when you got a glowing woman of fire?
The fucking
Who flies?
beginning action sequence of this movie takes place on a fucking fog planet. What the fuck? It's like they're actively trying to hide the action from us.
Yeah.
Don't you see that it was the fog of the patriarchy? You fucking cock.
Wow.
Anyways,
Out
can I
cucking
make
the
my
cuck.
point? So basically, I
I'm
wouldn't
monkey.
recommend it. What?
So basically, I'm monkey.
Ah, yeah, that's me. No, I wouldn't recommend it because it's just if I was
It's
gonna
KINO,
recommend,
but you wouldn't recommend it.
Wow.
yeah, don't even let me talk.
If
If I was gonna recommend a Marvel movie, I would just say Avengers, and who would I recommend this to who hasn't seen the Marvel movies? I don't know.
But Florian, it broke new ground.
No, it didn't.
Name one female superhero movie and then see you before this.
Oh well. Oh, I just was so egalitarian that I didn't even notice that she's a woman. And then I didn't fucking
You
assume
know
her
what
gender.
egalitarian means?
All right, let me give you a real opinion, folks.
Uh,
I'm going to say what I said a few episodes ago. Don't waste your money on this movie. Go see Alita. Just go fucking see Alita. It's better in
Yeah.
every way, and it has a female hero. Jerk off in the theater. Go see Alita. You don't need to see this one before you see Endgame because, what? Oh, I need to know about this character before she's in it. No. You're not going to learn shit about this fucking character like Erich has been saying all night.
Well, you learn about Nick Fury.
Doesn't matter. We know enough about him. Nothing in this movie is consequential. It means nothing. It's filler. You don't need to see it. It's just kind of like how Doctor Strange is a better movie than this, but you also can skip Doctor
Ooh.
Strange because
I don't know.
he's introduced so well in Infinity War, and you understand him just right off the bat. You don't need the origin because once you see him in the context of the team up movie, you get the character. I think this is a similar thing. You don't need to see it.
Monkey, saying that this movie is not as good as Doctor Strange to me is like the opposite Sophie's Choice, where I want to give one of my kids up to the Nazis.
You hate Doctor Strange?
I don't know which I hate more.
Wow.
Yeah, I really don't like Doctor Strange.
Well,
Doctor
the thing is
Strange is slightly better than like Thor in all the dog shit Marvel movies.
Mm-hmm.
Which Thor? All of the Thor?
No,
Damn.
Thor 1
The
and 2.
first Thor.
Thor 3 is where they got it right.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
The silly one. Well, the thing is that you can just skip Doctor Strange by just watching the trailer. I
Yeah,
don't think
that is
any-
also true.
Yeah, also
Yeah,
true.
you just watch the trailers and then watch Avengers. Easy.
Yeah,
Could
you're
you
actually
do that for
fucking
Captain
right.
Marvel? Could you get Captain Marvel by watching the trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it has that
I
fucking,
mean, you wouldn't
I
get
get knocked
anything.
down, and I get a. Well, just watch the trailer to Tub Thumping, and that'll be it. That's all you need to do.
So I guess our consensus review is go watch Alita Battle Angel while it's still in theaters. And
Absolutely.
that's it.
Oh, the one thing I did want to talk about real quick was there's a bunch of memes going around that like Alita is so much better than Captain Marvel,
True.
and like Captain
What?
Marvel is like the worst female movie, and I was really disheartened by that before I saw Captain Marvel. But now I'm basically fully behind that.
This isn't going to be another Black Panther thing where after you see it again, you're going to sing its praises, right?
I'm not going to see this movie again.
Wow.
I could very well have thought that I could have liked Black Panther more than that first time when I first saw it. But no, I refuse to watch this movie again.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna force him to watch it again, Mumkey. You're gonna review this movie 3 times because it's so important for women.
It is Women's History Month, so we kind of have to watch it again and again and again.
It needs to be done.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see you again tomorrow with another another Captain Marvel review. Can we review Alita again?
Oh, damn, I don't know. I was just looking up Alita's box office. I guess they're close to 400 million now.
Ooh, let's get to half a billion on that one.
360, I guess, is what it is worldwide.
Oh, that's not too good.
You don't think?
Based on the budget and the marketing, I'm guessing they're probably hoping for a little bit more.
Well, I mean, it's not done yet. I think it's on its way.
Some guy in the chat said, does every minority really deserve a History Month? Do you think women are a minority? What the fuck are you talking about? 51% of the earth is women. They're the majority.
Damn it, Mumkey. You're a bad feminist. Don't you see that women are a minority because they have a minority of the power?
I don't think that's what that means. I think it's like a population comparison.
Dude, if you ask a feminist, that's what that means.
Yeah, well. I guess, boys, where can we find you guys online?
Check out Game Squid on YouTube, everyone. Yeah. He just made a video about me being stuck in a cave in Astroneer. It's very important to watch. It's my real origin story.
And Erich, do you want to plug anything?
Yeah, sure. You can find me at ErichKino on Twitter, ErichKino. Also, my YouTube channel is at Erich on YouTube.
And as always, I am Mumkey Jones. If you want to watch this show live, you can go to twitch.tv/MumkeyJones and hit that follow button. I don't know what we're going to review next, boys. Is anything coming out anytime soon? Other
Let me
than
look
Avengers?
at what's coming out next week.
And Avengers is like still 6 or 7 weeks away.
Oh man, I want to see it. Actually, I don't even know what the hell's going to be in it. How they going to defeat him? He's already done his thing.
We'll
Let's
find
see
out.
here. Oh, Captive State's coming out next week, but I don't know anything about that really.
Wait, do you think Captain Marvel will just fly around the Earth until it reverses time?
I don't think so.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Superman is the ultimate, Marys.
That's how you
True.
do it, right? You fly around the Earth and it resets time in the entire universe.
All
Yeah,
right,
that's how it
for
works.
Is It Kino, I've been Mumkey Jones. We'll see you guys next time.
I get knocked down, and
But
I get up again.
You're never
You're
gonna
never
keep me
gonna-
down. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your favorite movie review podcast. That's right, the one and only Is It Kino, the show that watches the new releases and tells you whether or not they are Kino, so you don't have to waste your time and money going to the theater when there's a real shitty stinker out there, folks. I am your host, Monkey Johnson, joined as always by my temporary co-host and really life partner in a lot of ways. We've shared a lot more than just this podcast. We've shared each other's bodies. We've shared money. We've shared children. One Erich McCoy.
Oh, I'm doing good.
Was that you
Is
cracking open a
Asperger
cold one?
Child.
That's right. Cold
Yeah.
one with the boys.
Yeah, Asperger was our child. We didn't want to tell anybody. He was a perfect
Oh,
clone.
shit.
we took 11 and a half of my chromosomes and 11 and a half of Erich's and formed the perfect being. Asperger rap.
Oh, you couldn't
Yeah.
split the soul, and that's why he was just a mere reflection of you.
Wow. yeah, he's a truly soulless being. Also joined by everybody's favorite German defender. Whatever that
No.
means.
Springtime for Florian.
Whoa! One Florian Himsel.
It really is springtime, damn. Hello, everyone. I am here, and I don't know how you're gonna tell whether or not this is Kino. I don't think we'll be able to agree on if this is Kino.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wow.
Could it be? Podcast co-hosts disagree on something? Speaking
Oh,
of disagreements, folks, we got some questions I would like to address before we go into the movie review. As we announced on the previous couple episodes ago, I think, Erich will be departing this show after the Avengers Endgame review at the end of April. And folks, a lot of people are confused about the logistics of this departure. Like, a lot of people were very concerned. They had to know. Not Asperger, Asterios' girlfriend, Sarancha, in particular, was very concerned about this. Will Erich still be
Change my
legally
name?
changing his name to E-Bitch McSoy if Trump wins in 2020? And folks, let me tell you, the answer is yes, of course he will. Right, Erich?
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm going back on that.
No, even if he's not on the show, he's just apropos of nothing, because there's nobody holding him to this standard because
Right,
he's
right.
abandoned the internet. He will still be changing his name legally to E-Bitch McSoy come 2020.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Can't
it will
wait.
be his legal name, as he is a teacher working with children, and his name contains bitch. It'll be perfect.
But that's his first name. It would be very disrespectful for the students to refer to him by his first name. They would say, "Mr. McSoy, can I go to the bathroom?" And he says,
Yes, you can.
"Kids, I'm a cool teacher. You can call me E-Bitch. Call me Mr. E-Bitch."
No, and then the little children hold their ears closed because they've never heard
Oh,
such
no.
swears.
That's
Can I
true.
have put any interesting punctuation in the spelling of my name?
Yeah,
Like
you
a
can.
bunch of
As
what are
long
those
as
things
it's
called?
technically,
Apostrophes?
as long as it's pronounced E-Bitch McSoy, you can spell it any way you want.
All
Are
right.
you gonna do the lead speak? You gonna use letters and
Yeah, right. 3 bitch McCoy.
Yes.
Okay. We also had people wondering, how will the show possibly continue without Erich? He brought so much to the program. He had. Why are you laughing, Erich? That's not a joke.
Nobody is saying that.
No. I've had comments on YouTube saying, I love this show, but I can't handle just Florian and Mumkey. This isn't going to work for
shit.
me. We need
Damn.
that perspective. Because, like, Florian and Mumkey are like, the edgy, alt-right, Trump-supporting
Right.
You
neo-Nazis.
bastard.
And Erich was like the good-hearted, didn't do nothing,
Yeah.
self-hating white man of the show. The balance in the force will be forsaken. It'll be off kilter. The show will collapse and fall within itself. So that's why today, and Florian, I have not mentioned this to you, so let's see how you feel about
my.
it.
Oh shit.
I am announcing an official contest called
Oh!
America's Next Top Erich, folks. That's right.
Oh,
I think people should submit applications to be America's Next Top Erich. Send them into, I think it's the Is It KINO podcast at gmail.com. I hope that's the right email. If not, just send it to monkeyjones at gmail.com.
It might be Izakino 123.
I have no fucking idea. Send it to monkeyjones at gmail.com.
Right.
With I want the application should include a voice recording so we know how good your audio quality, your microphone setup is. And perhaps, and Florian, hear me out on this. Perhaps if I like somebody's application, we'll give everybody one shot. They can do one episode live with Florian and I. And after we have 8 good entries, the audience in a tournament bracket,
Oh my
we
god.
can set these people against each other, and the audience will vote for who they think makes the best new third guy, the best replacement for the almighty Erich. And we'll bring them back on and go head to head in these tournament matches, and eventually we'll come to the conclusion of America's Next Top Erich. What do you guys think?
that sounds like the best idea ever. But I gotta tell you, man, I got very blue pilled by Erich lately. I think I'm pretty much a liberal now. What are you gonna do, man?
So there's no need for a third host. You're already the lib cuck of the
It's all
group.
for nothing.
I'm going to enter this contest.
It'll be like when Charlie Chaplin got third place in the Charlie Chaplin lookalike contest. You'll
Yeah,
you'll
right,
lose
right.
your own replacement contest.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, it did happen.
It's amazing.
Erich will get third place in the replace Erich contest.
Shit.
He's not good enough. Not quite.
Sad.
I do like people like Citizen Cinema. That guy, he's really great. He's got a great
Oh,
voice.
no.
You don't like that guy,
Oh,
Florian?
Florian hates him.
Why do you hate that
Great.
guy? What's wrong with that guy?
No, I just think he's very generic. It's always like
Generic? I met that guy in
guy's
person.
actually the good guy. All right, I guess we'll see.
Well, it's not like we're doing a Star Wars podcast. I'm sure he can have opinions on normal movies.
No, it's always the bad guys being the good guys. I tell you, you pay attention to that, it'll always be that.
Well, you must be a really big fan of Schindler's List.
Oh,
Oh,
I really can't wait to hear what these entries sound like.
oh yeah, this is going to be great. This is the official announcement because I'm not going to make a separate video announcing the America's Next Top E-Rich Challenge because if you want to be America's Next Top E-Rich, you have to be listening to every episode of the show. So the only way you can
Absolutely.
know about this contest is if you're listening to this episode of the podcast. I'm not going to let
Right.
some random Joe Schmo off the street who's never listened to KINO before just hop onto my fucking podcast. You need to be a diehard fan who knows the memes. If you can do an impression of E-Rich and just pretend to be him, we'll just call you E-Rich and pretend like nothing has changed. I think that would be...
Absolutely.
You just have to be up to date on all the E-Rich memes, all of his political opinions. I think, E-Rich, you should take the isidewith.com political quiz so people know exactly where you stand so they can perfectly emulate you.
Mm-hmm.
flawless.
So yeah. Anyway, that's enough of the pre-KINO mumblings. Let's hop into this film. We are here to discuss the newest horror blockbuster from acclaimed Oscar-winning horror
Screenwriter.
expert Jordan Orange Peel. That's the best joke I could come up with his name.
Annoying orange.
Not to be confused with the African country of Jordan. Offensive. That his parents would name him after that. I have to assume that's how it happened. E-Rich, what did you think of Us?
All right, so I went into Us. I always like to preface with my experience with this filmmaker because I liked Get Out, but a lot of people love Get
I
Out.
thought you were
and
going to
thought
say
Get
I
Out-
liked Mad TV.
Oh yeah, I do like Mad TV.
It's where he got his big break. The rival to
Yeah.
SNL was Mad TV, and I always found it to be much funnier because it was just like wall-to-wall racist and sexist jokes without
Yeah,
even
right.
trying to be clever, and I really, really appreciated for that.
Mad TV is like lowest common denominator SNL, which works.
It had Key and
Damn.
Peele, Bobby Lee, Michael McDonald. Can you name a better cast of characters, E-Rich?
Yeah, you
Those-
know all
Ryan
these
Johnson.
people, right?
Did you say Ryan Johnson?
Yeah, Ryan Johnson,
Okay.
Lupita Nyong'o.
Ryan
Those are
Johnson's
big
not in this
names. Damn.
What did you think of Us? Why are you fucking
All right.
stalling?
So I was talking about Get Out because I thought Get Out was fine. It was.
You're
it
the
was
one who's going to
decent.
be getting out at the end of the month. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. So Get Out was good, not great. So going into Us, I was wondering whether Jordan Peele would cement himself as a decent, all right director in Hollywood, or whether he would rise to the occasion and be visionary director, Jordan Peele.
Well,
And-
that's the thing about any filmmaker's sophomore outing, especially after
Right.
having a really big, critically acclaimed Oscar-winning hit. Is so
Mm-hmm.
what? What do you do for your second film? Do you do the same exact thing again, and then everybody says, "Oh, he did the same fucking thing again," or do you do something
Mm-hmm.
completely different, and people say, "Well, this is unrecognizable. I don't like this. Why didn't you do Get Out too?" So it's really
Right.
it's a really tough way to navigate doing your second film. So
And you know what?
I don't envy his position here.
I think Us is kind of a mixed bag where there's a lot of social commentary present in this movie, and it's also mixed into a regular good old horror movie, basically base under siege type story where you've got a house that is being attacked by a fearsome figure or family of figures essentially. And I think that part of the movie is well done. It goes absolutely insane by the end of it, and I feel like he's stretching. He's really trying to say a lot with this movie, and I feel like some of his ideas aren't quite as good as maybe they should be. And he's really trying to make a point here, and I'm not sure if it fits into the movie that he's making as well. So kind of mixed. I liked it, but
Wait,
Didn't
he's
love it.
trying to make a point. What's that
Yeah.
point?
yeah, fucking when the fucking doppelgangers
Oh,
say we are
spoilers.
Americans,
Oh,
like
really?
of course
That's-
he's making a point.
Wait, that was
was
the point?
that was some of the shoddiest, most obvious on the nose writing, perhaps in any film ever. We're Americans. If you ever are trying to make some sort of metaphor with your film and a character ever says we're Americans, just fucking throw that first draft in the garbage. Are you fucking kidding me? How embarrassing. Are you fucking
very clearly
should have said we're the bourgeoisie, baby. We're the proletariat, motherfucker.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's what it is. Like, there's a lower class. There is a trod upon underclass that lives underground and is kind of not like society does not really acknowledge them. And then there's everybody else who's doing fine on the top, and they're living the lives that everybody should be living.
All right, let's hear what somebody from the Master Race has to say. Florian, what did you think of Us?
Yeah, I didn't see it that way at all, because I think if you're gonna
really
make
this
social
movie that's like a
commentary-
big metaphor for American society. The guy who lives in Austria didn't really see it.
Yeah,
Wow.
right.
Damn.
Stunning.
Well, if you're gonna make political commentary, you can't make it in a movie that is just completely nonsensical on every level. That's just not gonna work. And that's not even a bad thing, because I like this movie. I think this movie is the greatest comedy of all time. I've been
Really?
in this movie.
The greatest comedy? Have you
Wow.
seen Monkey Jones Stops a School Shooting?
That's the greatest comedy.
There's nothing funnier.
Damn.
There's a scene where two men kiss. Can you imagine?
I think you may be a little bit biased there.
What?
Wow.
Man, I was in the cinema and everyone was just being dead silent, and on screen just the most hilarious things would unfold, and I had to constantly hold in a chuckle. How did they do it? How did
Wow.
these people
You held in a whole chuckle.
Well, I mean, constant. It's a constant chuckle. It was constantly funny.
Chuckle's a funny fucking word. There's so many C sounds in there, K sounds.
I was actually pretty disappointed with how not interactive my audience was. Like, they weren't really like reacting to any of the horror moments or even the fucking comedy moments in the movie.
Well, let me.
Yeah, nothing.
I had the exact opposite of both of you guys. I saw this movie in IMAX because I get IMAX.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's in
playing in
IMAX.
IMAX?
Yeah.
Oh no, you missed out.
Because as an
What?
AMC A-list subscriber for $20
Yeah.
a month, I can see as many IMAX movies as I want for no additional
Holy
cost.
shit.
So I just go see everything in IMAX, even if I don't want to see it. I just like go into the IMAX theater.
Nice.
My theater of IMAX patrons on a Tuesday night was about 1/3 full. And let me tell you, folks, the sign of a good horror movie, the number one sign of a good horror movie is when the audience is not laughing at things that are supposed to be creepy or scary. And I've seen a lot of praise for Lupita Nyong'o's performance in this film, but folks, my audience, they had a very different reaction. This movie is full of doppelgangers. Every character has an evil, or I mean, it's not. We're Americans. We're not evil. We're taking back the whatever. Who fucking cares? We'll get into that later. Everybody has like an evil doppelganger that wants to kill them, and Lupita Nyong'o's doppelganger, for some reason, talk. Can one of you guys do the impression of how this bitch is talking? It's so embarrassing. Jones. Yeah,
Kinda like that, a
it's
little
supposed to be scary or creepy or something, and I've seen a lot of praise for this performance of oh, what a dual performance like no other. My audience was laughing hysterically at how stupid this bitch sounded doing this voice. It was so, oh, I'm trying to be a creepy, scary person who's going all in this performance, but it was just so laughable. Literally laughing at the movie, not with it, at it, because it's so embarrassing.
She got fucking choked the fuck out.
Oh, yeah, this is
Whatever.
real bad.
Her neck was fucking damaged.
Yeah, for the entirety of her life, I don't think
Yes,
so.
she got choked by a 6-year-old girl for about
Well,
5
don't-
seconds.
Well, she was a
I don't think she was
16-year-old.
talking a whole lot underneath the ground, so she probably hasn't talked a whole lot. And yeah,
Are we just jumping into
No.
spoilers?
Here's the thing. Oh, the whole thing is spoiled. Who fucking cares? Erich, you're right. That is the logical reason why the character talks like that. But when the audience is laughing at your performance, you're doing something fucking wrong. You can convey that in a way that is not hysterically embarrassing.
I think horror and comedy are kind of linked in a way because
Oh, wow.
during the visit, people were fucking laughing all the time because it's like a nervous kind of energy that's going through the room.
Isn't
when
The Visit an M. Night Shyamalan movie?
Yes,
They're probably
yes, it
laughing
is.
at it anyway.
Yeah, they should.
Well, I
Isn't
mean,
that movie
it's mainly
dog
just
shit?
old people are disgusting, and
True.
it's very awkward. So like,
True.
it's basically like there's some awkwardness in that, and I think the performance is a good one. I could definitely see why people would be bothered with. It's a very like over the top, very like
Embarrassing
character thing to be talking like that. I think it's
something I would have done when
intimidating.
I was 13, making home movies in my backyard. Like,
Right.
This is my creepy voice.
Oh, come on, it doesn't sound like that at all.
Sounds like
was
dog
amazing.
shit.
I think they overdo it. I think if it was used in smaller bits, it might be better because she fucking monologues in that voice.
Yeah, it's fucking.
It's
so
insane.
like the whole scary living room monologue, the whole audience won't stop laughing in my theater.
Man,
I felt so
didn't
bad
laugh
for the
at that
movie.
one.
I was embarrassed on behalf of the film.
Florian was shivering in his boots. He was so fucking scared.
He was holding in
Well,
his chuckles.
Not in that scene. I was finally finding out what they're all about. It was great.
Yeah, right.
I was fully invested at that point.
All right, folks. This movie's been out for 2 weeks as of us recording this, so yeah, we're gonna spoil the whole thing. We've already spoiled a lot of things, but let's just let's have an open season discussion on everything about this film. I guess I haven't really given my perspective on it yet. Both of you guys had your turn, unless if
Right.
Florian had more to say.
Well, I guess I'll talk about it later.
Okay. Folks, let me put it this way. If you want to know, is Us any good? How does it compare to Get Out? I'll put it at this. Get Out won an Oscar for screenwriting. Us will be lucky to be nominated for a Teen Choice Award, folks. This movie will not touch the motherfucking Oscars. You better believe. I'll make that bet right now. Will not be nominated in any category. You kidding me? What a fucking joke. What a joke.
Man, you really hated it that much? Jeez.
I didn't hate it. I was thoroughly entertained by the film, but it's not a prestigious intellectual film in the way that everybody wanted us to think Get Out was. If anybody tries to argue that this movie is on the same level intellectually or metaphorically as Get Out, what a pretentious fuck. No fucking way. He blew his load with all his smart guy ideas with the first movie. This was an embarrassing feat, I gotta tell you. Every level of it. The line "We're Americans" is when I said, "Yep, you're not getting nominated for shit this time, buddy." No sense of subtlety. Just a twist, or really an entire plot so insane and nonsensical that you can no longer take the movie seriously. At least Get Out. It's like, okay, yeah, they're just transplanting a brain. I can believe that. Sure, that makes sense to me.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah, but there's barely anything happening in Get Out, though. It's all just suspense, and then it's just anticlimactic in the end.
Yeah.
You actually prefer Get Out?
Oh, of course. I can suspend my disbelief for like
Us,
a brain
actually.
for a brain transfer. It makes sense to me. This one, the story is so absolutely fucking bonkers that like you just have to laugh at it. It feels like a comedy. It's not scary at all.
Yeah,
Monkey,
it
I
doesn't
think
make sense on any level, but the thing is, most horror movies don't make sense.
Right.
So
I
why
agree
is
with
that
you in the
weird?
theater watching it, Monkey, because when I was watching the third act of this movie and was going, every like red jumpsuited figure is all holding hands and like forming giant like hands across America type things. I was like, this is fucking insane. This is dumb. And like, how do they live underground for that long?
How did they
Like,
get 350 million red jumpsuits, 350 million scissors? Like, I don't want to go CinemaSins on this shit, but it's so fucking stupid that I can't take it seriously.
No, look, it doesn't
Wait,
make any
that's
sense.
the problem. It's way easier to get
I want to hear what Everett has
those
to say,
items
Florian.
than to have food for a whole life.
Hey, let's
Florian,
let
Florian,
Everett finish.
Shut up a second. Like,
Okay.
to me, when you take big swings like that, I appreciate those swings because that is not ever anything that I've seen in a horror movie. And I like the concept. Like, I like the ideas he's playing with. I'd have to see the movie again to, like, work through all the stuff. And actually, I think I might have fallen asleep for part of it. It was 10 p.m. when I was seeing this movie, and I was tired as fuck. So I think I saw most of the end, but it's like the middle into the end.
I loved
might
it,
have not.
Raves Rich. I only slept through 20 minutes.
No, but I like a lot of the ideas in it, and because of that, I've been thinking about this movie a lot afterwards, and then like listening to podcasts and people talking about it. And
Damn.
I think he's got a lot in this, and he's trying to say a lot. And I'd rather have a movie that is kind of unfocused and doesn't fully like know what it's saying, but is trying to do a lot, than a movie that is very precise, like Get Out. But I don't think the point is particularly.
Well,
Like,
in your defense, you use the metaphor of a big swing, and I'll agree. I mean, a big swing is, by definition, a risk. High risk, high reward. You know what I'm saying, folks? Big swing. You might get a home run. You might get a grand slam, or you'll probably strike out more often than not.
Sometimes great.
Sometimes hitting a double is a lot better than a big swing and a miss, folks. In this movie, motherfucking swing and miss. Too stupid for me.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's definitely the risk here. The movie's doing great, though. It's got a lot of money.
It's that stupid. I think it actually makes a lot more sense in the end with the twist, I guess. I mean, except for the logistics, but
now, Erich, don't get me confused here. When I say swing and a miss, I don't mean critically or financially. Obviously, it's very successful in both
creatively.
I'm just talking about not and creatively in the sense of what Mumkey Jones likes in a movie.
very specific.
I'm living in a very, very self-centered world where I personally, believe it or not, in my personal opinion, is that the film was stupid. I know it might be crazy for you to not give into the temptations of the popular opinion, Erich, but individual people can also share their individual opinions without going to the mob and asking, "Oh, Mr. Podcaster, what should I believe? Tell me, please."
One of the reasons I couldn't,
though, didn't you?
Yeah, you said you enjoyed it though.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, but not as a horror movie. This movie is fucking stupid movie.
How is that bad?
No, it's not. It's not bad. It's just
did I miss that?
because I enjoyed it, but not for the reasons that the filmmaker intended. I want to share something funny. I showed this to you guys on Discord. This has nothing to do with my opinion. I just thought it was funny. Last night, my dad texted me, "Have you seen the movie Us?" I said, "Yeah." My dad said, "Stupidest fucking movie ever." And I said, "My dad should replace Erich on as a KINO."
Yeah, send an entry.
Yeah.
I bet your dad is watching this episode right now and just agreeing fully with your assessment. Oh my god!
I think it's undeniable that the plot of the film is egregiously stupid and unforgivable, but you can still enjoy it for the social commentary and I guess the potential horror elements, even though none of it was really scary. It was just kind of hilarious.
Yeah, I didn't really find it that scary either, to be honest.
But how can you tell that the director didn't just play amazing 4D chess here, where he made a movie that is both perfect as a comedy to some people and then to some people perfect as a horror movie?
It could be.
How is
Jordan
that not
Peele's a very
flawless?
smart man. He won the Oscar for Best Screenplay.
Yeah, he pulled it off. He followed up his amazing first movie, actually, but it's just as good as that one. So there you go.
I mean, I always liked Get Out. I just thought it was overpraised and overhyped. But this one is genuine. When I see 98% on Rotten Tomatoes, I think, wow, you guys are really trying hard to love this movie, aren't you? It's not that fucking good, dude.
But it works for everyone. It's either funny or it's scary.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
Let's talk about the things that I genuinely loved in this film. And here's the thing: I fucking hate Trump. And here's the other thing: I did not really look up the cast list before going to see the film. So when I see fourth build Tim Heidecker, I think, hold the fuck up. I never thought I'd be sitting in an IMAX theater and see Tim Heidecker's name pop up fourth billing in any movie. He appeared in Ant-Man and the Wasp as a cameo. What is he doing in this movie as a leading man?
Wait, he did?
Yeah, he was doing a ferry boat tour.
Oh, right.
You probably slept through that scene.
Yeah,
he was in Fantastic Four as well.
Tim Heidecker was in the Fan Four Stick?
That great movie?
Yeah, he was in Fan Four Stick.
Oh, that's awesome.
The beloved one.
Because On Cinema had a competition between Greg and Tim. Because Greg was in Ant-Man.
Yeah, so Tim Heidecker is he's great in this movie. He everybody when they're like doing the I'm the creepy doppelganger one. Most people
Right.
are embarrassingly bad at it, but his was I thought genuinely creepy and good, and I really liked watching him because I only see him as a crazy funny goofy guy. So when he's actually doing the creepy thing, it's like, oh yeah, here we go, Timmy. Here we go, Timmy boy, you're doing it. Timmy, you wish on your fairy godparents to be creepy. You got that wish, my boy.
Right.
Okay, so that's one thing I liked. Let's go around the horn. What did preschool show and tell? What did you boys enjoy about the film?
Oh boy.
So I really liked Lupita Nyong'o. She's the main character, and
Erich, please. Her last name is pronounced Nabongo. You're being very
Right.
culturally insensitive.
Damn.
I was very uncertain about her at first, just because like she's playing a very like detached role, and you kind of understand that by the end of the movie. But like I couldn't really get on board with what her motivation was, and I kind of feel like maybe she should have been trying to explain to her family what was going on, since she comes from the underpass or whatever. Fucking Jordan Peele decided to name that underground.
Seriously, is that the name? Ah, shit.
Yeah, the underpass.
So let me ask you this, Erich, because it's been about a week since Florian and I have seen this.
Right.
The big monologue at the end where the Lupita Nabongo is walking in a classroom and the evil one is up at the chalkboard. And for some reason, every time we see the one walking, she's taking another step, but she never gets any closer. And this goes on for about 20 minutes of her just tiptoeing and then I guess taking a step back when we're not looking.
Right.
We later learn that as a child, the doppelganger, of course, choked out the real one and forced her to live. So all this time we realize, who we thought was the real Lupita was actually the doppelganger who stole her place in society. So
and she's the one leading this revolution as well.
Yeah, so the original one is now leading the revolution because she's a normie. So let me ask you this, Erich. Why in the fuck... I understand why this is happening for the audience sake, but why in the fuck does the original, who is now the evil one, why does she feel the need to monologue exactly what the underground world is to somebody who has lived there before?
Who is from there?
I think that actually makes a lot of sense.
It's more. I think it's more for the audience.
Yeah, it's for the audience, but narratively, the two characters don't need to talk about this. They both already know it.
I disagree, actually.
What do you mean?
Well, I think this kid was so traumatized by this experience, and they also share a soul, so she doesn't know exactly how much of her memories are real and how much are fake, and she thought she was in this dark place, but she thought maybe it was a dream, and it was really confusing to her, and she had therapy and everything, and it makes sense to me. It never made sense at the beginning before we saw this twist. It's like, why doesn't she know this? Why is she not more careful? Why does she take this seriously or anything? But now it all makes sense because she's confused about it, but she knows that there is something, and she knows she's done something wrong, so she's not sure what to do about anything, and maybe she all made it up, so she's doubly unsure.
That could be, but I think that the doppelganger who escaped knew full well all along what she had done, because we see in a flashback when her parents are driving away from the beach, she's like has an evil grin on her face, like a knowing grin, like I fucking did it, I escaped, I'm the badass, I did what, I'm an American, baby.
Yeah, but I think like since they share memories, and then like she could just be told by the therapist, oh well, you have these weird thoughts, and she probably didn't talk a whole lot.
Besides, how young was she? This is very formative
like
stuff.
6.
Still.
Yeah, 5 or 6 years old.
Can you remember anything from when you were 6? Come on. I mean, sure, if something like that happens, it might be more memorable, but considering you share the same soul, you don't know which side you were on.
Yeah, but Lupita Nyong'o, the escaped doppelganger, knows exactly how to get to the magic escalator. She knows exactly where to go. So clearly she remembers all this shit and doesn't need to be retold that there's an underground society full of doppelgangers. Right.
Well, she knows now, but she didn't know to begin with. She blocked it out of her mind.
But the chronological sequences of the film, she knows exactly where to go to find the hidden underground laboratory, and then the original Lupita explains the entire plot of the movie to her. But we know she already remembers this shit because she
Right.
found the underground laboratory by herself.
Well, that may be true, but maybe they just both went there because one of them went there and they still connected.
I
I
think
guess I'm making a lot up, but
Yeah.
I think it makes sense on some level.
I think the escaped doppelganger never forgot anything, but she just was eternally scared that the things she did would come back to haunt her, and she like built up this great family and all this, and she's like, you live in constant fear and grief that the thing you did in the past, that bad thing, it's gonna come back to bite you.
Right, right.
So I think that's why she's all freaked out. I don't think
Well, that's
she
one
has
thing,
any
sure.
problem remembering her past.
I really wish that within this movie she was more cognizant of what was going on. Like, because they build up the twist the way it's going to be, you could always say that like she has kind of like erased that part of her past, and she's kind of thinking that she's been this way the entire time on the surface. But like, I really think that would be interesting if she was like trying to explain all of this to her family in some way, because she just feels so distant throughout most of it, which makes sense.
Well,
But
because-
why would
you
she-
can't
why
do
would
that
she
because you
explain
can't have the
this?
late epic twist ending that Jordan Peele
Yeah.
wanted us to have.
Well,
Right,
also she
right.
wouldn't explain it to their parents because if she knows it's real and she knows that she shouldn't be here, she should be back in that place.
Mhm.
So she wouldn't be explaining anything to anyone. And then maybe somewhere down the line she forgot that it was all real.
Right. You can always say that she like is trying to erase that part of her
Yeah.
life.
But she clearly remembers it. We can't
But-
pretend that she doesn't.
Okay, so
Yeah, you can remember
okay.
something and not be sure if it's real. You can remember a dream. Maybe
The
she
obvious
has the same
metaphor.
dream all the time.
The obvious metaphor here is that you are a poor person that has become rich, and you're trying to hide that side of your past because you're now kind of in a new status, and to recognize and try to like give power to those people that you left behind is kind of a scary thing. You realize that the people around you who have it less off and have less than you do, like, are kind of in as shitty a situation as you are, and you should want to help them, but you kind of can't.
God damn it. Of course you'd think so. Of course you'd think that these literal fucking zombies would be the lower class of our society. Great job.
It's the
you
fucking
Rich.
easiest metaphor. Like
They're
it's like the
fucking
fucking
zombies.
simplest shit.
I don't
They
need
go-
I don't need literal millionaire Florian to tell me about the class system in this film. You fuck.
They're only that way, Florian, because they weren't like educated and shit.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but that doesn't
Florian,
mean
Florian,
that they have
as a
any chance now.
Florian, as a millionaire, tell me what you think of poor people. You fuck.
Oh boy.
No, really, tell me what you think about these zombies. You think poor people are all zombies, only meant to serve you? Buy my game! Oh, you stupid zombies, get in line! You better buy Binding of Isaac Platinum Triple Edition. We're gonna re-release the same fucking game for the 10th time because Florian needs a new fucking Mercedes-Benz, folks!
How
me-
dare
yeah,
you?
me
It's
playing-
the rich who's conflating these literal zombies with poor working class people, and I'm the one who gets the shit for it, huh? That's
Me
just
playing,
great.
me playing the new version of Binding of Isaac is just like those people pretending that they're on a carnival ride.
Man, that was so retardedly stupid, by the way. How they just
Whoa!
they're just in this underground room and they're just pretending to do all the same things, and they're going on a roller coaster. What if the roller coaster ends? What do they do now? Slowly walk back to the start? God
Yes.
damn.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
They
What?
pantomime
This is so
everything that is happening with their tethered
Yeah.
person.
Yeah, but then they would just run
imagine-
into walls constantly. They wouldn't be able to avoid walls intelligently if that was true.
Well, why do you think that the
So-
little boy had his face all burned up? Because he kept the kid kept playing with that toy, and the boy was lighting a lighter and burning his own face. They have to pantomime
Yeah.
everything.
Holy shit! I didn't even get that, but now it all makes sense. Oh my
Yeah.
god,
they're,
that's
they're
beautiful.
tethered. They're tethered together, and they're kind of like reenacting the things that the people above ground are doing. And it's like, how do they do? Like, how the fuck does that even work?
It doesn't, because it's a stupid movie.
I know it's incredibly stupid, and like it's more of an idea than it is like a real thing. And Jordan Peele says that he has this all worked out and there's a way that this all works. How the fuck do they eat anything? They've got rabbits, but like rabbits can't fucking live without carrots and like whatever the fuck
Surely
they
the
eat.
rabbits, they can
Right?
have sex, give birth, and then eat their young all in the same day.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And also you can't live on a diet of just rabbits.
Yeah, and also there's never enough space for 1 million people down there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the crime that Jordan Peele commits in this film. He thinks that if your metaphor and your social commentary is good enough, that the film itself does not have to stand on its own and make sense as a narrative. When you sacrifice narrative and plot and logic for your lay epic metaphor and lay epic twist XD, I think your movie is unbalanced and kind of fucking shit.
Right. I think where he gets in trouble is he has a lot of details in here, but not enough details so it feels real. Like the fact that there's this entire underground thing and the government has done some kind of experiment so they can control people or whatever. Like if there was fewer details, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with it. But because we already have some of it, it's like he didn't finish the formula. Like it's like he gave me half of something and was like, "There it is. That's it." No.
Well, it's undoable anyways. It's impossible. I guess that's the whole point. How do they all fit down there? How do the poor do it? How do they survive?
Wow. Oh, everybody, Florian needs another corn pizza. Go pre-order Binding of Isaac 20-year anniversary edition, folks. Need more corn pizza for Florian.
God damn it, Mumkey. Why don't you tell us what you think of this brilliant social commentary then, Mumkey?
It's stupid.
Damn
It
it.
starts with there are like millions of miles of tunnels or whatever underground. Nobody knows what they're for. They were dug for some reason. And this is essentially the bullshit explanation. I think it's fine to have that, but then as soon as we see people living there and shit, we start to ask way more questions than like, because like you'd have like vitamin D deficiencies and like there would be a bunch of problems that people run into.
Are you
living
telling
just
me
inside all the time.
that the doppelganger of the dad wouldn't be a huge buff black guy just
Yeah,
living
there's
underground with no workout equipment and eating rabbit?
Yeah,
Wait,
there's no
is he
fucking way.
working out? I thought he was just budgy.
I mean, he's a huge buff guy. How would he get that way?
Damn, how does he do it on rabbits? I guess he's just really gluttonous down there too because of his counterpart.
Like when people drive, what the fuck do they do?
Yeah, how do they go
Is it
that
to run as
fast?
fast as possible?
Good question. Erich,
They just sit there. They just pretend.
Florian, let me ask you a question. Do you have a coffee table in your home?
No.
Erich, do you have a coffee table?
Yeah.
If I were to handcuff you to that coffee table, would you be just
Right.
stuck for the rest of your life?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for the rest of my life, guys. That's just how
Coffee
this works.
tables famously weigh, what, 500-600 pounds? And they're unmovable? What the
That's
fuck?
another thing where the metaphor or the shackling thing doesn't work as well when it's made literal.
Well,
She
does
was-
it fit through the door? This table.
Bitch, man, there is no coffee table in the world that I would
Oh, yeah, it's
would get
gotta fit
stuck
through
to.
the
Are you
door.
kidding me? Fucking, you can
Yeah.
move any coffee table. How did it get in the house? Did you have 18 Machamps carry that shit in this fucking Pokemon world we're living in? What's going on?
Yeah.
It's a coffee
You
table,
assembled
bitch.
it
Stand the
indoors.
fuck up. Swing that table at the bitch's head.
Right.
I guess you didn't think of that. Damn.
It was like she was handcuffed to prison bars. She thought she was stuck for life. It's a coffee table.
Yeah,
So
but
much
wasn't she
dumb
also
shit.
watched at the same time? Didn't she escape right after she was left alone?
The what?
Didn't she escape when she was left alone pretty quickly?
Oh yeah, she had to MacGyver her way to grab a fire poker to break the
Oh, yeah, that
coffee
was
table.
pretty hard for her.
Yeah, like bitch, just kick it. It's a coffee
Yeah.
table.
Damn.
Whatever.
Bolted to the ground somehow.
Yeah. I'll say the home invasion was like cool and suspenseful until they were all in the living room together, and then it got really stupid once evil Lupita started talking, and then they all go off on like their one-on-one adventures where the kid tricks his doppelganger into getting locked in the closet, and the girl is running, and then the other girl is chasing her, and then they stand on top of a car, And then she
And a
runs.
dude comes out and yells
she-
at them.
And then instead of running to get help, she just runs back to the family. That
Yeah.
whole section of the movie was really fucking long and stupid and shit. But
Mhm.
then,
Oh,
but then once they go to Tim Heidecker's house, I thought it really improved.
Oh yeah, those twins that are.
Oh, actually, I didn't get a chance to say this before, but my favorite part of the movie is when they're on the boat with the evil doppelganger, and then the boat constantly starts and stops randomly, and
Mhm.
sometimes it helps the bad guy, sometimes it helps the good guy, and it's so hilarious. And then
Right.
It's
the
the
bad guy's
chaotic
there.
neutral boat.
I know
Mhm.
he's trying to fix the boat, and then the good guy gets the chance to knock him out, throw him into the water. But then the boat starts randomly, and the good guy falls into the water as well.
Yeah,
It would be
that's
great
how a
if he-
motor works, I think.
He puts the boat into reverse,
That's
then
so
neutral, then chaotic neutral.
Perfect.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd say the middle part of the movie meanders a little bit, and then when you get into the third act, it really depends on your state of mind, your personal preference as to whether that was the worst part of the movie or the best part of the movie. As stupid and dumb as it was, I enjoyed it on that level. And the
Right.
little twist that it was she was the doppelganger all along. Yeah, it's a cute little twist. I don't really
Right.
I think he was trying to recontextualize the entire movie with it, but I feel like it
Mhm.
doesn't really change that much for me. And,
Well, I think the moving between class thing is the main reason for that, really.
yeah.
Well, it changed everything for me because everyone's actions didn't make sense. Why do these people want to kill everyone? Why do they wear all
Because
red?
they're
Why
the
is that-
poor and
They
they're
have
gonna
a
fucking kill
awful
you.
life.
You
They have
keep
a
eating
fucking
your
awful life.
You eat your
The poor
corn
don't
pizza
kill
and you drive your
people.
Mercedes. I'm gonna fucking kill you, Florian.
I don't even have a car, you fucker.
Oh.
You're the fucking you're the bourgeoisie here.
Oh, you
driving
think I'm
cars.
rich? You think I'm rich compared to millionaire Florian? Oh, be sure to pre-order season 18 of fucking Binding of Isaac. It's gonna be a 100-man survival Fortnite parody Binding of Isaac this time, folks.
That would sell so well.
Let's do Binding of Isaac Pokemon Edition. Florian needs a new pair of shoes, folks. Oh, fuck Isaac. Let's do other Bible characters. The Binding of Joseph. Special spin-off edition. Florian needs some new dental floss.
God damn it, Mumkey, stop.
Gold-plated dental floss.
Oh, 100-year anniversary. The Binding of Jesus. Florian needs to buy a new brain soak tank for when he transfers his body into the big cyborg monster because he's going to live forever, remaking the same shitty fucking game every goddamn year like Madden. Oh, Madden 19, Madden 20. What about Binding of Isaac 19, Binding of Isaac 20? Florian needs a new fucking shoelace, folks. Needs more corn pizza, folks.
Fucking hell.
Hook me up with more corn
steal my
pizza.
cyborg body.
Corn pizza is the only thing that fuels the cyborg body, folks. It's gonna be like
Runs on
Pokemon, you know. Here's a Binding of Isaac Ruby, Binding of Isaac Sapphire. A year later, same exact game, Binding of Isaac Emerald, baby. Florian needs a new toupee.
Fucking hell, stop.
Oh, what's that? They're building a Holocaust denial museum next to Florian's house, and he wants to donate and get his name on a statue. Oh, better release the Binding of Isaac.
Holocaust denial statue.
yeah. You want to
What's that statue of?
Florian needs to donate to the museum, folks. Better buy another copy of Binding of Isaac.
What's the statue of? I
It's
need
of
to know.
you. It's a statue of you that says the Holocaust is not real.
Damn.
But it's in German. How would you say that in German? I know it's illegal to say that in German, but please tell me how that would sound. The Holocaust is
now
not
it all
real.
makes sense. The bad guy was really me all along. Jeez, now I finally understand this movie.
You're the doppelganger who
Wow.
escaped.
Oh,
The real
no.
Florian is underground. He's eating rabbit thinking that it's corn pizza.
Corn pizza.
Really, I envy the rabbit guy. I'd rather eat fucking rabbit than goddamn corn pizza.
Raw rabbit.
Rabbit. Holy shit.
Okay, I think I've said all the things I wanted to say. You guys have any other thoughts on this film?
The music's very good. They did the 5 on It song, but orchestral, and it works. They made it slow,
It's
and
like
they made it
spooky
scary.
violin remake of it, and I really like that.
Yeah.
Damn. Man, what happens now? All the guys are out. What? They killed half the country. What's gonna happen to them now? So many unanswered questions. And then he's just standing in a line. That'll show him. Damn.
Monkey, are you ready for the Us cinematic universe?
Yeah, I need to know.
Returns to the Usaverse.
Well, have you ever heard of the movie Them? I know that
Oh,
No.
jeez.
you know you liberals have been fighting the us versus them debate for so long. You didn't even know that this movie
Right.
was coming out. But now we can debate what's better, us versus them.
What about They Live?
Us versus they live. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
No. Why would we compare those movies? That's stupid.
Oh man, 'cause let's talk about comparing movies. We just watched The Island earlier on the E-Rich show. Hilariously similar, because they also clone people, and then they weirdly have the same soul where they transfer memories.
Whoa! Spoiler alert for The Island in 2002, folks. Oh,
Damn it.
Florian can spoil any movie he wants because he sold another copy of Binding of Isaac.
Holy shit,
folks.
Monkey.
Isn't that a Leonardo DiCaprio movie? I still got to see that.
Don't think so, no.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, Shutter Island?
No, just The Island.
Who the fuck stars in The Island?
Ewan McGregor.
Oh yeah.
I swear
almost
there's like an
forgot.
island movie other than Shutter Island that Leo was in
Okay.
back in the early 2000s. I swear to God.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
I might be wrong. Whatever.
That I don't know.
So many islands.
Yeah, maybe one of my coworkers back when I was 17 lied to me about who starred in this movie, because that's what I remember. I
That would
only
never
know about it
happen.
from this discussion I had 6 years ago.
So guys, what did you think of Winston Duke in this movie? He played M'Baku in Black Panther, and he's back here.
Wait, was he the dad?
Yeah, he was the dad in this movie.
Oh shit! I did not recognize him as from Black Panther,
Jesus.
because Black Panther
Yep.
he's like the big scary Mountain King
Yeah.
guy.
Right.
Well, that's just perfect casting then. Jesus, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, he was
Did you
really
guys
good
think he
as
was
like
funny?
a stereotypical sitcom dad. I thought he
I
played
thought
that
I
part
thought he was
very
annoying.
Well,
I thought
yeah,
he was really annoying.
of course you would.
I-
You're
I
a
love-
kid.
Dude, I love how he dabs, because dabbing is like the perfect dad joke, but for some reason the kids do it, and now he's dabbing it. Oh my god!
Yeah, no, I think they
perfect
nailed
culture.
it. The fact that Erich
Yeah.
was annoyed even makes my opinion stronger that they did it perfect. Like the annoying dad who's just having fun and making his kids embarrassed because fuck you kids.
Mhm.
And Erich, of course, is the eternal child. He's the
Well, I was more
childlike
talking about-
Erich.
I was more talking about his performance.
Oh, the performance was annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, how so?
Oh no, Erich, is it because he literally is killing himself? Is that a problem?
I think he's really putting on a voice in this movie. I think he's actually doing a Jordan Peele impression, actually.
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Nah, you're right. What'd you think of his doppelganger? Was that
I like this doppelganger better.
yeah? He's like barking and growling and shit. What was he doing?
Yeah, big
Yeah, he
black
probably
guy.
had the best voice.
Yeah. Anything else, Florian? Do you want to mention maybe the race of any characters in the film? No, you guys over there are really obsessed with race.
Huh,
Who was your favorite
seems pretty
character?
good.
What was
Seems
your
pretty good,
favorite
that's-
race that was on screen in the film?
Black.
Whoa! What?
Oh man!
Wow,
Didn't
you
expect that.
Erich
Well,
really
you
did rub off
prefer
on
the
you.
white neighbors?
Why are you a race traitor, Florian?
Yeah, what the fuck? Wow,
No,
you
I
really
was
will be a good
secretly black
replacement.
all along.
He was secret. Wow. I mean, you.
No,
were-
I'm partially brown, so I'm fine. I
Yeah.
can sympathize with these people. Unlike you, it'd be cultural appropriation if you sympathize with these
Florian looks at all these black people and is just like, they're just like me.
Yo,
I know exactly what their life is like.
I can't wait to sell them The Binding of Isaac African American Experience Edition. Need to buy a new Corvette. I'm Florian, folks.
Yeah, can't wait to get them addicted to the Mumpkey Patreon. Everyone go Mumpkey Patreon,
Yeah.
because we're gonna buy more clothes for Jumpkey Moan.
Jumpkey has not changed his clothes in years. You kidding me?
I know, we need to make it happen.
But
We
I
need to
agree
get a
with
pimp
Florian.
suit.
Patreon.com/monkey. Are you saying that because you just watched the new Monkey Box video that is now exclusively available at Patreon.com/monkey for $5 and up? Patrons, Florian.
Yeah, $5 and up. Damn, I guess it's
Yeah.
good you released it just when I lowered my my thing. Yeah, that's great.
Oh wow, thanks.
Hey, I probably gave you like $30. It's pretty good.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, so if you are a patron and you haven't seen it yet, my new 50-minute epic video, Florian, you just watched it, I assume. What is your review of this video? Should people go check it out?
Yeah, it's good. I really like the monkey box.
Thank you so much. It means so much coming from a literal millionaire, Florian Himsel. Gotta buy more corn pizza, folk. Okay,
Not again, Jesus.
let's talk about some real controversy, folks. I don't know if you heard about this, but Jordan Peele, in an interview, said he does not want to make movies about white people because there's too many of them. E-Rich, tell me why this offends you.
He says, I've seen those movies before.
Right.
But I haven't seen Jordan Peele movies starring white people.
No, I haven't. That's true.
Are you kidding me, Rich? You want him to make movies about white people?
No, I'm not saying that.
No.
Well,
I'm just saying I haven't seen those movies that he hasn't made.
Here's the way I see it. A lot of people are saying he's racist and that this is a double standard. I see it as the opposite. For so long, us racist people have been saying, oh, there aren't enough women in video games? Then go fucking make your own, bitch. Oh, there's not enough black movies? Then go fucking make your own. Now we have a black guy who's literally making his own movies. Why would we tell him to put white people in them? He's doing what we told him to do. He's making his own. Just let him do it. Who cares?
It's perfect.
Right.
Just fucking let him do it.
Even better, they say do what you know. What does he know better? It's perfect.
Yeah, that's why it was defendable when they made The Breakfast Club and John Hughes said, yeah, I didn't do a black character because I don't know how to write for one. It makes sense, like Florian said, just write what you know. He doesn't know what it's like being black. Why would he have a black character in The Breakfast Club?
That's why.
Surely this urban high school would not have a single black student in detention. It was really the most anti-racist movie ever made.
That's why James Cameron made a disabled man turning into a giant blue cat person who fucks with his tail.
It's so relatable.
He knows what that's like. He's speaking from experience.
Wow. You're just making the most anti-Jordan Peele statement positions of the podcast. Are you just upset that now he will not cast you as the lead role in a movie, Rich?
I'm very upset because I really want to work for Jordan Peele.
I mean, you could be the Tim Heidecker of the movie. You just can't be the lead.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I have no problem with that. I can't wait to watch his Twilight Zone version, though.
I saw that the lady from Fargo season 1 is in it, and I was like, okay, I'm sold. I'm gonna go watch that.
What's her name?
Yeah.
Wait, who's that actor from?
I don't know. It was whoever played the cop
I'll have to look it up.
in season 1.
I know who you're talking about now.
Talking about the fat wife.
Well, yeah, she becomes the fat wife. She marries Tom Hanks' son. Great show.
Wait, Tom Hanks? No, it's Tom Hanks' brother, isn't it?
Colin Hanks
Colin
is Tom
Hanks?
Hanks' son.
Wait, really?
Are you fucking kidding me, Rich? Is this a bit?
Come on,
I thought he was his brother.
Are you fucking high? Colin Hanks is Tom Hanks' son.
What the fuck?
What? He's like 30 years younger than him.
Wow. Oh, you're right.
We just blew E-Rich's mind today.
Damn.
Wow, you've just
So,
learned this. Amazing.
Speaking of people in the Hanks family, I was wondering a couple months ago whether Tom Hanks provided the voice for Woody in Kingdom Hearts, but it's actually Tom Hanks' brother who does the voice of Woody in Kingdom Hearts.
Is his brother's name Woody Hanks?
No.
No. Oh, let's do that.
I feel like I knew this, but then I lied to myself and made it not so.
Did you just say Kingdom Hearts? Who cares? Jesus.
Did you? Some guy in the chat reminded me. Did you know that Tom Hanks has a rapper son who says the N-word in his songs?
Yes, I did know
my
that.
God.
That's awesome.
Wow. With hard R?
Yes.
Holy shit.
That's the name of his debut hit single. Just the N-word.
Wait, why does there need to be a hard R in rap? I don't understand.
I don't know.
That's not the kind of N-word they use.
Whoa, you're really speaking for your people now, Flora, and you relate so much because you're half brown.
Oh, jeez.
All right. Let's. We always end Is It Kino by doing recommendations around the horn.
Mhm.
So
Right.
I will recommend the film Fargo season 1, folks. If you haven't seen it yet, I don't know why you haven't watched it yet. It's probably the best 10 episode television event in my lifetime. Go watch Fargo season 1. Florian, what movie are you going to recommend today?
Oh shit! Since when are we doing this?
We've been doing this from episode 1. We always end
Every
the show
time.
with
Oh
recommendations.
jeez. Oh man, I know this. I know the perfect movie. It's Paint Your Wagon. There you go.
What the fuck is Paint Your Wagon?
It's a musical.
It's an awful musical he made me
that
watch.
imitates.
Okay. And Ian, what are you gonna recommend?
I recommend a movie I
Blacked.com?
saw called The Dropout. It's actually a podcast. And it's about the Theranos founder who screwed everybody out of their money.
Okay. So
Wow.
we have a season of television, a musical, and a podcast for our movie recommendations.
Not just men can cheat people out of their money. Women are doing it for themselves too.
Wow. What, did they make their own like I told them to?
No.
Go make your own.
Equal opportunity.
That's right.
The absolute madmen actually did it. They actually made their.
All right, folks. Don't forget to submit your applications. Email them to monkeyjones@gmail.com. If you would like to be America's next top E-Rich, send in your voice application. Tell me your political opinions. I know for job interviews, these are the things you're not supposed to say. This is exclusively what I want you to say. Tell me your political opinions. Tell me your thoughts on race relations in America. I want to know your favorite movies. And I want to hear how good your microphone is. And then anything else you think I should know. And if we get enough decent entries, we will do an 8-person tournament bracket style where the audience will vote and we will have America's Next Top E-Rich probably by the end of the year.
Will they be called E-Rich or will they just go by their own name?
If they want to do an impression, they can. But otherwise, I think they can be themselves.
Are we gonna have wacky challenges to weed out the weaklings?
No, they'll join us for one episode of the show, and then people will decide if they liked them or not. That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
Can't wait to meet all these new people.
Well, I mean, I guess if millionaire Florian wants to put these poor young whippersnappers to work doing wacky things. Oh, dance for me, boy, dance. Oh, I gotta eat this corn pizza, boy. Come on, folks. Buy Binding of Isaac Dancing Boy Edition, folks.
Yeah, you done?
Binding of Isaac card game, folks. Gotta buy another corn pizza, folks. Oh, gotta tip the pizza boy with some of the corn that fell off the pizza, folks.
I hope he does this every episode.
The rest of the podcast after E-Rich leaves is just gonna be making fun of Florian for selling the Binding of Isaac and being rich.
Wow.
I'm gonna do Irish. I'm gonna be made fun of.
I gotta give Mumkey $5 a month on Patreon, folks. Buy the Binding of Isaac again. Oh, Steam code, folks. Go to Bed Bath & Beyond. Buy a fucking Binding of Isaac blanket and pillow and towel, folks. That's it. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your favorite movie review podcast. That's right, the one and only Is It Kino? I am your host, Mumpky Johnson, joined as always by Florian Himsel and special guest star, E-Rich McCoy.
We're all here. The good old Kino trio.
We're here, we're queer, deal with it.
I am here. It's E-Rich. I am a large man with the mind of a small boy.
Well, that explains your love for all of the Star Wars movies.
Damn.
They appeal to the large and the in charge. But we're not here to talk about space shit. We're here to talk about literal
Chuck.
cape shit.
Chuck?
We're
You
here to
watch
talk
Chuck, right?
a little movie I like to call Super Chuck. Upgrade of the Intersect. Because we saw a new DC movie. Hey folks, let me say, this is a podcast where we review movies. We're reviewing the new Shazam movie. Florian, what did you think of Shazam?
Wow, you sounding like you're really entertained by the idea of Shazam.
It's just as soon as fucking Everett said Chuck, I knew we were going off the rails.
Damn it, I haven't even had time to watch Chuck. Oh no.
It's a long show.
Yeah, well, I'll probably just start with one episode. Yeah, so Shazam, it's good, I guess. I mean, DC
Wow, raving
has-
review.
It was
DC
good,
has
I guess.
a lot to catch up to. It's never going to be as good as Marvel. It's so weird. I guess I say that a lot, but DC should be better than Marvel. Why is DC worse than Marvel? Whatever. I guess it's good for a DC movie. It's bad for a Marvel movie.
Well, let me ask you this before we get Erich's take, Florian. If you're saying this is not as good as Marvel, what would you say was better, Shazam or Captain Marvel? The two most
Captain
recent
Marvel
films.
or Captain Marvel?
Right.
I think they're pretty equal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Erich, let's hear the correct opinion.
I was literally drinking, and I had the perfect place to do a spit take there when he said they're about the same.
Yeah,
Okay.
I feel similarly, but perhaps for different reasons, Erich. I don't know.
So this movie, where a boy in the body of a man,
We've
a
all
man
been
who
there.
has the
We've
mind
all
of a
been
boy.
inside the body of a big man.
And he suddenly gains amazing abilities to perform actions well outside of his normal ability range. The show Chuck.
Wow.
I really
Chuck was never a
enjoyed it.
small boy. He was like 6'5".
He's a nerd though. He's a man child, right?
I mean, he likes to play Guitar Hero. I don't know how nerdy he is. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a video game. He's a fucking child. So I watched the first episode of Chuck, and I
Hell
thought it was
yeah.
pretty good.
It's really
Uh,
good.
Zachary
Oh,
Levi
that-
was very, very fun in the lead role. Chuck.
If you want to watch talk about fucking Chuck, I'll talk about Chuck. I rewatched the series earlier this year, so
The entire
Wow.
series?
Uh,
Isn't it like 6 or 7 seasons?
yeah, I stopped about 4.5 seasons in because
Oh,
it really loses its charm.
Yeah,
The
that's most shows.
the power creep on Chuck was very unfortunate. I liked it better when he was like
Ooh.
he's like a fish out of water doing all these CIA missions, but he's just a scared nerd. And then
Yeah.
like the Intersect will give him like one moment of brilliance every episode, but then it's like the Intersect gives him karate powers and shit in later seasons, and then it's
Uh-huh.
just like, oh, now he's a full-fledged super spy. This isn't Chuck anymore. It's just generic spies who can do anything. Episode 500. I didn't like it at the end.
Do they
Wow.
ever switch it around where instead of him being a nerd most of the time, he's instead a spy most of the time, and he's trying to do his regular job, but he acts like a spy?
I mean, it's sort of like the classic superhero setup where he has these two lives and he has to keep them separate, but that only causes pain and turmoil with his friends and family because he can't reveal his
Right.
secret identity as a super spy. So it's like his sister wants to know, oh, why were you late to my wedding, Chuck? What happened? And he's like, I had to go with the nerd herd. I had to go fix the computer. And she's like, really? You value Best Buy more than your own sister? And he's like, well, actually, I was stopping a nuclear bomb from destroying the fucking city, but I can't say that. So I liked all that
Poor
kind of stuff
guy.
in Chuck, but yeah,
Sounds pretty good.
here's the classic Spider-Man problem. Chuck is a modern
Yeah,
day
right.
Spider-Man.
Holy
Great power
shit.
comes great responsibility.
That's right. In case you don't know, Chuck is an NBC show from 2008, starring the star of Shazam, Zachary Levi.
All right, so I did
A
actually see
star.
Shazam as well.
Did you actually watch some of Chuck, or was that a bit?
That was a bit. I did probably in 2006 or 7 watch a single episode of Chuck. Probably
Not impressed.
it was
Wow.
fine. All right, so Shazam, guys. Going into this movie, I didn't understand why the fuck DC was bothering with the Captain Marvel Shazam movie, because who the fuck cares about
Marvel?
Shazam? Who gives a shit? No, fuck you, Florian. It was originally Captain Marvel. It was put out by Fawcett Comics. Fawcett
What?
Comics got bought by DC Comics, and they got the rights to the Captain Marvel character. So a lot of the things you're seeing in this movie did not originally come from DC Comics. They were bought by DC Comics. But
What are
yeah,
you
so
talking? What did they buy? I don't
the character,
understand.
all of the situations, all that shit.
What character?
Captain Marvel.
We talk about Shazam.
Captain Marvel.
Shazam was originally called Captain Marvel.
Shazam was originally Captain Marvel, but then rights issues happened.
Why are you trolling us? What the fuck? Are you talking
No,
about?
Florian, you don't know this? It's true. That's why we compared this to Captain Marvel, because they both had the
Yeah.
same name.
Wow.
DC and Marvel both had a character named Captain Marvel.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. Oh God. So
It's not
this
a
movie,
joke.
I didn't understand why they were bothering doing this, because you've got all of these Justice League characters to get through, and there are much bigger, more interesting characters to get to than Shazam. But I think
More interesting? What's more
Yeah.
interesting than the orphan little boy who gets the powers
Well,
of Chuck?
that was added later on. They didn't really play up the whole in his grown-up adult body he acted like a child. That was a new thing for the comics that happened about 10 years ago or so.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't always that. It was most of the time when he became a superhero, he basically acted like any other fucking Superman character.
Oh, that's lame as hell that he doesn't have the same
Yeah, no.
brain.
But the reason you do something like this is that you can easily make like a more kid-friendly superhero movie because you have the kid in the body of a superhero, and that's inherently fun because he gets to do all the testing out your powers shit that most superhero movies only do in their first movie, and then kind of very quickly just they don't give a shit anymore. But most of the time when they're doing that, a lot of that wonder is kind of stripped out after a certain point. So what I thought this movie was super good at was bringing back that I love having powers. I don't know what I can do also. Like Iron Man is building all the shit into his armor and stuff, so he knows how things are going to work. And you get some good stuff with him testing it out in the first movie, but they largely just throw that away in the next couple movies. So in Shazam, he doesn't know what the fuck he can do. So it's always a mystery as to what's going to happen. And then at the very end of the movie, they played that in a super fun way that I knew was going to happen, but I kind of forgot. So it was a nice little twist when things went completely insane. I think that David F. Sandberg, who directed this movie, he's a horror director, and that shows at times in this movie. I think it can be genuinely scary and kind of off-putting. So if you're a very small child, you might be very, very afraid of parts of this movie. But I thought it was really good. I thought it was great.
So
Yes.
when you said you were going to do a spit take, it was because you couldn't believe Florian would say this movie was on par with Captain Marvel.
Yeah, this is way fucking better than Captain Marvel.
It was that good to you, Jesus.
Yes!
Yeah,
You
Florian,
actually
this
like.
one. Go ahead.
You actually,
actually
like
like
how
what?
he's constantly like naming his powers and describing it. It's like, oh, I've got lightning powers. I got super speed. I'm gonna level up my stats. I'm gonna have all these
What
superpowers.
the
Fucking nerd
fuck?
speak.
Were you never a child, Florian? Did
No,
you just
I don't
come
think he
out
was.
of your mama's vagina completely fully grown,
Eating corn
Yes.
pizza.
eating corn pizza? Yeah.
Yep, fully formed. No need for any childishness.
I think what
There's
we're
no time.
we're learning that Florian hates the sense of childlike wonder. He only wants everything to be adults, like Batman v Superman, just two grown men punching each other. Once you get a child in there, he can't relate anymore, folks.
Let's see how he reacts to this. Florian, my mom's name is Martha.
No, Martha.
Okay, now how do you react to
That's
this?
my Batman
My
voice.
name is Zapped in America. Ooh, childlike wonder, sir. Fuck kids. My name's Florian, and my motto is fuck kids. Take that for what you will. Florian himself.
That's not my model. Why must you make everyone into a pedophile? What the hell?
Whoa, pedophile! I didn't mean it like that.
Far.
What are you
Didn't
talking
mean
about,
that.
Florian? You sick fuck.
Florian, you're canceled. You've been canceled.
I'm
Hashtag
cancelled.
Binding of Isaac is canceled. I'm sure Edmund would love that. Okay, here's a real opinion on Captain
no.
Shazam.
no.
It was a delightful family romp that had me grinning ear to ear in the theater until about an hour into the IMAX film. The IMAX movie just stopped playing, and the whole theater was sitting in the complete darkness. Like, wait, what the fuck is going on? And it took about 25 minutes for them to get the movie playing again.
Jesus
So
Christ.
I was just on Snapchat and on Discord telling everybody, hey, I'm sitting in a full, completely dark IMAX theater. And of course, they don't change their schedule. So I'm seeing the 4 o'clock premiere. We finally got out of there at like 7:20 when the IMAX 7 o'clock showing was supposed to begin at 7, of course.
Oh my god.
So there's like a long line of angry people staring at us as we walk out of the theater. Like it's our fucking fault that the theater malfunctioned and those retards didn't know how to fix that shit in a timely manner.
Right.
So
is this the power of the A-list?
Yeah, the power of the AMC A-list. If you ever want to stalk me and also see movies at a shitty theater that doesn't know how to run their IMAX, go to South Point 17 here in North Carolina. I don't know what city it's in, but it's near Raleigh. If you want your IMAX experience to fuck up half of the time, go to that theater. It's also the biggest, nicest IMAX theater in the tri-state area, as far as I'm concerned, and they still don't have it working. This is the theater I'm going to when I see Avengers Endgame. If the IMAX malfunctions and turns off an hour into Endgame, there were the OJ riots, all the fucking riots are gonna seem like jokes. The Marvel fans are going to burn down the theater. There will be mayhem and carnage like no other. Forget Venom 2. You want carnage, you go see what happens at this fucking movie theater.
It'll be Endgame for that movie theater.
Oh, it'll be Endgame for anybody living within a 10-mile radius. We're going to. It'll be the Purge times 1,000,000. Nobody will survive our rage. I'm gonna fucking snap and burn up half of the people I see, turn them into goddamn ashes and dust.
Holy shit.
So yeah, they got Shazam playing again 25 minutes later, and we had to rewatch like 10 minutes of the movie because I guess the projector guy didn't know.
That really takes you out of it too.
Yeah, he didn't know where we left off, so he just clicked on a random fucking part.
Damn.
Yeah, you probably assumed it just stopped 10 minutes ago. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no.
What
I
a
didn't even see
dipshit.
less of it. Damn.
Yeah. But otherwise,
wonder that-
I thought the movie was really fantastic. For ironic KINO reasons, I like Batman versus Superman more, but otherwise, I think it's the best. It's the best DC movie in the DC EU thus far.
Right.
I think it's a step in the
definitely.
right direction, and I'll talk about why soon.
Ironic. Do you not actually like Batman v Superman?
Oh, I love it, but I love it for its flaws. Is the thing. This
Right.
movie I love genuinely.
Oh. But-
So, Monkey,
okay, I
would
guess
you
that
think
makes
do you think they should keep going with this kind of tone for their future movies?
Well, here's how I want to compare it to the Marvel movies. I think the sense of humor, because this is the funniest one they've done so far, and hear me out on this elaboration. Tell me if you agree or not. I think they're doing in this Shazam movie a perhaps more clever version of comedy than the Marvel movies, folks. And here's what I mean. In the Marvel movies, the comedy famously is in the form of quips. It's the characters deciding to be stand-up comedians and saying funny little lines. In this
They're
movie,
making joke-em-ups, yeah.
that's right. In this movie, the characters are not trying to be funny by saying jokes. The characters themselves and their situations are funny. Point number 1. Shazam catches a bus and he wants to drop it, but there's a dog sitting there and he's like, fucking dog, get out of the way. That's funny situational comedy. Iron Man, if he caught a bus, he'd be like, the only thing iron about this is my dick. Am I right, folks? Like, he would have made a quip. So I appreciated
that's
the...
authentic.
Yeah, that's what Iron Man would have said. I would have... I appreciated the more clever sort of situational comedy, the comedy that derives from two teenage boys, and one of them can become a superhero, and they're kind of being silly in that way, but not doing fucking quips. They're not trying to be funny. They're just funny characters. And I think I like that better.
Well, also, they're children. They're going to have a different perspective to all of this than adults would have, and yeah, it makes more sense for them to be quipping than kids.
Well, they weren't even necessarily quipping. I don't think. I think they were just a lot of the time just being themselves, and that was funny in and of itself. Whereas the Marvel characters sort of go out of their way to make stupid jokes, like, let's go play hide the zucchini. Hulk's gonna fuck you in the ass. Shut the fuck up, dude. We're trying to fight robots and shit. What are you doing?
Robert Downey Jr. literally joking about raping one of the characters in Avengers 2
with a big 3-foot thick cock. Disgusting.
All right.
Beautiful.
I think one of my favorite parts of the movie is when they talk about he's bulletproof, essentially. He has bullet immunity, and they just shoot him right in the face a bunch of times.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, shoot him again,
And-
shoot him again.
I love that they're just shoot him in the face. Let's see if that works. Like, this is totally shit that I would do if I were a kid who had superpowers.
Yeah,
Like,
and
I'm
that's not
more
a
like,
quip.
let's
That's
have
just
a range.
funny. That's just the characters in the
Right.
situation that is funny.
I also thought that, like, even though the villain isn't the biggest part of it, I like that they actually set up the villain's like origin story and how he was somebody who was like outside of the very magical thing and was kind of like trying to get those powers, and like he actually had a reason to be doing a lot of the stuff he was doing.
Now, Florian,
man.
as a man who is very abusive towards his own son, what did you think about the overly evil father of the villain?
Wow. Well, I think he was a bit unrealistic, but I just love the villain himself. I don't think I've seen a better villain in any of these cape shit things. So that's good, I guess.
Better than Thanos?
Fuck Thanos, yeah.
Whoa!
Thanos isn't good. He's so fucking stupid.
He's not good. He's right.
His plan wouldn't survive 1 minute of scrutiny. Oh yeah, we're just gonna kill half of all people. Oh, what? Guess what? They're gonna have children again. You're gonna have the same problem every 100 years.
We can just go get more Infinity Stones and then snap again.
Okay, so
More Infinity Stones.
Iritz, the villain in
Yeah.
this movie is played by Mark Strong. If I,
Yeah.
he was the guy
Little
from
Winter Sun himself.
Low Winter Sun.
Yeah.
He's in that show. I was gonna say, is he the guy from Kingsman?
Yeah, he is the guy from Kingsman.
Yeah,
he's
the guy who.
Galahad.
Yeah, he blowed himself up in Kingsman too.
Country roads take me home.
Great
to
actor,
the
great actor.
place I belong.
I've seen a lot of criticism that this villain is weak sauce, boys. That he's very one-dimensional and boring. But I found him just delightfully devilish the entire time. Even if his plan was like very thin and not that imaginative, I think his performance and his motivation of like, fuck my parents, fuck my brother, fuck my dad. Oh, I'm not the chosen one, huh? I'm not pure of heart. Fuck this shit, man. I like that he dedicates his whole life to finding the magical castle, wizard castle from when he was a kid. And I think his methodology of finding it was really cool. I wish we would have had more scenes of like the research lab of him interviewing all these people who had similar experiences. I thought that was all pretty neat.
That's a cool thing. I also like how like Billy Batson isn't necessarily a chosen one. He was like just the last resort, essentially.
Yeah,
like...
they ran out of time. That's great.
Yeah, right. I like that.
Are you sure? I thought he was somewhat pure of heart in the end. Was he really?
Well,
not?
in the end, it turned out he was good, but like, yeah,
No, I
that's
mean-
not necessarily the perfect person they were looking for.
No, he used
Did
his
he not
superpowers
do
to become a
casting?
YouTube star and beg people for money.
Yeah.
Anybody who's
I
a
mean,
star
it
on
doesn't
YouTube is
hurt.
not pure of heart whatsoever. Trust me.
Well, how is that a bad thing? I wish more superheroes had YouTube channels.
What, in real life?
Well, I don't know, in movies.
Oh.
Oh. So wait,
So
every
what
single
time?
movie is about a superhero who has to run a YouTube channel. Great.
Well,
That sounds
it
awesome,
doesn't-
Florian.
If you
It's
ask
not like they
me,
spend
if you ask
time
me,
on it.
running a YouTube channel kind of is a superpower. You know what I'm saying?
As soon as Superman gets done punching the fuck out of Brainiac, he just goes, "Hey guys, thanks for watching. Like and subscribe. Remember to donate to my Patreon. Link is right below."
I'm surprised they didn't do that more in the Spider-Man Homecoming movie. That like he would,
Yeah.
you know, because like he had videos on YouTube, but I don't think he was the one putting them up, was he?
Well, you see, Monkey, Peter Parker is famously always poor, so you can't make shitloads
He's
of
also famously a like a cameraman, right? Why didn't he could have filmed his own videos of him doing shit and then made some ad revenue off that shit?
money. Yeah,
Man, I wish they would just take Peter Parker and he would make the best YouTube channel of all time. He would be a millionaire, and then he would turn into a cross between Justin Bieber and PewDiePie. It would be the best.
Well, why
He
doesn't
would just be so
Spider-Man?
insufferable?
Why doesn't Spider-Man use his powers to like rob a bank or something to become rich? Like, why doesn't he just do
Yeah,
that?
why does he do that?
Rich, why doesn't he do that?
Yeah,
Wait,
why?
doesn't
What's
Dude
wrong with
use his
that?
powers to become rich?
Why doesn't Spider-Man use his powers to like rob a bank or something so we can be rich?
Because with great power comes great responsibility. That's why.
Well, yeah, he has a responsibility to
right.
help his Aunt May not live in a shitty apartment.
Yeah, right. Not foreclose on her home.
No. Speaking of homes, most of this movie takes place in a foster home. What did you guys think of
Yeah.
the 6 foster kids who poor Billy Batson is forced to live with?
They were great. Like somehow they were able to fucking introduce 5 other characters who all seemed like their own individual person, who
Wow.
had their own behavior. And then I'm not gonna say what happens eventually, but like basically when the thing at the end of the movie happens, it feels earned. It feels like every one of them have had their thing that they've been, and they now get to express that. It's great.
Man, I saw they spent way too much time on all that stuff with the kid. Like the first part where he runs away from the other foster stuff. I thought
Mhm.
that was completely pointless because we already had another kid. We had I guess we start out with the villain as a kid,
Yeah.
and that's good. But then so much time spent with just these kids and nothing to do. No, I didn't like that.
What do you mean nothing to do? They're building character, Florian. That's
Yeah,
something you don't seem to
no.
like in movies.
The
is
theme of the
characters
film
being built up.
The theme of the film is not superhero punching, Florian. It's Billy Batson trying to find his family. The whole time
Right.
he thought finding his family meant finding his mom, who abandoned him as a child. But no, in fact, the true family was the friends we made along the way, folks. It's about Billy Batson realizing, I don't need to go find my mom. My mom's a dumb fucking cunt. I
Yeah.
should become family with these weird foster kids who are very diverse in a lot of ways.
We're kind of getting into spoilers there when he finds his mom and stuff, but I love that this movie does that. I love that it's like your mom fucking abandoned you at this fair, and that's just how your fucking life is. Like you can make something good aside from that, but that is always going to be a shitty part of your life, that your mom fucking abandoned you. Oh man.
Man,
What-
that mom was such a bitch. Oh my god. I don't know how the fuck he didn't just punch her when she just said, "Oh, I don't want to
Wow.
take care of you." I thought that the cops had it. I thought they'd be fine raising you in a foster home.
We're good,
I
right?
I don't know how he contained himself. Jesus Christ.
Wow, if I make
what
fun
a
of
hero Florian would be.
if I make fun of Florian's corn pizza one more time, you might hit me. Okay, let's since E-Rich wants to go into spoilers, let's give our overall final thoughts on the movie without spoilers, and then we'll really dive deep into the film. E-Rich,
Yeah.
would you recommend Shazam?
I would absolutely recommend Shazam. I think this is like repeatedly a lot of these superhero movies tend to completely surprise me in that I think so often, oh, we've seen all this shit before. It's all going to be the same. I'm tired of this shit. But every like year or so, there's something that surprises me, or some kind of big shit moment happens that makes me reevaluate and think that we can watch these fucking superhero movies forever. But yeah, Shazam feels like a more family-oriented movie that really focuses on family, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. And I think the movie really leans on that as a strength. It's got strong horror moments. I don't think the action in this movie is particularly good, but it doesn't really matter because most of the time it's just a fun sequence that we're watching, and the jokes are there. They're solid. Like my audience was laughing and loving this movie. The Spanish-speaking people to the left and right of me both seemed to love it, though I couldn't understand the Spanish they were saying. But yeah,
Hi,
everything
Chihuahua! I'm guessing that's what they were
Me
saying.
gusta!
Me gusta el movio.
It could have been Bumblebee Man right next to me, and I wouldn't. But
Donde
yeah,
está mi
never saw
tequila?
ay. Yeah, but I just loved what this movie did. I really hope they get a sequel because they have to fucking make more of these before these kids get so old.
Wow. Well, why do you think so? Don't you think they'll be interesting when they're older?
Yeah, they will, but that cute little black girl is gonna
Whoa.
grow in fucking like
Whoa!
10.
Oh no, we don't want
She's gonna
that.
grow 10 years, like 2.
All right. Florian, would you recommend this movie?
I would if you like annoying kids. Yeah.
Wow.
Nah, actually, it was a pretty good movie, I guess. I mean, I didn't hate Captain Marvel either. It's just that I guess the story didn't make any sense. And in this one, well, I guess the story made more sense, but I don't like how they spent the first half an hour maybe. And the family stuff really grew on me in the end, but
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
kind of like
like
how
the
it grew on
first
Billy
part.
Batson. You went on the same journey he did, Florian.
Yeah, but the part I didn't like was him in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
He
Well,
was annoying.
he had
always
to learn
running
to
away
love
for no
himself.
reason. Yeah, I guess.
We
All right.
barely talked about Chuck, guys.
No, I'm about to go into
God
fucking
damn
Chuck,
it.
dude. I'm about to go
All
into
right, all
Chuck
right.
with my recommendation.
All right.
Because I'm a big fan of Chuck. I'm a big fan of Zachary Levi. When I found out he was cast in Thor 2 and Thor 3, I thought, oh, hell yeah. And then he's barely in it, and I thought, oh, well, fuck that. I'm such a big Chuck fan. I went and saw the Chipmunks movie in theaters that had Chuck in it just because he was in
Wow.
it all those years ago. And
I saw that.
I've been so disappointed that...
Just for him?
Well, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I
'cause
don't
he
even
was in
know
it.
him.
No, not you, monkey.
Right.
But
Sorry.
I was so disappointed that that Chuck's career didn't really take off. He didn't have a big film career. But so for him to get cast in this movie it's like, oh shit, Zachary Levi is finally getting his big blockbuster break. He might be in a movie that makes close to $1 billion. Although who knows if it will.
It won't make that.
It will or won't.
It won't. It'll get closer to 500 million to 600
Whoa,
million. But that's good.
How much
This movie
is
was
it?
made. This movie was made for 80 million. So like, it's already made its money
Whoa!
back. It's gonna make double its money in this first weekend.
Wow.
So
Damn.
But my problem with the movie is, and let me ask you this, folks, and it's not really more of a problem rather than a pondery, if that's a word. It made me ponder in my brain. Has an actor ever been top billed for a movie, like the poster says Zachary Levi? Has an actor ever been the number one star of a movie and not appeared in the movie until a full hour into it? Has that ever happened until now? Because Chuck does not appear on screen until like 1 hour into the movie.
you know how soon Hannibal Lecter? I mean, he's not.
He wasn't top billing though.
No, he's not top billed, and also I don't even know if it's not. It's called The Silence of the Lambs, so it's not like.
The only comparable thing would be like Leo DiCaprio in Django Unchained getting third billing, and then he shows up halfway through the movie. But that's only third billing. Like, if Jamie Foxx showed up halfway through Django Unchained, that'd be the same thing. How is Zachary Levi top billed? It should be Billy Batson himself top billed. He's in the movie the whole
Yeah,
time.
I agree.
Asher
I-
Angel, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, that kid got cucked by Zachary Levi.
I guess kids make less money, but damn, Chuck really wasn't the star of this. I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't know why you guys focus on him so much.
Well, it's because you got to sell the movie.
And yeah, Zachary Levi's a huge pull, clearly.
Oh, you're the best.
He's been on hit show Chuck for
I fucking love
6
Chuck.
seasons.
All right,
And a
but
movie.
this is either ironically or unironically the first or second best DC movie in my opinion. I really liked it. It's far better than Captain Marvel. I'd say it's if we're gonna randomly throw it into like the Marvel hierarchy, I'd say it's in like the upper middle. Like it's a
Yeah, I'd say upper third of the Marvel movies.
yeah, it's pretty good. So that's enough. That's enough of that. Let's go into spoilers. Let's talk about spoilers real quick. I muted the audio for bit donations and still they're going through. So I gotta waste
Of
my
course that's how that
time
works.
trying to turn that shit off again. Fucking
Yeah.
Can you hear the
stupid.
blinging?
Yeah, I can hear the sound effect, and it's gonna be in the upload, which
Damn.
is great. But Irish, get
Lovely.
us started on the spoiler talk.
All right, so by the end of the movie, Chuck has been trying to save his family for most of the running time
Chuck
from
again, damn it.
Dr. Sylvan. Where the fuck the villain's name is? We're just gonna call him Low Winter's son. What's that actor's name? Why can't I remember it?
Mark Strong.
Mark Strong. He's been trying to save his family from Mark Strong, but then as Mark Strong has him on his knees, ready to suck a dick, Chuck remembers, I could transfer my power into other people because we need to fill those 6-7 thrones or whatever. And he transfers a lot of his power into his family, and the family gets to beat the shit out of a bunch of sin, and then they save the day. I love that it's an entire family, an entire superhero family, getting to kick ass at the end.
Is it the parents as well?
No, the parents aren't there.
Did you see the movie, Florian?
Yeah, but they turn into different actors.
What?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
The parents aren't
the parents
there.
never do anything.
Oh, that's too bad. They should have been there. I've liked to see the fat dad become a superhero. That would have been great.
Did you fall asleep in the movie Eridge style? You don't remember
Oh,
if the
Eridge?
parents are in on the secret or not?
Yeah.
No, I remember that part. I was just like, damn, that guy looks a lot like his dad. Oh well, whatever.
Okay, let me give
Savannah,
you
Dr. Savannah.
let me give you the real perspective on all of the orphan family getting their own superpowers.
Uh-huh.
cute for this movie. Fun for, the 20-minute climax of the film. The audience clapped when they all transformed and got, their Chuck bodies. But if this is like the new norm and the sequel movie is
so
like
funny.
all about all of them having powers, I'm not gonna like that. That's way
Really?
too much for
Why?
me. It's way too.
What's going-
I like to focus on one main character, and if we're gonna have like a fucking Justice League of Shazams flying around and I have to focus on all of them, I don't know. It's gonna take a bit out of it for me. I want Chuck to be front and center.
They'll find a way to kneecap everybody else. Like it's either some kind of villain's power is to put them all back or whatever. I don't know.
Logistically, giving a 6-year-old little girl the power of Superman, I think, is a horrible idea. Realistically, it would never work. I mean, she's going to just Shazam herself in the middle of class one day and fucking kill somebody. I think it's a horrible, horrible idea.
Oh no!
But they're good. They're good natured. They'll use it to save people.
Well, Florian, let me ask you this, because you seem to be champing at the bit here about this topic. I saw a thread on 4chan. Somebody posted a picture of the little 6-year-old black girl. She becomes like an adult, and they posted a picture of the adult version and said, "Would it be legal to have sex with this character?"
Of course, you had to bring this up.
So I'm wondering what you think.
So depraved.
What do you think?
It's not okay. What the fuck is wrong with you?
The actress is like 25 years old. It's like a full-fledged adult. She could kick my ass. Why can't I fuck her?
No, she's playing a 3-year-old girl. You're insane.
3? Now she's 3? Whoa.
How
Wow.
old is she? 10? I don't know.
She's 6.
Erich, what do you think?
there we go.
Can you fuck the adult version?
No.
What about in the movie? Movie Big, Tom Hanks fucked that one chick. Was that rape too?
Yeah, and that's real. Yeah, that's real fucked up.
There's an allusion to the Big movie in this movie. Did you guys see that when they're?
Yeah, the piano keys.
Yeah. I like that they included that
Wow.
little detail.
Mm-hmm.
That was a cool scene. Anyways, I think that at least the handicapped brother should maintain his superpowers. I don't know what they'll do with the rest. I guess they could make it good. I guess they should make it so that they go into different parts of the earth and then they protect everyone there. Maybe that would be good. I guess that would be weird though, because they'd have to separate.
I think the best way to do it is the 6-year-old black girl goes on a tantrum with her superpowers, and they have to like stop her without killing their own
Calm
sister.
her down.
Yeah,
Oh
because
my god.
you can't give a 6-year-old fucking Superman powers. That's so stupid.
Yeah.
You expect all of these characters to keep this a secret and not abuse the power? Like, it's not gonna happen.
Are you
She's a good girl.
saying?
She didn't do nothing?
Are you saying that a 6-year-old black woman is not capable of wielding this power?
Woman?
That is, yes, a growing woman. Okay. So
She's a
you
girl
would
for me.
fuck her, but you wouldn't give her this power. Damn it.
When did I ever say I would fuck her? I asked you for your perspective.
No, you asked me for my permission. Admit it.
What? Hey, I'll tell you this. Here's how you know if she's qualified to have these powers at the age of 6. Does she own a shirt that says "I'm not bossy, I'm the boss"? with
Well, she is the boss.
pink glitter
There
on
you
it. I'm not bossy, I'm the boss.
go.
All right, so guys, you guys remember the very end of this movie where Dr. Savannah is scrolling all those symbols on the inside of his prison cell? Did you guys stay for the after credits?
No,
Yeah, I
I
did.
never stay for the after credits. You'll have to tell me.
Fuck. Okay, wait. I'm sorry. This was mid credits.
I didn't stay for that either.
Oh fuck. All right. So
No, because the movie, like I said, the movie ended very late. It was
Oh,
like
yeah.
7:20.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I
So-
was sneaking into Pet Cemetery at 7 o'clock, so I didn't want to be
Right.
late to Pet Cemetery.
Sure. So in the movie, it was in the movie. There's this little like caterpillar thing on the on like a branch in that crazy magic world.
Okay.
Yeah,
You guys remember this?
No.
definitely.
At the very end of this movie, Mark Strong is in his cell, and this caterpillar comes and has like a mechanical voice, and he starts talking about how they're going to conquer the 7 realms and shit like that. So this is some crazy shit. This is Mr. Mind, who is a 2-inch talking worm who has telepathic powers and genius intellect, and he forms a thing called the Monster Society of Evil, and that is crewed by Adolf Hitler,
Whoa!
Benito Mussolini,
What?
Captain
Wow.
Nazi, the Crocodile
Captain
Man you saw in
Nazi.
there, Captain Nazi, Hideki Tojo, the
Aren't these
Wow.
characters all dead?
I need to see this. This is gonna be the best movie ever. Oh my god.
well,
You think they're
this
actually
was-
gonna have Adolf Hitler and Shazam too?
no,
Man,
no.
I need this to happen. They need to put him in there. God damn it.
This is in the comics from the 40s, so
It's gonna be springtime for Hitler. It needs to happen.
yeah. But they are going insane with these comic book movies. I never thought I'd see like a 2-inch worm be the villain for a probable sequel. So,
Wait, so
we'll see.
Mark
so
Strong's
you
character
think-
was in prison and he was writing the symbols so that he could return to the Shazam world, or what?
Yes.
Why'd
He
they
was
give
writing
him
all the
paper
symbols.
and pencil?
No, he was writing them on his cell walls.
In
With
blood?
like some kind, he was like scratching them in somehow, but like his thing broke. His like pen thing he was using broke.
Oh.
I think
Wait,
he had
so
some kind
He was
of-
using a rock or something. I don't
did
know.
he actually activate the doorway, or did the caterpillar just come
No, the-
apropos of nothing?
Caterpillar just came out of nowhere.
What the fuck?
He didn't actually activate the doorway.
What?
Yeah, he ran out of charcoal, I guess, and then he threw a
Mhm.
tantrum.
So
Yeah,
what,
right.
what was the post-credit scene?
There was no after credits. It was
Oh,
this
good.
was mid credits.
Lame.
Yeah, I only
or at least I
stayed-
didn't see it.
I stayed for the song, I guess. So that was good.
You always stay for these fucking songs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Florian's like, I'm going to listen to the song. My favorite
Waiter,
part of
bring
the
me more
movie."
corn pizza. I'm staying for the
God
song.
damn.
Do you guys have any other thoughts on the Shazam movie?
Well, I gotta say, I'm not fully on board with this comedy style they got. And when I first saw the trailer, I legit thought that he transformed into a buff Adam Sandler. I don't know, the jokes, they were exactly like if it was Adam Sandler. I don't understand.
I don't think so. What's
Well,
the
the
last
ones-
Adam Sandler movie you saw?
It's been ages. Oh, Pixels, I guess. Yeah, so it was definitely on that level, but that's only the parts with Chuck, I guess. The kind of body humor of him being Chuck, I guess. That's the part I didn't like that much. So that's
Okay.
yeah. I don't know. I guess they should have gotten Adam Sandler though. That would have
Oh
been
my
definitely better.
god, shut up.
Give it to me.
Erich, you still there?
No,
Yeah, I'm here.
okay.
You eat some corn pizza over there?
No. What was I gonna say about fucking? Oh, did you guys see the Superman thing at the end? They didn't actually get Superman.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It was just
yeah.
an empty costume.
Why didn't they just put him in like Princess Leia?
Yeah,
Because he's currently on the way out.
well, I'm curious about that because like the final joke of the movie is that Shazam invites Superman to go eat lunch with them at their high school. And like Superman walks in, but you don't see his face. It's just like his body, but it's the same suit from the other DC movies. My question is, like, are they implying that it's like the Henry Cavill actual Superman, or is that-
Yeah. It's the Henry Cavill Superman. It's the Ben
So,
Affleck
like-
Batman because it's the same batarangs and shit.
So why not just actually have his head in it? Why not?
Because they
know,
couldn't
right?
get him. Like he was busy doing something else, and he's currently maybe not going to be Superman anymore. so-
Yeah, but like, so now if they replace the character, I mean, it's going to be very obvious that it's a different character. Why?
Right.
You can like CGI his head into a scene, or I mean, it's a
Right.
1 second shot. Surely he's not that busy. I just think if you're not going to actually show all of Superman, maybe write a different funny ending because it
Yeah.
kind
Yeah.
of threw me out of it.
Yeah, I don't get this anyways. Why the fuck do you like Superman and Batman? Those are like the lamest versions of those characters.
Fuck you, Florian. It's not their lamest.
Well,
like
my question
any
is,
Yes,
version
it
of
is.
Superman- any version of Superman would be amazing in that world.
well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
any
how
other
does
version.
how is Shazam friends with Superman now that he can invite him to go eat lunch?
I'm sure you
I mean,
just superstarved
as-
him.
As soon as it comes out that there's this superpowered thing, Superman would want to check it out.
I think
I guess
that reminds me. There's a scene in this movie that I think was throwing shade at the other DC movies. There's a scene where
Yeah.
A little kid is sitting in front of his window and he's playing with a Batman, Superman, two toys, and he's like smashing them together, which is like, this is Batman v Superman. Look how cool this is. And then he sees out his window Shazam fighting Mark Strong, and they're like doing the same things. And the kid looks at the Batman and Superman and says, "Fuck, these toys suck," and he throws the toys and he's staring at Shazam. I think this movie's saying, yeah, that's right, motherfuckers. Shazam's way better than Batman and Superman in these movies. Fuck you, kid.
Is that seriously how you caught that? Damn, I thought
The
he just
kid
dropped it 'cause he was
was enjoying Batman and Superman until he saw that Shazam was way better, and he threw Batman and Superman away. How else would you interpret that?
He enjoyed them until he saw the real thing out there in real life.
Exactly my point. Batman versus Superman, practically kids' toys compared to the majesty that is the Shazam movie. That's what this movie is trying to say.
Right.
Damn. I guess you don't know which one you like better. Damn.
So, do you guys like the costume that he has? Like,
Yeah.
It's obviously fake muscles and stuff.
No.
No, I think it's hilarious and awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's great. People were
So-
really making fun of it when it first came out, but I think it's awesome.
Like it's not meant to be taken seriously like the Superman costume. It's meant to be funny.
Dude, that costume is such an eyesore. The symbol alone is so hideous. What the fuck? The lightning. There's such a disgustingly fat lightning. What is this?
Yeah.
It just takes up so much space on him as well. Oh my god.
All right. I think I've expelled all of my opening thoughts and closing thoughts even on the Shazam movie. So should we talk a little bit about? Should we give people a little update? A little update on the America's Next Top E-Rich contest, folks.
Yeah.
In case you've been living under a rock, E-Rich will be departing the show. Here's what's funny about E-Rich leaving the show. He says, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave on the Avengers Endgame episode. That'll be my last episode, except for other movies. I'll come back once in a while for things like John Wick Chapter 3. E-Rich, John Wick Chapter 3 comes out 2 weeks after Avengers Endgame. So it'll be like you didn't even leave at all.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Maybe we should just say you're leaving after John Wick. And then
Let's do it that way.
And then right between those two movies is Detective Pikachu. I don't see why you wouldn't want to do that
Right.
episode too.
True.
Really, you should just stick around until Star Wars Episode 9.
I mean, just screw your career, man. Just do this, man.
But
Who's got something better to do than this? I wouldn't know who.
we announced a contest. People can submit their applications, their auditions, their audition recordings to become the next E-Rich to replace him on this show. And on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/MumpkyJones, I've been listening live to some of these auditions, and the chat has been helping me decide who should be in the running in the future contest. So if you would like to hear some of these auditions and play along at home, just go follow me at twitch.tv/MumpkyJones. We've had a lot of fun. E-Rich and Florian, you listen to a couple of these. E-Rich, do you have any favorite contenders so far for your replacement?
I do. The black guy.
Okay. One guy called in and said, "Hey, I'm black, so you should choose me." That's all he said.
Impressive resume. I liked what I saw.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Everybody thought it was fitting that E-Rich the Cuck would be replaced by a black man because of his race and nothing else.
Right?
Florian, you're important in this. You said you really want Citizen Cinema to join the show.
No, I want the guy who had the really bad mic quality in that clip.
Who, E-Rich?
I want him. He was hilarious. No, there was one guy who in that 10-minute highlights reel of listening to the auditions.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're gonna get that guy on. He was funny.
What about my brother? Do you want my brother on the show, Patchy?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It might be a bit weird. I might be a bit of a third wheel if you two are there and your brothers.
No, if anything, I'll be the third wheel. I think you and because he said in his audition tape, I bought the Binding of Isaac for my Switch, so Florian will automatically like me, is what my brother said.
Yeah, I always follow the money. That's right.
When my brother comes on, you'll have to thank him for that corn pizza he helped you buy.
Damn.
I thought Florian, you don't get any money from the after
Of course I
birthday.
get money.
Oh, okay.
Anything
I
with
always
Binding
get
of
money.
Isaac on, and he gets like 80% of the sale. It goes right to his bank account.
Not that much. Jeez.
So I think the way this contest is going to work is that I keep getting more applications in at monkeyjones@gmail.com. They send them in. And I think I'm going to choose like my 8 or maybe even 16 favorite ones. I'll throw everybody into a tournament bracket. And then once E-Rich leaves, we'll give everybody one chance to come on the show. And we'll pit them head-to-head against each other, back-to-back episodes, or however you want to do it. And people, I guess, will vote for who they like better every time until we only have one man remaining, and he'll be the new E-Rich. I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, that's great. Can't wait.
And on episodes where E-Rich returns, like for, John Wick or Star Wars, I think we'll put him on the board too and see if even he can beat these new people.
Yeah, that's right. Why don't we just disqualify these new people and just keep him on?
No, I think it'd be funny if the new people got more votes than E-Rich.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I guess it would be a free win for them actually. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, just put me on there. Just put me on there, even though I won't come back.
Yeah.
See if anybody votes for me at all.
E-Rich, speaking of, but before we end the episode, I want to hear your thoughts on Star Wars Episode 9. We're almost in mid-April now. There's no trailer,
Right.
no title. What are your thoughts on this?
Star Wars Celebration, the Star Wars convention, is next week. So I think then we will get both a title and a trailer, but we'll see.
Damn,
Okay.
can't wait.
Okay, hot scoop from America's biggest Star Wars fan, E-Rich McCoy.
I will be there in person.
You really going to the Star Wars con?
Hell yes, I am.
Where's it at?
Chicago.
Oh, shit, fam. Wait,
Cheatown.
when is it? In next week, you said?
It's starting next Thursday.
Oh. I'm going to be in Chicago,
goes until
but
Monday.
I'll be in Chicago in May, so I guess I'll miss you.
Ah, man. Like ships
what a
crossing in the night.
tragedy. You were totally gonna go there. Damn.
If E-Rich was there, I would totally go.
I could possibly get you a badge.
Nah, I fucking hate Star Wars. They would boo me as soon as they saw me walk in.
Yeah, you should get Asterios as well, and then he can buy 10 porks for you.
Oh, great. All right. We'll be right back with more KINO. We're going to do Pet Sematary in the very next episode. So, for the Shazam Is It KINO special, I have been Monkey Jones.
I've been E-Rich. I've been informed it's pronounced Chi-Town, so I fucked up.
Oh man, I'm Florian, and you can find my YouTube channel. It's called Game Squid. Goodbye, everyone.
We'll see you next time.
Adios.
Ooh, welcome to a very spooky episode of Is It KINO? I am your pet host, Monkey Johnson, joined as always by the squid pet and the, whatever animal, E-Rich is gonna be pet. Ooh, spooky. What, is that a fucking cat?
It sounds like a monkey. Oh no, now it's a cat.
It's kind of
a demon cat.
It's making me sick how well he can make cat sound effects. I feel like I'm getting Vietnam flashbacks to a furry convention I never went to. Turn this shit off. I'm ending the show. Stop it.
Oh,
E-Rich, please become a human again. I'm so sorry.
we need to bury him. It'll work.
We should legitimately bury E-Rich and actually have him be killed for this.
Oh no.
Hey everybody, welcome to your favorite movie review podcast. That's right, Is It KINO? Today we're talking about the new horror film Pet Sematary, the remake, the squeakquel.
Yes.
Rated R.
Based, of course, on the legendarily scary Stephen King novel. Folks, let me ask you this. I've read many a novel in my day. Never once in my life has a novel scared me. Now, I haven't read any Stephen King, so maybe I'm just missing out on the best of the best. Does anybody actually get scared by words on a page? E-Rich, have you read a book that scared you? How can a book be scary?
I think I was scared by the Annihilation movie. I'm sorry, book. Fuck, I said it wrong.
I don't see it.
That's
like I'm
serious.
so removed from the emotions when it's text on a
Right.
page. Like a movie can scare me with like I can see the characters or the actors emoting and being frightened and the music. A book, it's just like the way you read it.
But in my mind, I'm picturing things. I'm playing it like a movie, and my imagination is way scarier than a lot of shit that could be thought of. And
It just seems like with the
dude.
book, you have to put in a whole lot of effort for it to be scary. A book can be
Right.
easily funny or thrilling or dramatic, but scary? I don't know.
Oh, dude, there's this book called the Bible. It has this really good villain in it called Yahweh. Oh man, people are so scared of it. You gotta watch out.
I mean,
They-
Yahweh, unironically, is the villain of the Old Testament. I don't know why people pretend he's not. Even the Jewish people who worship that shit honestly believe that.
Yeah, they built all temples just to appease him. It's crazy. They slaughter lambs and everything.
Yeah.
It's a real
Lambs in
dangerous
the
book.
slaughterhouse.
what about creepypastas, Monkey? Have you ever read scary creepypastas?
No,
Oh, no.
they're not fucking scary.
From Bible to creepypastas.
But then
really.
again,
Squidward suicide.
maybe this
Oh,
is
no.
my maybe this is my autism slash sociopathy coming to a head here, folks, because typically movies don't really scare me either. So the question
Yeah,
is, did
yeah.
this new film give me the spooks that I needed to be wetting my pants in the theater, shaking in
Oh,
my
no.
boots, folks, have to take off my jacket because I'm getting the cold sweats, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Creaming
you-
your jeans.
Erich, what did you think of Pet Sematary, and did it make you cream your jeans?
So I've never seen the original Pet Sematary, and I've never read the book Pet Sematary. I have, however, like heard descriptions of what happens in those things. So when this movie rolled out, what was going on, I was just like, all right, cool. Cat comes back to life, cool. You bury things and they come back to life, cool. So like,
The best.
it's not anything that I haven't like expected watching this movie. I think it's done all right in the movie, and for me, the thing you need to nail in this movie is you need to buy the depths that the main character will sink to in order to make the movie work, essentially. And I think Jason Clarke is kind of the perfect guy to do that because he just looks weird, and he always looks like he's slightly unhinged.
What
and
else?
is
What
willing to
else
do
do we know
crazy
Jason
shit.
Clarke from other than the classic film Serenity?
Yeah, other than Serenity, I really don't know. He was in the new Terminator movie. He was the T-100000 in that.
I'll just remember him as the guy who abused Anne Hathaway in Serenity, my favorite movie
Yes,
of the
yes.
year still.
Wait, was he the guy who was this melted metal in Terminator? Is that him?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wait. You're talking about Terminator 2?
I don't
Or
know.
I'm talking about Terminator Genesis.
Oh, well, I don't remember that one.
He was John Connor, aka the T-100000.
Oh, wow.
All right, so yeah, I think the movie's fine. I think it does what it is trying to accomplish. It's really kind of a regular horror movie. Like it,
A regular one.
like
Just
this is
vanilla.
this is an audience. This is a general audience horror movie, and I think with the ideas this movie is playing
Oh,
with,
it's not a deep and complex enough. Like
Yeah.
the Babadook. Oh, what a real
This isn't
scare!
Hereditary. This isn't Hereditary or
It
The
follows.
Witch.
Talk about true horror. Am I right,
Well, like
folks?
those movies have an interesting idea that they're playing with, and they spend time developing the characters. Like I think this movie is somewhat trying to really replicate the book because the mother in this movie has these crazy flashbacks that she flashes back to, and we never really understand exactly what is going on there, but it kind of informs her life in a way. And even though she has almost
don't
nothing to do in this
understand?
movie for the most part, like it's really like in her head the entire time, which is very novel like. So
What don't you understand about those flashbacks?
what the fuck was wrong with her sister or whatever?
She had
She
a
was born
twisted
that
spine.
way.
She was born that way the entire time?
Yeah, she was just super crippled.
Fuck.
I just want to say one thing.
And that was what you didn't get?
One thing I'm gonna miss when Erich
I thought she got sick or something, but like
No.
One thing I'm gonna miss when Erich leaves the show is when he'll go on for like a whole paragraph of thoughts, and interjected in the middle will be Florian like judging him, like making little snide comments, like "You didn't understand that? What the fuck?
I know.
What an idiot!"
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot all what he was saying.
And I really enjoy that. It's gonna be missed for sure.
It's the best call.
Okay, so Florian, Erich says this movie, pretty down the middle of the road horror movie. Tell me why he's wrong. Why is this the greatest horror movie you've seen, perhaps all
The
year?
greatest, Jesus. Well, the thing is, I really don't like horror movies,
Yeah.
and Now that I've seen it, it's amazing to me how they can make a whole movie with so little story in it. It's bizarre.
Mm.
Yep.
Every once in a while, it's just some completely random 1 minute long period where it's just really tense music, and then you're awaiting a jump scare, and oh, it's really predictable. Here it comes,
Mm-hmm.
and there's just so little to it. If you sum this movie up, it's probably gonna be like 2 sentences.
Yeah. My opening salvo here will be, again, movies don't really scare me.
Right.
My litmus test, the bar you have to pass to scare me is one of my favorite movies of the decade, a little movie I like to call Green Room. It's probably
Yeah.
the scariest movie I've ever seen, the most
Tense as fuck.
yeah, the most thrilling, tense, truly frightening, horrific film I've ever seen in theaters. And no other movie has ever compared to that, so it's like, okay, this doesn't scare me. And this one definitely doesn't really scare me. I guess people enjoy like the creepy, suspenseful sort of atmosphere of these types of movies, but it's certainly not horrific and
Scary,
You're not
right.
gonna like have nightmares unless you're a small child. But in terms of film quality, the film itself, not even the spooks and the ghouls and the jumps, I'll say the film left me with a very, very powerful feeling of incompleteness. I feel like
Wow.
they spent a good hour and 20 minutes building up to what the trailer told us would happen.
Right.
And
right.
because it's not even a spoiler because it's in the trailer. He finds out that if you bury something in this special evil pet cemetery, it comes back to life. Then his daughter dies, so he buries his daughter there so that she'll come back to life. I'm thinking, okay, I can't wait for the movie to hit this point because I know what happens because it's in the trailer. I can't wait to see all the crazy,
1 hour later.
all the crazy, spooky, fun stuff that's going to happen once his daughter comes back. And they spend an hour and 20 minutes building up to that, and then they finally happens. And then the movie ends like 20 minutes later.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, either the trailer fucked up or the movie fucked up because I feel like I'm missing another half an hour of this movie. And really, I think that might be the strangest backhanded compliment I can give it is that I wish it was longer. That might be the first time in Is It KINO history that I've said instead of the movie was too long, the movie was too short. I feel like
Right.
there's
Are you
no
sure?
there's no resolution to me. It's like, okay,
Are
we hit this epic spot, but now it's just done.
It peaks too late and not high enough. Like,
It
Are
was
you
like
sure
a
you
premature
wouldn't wanna cut
ejaculation.
yeah.
Are you sure you wouldn't want to count like 20 minutes of pointless jump scares?
Well, yeah, of course I would. What I'm saying is it was completely unbalanced. Thanos would be disgusted. It's an hour and 20 minutes of build up for 20 unsatisfying minutes of conclusion, and it was.
Right.
It's like what?
Honestly,
Come on.
this movie could have turned into an awkward comedy by the end, like where the daughter has been resurrected and the mother doesn't like her, and like they could have had like a dinner scene. They could have like tried to do some
every
kinda,
movie like this needs a fucking dinner scene. Dinner scenes are KINO
Yeah.
in every movie. What's the Only God Forgives dinner scene? Fucking KINO.
Yep.
Every movie that I don't even like has a KINO dinner scene. They could have done it in this so easily.
Right. Like I think this movie could
What-
have
what are
played
you
with the
talking about?
no, fuck you, Florian. I'm trying to talk.
Sorry.
This movie could have really played with the Jason Clarke trying to convince her that it's good that their daughter came back to life, and like just really awkward moments of them at the dinner table. He's trying to feed her,
And she's
corn
like
is
throwing
falling out of her
plates at the
mouth.
wall.
Corn.
Yeah, she's throwing plates, like all
She
that.
refuses
shit. Come
to
on.
eat the corn pizza. Could you imagine?
Yes.
So you're saying there's no dinner scene, but there's one scene where they eat. So is this dinner scene something specific that you mean?
It's like it's
It's
a
an
trope in
awkward dinner
movies.
scene.
Yeah, the trope of the awkward dinner scene where everything like explodes and goes crazy.
Oh, so it's with one bad guy, I guess.
Well, like I think Hereditary even had like a dinner scene kind of like this, where like
Yeah.
the mom starts screaming at the son. Maybe that was a
Right.
breakfast scene. I don't know, but yeah, you need these movies need scenes where all the family members sit down together for a
Are
meal,
together, right.
and the tension builds up and the pressure builds up, and then by the end of the scene, like people are shouting at each other and everything's going bad. Those scenes are
Right,
always
right.
pure fucking KINO.
That almost happened immediately. Like as soon as she got home and saw their daughter, she was like, "Oh, fuck this, fuck everything." And like, I think that's more believable probably. But like, she never even entertained the idea that this could work.
She doesn't even need to entertain it. I think Jason, his name's Jason Clark or Jason Isaacs?
Yeah, Jason Clark.
Jason Clark should have been. He's already clearly
Insane.
Yeah, he's not so insane. I'd say
He's grief insane.
He's off the deep end. He's already resurrected his daughter and made her a zombie. Why not make him like a forceful asshole? He's like, no, we're sitting down as a family. We're eating this dinner together. So like it's like a sort of a Skylar
Have you ever
White.
seen Signs?
A long time ago. But like she could be like in a Skylar White situation where this is pretty much like marital rape, but just because they're eating dinner together. It's like she's very uncomfortable and doesn't want to be there at all. And like the young son is crying and he's like, everybody's gonna sit here and enjoy this meal together. And like the fucking zombie daughter's throwing shit against the wall. And
the darker, better version of this to me is that the wife starts to go crazy because she's in a place with her dead daughter. He kills his wife, takes her to the pet cemetery, brings her back to life.
oh yeah.
The same thing happens to the son, and so he has them like tied down, and he's trying to like recreate his kind of perfect family with them. But, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think, and again, none of us have read or seen the source material or like the previous versions of this. I think making the resurrected people the villains, like the cat and the daughter, the villains, I think that was a mistake. I think Jason Clark, who is the living human who is dealing with grief, the great metaphor of what grief does to you, I think he should have became the ultimate villain, using the power of I don't have the family I wanted anymore, so I will craft it and force it back into reality. My grief is taking over. Yeah, why not have him kill his whole family and bring them back as zombies so that they'll always be with him?
Yeah, that being said, I did like the ending of this.
Well, how does that make sense? How would that work? Because if the zombies aren't evil, then it wouldn't be particularly evil to make your family into zombies, I guess.
Rather than so I think this movie posits that like they don't come back as themselves. There's some kind of like demon or some kind of dark force that's animating them. I would have liked better that they are angry that they've been brought back to life, and they are like desperately trying to kill themselves, kill themselves again, or like find a way to end it again. But I don't know.
What it makes me think of is in Shutter Island. You guys seen Shutter Island? Probably.
Oh yeah.
Like Leo's tragic backstory is that his wife drowned their 3 kids in the lake so that they would be living dolls, and they'll always be the young kids, and they can just dress them up and sit them at the dinner table. I think that's a much creepier, darker thing. It's like, you will always be the way I want you to be because I want my family this way, so I will kill you so we can have I can always have the family I have right now forever, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I think in the book it was a young boy rather than a young girl who was killed and brought back to life.
Wow.
What do you guys think of the cat in this movie? The cat wasn't evil enough, in my opinion.
The cat
Acted like a normal cat who's kind of pissed off and
normal cats scratch and hiss on a daily basis. I recently got a cat. If you take a look at Sheepover's hands, they are completely covered. Her entire hand is covered in fucking scratches from her playing with the cat. That's playing.
Oh, dude, that cat is pure evil. That cat lured the girl into the street so it would get run over, man.
He was just
It's
walking.
a good-looking evil cat, but it doesn't behave evil enough for me.
Well, it does. It's just smart evil. It just doesn't scratch because that doesn't matter. What matters is that it got the girl killed.
The cat in Captain Marvel was more evil because it clawed a man's eye out. No, we need this cat to be an evil demon. The cat needs to get onto the dad's MacBook, go onto his Facebook, post like, I'm gay, LOL, as a status. Like, we needed this cat doing more shit than hissing and like walking away. Boring, lame cat.
The cat downloads porn, like weird porn.
The cat downloads child porn on the dad's computer.
Yeah.
And then emails it to the mom and says, hey, take a look at this.
Man,
bad cat, bad.
You guys see the cat typing on the keyboard? Just do that.
Yeah, keyboard cat.
Ah,
Jinx.
Jinx. Ah, shit.
Pinch poke, you owe me a Coke. Oh, Jinx. Neither one of you can talk. Neither one of you can talk until I say your name. That's right. Welcome back to the Monkey Jones KINO show. Nobody else, no other co-host. It's just me. No, I'm bored. Okay. Florian and Rich, you guys can talk again.
Oh, thank you.
Thank God.
Were you holding your breath while waiting?
No. It just not being able to talk sucks.
Anyways, I gotta say, I didn't actually hate this movie. I know there isn't much in it, but I guess I still liked it in a way, and I even liked the ending, even though it was really abrupt. I thought it was all right.
What is John Lithgow's game in this movie? Like, what the fuck? Why does he tell them about this fucking pet cemetery?
Hey, first of all, John Lithgow, aka Lord Farquaad, I believe.
Yeah, he is.
He plays the old man neighbor who introduces Jason Clarke to the pet cemetery because
Right.
is it implied that he once brought his own wife back with it and then had her killed, or was it just his old dog?
I think he brought his wife, or maybe that was in the book or the movie. Like he did bring his son back, or his, I don't know.
Well, he brought his dog
wife.
back,
His wife.
He may have brought his wife back as well. I think he definitely killed his wife, but I don't know if he did that before or after she was resurrected, or if she ever was resurrected.
I think he's a good boy who didn't do nothing, so he probably killed her after she was resurrected in All Evil, which does beg the question, why did he think it would be different to to bring back this guy's cat?
I think he says that. Like, I think it'd be different because, like, it's sooner or something. But, like, why try? Like, what do you have to gain?
Well, the reasoning in the movie...
It's obvious that his wife was just evil, and bringing her back made her more evil.
I'll say this, I liked the performance John Lithgow gave, but let's evaluate the character's motivations. In a great scene that harkened back to the rock biter in Neverending Story, who felt so guilty that he couldn't save his friends from the nothing. John Lithgow gives a very similar performance in this scene where he says, you know, your daughter, man, I loved her so much. She was so sweet. I didn't want to see her sad, so that's why I told you to bring your cat back alive at the pet cemetery. What was I thinking? I'm so stupid. And I'm like, well, yeah, you are pretty fucking stupid because you know that bringing the cat back's not going to make her happy because the cat's going to be an evil little shit, just like what happened to you. Why do you think it's going to be different?
Right.
What was your thinking? Why did you buy them a new fucking cat? What are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. First you complain the cat's not evil enough. Now you're saying it's evil. He should have never been brought back. I don't know, man.
No, but
Suddenly
even telling
these
anybody
cats
about
in
this
this
is like unnecessarily like tempting them,
Threatening the universe.
It's just been too long since he's seen a good resurrection. What can you say?
So, are those kids who were walking through the woods with the animal mask and shit? Are they going to bury their pets in the pet cemetery and then bring them back to life, or is there like a on Earth pet cemetery that they just bury their pets there and then it's not a big deal? Because like, what the fuck are the masks for then? Like, what's the fucking thing?
I think it's creepy imagery for the sake of creepy imagery, and it had nothing to do with anything in the movie.
Uh-huh.
It was like, what was the point of the kids being all creepy, wearing animal masks, wheelbarrowing their dog into the woods? Like, okay, looks creepy, but then it's never brought up again and has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, that was pretty weird. You'd think that they would have brought back pets all this time, and then you'd see signs everywhere that say no zombie pets allowed or something.
It might raise more questions than it deserve or needs to, but like maybe they should have said that like these kids brought their dog back to life and the dog was fine. So like now John Lithgow thinks, oh, it'll work this time. But like if you have no reason to go on it.
Well,
no, you don't.
When the daughter who has been resurrected kills John Lithgow, isn't she wearing one of those animal masks? Maybe it's implied that all of those kids are resurrected children.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
and
not
does
very
her
good.
face look like it the mom's sister at some point?
No, her face
Her
was
face like contorts.
her face was replaced with John Lithgow's wife's face for that one scene.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
all
for
right,
the
all right.
scene. By the way, I can't believe that they just killed the old man, and he's the only one who they didn't bring back. I can't believe they didn't bring him back. That would have been great.
He's not part of the
Evil
family.
John Lithgow. Yeah,
Yes,
right.
he is. He was part of the family in the end.
Judd.
He's a neighbor they just met.
They
Yeah.
would have brought him back. It would have been one big family.
Yeah.
He was so grateful he got to share a meal with them. It's just unfair they didn't bring him back.
Well,
All right, so Skumky in the chat says it's explained that the Wendigo compels you to talk about the burial ground,
no,
which is
great.
absolute bullshit.
It's
Stephen King
stupid.
doesn't know why. He just says a wizard did it.
Well, let me ask you this, boys of the panel. Did Pet Cemetery invent the trope of the magical ancient Indian burial ground, or is it part of the trope and
Well,
very offensive and shitty writing?
Was it released before or after Poltergeist? 'Cause I
Oh,
believe
man.
Poltergeist.
Good question. I don't know how old this book is.
Yeah, I have to
But
look
did
that up
Poltergeist
because-
even invent that, or has the ancient Indian burial ground horror trope been around for centuries?
You moved the headstones, but you didn't move the bodies.
Damn.
Florian, you're well versed in Native American lore and
jeez.
history. Why do the Native Americans have a burial ground that is so magical it can bring the dead back to life? Is that offensive to Indian culture, Native American culture?
Why would that be offensive?
Because
Are
there's-
Native Americans inherently evil, or are they just angry?
Yeah,
Stolen?
it's like
Their spirits are evil now.
we're sort of seeing them as like a magical breed, separate from normal humanity. We look at their customs and their beads and their feathers, and we think, oh, they're shaman-like. These must be magical wizards who have
What
the
are you
power.
talking about?
It's true. That's one of the negative stereotypes against the native people of America, is that they're
but-
other. They're
but-
so other. They're so weird with their culture. Why can't they just be normal and shoot guns like us?
But that doesn't make sense because they're obviously magical because of all the genocide. Obviously, that's what gives them the powers.
They needed it to repopulate.
Guys,
Yeah,
I think The Shining uses this too. I think the reason why the Overlook Hotel is so haunted too is also because it's Indian burial
Oh
ground.
my fucking god!
Yeah, that thing had a million reasons, and all of them were completely random, and you couldn't tell what the fuck was going on. There's still people trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in The Shining, and no one knows.
So is Stephen King just a hack?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
You can't be the most popular author of all time without also being a hack.
You can't release a new book every year without half of them having ancient Indian burial grounds.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
What's up with that black guy, by the way, who died and then he haunts him? Why does he haunt him? Why is everyone haunted for no reason? Well, I guess that's just the magic, isn't it? How convenient. We're just in a town where everyone's haunted. Oh, that sure makes for a scary movie, doesn't it?
Yeah, so he has a patient who was hit by, I assume, one of these trucks. And I guess, what's the lore behind these fucking trucks? There's these big, huge trucks that keep flying by their house from the same company. And these trucks are killing people left and right. They kill the black guy. They kill the daughter. They kill the cat. Or what's up with these trucks killing everybody, E-Rich? Was this an ancient Indian burial truck company?
I believe this is a sequel to Maximum Overdrive, where all the come back to life and start killing the humans. So
Wow.
this is all part of the Stephen King universe.
Also a
so
prequel
there
to
you go.
Cars, when cars rule the land. There are no humans left.
Yeah,
Wow.
they suddenly become happy and they forget their murderous instincts. They just become happy little cars that drive in circles.
Well, if all the humans are dead, is there any reason to be upset? Good question.
yeah, no, there isn't.
question.
It's perfect.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
forget the Disney theory. It's just the Disney and King theory now.
There's one very good reason that I did not like this movie, because it ends with a cover of the Pet Sematary song, originally done by the Ramones. And that is one of the worst Ramones songs,
Ooh.
and it's been stuck in my head on loop for the last 2 fucking days. So
Oh,
fuck this
it's
movie, fuck that song, fuck the original movie, fuck everything about it.
Well, thank God I always rush out of the theater as soon as I see credits so I don't
Oh,
have to hear
good.
these songs.
Good.
And so people don't realize that you snuck in there without having a card, huh?
Was there a mid or post credit scene to Pet Sematary?
I didn't see one. I didn't stick around to see.
Oh.
What would it be?
Oh,
Them
maybe-
killing their son?
Yeah, maybe it was just a dinner scene with everyone being a zombie now.
That would have been great.
Yeah. the
That's how.
best.
That's what should have happened next. We see the final shots of the film are the little girl kills the mom and then they kill the dad. So then all three are now Pet Sematary zombies, and they're approaching the car where the young little boy is locked inside, and they like have gasoline and they're clearly about to kill him. But then it cuts to smash cut to credits. I think there should have been another scene after that. Not even post credits, just another scene. Like Avengers shawarma style, where all four of them are just sitting at the dinner table, zombie-like, eating, I guess, worms or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
And like just sitting in silence for like
Eyeball.
45 seconds. That would have been a much creepier ending, in my opinion. I thought it ended too abruptly and too
Right.
unsatisfactorily the way it was.
This movie feels cut to shit. Like they didn't really know what order they wanted things to happen in, so it's just like, I guess put it there then. All right.
Nice.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me that he is seeing visions of, that the black guy got hit by the truck. He's like seeing him as
Yeah.
a zombie before he even goes into the pet cemetery. So just the
Right.
fact that he now lives on the land adjacent to this magical place is now having an effect on his life. I don't really like that sort of thing in movies where it's just everything is explained away by magic. I like a little bit more
Yeah.
logic. Like you can have a magical place, but the magical stuff shouldn't be happening before he even goes there. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's
that was so
that happens a
bad.
lot in Stephen King stuff generally.
Man, that was just so bad on so many levels. The black guy, he haunts him so that he will tell him not to use the pet cemetery. But then he fucking scares the shit out of him. So what's the point? Of course he's gonna
And he's also scaring the shit out of their kid.
say now. Yeah, the kid. Oh my god, why would he haunt the kid? That is so
Just
stupid.
sitting in the back of their car, just like chilling, I guess.
Oh, man, I wonder, would I be scared or would I be happy to have an undead friend? It's
Oh.
kind of, as a kid, that is.
I think you'd be happy to have a friend at all, Florian.
Yeah, I know, a ghost friend, that sounds
The only-
great.
I
The
finally
friend
have a
you-
black friend.
Wow, every Austrian's
shit.
dream. Finally, a friend other than corn pizza who always leaves you as soon as you digest it.
Hmm.
Yeah, damn.
And then shit it out.
Florian,
Keep
if you,
trying to
if you
create
made if you made a friend, Florian, would you be able to resist the temptation of telling them to buy another copy of Binding of Isaac? I gotta buy more corn pizza, friend.
I'll never. I'll do it forever. Everyone must buy it.
Here's a little peek behind the Is It KINO curtain. We have a little Discord with us three in it. That's how we record the show. Every time we're not recording, like every day, Florian just posts in the chat links to where we can buy his game on Steam, and he keeps like asking us to buy it
Right.
over and over again, saying that
And
he
like
needs more
every
corn
real
pizza.
retailer too. He does Best Buy. He does like Target. He does Kmart. Like all of these places.
He does.
Yeah, I finally need you to do that stream you always promised where you play the Binding of Isaac monkey.
Yeah, you're gonna give me a Steam key so then I could give it out to everybody so they can go buy the game while I'm streaming it for you.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I guess I'll see. Well, you said you already had it anyways.
Well, so it sounds like all three of us are kind of mediocre to negative on this movie. I thought,
Yeah.
as a movie, it's like, it's very average. It's not scary. It's not long enough. Wasn't enough payoff. The trailer really.
This is a movie you take your entire family to if they all want to watch it, and all be like, "Ooh, that was spooky," and I'd be like, "Yeah, sure,
Well,
all right."
this is an R-rated movie, Rich.
Yeah,
You
take the
hate
entire
this
family.
Yeah.
Just bring all your family and get them annoyed with this movie.
Now, if
I
you-
don't know.
No,
I
go
feel that this movie was good for a horror movie, but I just don't see the appeal in horror movies. I guess that's the problem.
Yeah.
Don't you like to be scared?
It's not gonna work. It's a movie.
Well, I'll say if you wanna get the thrills and chills of a real horror movie, go check out Green Room, people. Not Green Book, the
Yeah.
Oscar-winning film. Green Room. It should have won an Oscar, if you ask me, for most
Green Room is-
thrills.
Incredibly remarkable because while I was watching that movie, I could hear my heart beating. Like
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
beating that fast and that strongly. That I was like, "Holy shit!" I am so fucking intense right now.
And I think why it's so effective on me is that Green Room takes place 100% in reality. There are no supernatural elements. Like when the whole movie's based on magic and Indian witchcraft, it's like, well, okay, that's, I mean, whatever. Like it's
It's just gonna happen, and that's what's
yeah,
gonna
I
happen.
can't relate to that in any way. It's fantasy. But when I see a
Mm-hmm.
movie like Green Room, where it's just human versus human, locked up in a little room in the middle of a white supremacist Nazi camp,
Wow.
it's like, yeah, I could end up in this situation by accident very easily. I assume I'll do a gig anywhere. Surely I'll forget my phone in a room one day and end up in a horrible situation where I'm going to be killed.
You could just flash the OK sign and they'd let you out though.
I'll show them
Yeah.
any of my videos.
Yeah, you just tell them I was on the kill stream, and they'll love you. They'll have no problem. On an Alex Jones, you got it made. You got all the clout with the Nazis. You'll be fine.
Well, okay, so filmmakers listening at home, you wanna make a movie that specifically appeals to me and E-Rich in terms of frights and chills. Make a realistic horror movie. No more of this magic shit, Stephen King. Fuck off with your giant turtle in space. Boring, lame, not scary. Give me human on human horror, folks. Real life, realistic fiction horror. That's my lesson of the day.
Yeah, I think that works most effectively.
Man, now I'm really gonna watch this green room. Sure sounds interesting. How
Yep,
can it
a
be
horror
scary
movie.
if it's only humans?
You should go watch it
Horror
right
movie
now.
called Green Book. Green Book.
The horrors of integration.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
A black man and a white man become friends. You won't believe the horror.
Horrifying.
Don't let him touch you.
Don't go in there!
That's a black church, Whitey. Don't go in.
Jesus.
So Florian, you're gonna go watch Green Room tonight and report back to us next episode of Is It Kino how
Yes.
scared you were.
All right.
Although
Green Room.
since you're from Austria, you'll probably be rooting for the Nazis, I assume.
Yeah.
God
Right.
damn it. How did you
Patrick
know?
Stewart comes on screen and you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah, Patrick
Finally.
Stewart plays the King Nazi in this film. It's
Holy
fucking
shit.
Kino.
I need to see this right now. Jesus.
You do. It's my favorite movie. It's when I started dating Sheepover. It's one of the first movies I made us watch together.
Man.
I said, if you don't like this shit, we can't be together.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Okay,
awesome.
it's very high standards.
Green Room is the best. Okay. I think. I guess we could say if we would recommend this movie and whether or not it's Kino. E-Rich, go.
I would not recommend watching this movie in the theater. There's no real reason. If it comes on Redbox in a couple months, and you're interested from what we've talked about, yeah, sure, it's fine. It's passable. Yeah, and the cat's cute. There you go.
And scary, evidently.
So you think it would actually be okay to watch a horror movie not in the cinema? Would it not be a
Yeah.
lot less scary?
Oh, I think a horror movie is probably more effective when you're watching it alone at home in the dark rather than in a
Right,
theater full of...
and
Oh, dude, I went to this movie and there was no one in the entire cinema room.
Oh, wow.
It was a really
Wow.
big room too, and there was no one there.
Mhm.
There was supposed to be 2 more people there, but I guess I saw them once and then they disappeared. Where did they go? It was real spooky, man.
So when you're all alone in a theater, like at the cinema, as you would say, do you ever like start talking out loud or like pull out your dick or anything just for fun?
Oh yeah, I finally get to do whatever I want.
Because it's like you're all alone in a movie theater. Why not like just pull out your dick for the movie?
Go
You
wild,
don't even
man.
have to get hard. Just like have your dick hanging out.
Yeah, man.
Sure, maybe.
Just hang loose, baby. Oh, get that dick out.
Oh yeah, I just can't even stop it at this point.
I'm
It's
only
always
saying
playing
that-
with my dick, really.
I'm only saying that because I've installed infrared cameras in every theater in Austria waiting to get footage of Florian pulling out his dick. I guess I could just put these hidden cameras in his apartment or in his bathroom, but no, I put them in
Yeah.
every movie theater.
A movie theater. Wait till it does
Well,
it.
thing is, I rarely ever leave my apartment, so you would never have made it there. But yeah, that makes sense. That's the perfect plan.
Yeah, I have to trick you into leaving your apartment for 2 hours so I can install the cameras like in Death Note.
Jeez. Your favorite movie of all time.
No!
Death Note.
You know what was scarier than this entire movie, guys?
Death Note.
Walking out of the theater, looking down on the ground, and seeing a whole fish just on the ground.
In the theater?
What? No, not outside of the theater. Like I walk out into the parking lot right in front. There's just a fish on the ground.
Was it like in Fargo season 1 when it started raining fish?
No, it wasn't raining fish, but it's possible there was a water spout and it got there, but I think it was gutted partially.
Hmm.
But
Oh yeah, of course.
so weird.
We're having
Just a whole fish.
we're having some slight Discord connection issues, so we should wrap it up
Mhm.
soon. Florian, would you recommend Pet Cemetery?
I guess not. Damn.
Yeah, I'll say not even Redbox. If it comes out on Netflix and you can watch it I guess, essentially for free since you already paid for
Yeah.
Netflix. Then maybe if you're really bored, I don't know if the original is better. It probably is. I mean, I like Jason Clarke in this. I like Lord Farquaad in this, but the movie didn't do much for me.
Right.
So
So you're really saying that this old guy was Lord Farquaad?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Unbelievable. How old was he when he played that role?
20 years younger, I guess.
Yeah, probably about 18 years younger than he is now.
Holy shit. I still find it hard to believe.
All right, boys, what is on the KINO schedule? What are we doing next? What's coming up? We got to
Wanna
do Watchmen
do
sometime
Watchmen?
soon.
If nothing's coming out next week, let's try to do Watchmen. Although,
When? Oh, I guess I don't actually know when Pikachu comes out here.
Pikachu comes out after Avengers.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, right. Oh, yeah, I guess you were talking about after Avengers, not before. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess let's do
Okay.
Watchmen.
Maybe we'll do Watchmen next if nothing else is coming out. But for Is It KINO, I have been...
Hellboy.
Uh,
Yeah.
I
It,
have-
it looks so generic.
I've been Mumpky Jones.
I don't want to be buried in a pet cemetery.
Yep, I'm Florian. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your favorite movie review podcast. That's right, Is It KINO? And we're here with a very special penultimate episode for one E-Bitch McSoy, reviewing with a very special guest. Folks, welcome to the foursome trio. I gotta rework this intro in my head. Welcome to the foursome trio, the four deadly horsemen from your wildest dreams. We're talking Mumpky Jones, E. Rich McCoy.
You're not locked in here with me. Wait, I fucked it up.
We're all fucking everything up today. Florian Herschel.
Yeah, I'm here.
And special KINO guest. He hasn't been on this show since Asperger was still around.
Oh,
One,
Oh, God.
Asterios Kokonos.
Thank you for having me. We're here to discuss one of my favorite comics and one of, I think, the most interesting movies you're ever going to talk about on this show.
Wow, you're a good guest to have because I had almost no interest in talking about this. We're, of course, talking about the ultimate cut. The Snyder cut, folks. They finally released it. The Snyder cut of one Watchmen, rated R. Now, why are we doing this, E-Rich? Why, for your penultimate episode until, I guess,
Right.
John Wick comes out, did you want to talk about Watchmen?
All right, so back in the day when the Watchmen movie was released, I had just gotten into really into superhero comics. And so I was watching The Dark Knight and I saw this trailer, this amazing, mind-blowing trailer for a visionary Zack Snyder movie called Watchmen. And I was like, what the fuck is this? There's some crazy fucking blue guy. He's getting reassembled and shit.
His dick's
There's a
hanging
sexy
out
lady.
everywhere.
His dick is out. His dick is out in the fucking movie. And I had to know what the fuck was going on here. So I read the book. And I was at some party and I was reading the last chapter of this book.
liar. Wheel that one back.
No,
You
I
were
was.
alone at home.
No.
Party.
You can be at a one-person party at a Kentucky Fried Chicken like I am every Saturday night.
No, it was one of those parties that your parents drag you to for them, essentially. So I was in the corner reading the last chapter of my comic.
You were at the
and
kids'
my mind
table
was
and you're like
fucking
20
blown.
years older than all the kids.
My mind was fucking blown when this vagina alien monster is transported into the middle of New York and everyone fucking dies.
Wait, is that
And-
what you're supposed to do when Mumkey interrupts you? You just keep plowing through it?
Oh yeah. You haven't
That's
figured this
good,
out by now?
No, because on Boomer vs. Zoomer, he'll interrupt me, and then he'll make a joke, and then I'll be like, okay, I got to fix his joke somehow to make it work. And then we'll just
Wow.
you just keep plowing ahead. Just
Yeah.
like Rorschach keeps plowing ahead in the face of Armageddon. Never compromise with Mumpky Jones.
That's right. I guess
That's right.
which one am I if I'm not the Rorschach anymore? Am I the comedian now?
You're
You gotta be the
definitely
worst,
you're the comedian as fuck, bro.
Okay, because in the
You're
thumbnail,
so red-pilled.
Florian made you the comedian in the thumbnail. I guess because he wants you to
look
die.
so much like the comedian.
I know. Look, that's a compliment. Jeffrey D. Morgan's
Wow.
handsome as fuck. I feel like I'm the Dan Dryberg of this group. Like sometimes his dick don't work. He keeps pervert on some hot younger woman until she throws herself at him.
He's excellent in season 2 of Fargo.
I couldn't hear that over my own better joke. But also,
Wow.
and also Dan Dryberg. Don't forget, guys, he's got those coffee cups that say like "It's a pleasure to serve." He's got those Greek ass coffee cups in the Bug. I love those coffee cups. Sometimes I'll go get coffee in New York City, even if I don't want it, just so I can walk around with one of those blue Greek coffee cups.
Sounds like a real superhero right there. Just
I guess I'm Dr. Manhattan because I'm the ultimate cuck.
Is that true?
I mean, Dr. Manhattan is perfectly fine with Lori sleeping with Dan just while he's aware of it the entire time.
Does that come with being the most powerful being in existence, just being open to being cuckolded?
Yeah.
You
you
truly
see
are an
ultimate
evolved person.
See, he has the exact same properties, whether he's cucked or uncucked. It makes no difference to the cosmos, you see?
All the atoms are the same.
Yeah.
All right, let's get down to business, folks. This is the first time I've seen any cut of the movie. I guess the best way to get into it was to just...
I'm so fucking sorry.
Oh, is this like...
What?
Is this cut
Sorry?
bad compared to the director's cut or the original?
This is one of the worst cuts of the movie.
No, you're absolutely wrong. There's no good version of this movie. So you might as well watch the 4-hour. And by the way, that's not to say I don't like it, but it's like, can we all just admit this movie's not good?
What?
This movie makes no sense without any kind of context to it.
What are you guys talking about? This is the only good superhero movie.
Oh, come on.
But give me some context. What is the difference between the 4-hour thing I just saw and the original and the director's cut?
No cartoons. There's no cartoons in the original movie.
Okay.
Also, the scene where who's the old guy? Mason.
Hollis Mason,
Hollis
the original
Mason.
Night Owl.
Right. The scene where the punks are beating the shit out of Hollis Mason, and he's flashing back to his super heroic previous life. That scene is not in the original cut of the movie, and actually, I think that's a great scene that should be in the movie. So.
Yeah. What's another thing about the super duper fucking cut? Yeah. I mean, I think the death of Hollis Mason is kind of important because it's like the death of innocence. It's the death of the old guard. Oh, this is what I wanted to say. Okay, in the comic book, the people that murder Hollis Mason are known as knot tops because they have kind of knots on the top of their head. Is that a racist term? I'm genuinely asking. I'm genuinely asking. Is that a racist term?
E-Rich is our race relations expert on the show, so I guess he can answer.
It can't be right. It sounds more like a hipster thing to have a top knot.
Yeah, top knot is the.
Okay, they're called top. Okay, well, look, there's a man bun, but. All right, I'm Googling this. I was hoping one of you guys, because you guys seem to know all the racist terms in existence. So, all right, so I'm looking this up
Typically,
right
when I'm
now.
talking about knots, it's on one of my bestiality forums. So this is like a whole new world for me. Racism.
I don't get that joke. Oh, no. What is that? Wait, I hate to ask. What does that joke mean?
It's like an animal penis will knot inside of its mate.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a knot of rats.
The
A bunch of rats knotted together.
The Rat King? No, not the Rat King.
Yeah, Rat King.
E-Rich, you know about like dogs and cats or whatever getting
What's
their...
the animal that has the hook-shaped penis?
I
They
know.
just hooks themselves in.
I know.
is that a goose?
Ducks have penises that have like Wolverine's claws inside them, so that.
No,
Wait, I
that's,
shouldn't-
that's cats.
They have, like, corkscrew
ducks have a
penises.
spiral penis.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's a-
ducks have a corkscrew. Cats have like the fucking Morning Star dicks.
Hey, speaking of penises, is this the only movie to feature a full blue penis in it?
Yeah, and fully uncut, This is the best cut for sure.
Yeah, Everich, when you saw this movie in theaters, were you ready to see true masculine, the true face of masculinity, all 8 inches of it hanging in your face?
They should have real quick forgotten to CGI Billy Crudup for one of the scenes, so it would just be him with a bunch of like dots on his dick. One of the scenes in this movie.
It's just gently swaying back and forth.
One of those ping pong balls around the head of his dick.
The weird thing about the dick is this. It's like, I feel like you can't win with the dick. Because
I felt like I won as I was watching it.
Oh, okay. Maybe one person can win with the dick. Oh my God, if that's your
big blue dick.
Oh, so if you're super into Avatar, when you get tired of jerking it to Pandora shit, I guess you jerk it to Dr. Manhattan. No, but what I was going to say about the blue dick is like, if you don't, okay, for fucking decades, people are trying to make the Watchmen movie, Mumkey. Like, just to kind of give you some context, the fucking comic book came out in the 80s. It was a big goddamn deal. HBO tried to make it forever with Terry Gilliam, and it was like another Terry Gilliam Don Quixote. Like, Erich, what's the Terry Gilliam thing?
Don Quixote is the newest one, but he made Brazil and he made Baron Munchausen, all those fucking movies.
Yeah, and the thing about Terry Gilliam was like, he was trying to make Don Quixote forever. Like one time they were out in the desert shooting fucking Don Quixote, and a sandstorm ate up all their sets. Like another time, I think, like, I don't know if this is the truth, but it's similar to this. Like whoever he cast as Don Quixote died, and then like so finally, like a fucking third time, he made the goddamn Don Quixote. So anyway, like Watchmen was always called like unfilmable, right. And then. So they're like, okay, we're gonna make this goddamn movie, and then you got all these choices to make, and the first choice is, are we going to see Dr. Manhattan's dick? It's like
dick or not to dick. That is the question.
Yeah, seriously. And it's like, if you don't show his dick, well, then you're being disrespectful to the source material. Yeah. But if you show his dick, it's like, it's real silly, guys. It's like a big blue dick, like waving around all, and it's very distracting when he's like trying to discuss like love and humanity and his like his ever falling like sense of humanity and sense of self. And
let me ask you guys this, because I haven't read the source material and I'm very new to this world. I just saw it yesterday while I was incoherently drunk. We see Dr. Manhattan. He goes to a funeral for the comedian dressed in a full suit. So clearly he's capable of wearing clothing. Why does he choose to always be naked when he has guests over?
I think he's mostly like checked out of the world. Like he doesn't give a shit what people think about his dick. He's busy.
A real hero. Finally.
Yeah, exactly. He's freeing the nipple. He's freeing the dick over here.
Wow.
Yeah, he's too busy fucking trying to work out tachyons and shit to worry about getting dressed.
He goes to the funeral wearing a suit. Why not just fucking photo Krypton on some pants or whatever magic shit he does?
I guess he must still have some form of decorum to say, I'm going to wear a suit to this funeral. And then I
mean, honestly, that is the answer. It's like he doesn't see the need for clothes, and that is supposed to represent his like ever increasing distance between him and his humanity. But like he knows that he has to fucking put on clothes to do an interview, and he knows, it's kind of like me with taking a shower. Like, I don't want to take a shower. Like, I don't see the point of it. I can't smell myself. I smell great. But it's like, fucking society makes me have to take a goddamn shower. I'll fucking do it, but I won't be happy about it.
I guess if I had a giant blue penis, I'd want to show it to everybody too.
But, yeah. That's true.
But see, here's the interesting thing. If you had a giant blue penis, you would probably want to make your penis bigger. Like
he has that power. When we first see him, he's fucking gigantic.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing. It's like Dr. Manhattan has the ability to like make any part of him bigger or smaller. He could be walking around with like a 12-inch dick, but he would have have humanity to know that it's cool to have a big dick. dick. And the fact that he's got a regular-sized penis shows us how far he's gone.
Well, here's my question. In the one scene, and I don't know if this is in the original film or not, he's doing shadow clone jutsu to have sex with his hot girlfriend, and she says that his dick feels like a battery inside her. Do we know if he is, like, ripping his own penis for her pleasure at that point, or is he being a selfish lover?
Nah, he's just constantly lightning-y like that. That's just how he always is.
Yeah, but
wasn't she talking about his fingers in her mouth?
Shut the fuck up, Florian. It doesn't matter.
That wasn't the
No, we must discuss this.
I mean, it's
It has to be very accurate.
It's
this discussion.
a sex scene.
Electric-y.
They're both naked. It's a sex scene. He has several shadow clones touching different parts of her body. I just figured they didn't have the technology available in 2009 to show full blue penetration. They didn't know how to make the CGI look real, so they just showed it from a top view of her head.
The fact that Zack Snyder, while making this movie, probably had to have one of his animators figure out the dick physics for this movie is pretty incredible to me.
Yeah, if you thought Dead or Alive titty physics were impressive, just wait till you see the dick in this movie.
Yeah. How much should it sway in the wind? Should it shrink at all?
When there's no gravity on Mars, should it start floating away?
Floating around, flopping around. Oh my god.
There's no gravity on Mars.
Nope, none.
He just does the propeller, and that's how he gets around. That's all he needs.
There's a version of this movie where Zack Snyder essentially like watches the movie along with you and like points out things and shit. And I'd
Points
love
out
to
the
watch
dicks?
that. Yeah, there really is.
If you look closely in this scene, you can see Dr. Manhattan's dick.
I just wish that in every scene he's like, so you see his dick right here. You got like the little like detail here. I really worked with the animators to make sure that detail was there on his dick.
So in the official release in the cinema, was there a dick or is there a censored version for that?
Yeah, there was a dick. Oh, wait,
No,
yeah.
there is, because it's rated R. One of the interesting choices they make with this movie is because it's like the whole time people are watching it, they're like, all right, where's the dick? Where's the dick? Where's the dick? They show. No, I mean, but this is like the most famous. This is like one of the most famous comic books in the world, like
Right.
Watchmen. Like it's never gone out of print. It has consistently been a bestseller since the mid '80s. Like Watchmen and The Dark Knight Returns were two comic books that came out in the '80s that revolutionized comic books. Like before then, comics were only for kids, and after these comics come out, like. Now graphic novels start opening up adult themes, and now you know it like the medium. So like people knew about the blue dick, so they're like, okay, we're gonna show you the blue dick in like scene 3, and then we're not gonna show you the blue dick for a while. So the whole time you're not sitting there going, "Where's the dick? Where's the dick? Where's the dick? Where's the dick?"
An interesting
It's
choice.
actually brilliant dick editing.
Well, one of Everett or Florian, they sent me a panel of the comic, and in the comic, the dick is much smaller. Zack Snyder went out of his way to make it hang far past the sack. I think the image I saw, it was like a centimeter. What the fuck?
Dicks were smaller in the 80s because nutrition was worse. So like, you know, it's a more modern like I mean, a lot of Watchmen fans are upset that his dick is slightly bigger.
Yeah.
I mean,
I find that hard to believe.
Zack Snyder had to make some changes to the source material while he was adapting this movie for film, and yeah, I think it fits within his
Oh, no, it
filmmaking
doesn't
choices
fit
to
anymore.
make
It's way too big.
his dick pretty fucking big.
Yeah.
He made himself muscular as well, right? When he died and became Dr. Manhattan.
He became the perfect man.
He wasn't buff before, was he?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Oh no, as Osterman? No, absolutely not. That's a very good point.
He's supposed to be a nerd,
He's a
yeah.
Tiny dick, tiny muscles, and he just changes everything about himself just by thinking about it.
All right.
How
Right.
big of a dick would you have if you rebuilt your entire body, Florian?
I don't know, I guess if I was a superhuman, I guess I could drag around a really big dick. Because if it was just a regular human, then the big dick would get in the way. But if you're a superhero, I guess it's like a cape. I guess I could go quite well.
It just seems inconvenient to have that big dick to lug around if you just stay in your apartment eating pizza all day, though. Like, why would you even need that?
What's the frog Pokemon that uses its tongue as a scarf? You could use your dick as a scarf.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it Froakie?
It was it was an evolved form of Froakie. I think.
Okay. Hey. Boys, we talked about
Or
the dick.
ninja.
We got 10 minutes on the dick. I want to do more dick talk at the end, but right now I need to understand the cultural significance of this film, because Asterio said there is no good version of this movie, but I think at least one of you begs to differ. Could I hear a little bit about that before I chip in my own opinion?
Well, just the idea that these superheroes are fully political is just so amazing. Because in the other superhero movies, it's always just either good or bad, and that's literally the full extent of their morals. Even when you have Batman v Superman, it's just that they're just stupid. They're not political. They don't have any good reasons. And even in Civil War, that's not political either. It's just randomly chosen which side they're on. But in this one, the one guy is a Nazi, the one guy is a crazy intellectual, and then he has a crazy plan to make everything into a giant hippie commune. Yeah, isn't that wild? It's just interesting on so many levels. And then you have this epic use of music in this movie. Just that Bob Dylan part was so good with the times
the
are
opening
changing.
credits. Yeah.
Just seeing these superheroes in all these historical events, and then you got Nixon hiring the comedian to do all kinds of shady shit for him. That's the kind of shit I want to see. I don't want to see Batman beating up Superman and then realizing, oh, they actually have the same name for a mother. Isn't that fucking groundbreaking? You know, in this movie, it makes a little more sense. I mean, it doesn't make fully sense. I think all of the things in the movie are kind of pointless because they. Well, I don't know if I should.
Do you think the 25 minutes of Gerard Butler voicing a pirate captain, do you think that might have been a little pointless in this cut of the film?
Well, I thought it was weird at first, but I guess it grew on me in the end. I like the conclusion to that story. And then the guy just says, "Oh, this is a stupid comic. Why did you sell this?" I was like, "Come on, it was a good conclusion."
So I think it should be said that Watchmen is kind of an unfilmable thing because it kind of inherently has to be in a read form. Throughout the comic book, there's the main story. Shut the fuck up. Let me talk. There's a main comic story, which is essentially the main plot of the movie. But then occasionally you'll have this kid reading the pirate comic. And the idea here is that as soon as superheroes entered into the scene and were like real players, comics can't be about superheroes anymore because they're in real life. So comics in this world are essentially all about pirates or all about these different things. So it's essentially a comic within that world. What they're also trying to get at is something that was completely taken out of this movie, is that the artist who wrote the comic has been hired by Ozymandias to create this crazy alien thing that he transports into New York City. And so you've got a lot of vestiges of that plot line that are completely useless to this movie since they changed it to make it so that Dr. Manhattan is blamed for everything that's going wrong. And so Bubastis, this like genetically modified lynx that Ozymandias has with him, just has no purpose in this movie. It's not trying to make a point about anything. It's just because he had that in the comic, he's going to have this in the movie. So in trying to perfectly adapt the comic for a movie form, but having to change that crazy fucking ending, Zack Snyder has like ultimately compromised his thing where he tries to one-for-one copy over from the comic. I don't know what you think about that, Asterios, because you also read the comic.
I think that the ending to this movie is better than the ending to the comic. I think that I think turning Dr. Manhattan into the like ultimate villain. Mm-hmm. I think it makes more sense than like an alien coming out of nowhere. I actually think that's smarter. But generally speaking, yeah, he doesn't change. He changes almost nothing, and that's a fucking problem. Right. Because you get lines where like the night where Dan Dreiberg is like, "Whatever happened to the American dream?" Mm-hmm. And then like the comedian's like, "It came true."
I think I cringed just a little bit during that scene.
And it's like it works on a comic page because you're not really like making that into something actors have to say. And then when the actors are saying those lines, they're really clunky actually. So yeah.
And the interesting thing is like you see how good of an actor Jeffrey Dean Morgan is.
Yeah.
Because a lot of this, like in the beginning, he's being beaten up, and he's like, "It's a joke. It's all a damn joke. Like only a matter of," and like the first line of the movie is like, "Only a matter of time, I suppose." Again, bringing us back to the themes of time and watches and the Watchmen and all that shit. And like he sells it, and whoever the fuck is playing Night Owl, like he does a fucking good job of selling it. What's her name? Who play Malin Ackerman? She's like 19 when they made this movie.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So she is nuts. Like, she can't sell this dialogue. She doesn't have the tools.
She has an impossible task, kind of.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you cast someone in her 30s who, like, had 15 years of acting experience under her belt, like, maybe she could have pulled off something.
Well,
like,
then she would have had to be cast as, like, the grandma character if she was in her 30s.
Well, Carla Gugino, who was, like, fucking 35 to 40... is kind of the ideal age, and she still looks great. They like have to make her look super old in this movie.
A lot
but,
of CGI.
She plays the young version of Silk Spectre, the original one.
And that makeup looks fucking terrible. That is like Carla Gugino looks like community theater, like fucking what's the Sunset Boulevard? Terrible.
Yeah. Right.
Well, you guys.
Oh, sorry, you were saying Monkey.
Well, I was going to say, you guys bring up how some of the dialogue does not translate well to film, and I said it even gave me a bit of a cringe. But if we're going to evaluate whether or not the film is KINO, I have to go on a little bit of a diatribe about why I find Zack Snyder's version, his vision, I always find it to be more KINO than not. And Everidge, we face this all the time. People say, how can we take your opinion seriously when you like Batman v Superman? Because you and me...
Well, you can't. The answer is you can't.
We both love that movie. But if I can explain, and I think it extends to Watchmen too, even though a lot of people would be very philosophically opposed to comparing these two films that are made by the same director from a company that... the source materials from the same company. But my point is that Zack Snyder, as the visionary director, Zack Snyder, he films everything so cinematically, no matter how stupid it is. I would like to compare Batman v Superman to The Avengers. The Avengers, while it might be more smartly written, looks like a TV movie. A lot of those shots, very flat, uninteresting. In these Zack Snyder pictures, no matter how stupid the writing is, it always looks cinematic. I think everything is shot for the coolest slow motion action bullshit. It's got that the dreary blue-gray filter over everything. It looks cinematic, and I think there's a special region of KINO where you take something that looks beautiful and looks cool, and you mix it with really cringy comic book tier dialogue, and when you force those things together, it becomes such a special form of schlock that I can't help but find Batman v Superman KINO, and to some extent this movie as well, even though I don't think this one is perhaps as dumb as Batman v Superman. I don't know, what are your thoughts? Am I crazy here, people?
Wow, you're damning it with faint praise here. It's good because Batman v Superman is good somehow in your mind. Wow. I don't know.
No, that was an example of why I like one of his movies that other people hate.
Well, I just feel like this one is completely different than Batman v Superman.
I mean, it's cinematically shot the same way, and it has a fair number of cringy dialogue of the movie trying to be more serious. Like, pretty much anything Rorschach says, maybe it was brand new and fresh in 2009, but these days it seems so cliche and like a parody of itself. Maybe that's what it was intended to be when it was written, but it doesn't come across as genuinely cool anymore, does it?
Well, I mean, I don't think you're I don't think you're supposed to find Rorschach cool. Like, Rorschach is supposed to be like, what if they were a real life Batman? Yeah. You know, like he would be absolutely terrifying. He would be crippling people.
Literally be a psychopath, yeah.
He would literally be a psychopath.
Right.
Like,
but the dialogue he has, like in his voiceover, I feel like is intended to be cool. Like, this city is full of scum, and I feel like there are people who think that's genuinely really epic and cool, and they're like putting that on t-shirts, and I find that kind of shit to be cringy. I don't know.
I think it's that Zack Snyder finds it cool, and that's the problem. Because here's the thing with Rorschach. Yeah. Like, Rorschach thinks he's tough. He's constantly talking to himself. like he's like, the city'll beg me. Like, Rorschach says, like, the city will beg me to save it and I will say no. That is exactly what that guy said when he was like, when you studied the drink, I studied the blade, and now you have the gall to ask me for forgiveness. Like, the idea behind Rorschach is that he's like a redheaded goober who thinks he's cool, but he's actually like a fucking goober. Like, he has to wear this mask because he's a goon. He looks like fucking Archie Andrews.
Now, does that come across more in the comic? Because in the movie, I always had the impression that he was supposed to be like the cool narrator the whole time. But maybe I was just fucking drunk.
No. I think this is Zack Snyder. Like, I think Zack Snyder thinks Rorschach is fucking dope as shit.
Yeah, because he's posing and doing all this crazy shit. Yeah. He uses the hairspray can to fucking light people on fire, and he's like posing on balconies and shit while lightning strikes behind him. It is entirely Zack Snyder. Everything has to be the coolest fucking version of it because everything is awesome. Which
is why I think it ascends to schlock KINO to me, because it does. He goes out of his way to make everything cool, even when it's like not cool in the first place.
Right.
Like Batman hitting Superman with a sink is stupid in theory, but then in execution it's fucking hilarious and awesome.
Wow. But it wouldn't do anything, damn it. Anyways, I really think
he had crypto gas in him, so his fucking sink would hurt him.
Oh yeah, I guess so. But anyways, Rorschach is really cool and amazing. Fuck you. The thing is that he's also insane. He also just constantly spouts off how he's just morally correct and everyone else is just degenerate, and you can totally tell that he's some kind of Elliot Rodger superhero.
Do you relate to this character, Florian? You're the smartest guy in the room, and you could take all of us out at any moment.
Rorschach is just
he's
Paul.
Not that smart. He's what, Paul?
That might be why that might be why I find him cliches, because I spent the last 8 years of my life on 4chan, and they all act like this guy all the time.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, but that's no good if they're not going to beat up bad guys. Come on.
Well,
having a 4chan superhero is fucking amazing.
Wait, is Rorschach now the 4chan superhero?
Oh, I think he's more of an Elliot Rodger, but sure.
Okay. Well, I guess, yeah, 4chan superhero, Elliot Rodger, it checks out.
Did he ever go on 4chan? Is that one of his things?
He was on bodybuilding.com.
Oh, it's basically the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Learning about how Dr. Manhattan's penis is so much bigger than his.
I thought the average was 4. This is most unsettling. Well,
oh yeah, that fucking chat, Dr. Manhattan, huh?
Okay,
well,
so Florian, you disagree with me that this movie is KINO because it's expertly crafted schlock, and you in fact find it to be KINO of genuine value.
Well, the thing is that I don't care about schlock in any way. I just generally like the things I like. I don't like them because they're incompetently made.
Well, you've never liked anything sort of ironically, or because it was like it's like an amazing emotional journey, even though it's objectively not great?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You know, like Troll 2 or Birdemic or Sharknado or
how is that?
Monkey Jones stops a school shooting.
That movie's genuinely good.
All of these.
That's what I meant. It's super KINO.
Oh yeah, that one might be
KINO.
schlock. Yeah, okay. I guess I'm convinced.
I mean, Florian, like, if you like this movie, you know, tell us that you like it. Tell us why you like it. Like,
yeah, I like it too.
I'm really interested.
You're allowed.
I also like this movie. I don't think it's good, but I also don't think it's like so good it's bad. It's just, it's really interesting to me. It kind of, this movie reminds me of like, when public television makes their version of A Tale of Two Cities, or when public television makes their like recreation of I don't know, the Sense and Sensibility. Like, they shoot everything. It's way too long. But if you read the book, like, you kind of watch it after class. It's a treat. Like, I think this movie is cool and interesting because I love the comic so much. So it's fun to see the comic I love so much come to life with like $200 million and incredibly good actors, like, and super good cinematography and incredible special effects. It's still not good, but it's so interesting to watch. It's like the world's coolest screensaver.
So in what way is it not good then?
Because of the fucking dialogue. Like,
Yeah, it does.
Like you can't. The thing is, if you change it, then you're changing a classic, and if you don't change it, it's the Dr. Manhattan's dick problem. You can't win either way.
Well, I completely disagree because I don't think there's any superhero movie that has dialogue that's better than this. I just don't see how it could be better than this. How is a superhero gonna say anything that's gonna make sense if it's not like this?
There's the scene where Dr. Manhattan is in the Vietnamese village or whatever with the comedian, and the Vietnamese woman that he's knocked up slashes his face.
It's a great scene. I was dying laughing at that scene.
He fucking shoots that pregnant woman, and comedian then turns around and says, like, you could have turned the gun into fucking snowflakes. You could have turned the bullet into mercury or whatever the fuck he says. And that line is so good in the comic, but then having to have Jeffrey Dean Morgan say it, it just doesn't come out right. Like, it just doesn't translate correctly. And it's just way too wordy, and it doesn't work. What
more do you want? He just shot a woman because she was pregnant and she insulted him and sliced him up. Why do you care what they say after that? Can't you just enjoy what happened? God damn it.
Because the criticism is that the dialogue doesn't sound right coming out of actors. That's why.
Well, what could they possibly say after that happens that makes any sense? I just don't get it. You expect these people to say things that make sense after those kind of things happen? Why would they make sense? How could they be in a position where things like that happen if they made any fucking sense?
I think it's more of, and I haven't read the comic, but I feel like the comic is a lot smarter than the movie, and that a lot of the dialogue was probably more meaningful and philosophical. So then to copy it, perhaps almost word for word, it sounds a little more robotic and less human hearing people say it out loud. Like they could have maybe not necessarily dumbed it down, but made it less technical and less philosophical.
Right, you adapt it so that it sounds like something a person would say in that moment. Like comedian doesn't have to get so technical to like let you know exactly what Dr. Manhattan can do in that situation. He could just say, you could have done something. You could have stopped this, but you didn't. You did nothing.
And that is like the weird thing. Like, think of a Shakespeare translation. Like, you could change all the thous and these to fucking, U's and I's, and instead of saying longsword, they could say like gat or fucking. I mean, like in the fucking 90s Romeo and Juliet remake with Leonardo DiCaprio, like they're pulling out handguns and they're calling them longswords and shit.
Right, Romeo plus Juliet.
Yes, that's exactly what that movie was called.
Finally got to see titties in school.
You did?
Yeah, the movie has titties in it, and the teacher
Wait,
forgot.
You watched Romeo plus Juliet?
Yeah, my freshman year of high school.
That's hot as
hell.
Wasn't that actress underage too? Did my school show me child pornography?
Sounds like it, Monkey Joe.
Whoa! Was Erich a substitute teacher that day?
Oh my god!
I time traveled.
Full circle. This is how you really met Erich. Oh my god!
Yeah, he was my teacher in school.
But now you're done learning. You finally learned everything you could from Erich. Oh, what a touching story.
It is. It's weird because it's like, well, you have to love Watchmen this much to make a movie with this much fidelity. And also to convince Warner Brothers to spend $200 million on this
to
fucking
make that
movie.
exact movie. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then you're not going to change dialogue because you love it so much.
Right.
But I don't know. Should someone who's this in love with this comic
Yeah,
really be directing it?
It's the ultimate hubristic kind of decision, is to say we don't really have to change anything about the source material. It's good enough to float how it is, and it'll be great. Asterius, did you know what the version that the Suits wanted to make?
Oh God, no! What did they want to do?
it was going to be post 9/11.
Oh.
It would have been in like the shadow of terrorism, and it would be the Watchmen going around the Middle East fucking over terrorists and shit.
No Nixon? Are you kidding me? How could you make Watchmen with no Nixon?
Yeah, I need bad prosthetic Nixon.
Completely change what this story is.
Yeah,
I guess it could be cool, but not nearly as cool.
I mean, fucking what? The other guy that made the most important comic of the 80s, Frank Miller, who made The Dark Knight Returns, he was going to do a comic called Holy Terror, Batman.
Right.
And it was called Holy Terror Batman, and it was going to be Batman after 9/11 hunting down Osama bin Laden and punching him a lot. And DC even greenlit it, and then
Of course they did. That sounds awesome. Why was it not made?
I think, well, because it's maybe I mean, speaking of 9/11, one of my biggest problems with this movie is how many fucking times Zack Snyder puts the goddamn towers in there. Like the towers are in there in the funeral. And the towers are in there every time Vate's in his office. There's definitely a fucking scene where, like, there's a big balloon heading towards the fucking towers. Right. And I feel like the problem isn't that that's, like, incredibly offensive. It's that it's Zack Snyder's kind of like a child. Like, he doesn't understand, like, the depths of horror that were the September 11th attacks. He's just like, oh, these would be great for my movie, my superhero movie. 9/11 bad. Yeah, but I'm going to put the towers in.
Doesn't the movie take place during the Cold War?
Takes place in the 80s.
You do not have to put the Twin Towers in every single establishing shot.
We don't have to erase history.
I'm not saying.
Besides,
yes.
Doesn't it celebrate the Twin Towers that they're still there? Doesn't it mean something that they were a landmark even back then?
Okay, free speech warriors, you guys are overthinking
free
this.
Speech. What
you guys
want
to put the
it's part of the skyline of the 80s.
It's fantastic. I know.
It's not fucking offensive to have buildings that were there during the time period in the film.
How is it offensive? It's a good thing that they're not destroyed.
Sure. Let me explain how it's offensive. Okay. Number one, when you're trucking a camera in through the letters cemetery in a cemetery, and you've got the Twin Towers between the E and the Y.
Hey, to be fair,
let's not do that.
Asterios,
Number two, when you have a balloon
I got her
straight towards this, when you have a balloon heading straight towards the Twin Towers, like, that's weird. I'm not saying erase history, but this guy is clearly using them to get a little bit of emotional jizz out, and it's just weird.
No, I'll have you know, during that cemetery scene, when we see the Twin Towers between the letters on the sign in the cemetery, Zack Snyder is expertly playing The Sound of Silence, that great song, and I think it makes up for everything.
Yeah, see, he uses music kind of as a cheat. And
this was the original Suicide Squad, I feel like, because every song, again, I felt like was already cliche as fuck.
Yeah, he gets away with it too. Like, literally, in the opening sequence, he's playing The Times They Are Changing to show us that time itself is changing. And it's kind of like, all right, Zack Snyder, you're lucky I like this song so much, or I wouldn't. And the same thing with The Sound of Silence. It's like, this is the fucking song they play at every funeral, in every fucking scene, in every goddamn movie. But it's like, okay, Zack Snyder, I really do like Simon and Garfunkel. You gotta pass on this.
Yeah, like they play Flight of the Valkyries when Dr. Manhattan is blowing the shit out of Vietnamese.
The movie is anything but subtle.
Dr. Manhattan is the perfect avatar for Marky Mark Wahlberg. He is literally blowing up the Vietnam fucking shit.
Why didn't they have that song in the film?
Didn't you make that 9/11 song, Asterios? How can you be outraged with this? What is this incredible depths of hypocrisy going on here?
It's not that I'm outraged. It's just, if you're going to use 9/11, how about you use it intelligently?
The buildings are not called 9/11.
For a song, is that intelligently? Oh my god.
I just think this guy's like, ooh, I like the color red and the color blue and the color 9/11. Like, there's that fucking movie. What is it? The one with I talk like this. Oh, Nicolas Cage. There's that movie where Nicolas Cage figures out the math equation, like where everyone's gonna die. You know that fucking movie?
Knowing.
Yeah, Knowing. He finds a math equation that shows that people are gonna die. You guys know that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, look, that's pretty much it. He finds a math equation that shows the dates that people are going to die in the future. And so there's a montage sequence where he's fucking drawing all these dates. And then at one point he like draws like 9/11/2001. And it's like, do we really need to use 9/11 as a plot point in the movie Knowing starring Nicolas Cage? Like, can we use this correctly, please?
Yeah, but the way it's used in this movie is it's the skyline of New York in the 1980s. Why do we have to define the 1980s skyline by the September 11 attacks?
I buy what Asterius is saying, which is essentially that Zack Snyder is scoring cheap heat off of Remember the Towers.
This is an alternate timeline where the towers probably never even fall because New York gets destroyed anyway.
You don't have to use them every single time you get the chance.
Yeah, use them once.
They're very tall.
Yeah.
Use them once.
They're usually
That's
in the
fine.
background of any view.
There are a million billion establishing shots of things in the 80s and 90s that do not prominently feature the Twin Towers.
So, Asterios,
Unlike...
if you were making a movie in Paris that takes place in 2015, would you say, hey, get those shots of the Sistine or the whatever fucking thing just burned down?
Notre Dame?
Yeah, get Notre Dame out of the background. That's offensive. We can't have time-accurate buildings in this movie.
Well, I'll do you one better. Let's say we're shooting a movie in Paris and we want to establish that it's Paris. All right, a
bunch of women, I assume, with their heads covered in a veil, if it's taking place in the modern day. Is that what you meant? Keep going.
I'm going to keep going.
Paris is a very diverse city these days with lots of Muslim women.
If you were trying to, if every single establishing shot of Paris in your movie had the Eiffel Tower in it, you'd be like, okay, I get it.
Isn't that every
Paris.
movie?
Once or twice.
I think every movie that goes to Paris shows the Eiffel Tower.
Intentionally not getting my point. So I feel like you guys are just, if I'm being trolled, just tell me.
No, I'm not trolling. I genuinely find the boomer criticism that showing those buildings in the movie was offensive to be a weird take.
Well, those are your words, not mine. What I'm saying is...
You said offensive earlier.
I said... No, I didn't. Let's rewind the tape. Hold on. I have Twitch right here. What's the time code?
Florian, did he say the word offensive?
Yeah, you definitely said offensive.
Time code is 9/11.
Oh no!
I may have said the word offensive. I'm saying it's dumb. It's that this kid's an idiot playing with his toys. Know how your fucking toys work if you're going to play with them. I'm not saying you can't use 9/11 in a movie. How about we use it intelligently?
Okay.
I think what really is happening is that you want the terrorists to win. You know, they've blown up the Twin Towers, and now you need to finish the job. You need to erase them from history. I don't know why. Why are you like this? Why must they be destroyed even in history?
What did 9/11 ever do to you, Asterios? Okay. Erich, why else do you want to talk about this movie?
It is absolutely insane. The cartoon part of the movie, I don't think is even that well done, and it grinds the movie to a halt approximately 5 or 6 times.
And it very much confused me because in the opening credits, Gerard Butler gets second billing, and I was like, oh, I didn't know he was in this movie. What? He's fresh off of 300, jumping into this other Zack Snyder flick. But then he never shows up, and I'm wondering, where the fuck is Gerard Butler in this?
Right. He was supposed to have a part in the actual movie, but he had something else to do, I guess, and so wasn't in it. And so when Zack Snyder said, oh, okay, we're also going to do this cartoon, they gave him the part.
Has a man with so minor a role ever gotten second billing in a 4-hour movie before?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah, the movie is intercut with sequences where a comic book, like a news stall shop, essentially. There's an old guy who's selling the papers, and Rorschach walks by every now and then, and this black kid is reading the comic, and basically that's just how we get into the comic every single time. Those scenes weren't really in the original cut of the movie, so when those two characters run at the screen while the crazy nuclear explosion things are going off, you have no context for that. So essentially, this cut of the movie adds those back in.
And that's why you made us watch this one and not the superior director's
That's the very
cut.
reason. That's the only reason.
Damn.
I had never seen this cut of the movie before. I just knew that it existed. I knew that I like Watchmen, and I knew that any movie that is this ambitious to make like almost a 4-hour cut of a thing in order to make it more like the source material must be insane and must be worth talking about in some way, shape, or form. So,
and I hope
was
that
wrong.
one
It's
day,
bad.
I hope Justice League gets the same treatment. We need that Snyder cut, 4-hour Snyder cut, people. Cut out that
Hashtag
Joss
release the Snyder cut.
Joss Whedon bullshit, snark and quips in my Justice League movie. There can be no joy in this film. I need it to be gritty and sad the whole time for 4 hours.
That does sound pretty beautiful. Damn, if only we could have had that version, huh?
If only. Asterios,
Did I break
are you mad at us, Asterios? I'm sorry.
No, everything's fine.
Oh no. How many I guess so what Verge articles are you looking up to see why the Twin Towers should not be used in this film?
Just fucking use them once. It's not that. Look, you guys ever watch Sports Night?
No.
Okay. Do you guys know what Sports Night is?
No.
I only know
Okay.
that it's a Aaron Sorkin thing, right?
Okay. How about this? Have you guys ever
Never heard
watched
of it.
Friends?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that 9/11 episode I thought was in poor taste. Joey should not have been cracking jokes the whole time.
Joey shouldn't have been window washing the towers when planes.
A woman saw the tower explode and she gasped, and Joey looked at her and said, "How you doing?" I said, "Whoa, Joey, now's not the time to be hitting on women. It's crisis in New York." Anyway,
Some
why
big
are you
total
asking us
shits in
about
this
Friends,
episode.
Asterios?
Oh, because there's Twin Towers and a lot of establishing shots in Friends,
Yeah.
and it's just a little weird.
Well, that show
'Cause it'll be.
was
Oh my
made
God.
before 2001, right?
So,
Yes,
he really
yes.
does-
Excuse me. Yes, I'm not claiming that there's a time paradox. I'm not saying, oh my God, there's
shouldn't be
evidence of
there.
the Twin Towers
So,
here.
what do you want them to go back and edit out those shots, or what?
Interestingly, they did do that in the aftermath of 9/11. Months
In the
after,
reruns they did?
Yes, months
Wow.
months after 9/11, the producers' friends removed all the shots of the Twin Towers and the establishing shots because they were like, this is a little weird that like we're gonna see a big shot of these buildings that were destroyed and 3,000 people died, and then it's like Chandler's trapped in an ATM. Like,
I don't
oh
know,
my
man.
God. Chandler has a duck and a goose. Now, I'm not saying the producers were right to do that. In fact, like I wrote a whole thing about how that was stupid.
Oh, good.
yeah, but
on the same
yes, Yes. Free speech warriors, you are.
No, it's
being
not
listened
about
to
being
and
a
heard.
free speech warrior. It's about respecting history and not altering your art because history in the real world changed. That seems crazy to me.
If Zack
Again,
Snyder wants to have the Twin Towers in the background of every fucking shot in Watchmen, more power to him, I guess. But
But why would you
doesn't-
edit them out of Friends? Like,
And,
they existed,
I mean, they did. I'm not saying it was a good idea.
and they
I'm
were
just
good
saying it's
friends, too.
I'm just saying that it's something that happened. And again, Boki, I feel like you are making this very black and white. I'm not saying you should censor anything. What I'm saying is this is like a real serious thing that happened, and when you use it, you should probably use it with some kind of respect.
This whole respecting, I don't know, it's a new concept to us Zoomers. We're not familiar with it.
Yes, I can fucking
It's more of a
tell,
boomer
yes.
thing, I think.
I suppose it might be, yes.
You really wrote up like an article about why it was stupid to take the Twin Towers out of the reruns of Friends?
Yeah, I wrote a fucking article where like the people made a porno, and they made like a softcore porno in New York, and they were a bunch of establishing shots of the Twin Towers, and so it was like an email chain between producers where they were like, "Shit, isn't it disrespectful to have the towers in like butt butt fuck sluts go nuts, and then another guy was like, but to not have the towers and there would be to let the terrorists win and say that this never happened, and then another guy's going, yeah, but it's gonna make it real hard to jerk off to completion when the nurse when the nurse gives that guy a blowjob to fix his erectile dysfunction, and then another guy's like, well, to say that the Twin Towers were never there in the background of a bikini, blah blah, like, you get the joke. Yeah, I wrote a whole thing about it.
Well, the thing is that it's really central to the premise of that porno that you have the dual vibrator and the Twin Towers in the background, because it's such a perfect synergy of those two towers and those two dildos.
Especially when the two sexy twins come in to finish off the guy. It's like, well, there goes the foreshadowing of the Twin Towers shot. Now these twins are just here apropos of nothing.
And then in the end, the Twin Towers just come all over the place.
No, when he comes, like the symbolism of the climax is that you can see the window, the plane hits the towers right when he comes.
Oh, God.
The ultimate climax. See, how's that for respect?
Trying to think of a jet fuel can't melt steel beams joke, but it's not coming.
Cum fuel can't melt my erection. What?
Sure,
Do you guys
why
have
not?
any final thoughts on this film before I pass out?
I used to like this movie quite a lot when I was a youngster who was reading the Watchmen comic and saw it mostly translated onto screen. I was so fucking happy. But now when I watch this movie, I get almost no joy from it because Zack Snyder is essentially just making the ultra actiony version of Watchmen that tries to be as loyal to the original comic as possible, but tends to like miss out on what really matters about it. And it's pretty sad to watch at times.
Wow.
Because those moments tend to like clang on the floor rather than really singing. And partially it's like Malin Ackerman is one of the main characters and really has to deliver so much of the movie, and she's not great in this. I don't think that's her fault. I think that's Zack Snyder's fault. And just a lot of these things don't work as well as they should because it's great source material that it just wasn't adapted. He chose not to really adapt it. The only thing he changed was the ending. And personally, I like the crazy fucking ending. It's not an actual space alien. I do like that insanity.
Man, to me, this movie just reminds me of all the things that superheroes could be. We've seen Captain Marvel, we've seen Shazam, and then we see Watchmen, which is like 10 times better than those two. And now you guys are complaining about all kinds of crazy nitpicks in this flawless masterpiece. It is quite crazy.
Have you read the book, Florian?
The book? You mean the comic?
Yeah, the comic book.
I mean, it comes
I
in
didn't
book
get
form.
past the art style. I thought I might read it. I'm not sure. It's
Wow.
not as.
All right.
I mean, I guess it looks kind of like that animated part in the movie in a way. So I guess that makes sense. And then that's what remains of the art style, and you don't like it. That's pretty funny. But this.
I was going to say, I want to know if everybody thinks this is KINO, and I wanted to start with the stereos.
Oh, I think this is incredibly KINO because it is because it's like a true accomplishment. It's not good. Like, and don't forget that. It's kind of like, what if somebody made an expertly made like piece of furniture and like all the joints were correct and it was sanded the right way and they used the right screws and it was like a fucking but then you look at it and it's like, yeah, but it sucks. Like, look at this thing, it fucking sucks. Like,
Well, you can't sit on it. Like it's not the function of it doesn't actually serve what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, they stenciled like the Twin Towers into the back of the cushion, and you're like, why is that even there? You could have made the couch without it.
Yes, it would be weird. It would kind of stick out like a weird sore thumb. It would be kind of weird and distracting. But then if someone told you to erase the Twin Towers from the back of that chair and someone else went, oh, are you saying they never existed? But like to find another landmark example, in New York City, we have this giant new building and it's called The Landing. It's like 10 stories tall. It took years
It's not
to
that
make.
tall.
it's like a huge, crazy new landmark. Like some visionary artist made it and everybody voted and they spent 10 goddamn years on it. And then you look at it and it kind of looks like a big piece of shit. But it's like, well, you got to respect that a bunch of people were employed to make this thing. God bless it. At least some people worked for a while. An artist sold an idea. It isn't that enough, kinda?
Okay, can you name me one superhero movie that's better than this?
Dark Knight.
The Avengers?
Infinity War,
Infinity War is definitely better than this.
Really?
Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
Look,
Captain America: The Winter Soldier's great.
the dialogue in all of the Marvel stuff is 10 times worse than this. I don't understand.
But you'll notice there's much, much less of it. Like, that's the fucking thing. It's like, yeah, superhero dialogue is bad. And these guys are often not hired for their ability to act. So there's not a lot of fucking talking in the Captain America: The Winter Soldier. It's a lot of a guy going, "Oh, Bucky, you were my friend," and then 40 minutes of punching.
That is not right. There's so much talking in those movies, and it's really painful. They always some smart shit that they gotta say. It really hurts.
I think the difference between, and it might be a difference between modern day Marvel versus DC, but in Marvel it's more lighthearted and it's characters quipping, and it's not trying to be pseudo-intellectual, whereas I think this movie, maybe the book is actually high philosophical art, but the movie came across when I'm hearing actors in these costumes saying these pseudo-intellectual things as kind of embarrassing. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, see,
I see.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. I kind of see this movie as like the ultimate rabbit's foot. Is like, I got exactly what I wanted, and it didn't turn out to be great.
Yes. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't cut like a line of dialogue.
No,
and you can
right,
tell that
right.
really makes his dick hard. Like, and it's not good. I mean, Florian, I think what you might, I mean, you know, I think it's kind of similar. Like, you can't get past the art style of the graphic novel. We can't get past like the acting style of the movie. But I think what you really want is like an intelligent superhero story. And maybe you should just be looking at like comic books for that kind of shit. Because like, you know, I wonder if you're more taken with the premise and the concept and the political opinions than the 3 hours and 35 minutes of footage you watch.
Right.
Yeah, but what you're what you're advocating for is just throwing that all out with just throwing out that whole baby with the bathwater. We're just gonna have only stupid shit from now on.
No, because me and Asterios, and I think Erich too, we all said that the movie is KINO.
For me, it's a noble failure. Like, it
Yes.
tried its best to be the thing it was being. It actually succeeded in adapting the comic book. It's just that when you try to do that, it just doesn't work out as well as you'd hope. Yeah.
I don't know. I guess it's just the fact that it's not Marvel or DC is already really good.
It is
because-
DC.
It is DC.
And it's essentially characters who are just kind of rip-offs of characters you know.
Wait, this is DC, really?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, A, it is straight up DC Comics. B, like Dr. Manhattan is Superman, and fucking, and you know, Night Owl is. I mean, the comedian is Captain America. He's even dressed like Captain America.
Yeah,
he
but
has
what-
big American stars on his goddamn shoulder
But if
pads.
it's DC, why does it have to be a parody of other comics? Whatever.
because I
guess
think
that
the
makes
Watchmen-
He's
sense.
making a statement.
Yeah,
for
wasn't
it.
the Watchmen comic
Alan
like
Moore.
it was like a satire of the comic book industry, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
guess that
essentially-
makes sense.
Yeah, it was kind of like, well, what if these people were real? Like, what if a guy really did dress up in a mask and terrify people? It would be
if these-
horrifying.
Right.
Like,
And if these people were on a superhero team together, one of them would try to rape the other. Like, one of them would be a lesbian. Like, I mean, like, it's basically trying to apply real dynamics of people and identities to people as if they were superheroes and really on a team with each other.
And one of them is a lynched black man.
Whoa!
No, he's wait.
he's I believe he's
Serbian.
Yeah, like you know, and even that, like that was like a reference to Wonder Woman and her bondage shit.
What?
Like,
No, he has a noose around his neck. What?
yes, Yes, just like Wonder Woman uses a rope to tie people up. The guy that created Wonder Woman was super into bondage. I'm not kidding. Was super into bondage and fetish shit. And
yeah,
so
I gotta say you're definitely wrong about that one. He's definitely a Lynch Black man. Look at him.
The hero's
What's
name
it
is
called?
Hooded Justice.
Hooded.
Hooded Justice.
Is that in a reference
you
to
saying-
perhaps an uncircumcised penis?
Is it a
Hooded
reference to the hood? The neighborhood?
All right, guys. We've talked about this for over an hour, and we haven't even really talked about the plot or the meaning behind the film.
I know.
So
I had so
very,
much to
very,
say.
very briefly, or I guess as long as you want, Florian, can somebody explain this movie to me? Because I barely even remember what I watched, let alone any deep philosophical meaning.
Well, and I guess the main thing is that we have this character who is basically God, Dr. Manhattan, and he has so many powers, but then for some reason he can't see the future anymore, and that's a real conundrum. But I guess it's, well, we obviously saw it, and it turns out that it was the other intellectual
Ozymandias.
guy. Yeah. Ozymandias? Right.
Yeah, Ozymandias.
So he basically manipulated everyone into creating his perfect utopia, and then he creates these explosions and blames Dr. Manhattan for it. And the thing is that it doesn't really make any sense, but I guess it's interesting anyways, because none of that was necessary. It just on any level, it was completely unnecessary, because what you have is Dr. Manhattan, who has the power to see the future and the power to stop, I guess, nuclear explosions, to teleport things. So it's completely unnecessary to find a solution to this problem of the Cold War, because he could have just predicted where it starts and then ended it.
Florian, the entire problem here is that Dr. Manhattan exists, essentially. Like, he is such a hugely weighted force on the United States side that it's made the Russians so testy that they are actually willing to nuke us. We know that the actual Cold War did not end in anybody getting nuked, but having one, like, the Superman exists and he's American, God exists and he's American, like, that is such a huge existential threat to Russia. They're willing to nuke us now. So Ozymandias needs to get rid of that essential force, and to blame him and unite the world around saying this guy's now a bad guy is the only way he.
But how could they possibly nuke America when there is Dr. Manhattan? He could so easily just stop them if no one would interfere with him.
They don't actually know that he will or can or will.
Yeah, they addressed this very early in the film.
That's wrong, actually, because that's already after.
Florian, you can't fucking say it's wrong, because it doesn't happen in the movie that he stops every single one.
Also they address this very early on. Somebody asked, like, could Dr. Manhattan stop every bomb? Like, if Russia launched all its bombs at us, Dr. Manhattan could stop 99% of them. If even 1% get through, all life on Earth ends. Like, Doctor.
True.
Well, I mean, they say it in the movie, so. I mean, I guess what you're saying is if Dr. Manhattan did exist, he would be able to stop them all.
I mean, we already have nuclear bombs going off in the movie. If he let 1% through, that wouldn't have been worse than the ending we had. And the thing is, at this point, Dr. Manhattan is already handicapped. He already has the kryptonite because Ozymandias is jamming his future vision. So if he has future vision, he can easily prevent these bombs. He can just stop them before they launch.
But that's entirely Ozymandias' like plan. Like, he's trying to frustrate John, Dr. Manhattan, and like essentially push all of this stuff to make him unstable. Like, push it so that he thinks that his partners have cancer, push it so that he can't see the future anymore, push it so that he's increasingly alienated from humanity. So this problem that is so weighing one side of the equation will be gone. Like,
yeah, but that is what starts the conflict, because before he interferes with Dr. Manhattan, there wasn't a conflict. He could have just...
There was the fucking Cold War.
Hey, let me ask this about, I guess, the conclusion of Ozymandias' plan, because he tricks the world into thinking Dr. Manhattan nuked New York, and then...
And Moscow.
Cities, a bunch of cities.
Right. So then Russia and, or I guess the USSR and the United States decide to join forces and end the Cold War to possibly fight Dr. Manhattan. So ultimately,
Yeah.
I guess the message is that Ozymandias was right and that this godlike human should go live on Mars, or what?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
the obvious thing here is that the comic is just self-congratulatory, and it says my conclusion is correct in the end. But we that
Well,
doesn't
how's
really
the
make
movie
sense.
different? Like, how's the ending of the movie
Okay.
different from the book?
No,
The message of both. The message of both is that in order for us to not be at each other's throats, we need another force to be angry at and unite to be against. So in the comic, he says it was all Dr. Manhattan. He nuked a bunch of cities. In the comic book,
It's
Ozymandias,
aliens.
well, Ozymandias creates this fictional alien race, transports an actual living creature that he designed himself into the middle of New York. It like kills a bunch of people in New York, and he essentially says a bunch of aliens have attacked us. We should go against these aliens that he made up. Like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the reason that the story is so good is that it punts. It doesn't tell you who's right and who's wrong.
Right.
Like Ozymandias gets away with it, and Ozymandias literally, like, you know, who calls himself the smartest man on earth. He did find a way to end the Cold War. Like, he did it. He did the thing he said he was going to do. But, you know, but at the same time, like,
If he would have
you
waited
know-
just a couple decades, it would have fizzled out anyway, like in real life. So
Well,
all those people
I
didn't need to die.
I think it wouldn't have. I think by having this superpowered god person involved, we were going to end with nuclear holocaust.
like that is another one of the interesting things about this fucking movie is that, like, the reason the Cold War happens and we almost go and all life on Earth almost dies is because of Dr. Manhattan. It's because he exists and he joined the U.S. government. So it's kind of like a story about how, like, violence begets violence, and violence is cyclical. Like, fucking Rorschach is going around punching people and terrifying them, and then they all get sent to jail where they're all violent animals anyway. So it's kind of like, Rorschach, what are you like, are you actually accomplishing anything? And, like, that's the thing these guys all ask themselves. They're like, are we stopping the bad guys? Are we accomplishing anything? Or are we just all a bunch of, like, frustrated guys getting our dicks off? Like, the comedian is arguably the most sane character in the books and the movies because he realizes it's all a joke and he's just gonna have fun.
He is clown pill Asterios.
That's what I'm saying.
Fuck
He's
yeah.
He, like, literally, like a clown, he is a comedian.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. So, like, there's all these different philosophies in the book, and none of them are right, kind of like in real life.
Well, and ultimately, it's like, is it better to have a lie that unites the world and could possibly be revealed to have been a lie, and everything breaks down because it was revealed, or is it better to reveal that immediately and deal with the fallout from that? Because essentially, Rorschach's entire journal that lays out exactly what happened is in the hands of this New Frontiersman editor dude, and they can publish it and hear about this entire conspiracy to unite the world, or they couldn't. Like, what is the better choice there?
Yeah,
The thing is that they're not going to get taken seriously anyways because they're just conspiracy theories anyways,
I don't
right?
know.
The
It
New
depends.
Frontiersmen.
It depends.
I mean, you've seen the kind of regard the newsstand has for this right wing rag, as he calls it. You think they'll be taken serious? It'll probably be just like the 9/11 conspiracies.
Yeah,
think
but it's so interesting because, like, all right, so, like, fucking Adrian Veidt, he's the smartest man in the world. He seals up everything. Like, he kills all of his henchmen. He fucking, like, he kills anybody who could possibly spill the beans on this. Like, he's got this, but, like, the one thing he couldn't account for was that human beings are insane. And that this Rorschach guy wrote down everything in a book and then sent it to even crazier people.
Right.
Like, and like, you know, to dismiss the rantings of the New Frontiersmen, it's like, there are people that absolutely believe Alex Jones. Like, there may
one
not
of
be
them's
a
on this
lot of them.
podcast right now.
Oh no!
Who could it
Yeah.
be? Which one of us?
It could be any one of us.
It's
And like,
it's so interesting.
also the truth is there. Like it is absolutely the truth. If any crazy person sees that and then is able to spread around what is actually true, that will win out in some way.
But he will literally just be that guy who has the shield that says "the end is nigh," which, by the way, I love how that
He was right.
Well, no.
Yeah, right.
Apparently, the end of the war was nigh. I mean, if that's how you mean that he was right, then yeah.
I think Veidt is only kind of delaying the, like he is going to make this compromise move now, but either the truth will get out somehow, we'll go back to the same old shit we always do, or we'll understand that Dr. Manhattan is way more powerful than we'll ever be. Like it's possible I think at the end of the movie and the book, he decides I'm going to fuck off to another galaxy or universe or whatever. So he possibly is just going to fuck off. But
Yeah, and he literally decides to become God because he's like,
Right.
I'm going to go off and create life, which is like what God did. Like, I'm going to go create some life and see what the fuck happens. You know, it's it's just there's so many fucking layers to this. All the characters are so interesting. They're all so fucking weird. Like even something as like horrifying as sexual assault.
yeah,
This movie, like the book and the movie, looks at it in like a gray way where you're kind of like,
it's an awful thing that happened, but something good came out of it, essentially.
yeah, and like if you wrote that in a tweet right now, you'd get murdered.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like, fucking goddamn this guy, what's his name that made this goddamn that wrote the book?
Alan Moore.
Yeah, Alan Moore. He's like such a complex, fucked up, layered guy. It's just, it's so, and like every time you read the fucking Watchmen comic, like you learn something new even 30 years later.
Wow.
It's just really good. It's a really good story.
It's pretty unrealistic to me that Dr. Manhattan wouldn't comprehend that every single human being is the product of billions of different sperm trying to go against billions of different eggs. And like, that is all just common pretty much knowledge. Like the fact that would be so fascinating to him seems kind of dumb.
How is it fascinating to him? What's that referring to?
It completely changes. Like he essentially sees Lori breaking down about the comedian being her father, and like Dr. Manhattan essentially says like, you are such a chance happening based on a chance happening, and you react to all these things in your own specific way, and you are special as a human being. The entirety of humanity is special because it's so unlikely. And that's what brings him back to Earth, essentially.
Okay, we dipped our toes into discussing the actual film and not just like penises and stuff. We got at least 10 minutes about the film, so I'm glad. I want to pivot away and ask you guys if you've heard anything about, I think, HBO or some company is making a Watchmen series. What are your hopes and dreams with this show?
Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be great.
Do we know anything about it, like casting or directors or anything?
Damon Lindelof, the man behind Lost, the man behind The Leftovers, is going to work on this show. And I cannot fucking wait because The Leftovers is my favorite show of all time.
Yeah.
I've never seen Lost, so it's possible he's the guy who fucks everything up all the time.
Asterios, have you auditioned to play the comedian in this new show?
Oh, I'm not in nearly that kind of shape. I think they should just bring Jeffrey Dean Morgan in because he's on such a roll right now with
Walking Dead.
The Walking Dead. It's like everybody fucking loves that guy. You know, kind of the same people who want what's his name brought back as Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's like a fucking slam dunk to bring him back.
Right.
What do you think this series can do, E-Rich or Asterios, that will make it unironic KINO and a good interpretation of the book that doesn't make us sort of cringe in our seats, unlike Florian, who loves it?
I think the huge thing this has in its corner is that it is not going to be an adaptation of the comic. I think it's using a lot of the themes and a lot of the interesting parts of the Watchmen book that are inherent to that and bringing it into a TV format and bringing it into a modern day perspective rather than like using the 80s iconography and that kind of stuff. So I think that building something out of that conceptual space is a good idea, especially in Damon Lindelof's hands. So I'm interested to see what he makes of it.
Asterios, are you hoping that they bring back the Twin Towers for this new series?
I mean, Damon Lindelof has a lot more tact than fucking Zack Snyder.
Wow.
This is Zack Snyder's most mature film, and it's because he copied someone else's work exactly like a fucking blueprint. 300, same thing. Like, he copied a much better comic book, you know?
All of the amazing visuals that you love in this movie are from that comic book that you don't like the art style of. Like, he just basically held up the comic book, said, make this in a computer, and they did that.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry.
I'm not talking about art direction. I mean, the comic is displaying cool stuff. It's just not drawn that well enough for my taste.
Yeah, it's kind of
especially
like
after seeing the movie.
It reminds me of The Binding of Isaac, where, like, sure, you can tell me it's a good game, but I just think it's ugly as hell, and whoever made it probably didn't know what they were doing art direction-wise, you know?
Damn. Got him.
Did you say got him?
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
The last thing is, like, I gotta go too. I know you guys gotta go. But it's like the art itself is a reference to 1950s like newspaper comics. Like, every page of Watchmen has 9 boxes,
9 panels. Yep.
Yeah,
Wow.
because it's like a comic strip. So that's the thing. Like, I know when you see the art, you're kind of like, oh, this kind of looks like shit. But like, there is a point to it. Even like if you don't like it, don't like it. But I'm just telling you the intent.
But the layout of it, like, everything is so perfectly like situated there. And if you read through it several times, you will notice things, patterns and recurring symbols and themes, like all of that stuff. It is so perfectly baked into this comic, and it's something you kind of can't do in a movie. In this comic, you can go back to things and see common recurring elements and page back through it and look at them, and you kind of can't. Like, that is what makes Watchmen a truly defining piece of the genre, and that's what makes the Watchmen movie kind of some forgettable superhero movie from the late 2000s.
All right, boys, we just had a hearty discussion about a big superhero team-up movie. So I say, a week from today, we come back onto the KINO and do it again with motherfucking Avengers Endgame, baby! No,
now I will actually go see it on time. I usually see these movies 5 weeks after they come out, just because But no, I'll go see Avengers on All right, let's do this.
Whenever the four of us have seen the movie and can KINO it, I think that no better way to send off E-Rich on a good note than to have, the four KINO podcasters who are not currently under house arrest should return and talk about the climactic ending to Marvel, folks. That's right.
I cannot wait for this guy. I am so goddamn excited. I thought that movie was so fucking good, the Infinity War #1.
Yeah, and Captain Marvel was so great, it got me hyped up for this new one. I really can't wait. Everything about it's going to be perfect. Why are you guys laughing? What's so funny?
Nothing.
Are they going to stop making Marvel movies after this? Surely not.
They're making
this isn't really the ending.
The important, interesting characters are getting their own TV shows on Disney Plus, so you can torrent those the day they come out.
And also, Spider-Man Far From Home comes out 2 months later.
Yeah. Anyway, I've been having to pee for about 45 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Dick, so.
I love you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Do you want to plug anything, Asterios?
No, you guys all know my URL by now. I love you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Podcast.
See you,
the loudest
Asterios.
podcast in Boomer versus Zoomer.
Yeah, listen to the Boomer vs. Zoomer podcast. It's Me and Mumkey every week. It's fun. Listen to it. It's on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play. You'd love it. All right, bye, everybody. I love you guys.
Bye, Asterios.
Bye, Asterios.
E-Rich, Florian, boys. Like we've been saying, it's our penultimate episode with the 3 original Peaches. Mm-hmm. Very.
Florian's been here since the very beginning.
Yeah.
That's me. I wasn't on it, but I've listened to it.
I think the first time Florian came in was, God, it was like episode 20 or 30 for that movie where the weather was killing people. What was that?
Oh yeah.
Geostorm.
Was that your first Kino outing?
Yeah, I think that must have been the first one.
What a Kino storm it was. I think that's when we learned, I guess it would have been the only opportunity to learn if it was the first time, but Florian recanted the story of how the minorities at his theater were well behaved.
Yeah.
That was not that one.
Which one was it?
I don't remember.
So many.
It must have been Black Panther, really.
So many great webs have been weaving with the three of us in the last, I guess, year or so, and it's all going to come to a big end game very soon.
Say it correctly,
God.
Florian. Say Black Panda.
Black Panda.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, perfect. I guess this is the the penultimate episode of Breaking Bad called Granite State. This is the Granite State episode. This is the one where it goes on 20 minutes longer than a usual episode, but it's just, I guess, Walt alone watching Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium. Mm-hmm. That's what this was.
Next week will be Felina.
Next week is our Felina. Erich, do you have any big plans for your final Kino outing until, I guess, the very next month when John Wick comes out?
I assume I'm gonna get fucking shit-faced, so look
What?
How unprofessional. Oh my god. And all the children will hear of you being drunk. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, folks, if you're curious how we're continuing the show without Erich, we have been conducting a big interview process. People are submitting their voice applications to enter a contest, tournament bracket style, to become the new Erich, to replace him on this show. So if you want to tune in to us listening to some of the applications or to see the ones that have already come in, go to twitch.tv/MumpkyJones and hit that follow button. Boys, where can people find you online? Even though I think, Erich, you said you're deleting everything soon.
Yeah, I'm deleting everything, so you don't have to look for me anywhere.
Well, surely you're still going to post some stuff on the Erich channel until Endgame, right? You guys aren't doing your Sunday fun day like usual?
He's skipping
Not
on
this
me.
week. I'm fucking busy, man.
Wow. What was the final Florian Erich live stream about?
There will probably be one final one. We were gonna do a Simple Life and the Hottie or the Naughty.
Oh boy, that's the Paris Hilton movie?
Yeah, the Paris Hilton movie and the original.
No, I'm very familiar
TV
with
show.
the Hottie and the Naughty.
Oh really? Is it as bad as we expect?
Oh, I haven't seen it. I'm just familiar.
Oh damn. Not very familiar then.
Okay, so if you want to find Erich, too bad he's deleting his internet history next
now
week.
You can binge him now, I guess.
Yeah, go download everything quick. And Florian, where can people find you?
Yeah, everyone check out Game Squid on YouTube. You made a big rant about Shazam, all the stuff I didn't manage to get a word in the podcast.
Yeah, I was really upset.
Oh, fuck you. You didn't properly develop your fucking thoughts at that point, you shit.
Yeah, me and Erich were upset that Florian makes this 20-minute video ranting about Shazam, and he brings up all these funny points. And then I listened back to our Kino episode. He didn't say a fucking word the whole time. Where was that Florian at when it was me profiting from his work? Where was he?
Well, there you go. Now you had me ranting for like a long time about all these things. So
what I should literally do is cut and paste segments of your video into the iTunes upload of the podcast and make it as seamless as possible, but we're just ignoring all your points.
Bumpy and I looked up and shouted, "Save us," and you whispered, "No."
And with that, I think we will bid you a fond farewell, folks, for Is It Kino number Who Can Say, Erich's penultimate outing until he comes back the very next month. And then again for Should we briefly talk about Star Wars, since I think we'll be busy next episode?
Oh yeah, wow, this is going to be the longest episode ever.
Well, Erich, everybody knows you love, you're unapologetic about your love for Star Wars. Give us your thoughts on the trailer and the Rise of Skywalker name.
So I was there. I was at Star Wars Celebration when the trailer
in Chicago.
Debuted. I was in Chicago with all the fucking Star Wars nerds.
Oh shit!
Watching this shit. Everybody knows that I dislike The Force Awakens, and I was very, very upset when J.J. Abrams is coming back for Episode 9. But I fucking love the trailer, boys.
Oh! What about the
Yeah,
name? You don't
baby.
think the name is a little fan fiction-y?
The name is awful. It would be better if they just changed the title to Rise of the Skywalker rather than The Rise of Skywalker, but it is a bad title. It's probably the worst title in the entire series at this point.
Yeah, the acronym, like it would have fit
Gross.
poetically with 3 and 6, but now it's all fucked up.
Yeah.
Wow. The acronym.
Yeah, the
Damn.
acronym. It's poetry, Florian. It rhymes. Okay, that's Erich's take on that fucking Star Wars trailer. For Is It Kino, I have been Monkey Jones.
I remain Erich. I've grown tired of the podcast, these people.
Damn. And I'm Florian.
I can't remember the rest of the fucking thing.
Thank God Discord is glitching out on him as he gives us a rude goodbye.
Yeah.
See you, everybody.
Damn.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to your favorite Marvel movie review podcast. That's right, the one and only Is It Kino? Avengers Endgame edition. That's right, folks. 11 years of movies, 11 years of podcasting. As you all know, we began Is It Kino. Very first episode was 2008's Iron Man. We've only ever discussed the Marvel movies, and now finally, on our 22nd episode of Is It Kino, we can conclude with Avengers Endgame. That's right, folks. I am your host, Monkey Jones. But enough about me. We have a star-studded cast of characters on the podcast today, joined as always by E-Bitch McSoy.
You know, Monkey, any part of the journey is the end, and this is the end.
That's right. Also
Any
joined.
part is the end.
I think he misquoted that part, but that's okay. We'll forgive him. It's his last episode. Also joining us is Mr. Florian Herschel.
I've seen the movie.
Florian, you know how in on people's Twitter bios they'll include their preferred pronouns? You should include like him. So there's got to be a joke with that, right? Or am I just stretching too much?
My preferred pronoun is God. Okay.
Oh, wow. Well, because you have him literally in your name, so I figured you could somehow. And also joining us is Asterios Kokonos.
Black Widow dies, Iron Man dies, Thor plays Fortnite, Hulk dad. I've all been spoiled. Now you know what it feels like.
Wait, Black Widow dies?
Asterios, did you put your mic on the opposite side of the room because you knew you were going to yell? Because that was very quiet.
Yeah, I honestly did because I didn't want to blow everybody. Yeah,
You're still there.
Yeah, you're too quiet. Get closer. Well, boys, this is a 3-hour jam-packed finale film. There's a lot of stuff in it. How do we even begin a discussion of Avengers Endgame? Does anybody have any opening thoughts that they really have to get off their
my
chest?
opening thought is Captain America fucking his great niece?
Okay.
Come on.
What?
Wait,
Is
what?
he?
Incest, really?
No.
When he kisses and possibly fucks Sharon Carter in the Winter Soldier / Captain America Civil War.
He definitely
that
does
is-
not fuck her. Captain America is canonically a virgin until he fucks Peggy. It's true.
Wow.
He doesn't kiss Agent Carter. There's just like some will they or won't they tension.
Sharon Carter, he does. I have a picture of it.
In Civil War, they definitely kiss.
Yeah.
They kiss and say, why? That's terrible.
Yeah. It's not only terrible because he knows her great aunt, like her great aunt, who is dying at the time.
Well, here's the way I see it, and I guess this is our review of Avengers Civil War, Captain America 3. But if you are in love with somebody, and then you end up 70 years in the future, and you meet their relative who looks just like them, and they want to bang you, like, why not just, give yourself some closure and bang that chick?
Wow. All right.
Why not?
I mean, I
Makes
guess
sense.
it is the ultimate upgrade if you think about it. Like younger, hotter, blonder niece, although not British.
Oh, man.
Better
well.
teeth, I guess.
If we're going to talk about Captain America's strange choices, I guess we'll jump straight to the very end of the film, and obviously there's
Oh my
spoilers.
God.
Since we should probably put spoilers in the title of the iTunes upload because the stereo spoiled all the deaths in the film and the dabbing and the Fortnite. But
I was really Monkey.
no.
I was shocked in the scene where middle-aged Captain America saw a bunch of terrorists walk by into Flight 93, and he did nothing to stop
You know,
them.
I was gonna say the same fucking thing. That we talked in the last episode. We talked a lot about the Twin Towers and 9/11's impact on Watchmen. So I'm glad Asterios is here.
Yeah.
Asterios, how do you feel that Captain America now canonically sat back and watched 9/11 happened when he knew it was coming?
Forget that. I mean, there's also the My Lai massacre. They could have gone, but I mean, he spends the whole movie. He spends all of the first Captain America movie trying to stop Hitler, and it's like you couldn't have gone back in time and broke one of that guy's paintings over your knee and then slashed his throat with your cool shield. There's all sorts of shit they didn't do.
The argument I keep seeing is, oh, Captain America has saved the world so many times, he has earned his a second chance at life with his lady love. But I'm thinking, this is not the Captain America I know. The Captain America I know wants to protect and save everybody, no matter the cost, whatever it takes. You give that man fucking time machine powers? You tell me he's not gonna go stop World War II? He's not gonna stop the World Trade Center because he doesn't want to impact the timeline? That's millions of innocent people, Cap. Why? You wanted to go bang some chick for 80 years? There's millions of dead innocent people. What are you doing?
Not only 9/11, but the two wars that sprung from 9/11.
Yeah, 9/12 and 9/13.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, the thing is just he keeps trying to save these people, but it just won't work because the causality is in place. So these things are gonna happen, and he's just there, fucking powerless, unable to stop it, and he's suffering. And the only comfort he has is that girl he gets to bang.
One of the only times I'll actually say Florian is right.
Whoa!
Yeah.
The way
Yes.
time travel
Yeah,
works,
I-
according
yeah,
to
I-
this movie, you can't change the past because it is your past. Like, you can't change how you lived, essentially.
Well, except for the fact that this is complete bullshit and they changed the time plenty. Do they even bring back the stones? They obviously didn't need to bring back the stones because the stones don't even matter because they killed Thanos, so they can't even go back. It doesn't matter.
Well,
All of it is
Asterios, what were you
nonsense.
gonna say? We cut you off.
Oh, I was gonna say that yeah, like, you know, whether or not it's like script sound, you know, they go out of their way to say like you can't affect the past. But the other thing is, I do think that the next Captain America movie that stars Chris Evans, because there's a really great series of Captain America comics where, much like in I forget the name of that book, but Captain America becomes unstuck in time. And there's like this series of comics where like Captain America is like quantum leaping throughout time, like stopping Hitler, kissing babes, kissing Hitler.
Oh, like a real hero would.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, everyone is saying this is like the end of Chris Evans. I think we're probably going to get two Captain America movies out of this. One starring Sam Wilson and one starring a time displaced Chris Evans.
Well, we're gonna get a TV show with Anthony Mackie, Falcon.
I think that was counter intel because
really?
Yeah, no, listeners, what Erich is referring to is the fact that like at D23 they said they were going to make an Anthony Mackie like series about the Falcon, but before
And the
this
Winter
movie
Soldier.
came out, and the Winter Soldier, right? But before this movie came out, it was also leaked that they'd also leaked the name of an actor that was cast in the Black Widow movie. And obviously, that's not going to happen. Interestingly,
No, I think it is. I think
No, it's
I
a
think they're-
prequel. It's a
yeah, they're still
prequel.
gonna make a Black Widow movie.
Really?
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
it's a
doubt
prequel.
it.
How do they manage?
I
Damn.
mean, these people they don't fake announce movies. Like I thought Spider-Man Far From Home, maybe that could have been a fake announce. No, it's a real movie. Like they're not that clever.
I can refer to two fake announcements. One
From Marvel?
is that Marvel's done. One was they said that like there was this one character in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I forget his name, but there were a bunch of fake leaks that were like, this guy's going to be in Avengers 2. And then he died. That guy died in the season finale before Avengers 2 even came out. And the second thing is something that Whedon said, I know everybody's worried that Coulson's going to die in Avengers. He will never die in Avengers, trust me. And then he died in Avengers. And at the time, people didn't know that he'd be coming back for the TV show. So like, I think that like fake rumor and fake casting is something is like a tool of the Disney playbook.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like the lying about a movie that's about to come out is kind of different because you're not going to say, "Oh yeah, Phil Coulson died." Like they're not going to. If you asked Anthony and Joe Russo who's going to die in Endgame, they wouldn't be like, "Oh yeah, we'll tell you. We'll tell you exactly who dies." They're going to lie. Like they're going to like say things that obviously aren't true because they want to protect the movie.
Well, let me put this question into the atmosphere and see how many of you will suck up the helium and float away with it. Was it a mistake for Captain America to bequeath, to pass on the mantle, to give the shield to the Falcon, thus making him literally Captain Falcon, folks? We're going to get a Captain Falcon movie.
Falcon Paw!
Instead of, in my opinion, giving it to somebody who is identical to Captain America in terms of fighting technique, powers. He has a cool metal arm. Why did the Winter Soldier not become the new Captain America? Because Falcon, he flies around with mechanical wings. I don't think he needs a shield.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, actually. Damn. Wait, what happened to Bucky anyways? Was he in this?
Yes.
Dude, there's too many characters. I can't keep
Well,
track.
in the scene, Bucky did not want the responsibility of being Captain America because he told Falcon, "No, you go talk to him," which is weird. Captain America's whole arc is about him wanting to save Bucky. We have 3 movies about him and Bucky's relationship. Sam's just a guy he met 4 years ago while jogging. I thought it was a strange choice that they would give it to him and not to, just narratively speaking. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's definitely weak that they did that. Well, I guess we'll see what he does with this gift.
I think they just want to differentiate it. Like, yeah, I got another white guy playing Captain America. It'll be like people will get confused which Captain America you're talking about at times.
Well, because
so,
they're both
if
white.
if you have Black Captain America on stuff from now on, it'll be easier to like distinguish who was who when, essentially.
At least canonically in the comics, they have both become Captain America. Like at one point, Winter Soldier's Cap, at another point, Falcon is Cap. I really don't think that they laid the groundwork super cleanly for either, because I mean, most of what we see with the Winter Soldier is him like murdering Tony Stark's parents, whereas like with Falcon, we see Falcon like in Civil War side with Cap, get arrested and go to underground secret shield jail for Captain America. It's but I mean, I agree that like I don't think either of them earned it emotionally over the course of these films.
Just in terms of fighting style, they both Cap and Bucky have the same super serum, so they're like the same guy with the same powers. I don't know why Captain America would be a guy flying around with mechanical wings.
I'm sure
they don't have this. They don't have the same super serum actually. Like Bucky, because the only person that has a super serum is Captain America, because Hydra immediately killed Dr. Erskine. The way that Bucky was kept young is they would use him for a mission and then immediately put him in the freezer for like 20 years, and they'd be like, "Oh, okay, now you got to go kill someone else's parents."
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure he has the super serum too, because he's just as
overpowered
strong.
Somehow.
He might have the Russian knockoff of the super serum.
Yeah, maybe.
Amazing.
Because he's got a metal arm and
adamantium arm.
Wasn't he? Well, wait.
Or is it vibranium?
I think it's vibranium rather than adamantium.
Really? Everything's vibranium?
I don't think
it might
his
be
arm...
adamantium.
No, I don't think his arm's vibranium, because how would the Nazis have had Wakandan metal? What? Who cares? It doesn't matter.
The Nazis had everything.
I want to move on.
It wouldn't be adamantium because Marvel doesn't have the rights to that kind of thing.
I want to move on because E-Rich, in answering my question, brought in some sort of, and I hate to do this, we never do this on the show, but he brought up some political discourse in a way. He thought politically motivated choice. So, speaking of politically motivated choices in these movies, I want to talk about my favorite scene, perhaps in all of Marvel. I think it was very empowering to a minority of people who are underrepresented in film. The scene during the big final battle where every single female character teams up to help Captain Marvel. What do you guys think of that? I thought it was just such a great sight for all those girls in the audience. They finally see themselves being badass on screen together.
I think you have to earn that scene a bit more than they did in the movie.
Oh.
I think it would be cool if they were like coordinating something and they said, we need somebody to do this. And like it just happened that all of the women people on the team could do those things. And then you have some kind of action shot at the end of them all together
So you
once they've
think-
all done the thing they needed to do.
You think in terms of the relevance of the story, the fact that all of these characters pop up out of nowhere, even though we just saw Ant-Man and the Wasp trying to hotwire a van, and then 1 second later, the Wasp pops up to be in the all-girl shot. You think maybe within the narrative of the film that might have been a little jarring or misplaced?
No, what he was really trying to say is that the wage gap is earned. The women weren't
What?
working hard enough to get this moment. He said it wasn't earned, right?
Wait, what?
Asterios, what do you think? You're a young girl.
Well, this is the. I kind of figured that we would talk about this scene, so I
Oh,
started
really?
a timer.
Yeah, you figured that we would bring this up.
Yeah. I started a timer countdown to how long until Mumkey brings this up, and it was about 11 minutes in.
Yeah.
Right now we've been discussing this so far for about 1:30.
And it was
I think
about
we
a
should
minute
write it.
long, right? The scene itself was about a minute long,
yeah,
right?
and the
Right.
scene itself was maybe about 30 or 45 seconds.
Yeah, in a 3-hour movie.
Yeah, in a 3-hour and 20-minute film. But yeah, what I'd say is this: if you found that triggering, it's not a scene for you. Like, it's fan service.
Yeah.
A scene
This entire
that's
movie
a
is
scene
basically
that is
that.
not.
I wouldn't say triggering.
Yeah.
I would say it's unnecessarily pandering, as if women need to be like spoon-fed. Oh, look, you can be heroes too. When really, just having them fight side by side with the other men make them equal. Like all heroes are the same, regardless of gender.
But would you say that when there are 3 or 4 or 5 men all standing side by side and doing cool things, is that the same kind of pandering?
Yeah. For example, when Thor, Captain America, and Iron Man are all beating up Thanos, and there's a scene with 4 dudes in it fighting, like, I wonder why that's not as triggering to you.
Well,
I mean, it's
because
just
the,
so
the
much-
difference
like-
is that all of those characters have had movies
It just
before.
doesn't. It doesn't stick out to you, right? It doesn't feel different.
Okay, sorry, brief technical difficulty, but the point I'm making is you seem to be blaming me for Marvel's fake wokeness, Asterios. It's not my fault that Marvel, out of their 22 movies, has made 21 movies about male heroes. So then in the big climactic finale, when they shoehorn in, breaking the old rules of what is happening in the narrative, they shoehorn in a scene where every, I guess, side female hero teams up together. It feels unearned because those fake woke people at Marvel haven't made any fucking female hero movies. If that's why when the 3 male heroes are fighting together, it doesn't seem jarring because they've been fighting together for 22 movies already.
Okay, so your solution to the fact that Marvel doesn't highlight female characters enough is to, the one time they do highlight female characters, call it out and call it fake.
Yeah,
I had
because
no idea
because they
you
fucking are
such
tricking
evidence.
people like you into thinking they're woke. They're being
I had
fake
no idea you
woke
were
to
such a-
trick you into thinking they are when really they haven't earned what
Wow.
they're doing.
Monkey
They
Jones,
didn't
feminist
fucking
hero,
earn it.
Standing up for female characters.
I
Like,
think I am. I think I am. You're accepting a pandering message when I'm saying, no, you have to earn it and just make them equal to the other characters.
I mean, that, like, honestly, that is a very common argument. Like with, like, for example, when Black female Iron Woman Man came out, everyone was calling it like forced diversity. This is so forced. Thank God the alt-right wasn't around before Black Spider-Man came out, because everyone would be like, they're only making him black because it's forced diversity, pandering.
Yeah, but
forced
if you
diversity.
listen back to
Female Thor is
Asterios,
forced diversity.
Asterios,
Black
if you
Captain
listen
America
back
is
to
forced
our
diversity.
Spider-Man review, none of us ever said anything about him being black because it's fine.
Oh,
they earned it.
I know
This
it.
movie, they
I
didn't
know
earn
it,
it.
and
It's not like I'm being a hypocrite here. I'm very,
I
very
know, but the
consistent
reason-
with my opinions.
But the reason nobody said that is because Black Spider-Man came out in the mid-2000s, before like the internet went to hell and the alt-right ruined everything.
You think that's the reason
Like,
why nobody on Is It KINO said that?
I
don't.
honestly
That's
think
fucking
that it
stupid.
wasn't a-
You're wrong.
I think it wasn't a thought meme at the time, but when Jane Foster was made Thor a little bit later, when Sam Wilson was made, like, because there was a summer in Marvel Comics a couple of years ago where it was like we had black female Iron Man, black Captain America, and Lady Thor, and everybody lost their goddamn minds. By the way, we're at 6 minutes and 20 seconds of discussing a 30-second long shot in a movie.
Well, I do want to say something real quick about that scene. Why is it so wrong to have side characters from movies do things together? What's the problem?
Because
inherent to that?
they're tricking you guys into thinking they're woke. They think they can get away with making 21 movies focused on men and then give you, like you're saying, you're trying to make a good point. Oh, it's 30 seconds. Don't focus on it. No, that is the point. They're tricking you with a 30-second scene into thinking they're woke and that they're being equal to women. When in reality, they get one movie out of 22 and they get a 30-second scene fighting together. And you guys think that's enough. That's fucking ridiculous.
We didn't bring it up. We didn't bring it up.
Feminist hero Monkey Joe. Monkey, thank you.
You can
so
say
much
that
for saying
sarcastically, but you guys are like, you guys are doing the opposite of feminism.
I mean, Monkey, I understand that you only review films that pass the Bechdel test. I know that, like, for the longest time you've said, I mean, here's what we know about Monkey Jones. He has always called for more female-led films. Not just in the one scene of the Avengers that's for some reason made his dick feel small. Like, he's consistently wanted more Marvel female-led movies. And so...
Okay. No, we heard the ad hominem version of your argument. Let's hear you actually address my points now.
Sure. Okay, I'll address your point like this.
Good luck.
Fan service. Not all fan service is for everybody. In Avengers 1, there's a scene where Black Widow is tied up in a little black dress. Like, that's fan service for boys. And in this movie, there's a scene where there's like a classic Marvel Comics girl power moment. That, by the way, happens in every major Marvel Comics crossover. There's always like a scene where if you read these comics, there's always a scene where like all the Lady X-Men, you see them in a big splash panel, and it's fun. It's like, yeah, it's mindless fan service. There's a lot of mindless fan service in these mindless superhero movies. And the reason it stuck out to you is because it wasn't specifically targeting you.
No, you're wrong. You can't just say that like it's the fact. That's not why I have a problem with it.
Becoming a minority. Oh no, are we being replaced?
You can't just make arguments on my behalf and attribute them to me. I never said anything like that.
But you're saying that I liked it because I thought it was woke. I mean, that's you making an argument on my behalf.
But the reason why you actually like it is because it's a mindless fan service that you can shut your brain off and enjoy. Is that what you're saying?
I like seeing a lot of the favorite characters that I have in these movies do things together.
You like these characters? Jeez.
It's the reason it didn't stick out to me, but I knew it would stick out to you, which is why I said to myself when I was about to go to this episode of Is It KINO, make sure to start a timer before we get into this argument.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I was just like, yep, there's some fan service. I hope some girls in the audience like this.
Yeah. You hope the little girls like being spoon-fed instead of actually getting female-focused superhero movies?
I think we can do both. I mean, for me,
I wish they would do both. I wish they would have earned it by actually doing both, but they didn't. And you're accepting it as being okay, and I'm saying it's not.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you this. Like, I'm someone who's actually done casting and written, like, commercials that have been seen around the world. And what I do is this. Like, sometimes I'll just write in, this character's black. Or if there's a scene where two people kiss, I'll write in, this is a gay couple. Now, people often accuse me of, like, is this just pandering? Is this just fake diversity? Are you putting in two gay characters kissing instead of a straight couple kissing because, you know, you're just trying to, like, stack the deck and make up for the fact that advertisers never targeted these segments? And my answer is always just like, well, everything looks forced if you're looking for it. You know, I put in a gay couple kissing in this commercial because it's like, unfortunately, that's the only way we're ever going to get any kind of diversity is if somebody literally just writes in, they are gay or they are black. And like one of the ways that we get to good, even feminism is through this kind of like, you know, forced, maybe obvious proto-feminism of all the girls punch someone. Like, yeah, maybe 10 years from now, that scene won't stick out to you because it won't have to. It'll just be so normal to have a scene where 10 girls punch people.
Like, for some reason, the new version of diversity is segregation. I think if you want to be a true feminist moment, why not have all the men and women together the whole time? Why do we need to segregate and give the women all their own little scene together?
They
Right,
only do that the entire
egalitarianism.
time.
The classic egalitarianism
Well,
argument.
see, you always say these things like you sarcastically say, "Oh yeah, egalitarianism." That is legitimately the correct way of being, where everybody is equal. I don't know how that's a joke to anybody.
Well, I mean, if it was correct, then it would be happening. But like,
That's
you know,
not
right?
what logic is that? If something is correct, it would be happening. That's never been true in the history of humanity.
Well, I mean, so you're saying that pure equality would be better. Well, how do we get there? Like, we get there through
Through
stumbles
segregation?
More things like this. More things like
segregation.
this, essentially.
I mean, the thing is, you know, like I'm sure a lot of people were like, "Hey, this Jackie Robinson guy's only been put on this team because he's black. Oh, people are only going to see him in this baseball game because he's black." It's like, yeah, well, you got to start somewhere. I mean, yeah, there was only one black baseball player at one point. I'm sure people called it forced diversity, pandering, a stunt, marketing, appealing to woke 1940s whites.
The difference
But then
here
eventually we
is
got two
Jackie
black
Robinson.
baseball players and
Asterios. Let me
and four.
destroy your metaphor real quick. Jackie Robinson was the
Sure.
one black guy on an all-white baseball team. This was all Jackie Robinsons. It'd be like if 12 black guys came together and they said, "Yeah, this is a diverse team." It's not.
Yeah, but you know how, like, when Captain Marvel came out, you've been doing nothing but making fun of it, like, before and since? It's like, that was the first female-led Marvel superhero movie, and I mean, you guys on Is It KINO have been mocking it pretty consistently. I mean,
We
you're
liked
doing
Wonder
it-
Woman.
I mean,
just because
I-
Captain
I-
Marvel's a bad movie doesn't mean, it's because
I
it's
just
a
didn't like
female.
that movie.
Yeah, the movie was bad.
No, granted. But you guys also, when you make fun of Captain Marvel, you're not always making fun of it because it's a bad movie. Like, a lot of times, you bring up Captain Marvel, like, in a sarcastic way because, you're making fun of the fact that a lot of women liked the movie and, it kind of resonated with them. Like, Captain Marvel stuck out to you guys because it felt weird and forced and girl powery. A lot of people made fun of, like, the Shiro language and this and that. And a lot of people are calling Captain Marvel OP. Why does she have to be the strongest? Is it because she's a woman? It's kind of like, you can't win. When there's a scene that has all these female characters punching people, you call it out as forced diversity. But when Marvel makes 20 movies that star males and then one movie that stars a female, everybody calls that out too.
Holy
It's
shit,
like,
man.
I don't know what you guys want.
How long does this rant have to be? Jesus fuck.
No,
you
because-
start a timer and then you rant for 10 minutes.
As of right now, it's 14 minutes long.
Yeah, thanks to you. No one
Asterios-
else can get a word in.
The problem with Captain Marvel is not
I'm not the one that raised this question.
the
I'm
problem
just
with
the one
Captain
who's
Marvel
confused
is
about
not
that.
that she is a woman. It's that the movie is bad. It's boring. The character is overpowered, unrelated to their gender. The character is overpowered, which makes her boring. Captain Marvel has never faced a foe that was an actual threat to her because she can go Super Saiyan, Magic Star Mario, and destroy everything. That's a very boring character. She's just the
That's
Marvel
not the
version of
character's
Superman.
fault. That's not the character's fault.
It's
That's
the
how
writer's
the character
fault.
is.
It's the director's fault. That's
Well,
why
no,
the
I mean,
character
that
is not interesting.
Captain Marvel is literally Marvel Comics' Superman.
Yeah, and Superman's
yeah.
the most boring DC character there is.
No, Superman
told
is
well.
fine, but Captain Marvel is not fine. Captain Marvel is a piece of shit character. You say this is forced diversity, whatever, it doesn't matter. Look at Wonder Woman. They had an island full of Amazon warriors, and that was fucking fine. And then we have...
No, it was not fine. There were tons of people who were complaining about Wonder Woman when it came out.
Really? Because that movie
Yes.
was... Everyone likes
Yeah,
that. Come on,
And
man.
it's serious. There were definitely people who were upset that there was a Black Spider-Man too. Like when that was first announced, when Bendis was writing
I've
Miles.
never
and
heard of
introducing
this.
Miles.
Come on, man.
Oh, I mean, there were, but there was no like online echo chamber to kind of amplify that like crazy, like there is now.
Yeah, the
I mean,
alt-right like didn't exist as of then, but if you went into any comments section, it was a trash fire.
I'm pretty sure the
Oh,
alt-right
yeah.
existed for a while now.
Yeah, but I mean, Black Spider-Man came out like maybe a couple of years after 9/11. Like it was way before Gamergate, which is kind of like
It was
the
in, like,
birth of the modern alt-right.
Much.
But I mean, Monkey, I think it's disingenuous to say that you've never made a joke about Captain Marvel that has had nothing to do. I mean, yeah, you don't like that movie, I think that a lot of the jokes you've made about Captain Marvel aren't that the movie's bad. I think you just kind of like tweaking feminists. I mean, it's the same reason that you went on that campaign about like, oh, if Black Panther wins an Oscar, I'll eat my hat or whatever. Like what you're doing there is you're tweaking like progressives on the internet that happen to like Black Panther.
No,
But Black
what
Panther,
I'm doing is I'm fighting back against people who are saying a 6 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10 movie is best picture worthy because of its diversity. I think that it's very shallow thinking, and that movies should be judged based on their quality, not based on the color or the gender of their cast.
Yeah, but The Blind Side was also, I mean, there's been so many movies nominated for Best Picture that are bad. I mean, the reason that you make fun of Black Panther and the reason that like you get kind of a charge or a little thrill out of it is because you're tweaking like progressives on the internet. Like, it's the same reason people said Wakanda isn't real. Like, yes, granted, Wakanda isn't real. Nobody thinks Wakanda is real. Like, that's a factual statement. But the reason the alt-right loves that phrase is because it's a way to like tweak and flick at online progressives. And it works. They take the bait every time. I mean, it's fun to trigger people. We're at 17 minutes, by the way, of this discussion.
Yeah, thanks to you. You think we could just kick Asterius now? I think this is getting out of hand. These are literally bad movies, okay? Black Panther was not good. Captain Marvel was not good. They're fucking overhyped, and of course we're gonna attack the fact that they're overhyped for no fucking reason. Why not? Come on, we review movies
Harold
here.
and Kumar Go to White Castle is also not a good movie, but you guys don't bring that up nearly as much.
It's not overhyped. No one cares about it.
It wasn't nominated for Best Picture.
I mean, do you want me to pull up a list of other Best Picture nominees that are bad? I
No.
mean, Crash won.
No,
Best
we don't need
Picture.
any whataboutism right here.
All right. Everybody shut up. E-Rich, what else do you want to talk about in this movie? We've covered 2 moments.
All right, and that is 18 minutes of a 30-second scene. And by the way, Florian, I'm not the one that brought up the girl power scene. Monkey
No, you're
Jones
just the
is.
one who won't shut up about it.
Well, if he's going to bring it up, I mean, I feel like we have to discuss it.
Monkey, as a fan of Back to the Future, how did you like the time travel in this movie?
Well, as you guys may recall, I said that, what was that called? Happy Death Day 2 was Back to the Future KINO. And this movie is very similarly, it's Back to the Future 2 KINO. And I predicted this on Boomer versus Zoomer. We'll talk about that on the next Boomer Zoomer. I predicted that the movie would be them going back in time to the other movies. And did I like it? Yes. I liked seeing the procedural happenings of what happens sort of behind the scenes. You have Joss Whedon's Avengers, where they have this shot of all the Avengers standing in front of Loki, and they're all pointing their weapons at him, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, this is a cool looking shot. But realistically, what is happening, like, in the reality of the film? This is kind of awkward. Why are they all just standing like this for so long? So then in this movie, they go back, and there's like a little line like Iron Man says, man, we sure did stand in front of Loki for a long time doing nothing. And then when you see the fake S.H.I.E.L.D. agents come in and retrieve the stuff, I thought that was cool to see the kind of stuff that the movies wouldn't usually bother with, because it's sort of the minutia of the reality.
Right. I mostly don't have a problem with the time travel in the movie. It essentially is using the Bill and Ted rules of time travel, which is you can take anything you want from the past as long as you put it back then.
Sure.
Man, I gotta disagree here entirely. I think this movie was just jerking it off the entire time, but then it couldn't come because it didn't have any balls. It went back to revisit these movies the entire time, these pivotal moments in the other movies, and it's like, oh, look at these movies. Oh, look how much our characters have come now. Oh, Hulk, he doesn't want to smash anymore. Now he's gonna tap the card gay. No,
that was my favorite part of the movie.
Oh my god!
Half Hulk, half Banner, like unenthusiastically started to smash. It was great.
Well, let me explain to you why it didn't have any balls. You see, when in Infinity War they killed off half the cast, that had balls. That was great. But
what about the entire first hour of this movie when they're dealing with that fact?
Well, they're not really dealing with that fact.
Yes, they are.
I think this was Well, it was pretty weak, and they just brought them back.
Ooh.
All they did was just travel back in time to bring back all the guys. They just fought so hard to just undo everything. It would have been
Vision's
way
dead.
cooler if they would have just had to live with it. And they've had 1 hour in this. Why didn't we see more movies where they actually have to pick up the pieces? Why couldn't we have seen like a Captain America trying to pick up the pieces of this broken world but not getting anywhere because the other people won't talk to him, or anything cool like that? All we get is just this movie where they just waste time in this already long movie going back to the past and just thinking about all the things that happened, and then they just reverse it all so nothing happened. It would have been way cooler if they just had the future Marvel universe with now
Right.
half the characters, and that would have been better too, because there's too many fucking superheroes in the Marvel universe. It would have been so smart to just cull the herd, just take off half of them. It would have been great.
I actually don't disagree with most of what you said, even though I was like angry at you there. Because you're right. Like the idea of half the population disappearing and how everybody has to get used to that and figure out how to move on from that is a great idea. But that's why I loved the first hour of this movie, which it was what everybody did in response to that. Clint Barton goes on a fucking insane murdering spree in Japan, killing a bunch of Yakuza dudes, and he's gone to the dark side because he lost his family. Like, I love that shit because it's like an alternate universe take. This is how these characters react when the worst possible thing happens to you. My favorite ever TV show is The Leftovers, and the first hour of this movie was essentially The Leftovers in the Marvel universe. So I did really enjoy that they actually dealt with the fallout from the end of the last movie.
Man, wouldn't it have been so cool if we could have seen a whole movie about that guy killing the Yakuzas? Wouldn't that have been way better than wasting like an hour in an already bloated
Yeah.
movie for that?
But we need to wait like 5 years to get to Endgame then. Like, you'd need to have so many movies or TV shows in between that. Like, that would be insane.
I
Well, I
think
don't
it'd
know,
be
they-
interesting if they did like a Disney Plus miniseries, like after the snap or something, and it's a anthology where we see, you know, each character gets an hour-long episode and we see what they did for those 5 years. That could be a cool idea.
Yeah, that's
I
great.
think we're going to end up seeing a lot of stuff like this. This is the first Marvel movie, because you know what? Whenever they do like a big crossover in the comic books, they always try to launch like 5 books out of it. And I mean, this is the first Marvel movie we're seeing that is like pulling off that comic book trick. Like, we're clearly going to see Guardians of the Galaxy. We're going to see Captain America fighting through time. We're going to see cool new Black Captain America. You know, and it wouldn't surprise me at
WandaVision.
all if we're going to see WandaVision, which is based on those cool Tom King comics. And
Oh,
it
those
wouldn't surprise
comics are
me at all.
amazing.
Yeah, if we explored those 5 years. I mean, like, because they start to explore a little bit in the comics with like Captain America's support group that he has at Shea Stadium, and it's really powerful and really cool.
And if I can mention non-forced diversity, during that scene where Captain America is doing the support group, one of the Russo brothers, one of the directors of the film, he's playing a gay character, and that wasn't forced. It's just a character who's gay. 18 gay guys didn't show up all together to fight together. It was just a character who was gay, and I was okay with that. Asterio, you're gonna call me alt-right again, motherfucker? Am I alt-right now?
Been in a movie before. He's never been in any of these movies. How are you supposed to handle the fact that he's suddenly there? He suddenly appeared.
Because
will you
he's a
handle
character
it?
who's in just one scene for a second and he has one line.
All the female characters who were in that like big battle scene were already established as they're having superpowers, and
I don't want to talk
present.
about this
I
again,
know.
E-Rich. I could bring up that none of them have ever met each other before, and it doesn't make sense that the Wasp would abandon Ant-Man, who she's helping.
the Avengers
get
is
the man.
entirely about a group of heroes who've never met each other before. Like you can make this argument for.
I think you're wrong, but let's move
All right.
on. We'll save this for part 2, Infinity
Right.
War
No,
discussion
I
part
think
2.
about that. Yeah, why don't you just bring that on Boomer versus Zoomer, where you talk about forced diversity for 10 hours?
Yeah. So this movie's not only Back to the Future 2 Kino, it's Interstellar Kino. That's
Oh,
right,
shit.
folks.
Oh,
Interstellar.
no.
Movies where parents don't age, but their kids do, and they find out all in a second, and they see that their kids are all grown up, even though they haven't aged a day. I love that shit. It hardly ever happens in movies. We have it in Interstellar, and now in this movie, Ant-Man, he's been gone for 5 years, but for him it's been 5 minutes, folks, and he gets to see his daughter all grown up. I love that kind of shit.
It also It also works as an Ant-Man joke because he is a character that shrinks and grows, and he got to see his daughter grow in about 5 seconds worth of time.
Wow. Joke's so funny I didn't laugh.
Pottery.
That is, I enjoyed how subtle but awesome. Like, they are very clearly setting the stage for Young Avengers as well.
Right.
Young Avengers is another really cool comic series where like Hawkeye and the Vision are like the camp counselors of this group of cool young Avengers. And Cassie Lang, like, she's gonna get an Iron Man suit. In the opening scene, we see Hawkeye and his daughter. She's gonna become
Mini Hawkeye. Oh wait.
Yeah, I forget I want to say spoiler, but I know that's from the Batman comics. But
Yeah.
but I mean, I think maybe she'll just also be called Hawkeye.
Yeah, doesn't she at some point, or isn't it Kate? There's a Kate character that takes over for Hawkeye. It's not his daughter; it's just a woman that he trains.
Yeah, I think that instead of Kate, they're going to use his daughter. You know, it's like I don't think we'd have a scene where she was learning to shoot arrows if like they weren't eventually going to give her the bow.
Well, what else is Hawkeye going to do to bond with his kids, though? I think that's all Hawkeye does is just shoot arrows all day.
Oh yeah, the chat is saying Kate Bishop. Yeah, I think that like she's very clearly like standing for Kate Bishop.
Right.
You know, from what is it, from Black Panther, we've got the young girl who's good with technology, like
Shuri,
you know, she'll be their Tony Stark. I just, you know, I think that this movie was so great, not in that it provided closure, but it also provided a million new openings. And it's like, this movie, it was like it's a screenwriting accomplishment and like an accomplishment in acting, in editing, in like the music was great, the visual effects were incredible. It's just it was. I wonder if it will win Best Picture this year.
No,
just because. I mean, I think it'll at least be nominated.
No,
Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, my brother.
No, this cape shit will not be nominated. Infinity War is a better film, and that wasn't nominated.
Return of the King swept the Oscars.
Return of the King is much more prestigious and respected than I think like a cape shit movie like this. I don't think the Academy's gonna nominate.
They said the same exact thing about fantasy movies before that one.
Yeah, but Lord of the Rings was way better.
No, Everidge, put your fucking money where your mouth is then, motherfucker. $25. You give me $25 if they don't nominate Endgame.
Is just nominated. Yeah, if it's nominated, I will totally put 25.
Easy. Easiest $25
Black Panther
I've
last
ever made.
year. Black Panther opened up the fucking floodgates, and this year the Oscars are looking to get more normie bait.
You have no idea how wrong you are, and it's gonna be delicious. I guess a year from now, when I take my $25 and I guess what's the worst thing I could do with Everidge's $25 to make him mad? Like donate it to like a charity that supports white men or something.
Is there such a thing?
Not anymore. It's been made illegal, I think.
Milo Yiannopoulos was supposed to do that, but then he ended up just stealing all the money. Milo Yiannopoulos took a bunch of money he was going to give to like poor white males who couldn't get into college, and then he just ran away with the money.
I mean, he is a white male though, so it's not like it was false advertising. A white male did benefit.
If you did help a white male.
If you gave it to Milo, that would be about the worst thing that you could do with it.
I'll buy a bunch of copies of his book.
Yeah.
Dangerous Friend, I think is what it's called.
I think that this movie will be nominated. I don't know if it'll win. Like, I wasn't a humongous fan of the Lord of the Rings movies. I thought the first one was just terrible. I thought the second one was better, and the third one was great. But you know, the reason it won was as a nod to the series as a whole. Like, they weren't saying Return of the King is the greatest movie. They were saying, we like that you did this. We like that you made these crazy movies out in the woods and revolutionized visual effects. So here you go. You know, it's kind of like how often a movie that is awesome but not famous will get the Best Screenplay award. Like Rushmore won for Best Screenwriting. Lost in Translation won for Best Screenwriter. They didn't win Best Picture. You know, it's kind of just like hey, we see it. Here's a nod. So I think it'll get. I don't think it'll win because I think that'll be too obvious. But I do think it'll get a nod.
Are you willing to put $25 on the line?
Oh yeah, that it'll get nominated. Yes, I don't think it'll win. But
okay,
I'll bet 25 that it gets nominated.
A year from now,
10.
So a year from now, I'm going to spend $50 on Milo Yiannopoulos books, is what I'm hearing right now.
It'll be your
Amazing.
money at that point. Go ahead.
Yep. It's
Like for me, Endgame is the culmination of 22 movies that Marvel has put out, and they've really, I think, built up this huge audience and this huge like it is not like hated by critics. It is still pretty highly esteemed regardless. Audiences
Sure.
love it. Like I think
I don't disagree.
everybody pretty much comes up around these movies and says they're really good. So like I think you could definitely say Titanic is a better movie, but I think that's as audience bait type of movie that won the best picture of the year it came out, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Because what's his name? The director literally said, "I'm king of the world" at the
Yeah.
Oscars when he won.
Right.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
geez.
I guess we'll leave the bet at that. You guys think it'll be nominated? I don't think it will. I guess we'll come back a year from now and see who was right. I want to talk about Asterios, a character I think you can relate to more than anybody else. Boomer Thor. Thor becomes Thor becomes a boomer in this movie, and I'm really excited to talk about that.
I mean, he looks like Lebowski, and they even call him out as Lebowski. It's fucking fantastic. I thank God that like they're letting Chris Hemsworth be funny. He
Right.
was the only funny person in Lady Ghostbusters, a movie that had 4 professional female comedians in it, and he was the only one
Ooh,
getting
hot
laughs
take.
in any of his goddamn scenes. It's amazing that they've discovered that Chris Hemsworth is good at comedy. Like the scene where he's like trying to tell his mom, like, "I'm not from the future," and then he immediately goes, "Yes, I am." Right.
I want to talk about the character arc of Thor, because at first, when we see Fat Thor, at first I thought, oh no, because we just had Ragnarok and then Infinity War, and in those
Right.
movies, Thor becomes the most tragic Shakespearean character of all time. 5 years ago, this guy's 8,000 years old. And in the last 5 years, his mother died, his father died, his brother died.
Half of his people die.
No, 3/4 of his fucking people died.
Oh, really?
Well,
Where are
because
the other?
Thanos cut them in
quarter come
half
from?
once, and then again
Uh-huh.
with the snap. So 3/4 of his people
Oh,
have
you're
died.
right.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
How many of them are alive now?
Enough to fill out a small town in
yeah.
fucking Norway. Where the fuck?
Well, they didn't snap anyone back to life.
Oh
But-
no, they did, because a bunch of Asgardians are fighting in the final scene.
Right. But then,
Okay,
on
right.
top of all of that, Thor feels the weight, the burden of the entire universe.
Dun-dun.
He was the one who had the Thanos killing weapon, and he missed. He had his shot to save the universe, and he missed. And as a result, trillions of people are killed. I don't think any character in any piece of fiction has ever suffered and failed as much as Thor in these movies. And I sincerely mean that. Who has ever had the guilt and weight of trillions of deaths on their shoulders because they failed?
Star-Lord.
Well,
No,
Well, he got
Thor's
snapped, so he
winning
goes
more.
out.
so I'm
But
thinking.
exact same
So,
thing.
so to complete my thought here, I'm thinking, okay, so Thor is the most tragic character in any of these movies. So now to see him as a fat comic relief, I'm thinking, well, they ruined it. But then I think about it a little bit more, and I realize,
Right.
no, this is logical and this is great. He is so broken. The god of thunder, this heroic king of Asgard, has been reduced to a fat alcoholic Asperger slob, fucking playing Fortnite, streaming it for donations on YouTube. So fucking pathetic. Somebody would have to fail in the magnitude of trillions of innocent lives lost to become that fucking pathetic, a fat alcoholic playing Fortnite. So I think that was the perfect logical next step for this character.
Well, Monkey, you're missing a beat here,
Beautiful.
because one of my favorite
Oh.
parts of this movie is the part where they go to Thanos' hut after he's accomplished everything. He's just kind of sitting there, like he's just kind of retired. He's done exactly what he wanted, and they beat the shit out of him, ask him if he still has the Infinity Stones, but he doesn't anymore. They can't reverse everything that he's done, and Thor can kill him, and he does. And that's a great moment where the audience is like, yeah, they got him. But then, like, that doesn't reverse anything.
No.
Like, I love that, like, emptiness of, like,
yeah, he
they-
got
they-
empty revenge, and it didn't make him feel
Yeah.
any better.
And that is the kind of awesome, like, kind of nuanced thing that this movie brings to the table here that I just absolutely love. I
Yeah.
love that.
Man, the audience
Oh,
laughed
sorry.
so hard when he cut off his head and he said, "I aimed for the head this time." They were
Yeah.
just laughing out so hard. Did they cry? Did they enjoy it for you as well?
I mean, I
They-
think the audience had bloodlust to watch Thanos fucking die, but
Bloodlust.
I mean, yeah.
Damn.
Asterios, what were you
revenge.
going to say about Thor?
Oh, I was gonna say when I saw Fat Thor, I had the same exact concerns because often in a time jump, something you do like there's a lot of media that will be like cut to 1 year later, cut to 5 years later. Like DC recently put out like a series called like 1 year later. And they did the same thing with 52. Battlestar Galactica jumps 1 year in the future during Gaius Baltar's presidency. One of the easy ways to establish that a character has changed is that you make them fat. You see it all the time. Like Lee Adama in Battlestar Galactica, he goes from like a hot male ingenue to a big fat mess, and it's often just not you. It's so easy. It's like
Right.
because it's an easy visual signifier. But I love that he was. I love that they made it much deeper. Like the scene where he meets his mom, the scene where he talks about losing everybody. Like they still use the fact that he's fat for plenty of fat jokes, which I also enjoyed.
Well, let me ask the panel this. I've seen a lot of think pieces saying the film has a lot of fat shaming because of Thor's comedic character. So, as a person of size, Florian, please tell me, how did this affect you?
A POS.
Wow, amazing.
You're the Is It KINO resident person of size, so I wanted to
You're
ask
fat
Florian's
shaming
opinion.
me. That's amazing. Well, I gotta say that Thor
Were you
is the
offended by this
perfect-
character?
Yes. well,
The
to
scene
me,
when Thor
Thor
eats a whole corn
Damn
pizza,
you.
you're like, wow.
You're doing it to me right now. Oh no. All right, so Thor symbolizes this whole Avengers just franchise. He just got so fat and bloated with so many pointless heroes, so many pointless stories going on at the same time. Oh man.
Florian,
All he can do now is just crack stupid jokes, and that's all he's been reduced to.
Florian, I feel like we haven't gotten enough of your perspective tonight. It sounds like you're really down on the movie. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Well, I have one more rant to do about Captain Marvel. I don't know if that'll fit in right here.
I think me and Asterios are ready to hear it.
Let's do
I
it.
bet you are. Well, the thing is, I don't care if she's a woman. Obviously, I mean that's
I don't
fine.
know.
Even.
Alt-right guys 5 years ago cared, so you must care too, Florian. I don't know.
I mean, even if anything, that's better because it's hot. But Captain Marvel was a shit tier character. Okay, she was just the worst thing that ever happened to the Marvel universe, and it's definitely the worst thing that happened to Marvel Endgame. What the fuck is this character even doing in this movie? She is completely overpowered, and she completely refuses to take part in the action until the very end. What the fuck is the point of that? They call her to Earth, she does nothing. She goes away because there's earthquakes, and then they don't call her back. Was that a mistake? Didn't they call her back? Would she have come back? Why didn't she just stick around? I guess they just forgot to call her again. Is that really what happened? Is that a joke?
I think Joe and Anthony Russo wanted nothing to do with that character, and the studio executives said, no, you have to include this character. And they didn't know what to do with her because, she is fucking Superman magic powerful. So they had to like write her out of the movie for 98% of it. And it kind of makes you wonder, is she really that much of a hero? Like the entire universe is at stake and she wants to go help other planets that are having earthquakes. What the fuck? We have the potential to reverse the snap and you're going to go fuck off to a different planet. What are you doing, you stupid moron?
I don't know if she knew about this time travel plot. I think she left before they did any of that time travel stuff.
And she just gave up. She's left.
Well, she wanted to
up.
become like the universe's Avengers. Like the thing she always said was like, yeah, Earth has superheroes, other planets don't, which is true. I mean, we see Hala, we see like both the Kree homeworld, or what's the name of the homeworld from the original Guardians of the Galaxy, the one where they stick the Power Stone. Is that Hala?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, Hala doesn't have any superheroes. I mean, the Kree kind of have superheroes, but their superheroes are dicks because they killed all the Skrulls.
Damn. Well, I still got more to say, by the way, but go on.
No, you finish your rant, Florian.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no problem. Okay, so essentially, I don't know. Does that make any sense? I guess they forced her to be part of it, but then why didn't they just do it cool? Why didn't they just make her right? All they had to do was make it so they have a cool ass fight with Thanos, and then at the end of it, he lets them know he's actually destroyed the stones. Instead, he's just there and he's pathetic. They're pathetic. Everyone's pathetic, and Captain Marvel fucks off to another planet. Why didn't they just make a cool ass fight where he kills Captain Marvel, and then when they snap the fingers, she's back. Why didn't they just do that? You'd have a perfect explanation why she isn't here, and she could still kick as much ass.
No,
ever.
Florian, you're fucking what? You want Thanos to kill Captain Marvel in the beginning of the movie?
Yeah, so they can bring her back.
That is not his role at the beginning of his movie. He fucking did the thing he was supposed to do. He's happy. He's like complete. That he's done the thing.
Yeah, well, that's too bad though, isn't it? Because you've made a Superman and you've made a Thanos, which is the only other character powerful enough to kill her. So now you're gonna either have her suicide for no good reason, or
the point is you have this superpower. You have Captain Marvel, and she can't bring those people back.
Well,
like
speaking
you have
of
all that power, and it's not actually going to help you here.
Speaking of Thanos, sort of being, as Florian said, sort of down in the dumps, boring at the beginning of the movie, or whatever you're saying. I have a fan theory, folks, that Thanos is the most pure soul in the universe, folks. As we saw during the big final fight scene, he was able to lift Stormbreaker, but only those pure of heart can lift those Thor weapons. How could this be? Is Thanos actually pure of heart? Let's take a look. They say, folks, and correct me if I'm wrong, I might be misquoting this, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Am I wrong? Is that a saying, E-Rich?
That's a saying, yeah.
That is a saying.
Guess who had absolute power? One
Superman.
Mr. Thanos. He had the Infinity Gauntlet, but it did not corrupt him absolutely. Instead of ruling the universe as an omnipotent god with these stones, he did his mission. He thinks he balanced and saved the universe, and he destroys the stones. Who among us can say if we had infinite power, we would use the power to destroy the power? None of us could fucking say that. The level of restraint and self-discipline it must have taken for Thanos to destroy those stones when he could have just ruled with an iron fist indefinitely. I think from his point of view, and really from the point of view of his inner determination, he's the most pure of all of us. Am I wrong?
I honestly do think that Thanos is one of the best characters in the MCU. I mean, forget being the best villain. Like, being the best villain in the MCU is like being the hottest girl in Cleveland. Like, yeah, but the thing about Thanos is, even when he loses, like, Tony Stark gets the glove, snaps away all of Thanos' forces. Like, does Thanos like bitch and moan about it? Does he like jump up and down and go like, no, my plans? Like, no, he just sits down, takes off his helmet, and like accepts his fate. Like, when Thanos does exactly what he says he's gonna do, he snaps away the glove, saying that its continued existence would only tempt him, and he becomes like a quiet farmer on a quiet planet. Which is why when they kill him, Florian, it's like, it's supposed to be like a representation of their impotence. It's like, yeah, we killed Thanos and it changed nothing. This guy was just like a quiet farmer chilling out with a fucked up face, and we killed him. We cut his goddamn, like, we snuck up on him in his house and cut his head off, and we felt nothing, because, like, as kind of a representation of just how badly Thanos won.
Do you have a response,
that's
Florian?
pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
Well, I still think that Captain Marvel being in the movie didn't make any sense, though. I don't know how you would fix that on any level.
They literally called her at the end of the last movie.
Okay. On the same note of getting revenge against Thanos when he's not hurting anybody anymore, they bring up, when they're talking about time travel, they indirectly bring up the idea of killing baby Hitler. And Professor Hulk, who I think we'll talk about Professor Hulk in a second, he sort of seems, he's against the idea of killing baby Thanos to prevent all of this from happening. Am I the only one who thinks it's a little strange? I think killing baby Thanos so that he can't exterminate trillions of people, I think that's pretty justified. Personally, I would strangle baby Hitler. Am I wrong here? Would anybody
I
here
would
not
sort-
kill baby Hitler?
I mean, I would kill
I
baby
guess it
Hitler
makes
if it
sense.
worked. But I mean, in the rules of this time travel, like killing baby Hitler doesn't work. Like baby Hitler's brother Shitler just takes over. Like you get like in the rules of this movie, you can't
Does
change the
that work?
past.
Does that even happen? I honestly don't even understand the rules of this movie because they obviously changed the past by taking all this stuff and by killing Thanos. I mean, Thanos killed, I don't know how many people before he got the Infinity Stones. What happened to that?
Well, the way that bald wizard lady explained it, it's not that you're not changing the past. It's that when you change something, you're opening up a different timeline. So, so they're creating a timeline where Thanos never existed. The main timeline, I guess, will be unaffected, but still, it's not so bad having a timeline where Thanos is killed as a baby and none of this happens.
So why did they bring back the Infinity Stones then? I guess if they
Because,
didn't have any obligation.
The Hulk didn't want to create 6 bad timelines and curse everybody from those alternate realities. So they
Oh wait, no. Turns out you're wrong because
turns
Captain
out I'm
America,
wrong.
Captain America traveled back in time, and he traveled back to the same timeline. So no alternate timeline there.
Well, he went back and gave all the stones and Thor's hammer back at the exact moment that they were taken away. So he
So
he
nothing
undid
changed.
those alternative timelines, and then I guess back in time in the original timeline, he just sat back and didn't do anything as as
where's
Bucky
Thanos?
killed Tony's parents and all this shit. He just sat there and let it happen.
But wouldn't Thanos have been dead as well? Because he came back from the past.
Well, I think
he
the
never
mistake
was
we're
returned.
making is assuming that the movie actually makes sense. But I
Yeah, I
think
know,
I think
right?
from a critical point of view, there are many time plot holes that the movie cannot hope to justify. But I don't want to focus too much on that.
My problem
Well,
is
fine, I
like everybody
guess.
who dies in this movie, you could just pluck them from out of time, bring them to the proper timeline,
Right.
and let them live out their full like life, like Black Widow, like Tony, like Vision. All these people you could just bring back and then de-age them, which we saw happen in this fucking movie.
Yeah.
So they're the same age, and then just let them die when their time is over. Like I hate that they opened up that possibility because it's now it's just like, oh, well, I can't really be sad about Black Widow because if they want to use her again, they can just pluck her out of time.
Well, they're
Yeah,
obviously
I
not
was-
going to do
oh,
that.
sorry. Sorry, Florian. I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, they need this very rare particle, and the guy who made the particle is dead. But can they bring the guy who made the particle back? Are they going to use time travel? I guess they're going to forget about time travel altogether, though, to be honest. I guess it just doesn't fit into the universe too well.
I mean,
Because it
The
would
way
just
that time
end
travel
up
works in this
infinite
movie,
problems.
and I like with the whole Pym particle thing. Let's say Pym particles exist on April 1st, 1980. You could go back to April 1st, 1980, get all the Pym particles you want. Then go back in time 1 minute, grab the 10 same particles again. Go back in time
Right.
1 minute, grab them. So you could have an unlimited supply just by going back in time 1 minute every time.
Such magic.
You could have 80 copies of the Infinity Gauntlet with all of the stones, given the time travel rules in this movie. But Asterios, what were you going to say?
Oh, I mean, you're absolutely right. And the other thing is, Hank Pym is still alive. Like he's
Yeah.
at Tony Stark's funeral, and also now he has his wife, who's also a good scientist. It is kind of problematic that they left everybody with the ability for infinite time travel.
Yeah.
I wish that they hadn't have brought Gamora back because. If you can bring, and I get that she's time displaced Gamora from 2014. Like, I understand that, but like, there is a place where Gamora and Black Widow are still alive. It's called Soul World.
Right.
Like, the Soul Gem, like, when you get killed in the Soul Gem, your soul goes into this place called Soul World. Adam Warlock, who they introduced at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, like, he can navigate it. To bring back Gamora but not bring back Black Widow is weird, and it sticks out to you. I kind of feel like they could have dodged and avoided it.
Yeah,
Well, they
you
didn't
open up
bring her
too much of a
back.
Pandora's box where anything can happen now if they want to write it that way, and people can ask those questions and not really be properly rebuffed. What I want to know about this whole thing is, so in order to get the Soul Stone before Thanos gets the Soul Stone, Natasha has to be thrown off the cliff, and then Clint gets it. But then when Captain America comes back to give it back, That's an entirely separate Soul Stone from the one that Thanos got. How do you give this thing back?
And do you think it's awkward, Captain America and Red Skull meeting up again?
Yeah. I also think that's weird that we didn't see that.
That's
You'd
really
think that
funny.
would be an interesting meeting. Yeah.
It's like, oh man, I didn't realize you would be here. This is a little awkward.
Yeah, right.
Here's your stone back.
Well, I guess he can't be killed now.
Yeah.
What
But
are
like
you
the
gonna
entire
do?
thing is like essentially by changing that thing, I don't understand why Thanos can't just like come up and take that stone that they already technically got out. And
I don't
so
know
he
how they
wouldn't have had to
can-
kill Gamora. I think you could say that Red Skull put it back into Soul World somehow, but I'd like somebody to tell me that. Like I'm just the pedantic nerd who needs to be calmed down by Xena Warrior Princess today to say just a wizard did it. When you say something like that, a wizard did it.
I don't know how they can.
Wizards.
Shit. Sorry, I'm having a
Oh,
mic
man.
difficulty.
You okay, Monkey?
Movie.
My
Is
mic
Monkey dead?
my Discord mic keeps turning itself off for some reason.
Ah,
but, it's
jeez.
okay. I don't know how any of these Marvel movies can ever have stakes ever again. Now that there's a man who just has time travel particles that I assume people can steal from him. How is Ant-Man 3 not going to be like, oh, there's a problem. I guess I'll just go back in time 20 minutes and stop it. How
Well,
can we
also,
ever
if-
have stakes ever again?
If one of the stones is a time travel device already, don't you go for that one first and then use that one to help you get the other ones just in case something goes wrong? It's dumb.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do? What do you guys think of the scene where Hawkeye and Black Widow are trying to commit suicide before the other one does? I really enjoyed that.
I mean, if you just write that down on paper, it's hilarious. Black Widow and Hawkeye compete to kill themselves first.
Yeah, it's like my favorite idea ever.
Man, I think they should have just both died though. That would have been way funnier.
I think it went
Wow.
on too long, and the inherent drama to that scene kind of drained out of it because it was being played as a comedic scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mind that it was so long because that's a relationship that like they established really well in Avengers 1.
Mhm.
Like, you know, Black Widow has killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
And Hawkeye's like, but you're still cool because you're trying to help now. And now it's like the reverse.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, that was something that really wasn't touched on well in Avengers 2 at all. Avengers 2, by the way, I think is terrible. I don't know if you guys think Avengers 2 is bad, but I think Avengers
I
2
like
is
it. I like
I
it.
like
I
it.
rewatched all of the Avengers movies before Endgame, and I think Avengers 2 is much better after seeing the movies that came after it because you realized what it was doing for like the whole narrative of these series. But
Mhm.
as a standalone, when it first came out, it was very disappointing to me. But I like it a whole lot more now.
There's a scene where Hawkeye tells Scarlet Witch, like, I am a dude with a bow and arrow running around shooting robots. None of this shit makes sense, but when you go out there, you're a hero. And I love that scene. So
Well, I
yeah,
think
I think.
Let Asterios go. We
Sorry.
keep cutting him off.
No. I mean, just generally speaking, I thought that scene was amazing. I just, it's just this movie did so much to develop Black Widow, and I hope they bring her back, and I hope they bring her back in an interesting way that we've never seen before. Because like, this is the first movie where I'm like, oh, I get Black Widow now. Like, I get it. Like, she does everything out of guilt. And she feels this like huge sense of duty, and she has kind of like Thor, like she has the world of the weight of the world on her shoulders. Oh, and now she's got to die. Like I was just learning about you.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, my favorite ones are Avengers 1 and 2, and then the Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2. I wasn't really a fan of Infinity War and
Oof.
Endgame. Yeah, I gotta say.
Yeah, I
But
need to hear more about this. All we do is we basically been sucking this movie's dick. I want to hear all the reasons why you hate this movie, Florian.
Well,
Yeah.
ironically, this one is actually way different from Infinity War, and I still don't like him that much as much as the Avengers and the Guardians, because the Avengers and the Guardians, they were just self-contained movies that were just really engaging all the way through. Infinity War was just a complete mess where there was just action the entire time, and there was barely a moment where it wasn't just some new random superheroes appearing and fighting. And then in this one, I guess it's got a whole different tempo, but it's still too long for it to have such a slow start.
Guys,
So I guess-
I have a confession to make. This might be controversial. I might get kicked off of KINO for this one.
Oh
But
boy.
as I was rewatching all the Avengers movies, I kind of didn't like the first Avengers, folks. And
Wow.
I think it's
Possibly.
because I think it's become a little bit trite. I think the stakes might have seemed big back in 2012, but compared to all the other movies now, it was so like low stakes to me. And all the characters, the way that Joss Whedon wrote them, they weren't really characters. They were just like literal quipping machines, and it was almost nothing but. It feels like such a shallow movie to me in retrospect, and I almost like Avengers 2 better. I'll put that out there.
Wow. Okay. I really love the Avengers, not because of like how it looks or anything, but just because of the writing of the characters.
Yeah.
So maybe when I go back to it, I'll look for that and see if I see it the same way.
Yeah, I think
Don't-
after
don't they
Infinity War and
quip as
Endgame,
much?
it's a much weaker movie, really.
Wow.
Don't they equip as much in Avengers too? I know there's the scene where the guy says shit and then he gets shit for it the entire time.
Yeah. Which,
I mean, that was painful.
that's a stupid fucking line. In what world is a World War II veteran going to be upset about cursing? Or are you fucking kidding me? He went through basic training. That's all they ever do is cuss.
He's a Boy Scout, though. Like that's the entire
I don't
part of
know.
the character.
World War II veteran fighting Nazis. He can't handle the word shit. Come on. I think that was a bad quip on Joss Whedon's part.
Yeah, that was fucking terrible. But
Oh, I
the
like
best
it.
thing is though that they finally do the big question, the question of the AI that will one day replace us and destroy us all. And I'm glad they had a moment where they did that at least, even if it just turned out to be just another one of the guys. In the end, he became Vision, right? I guess that was too bad. But I
why
really
else
liked
did you hate the
Robot
movie, though?
Uprising.
Why else did you hate this new movie?
Well, this one, I don't know. I felt it was so anticlimactic, and they just
Whoa,
spent
what?
all this time. Well, they
It's the
just
most
spent all this
climactic
time
movie ever made.
undoing the past. Well, how is it though? I mean, if in Lord of the Rings they just use time travel to undo the enslavement of Middle Earth, how would that add to the stakes in any way?
Yeah.
I think that's just really cheap, and they could just do it as much as they want. They could just use the time travel to get infinite time travel, and then they would never have any problems. And they don't even take it seriously when they travel back in time.
Boys.
Hey.
All of those time travel questions fall away when Captain America calls Thor's hammer to his hands and starts using both the shield,
Ooh.
the hammer to fight Thanos. Holy shit.
Hell yeah.
guess
Asterios,
that
what are your
was
thoughts
fun.
on this?
I like what is it? I mean, generally speaking, Mumkey, I agree with you that maybe Avengers 1 doesn't hold up. I think it's probably just because it's been so ripped off.
Yeah.
Like
by the Marvel movies themselves, really.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and also by DC. I mean, you see, like Justice League is. I like Justice League. Like, it wasn't amazing. I didn't think it was like a work of art, but I was like, this is a fun popcorn movie. And I mean, Justice League is ripping off everything from the Avengers, even Joss Whedon. I remember a long time ago when I saw like Citizen Kane in film school.
Boring.
I was kind of like, this movie sucks. And then I thought, oh wait,
It does.
this movie sucks because it invented movies.
Yeah.
Like, the reason this movie feels like tonally inconsistent is that, well, before this movie there was no such thing as tonal consistency.
Yeah.
So like, you kind of, I think that Avengers is kind of like of its time.
Like Avengers,
to call it-
Asterios Kokonos believes Avengers 2012 is the next coming of Citizen Kane.
oh, definitely.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
I think this movie though, like, I don't know I'd call it anticlimactic because it has like the biggest climax in the history of superhero
films.
movies.
Actually,
Yeah, it also had the biggest build-up in the history of movies. God, could you imagine if this was the new Citizen Kane and all we get from now on is just stupid quipping superheroes from now till the end of time? Well, could you imagine if that was movies from now on?
I talked to a woman who said the same thing, that she felt it was anticlimactic. Like, she was a huge fan of the Marvel movies, but she
Wow.
just felt like she knew how everything was going to end up, and the movie really didn't surprise her at all.
I can't even imagine what more they could have done. It was as much climactic as it was like fan service climactic.
Mhm.
You get the I think proper character resolutions to Iron Man, to Captain America. You get logical progression for Thor, and he well, I don't know. Do you guys like Thor abandoning his people after all that to go adventure across the galaxy?
It seems like Thor.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems fine.
You got
I
Hulk
don't know
coming to terms with his Hulkness. I mean, what more could what did people expect? If Florian, what would have made this more climactic for you?
Well, I mean, I don't see how this makes how this makes it any better to you. This is like they dropped the ball in like 10 years ago, and now they finally picked it up again, and you're applauding them for it. Yeah, we get a conclusion to Iron Man now after 10, 20 years. Is that really great?
Yeah, it's the end of
I
his
don't
arc.
know.
Yeah, and also
but
because
it
we've had
doesn't-
5 or 6 movies he's been in since then, man.
But I still didn't like it because they won the movie basically by using cheats. They just used. I mean, it's as if you play a game and then you just write a cheat code that lets you beat the final boss, and that's it.
Well, let me ask you
That's
this,
basically
Florian.
all we saw.
You think that time travel is cheating?
Well, yeah.
Need I remind you, the Avengers, Scarlet Witch destroyed the stone in Vision's head, and Thanos cheated by using time travel to get it back. Could it be that they used his own cheat codes against him, Florian?
Well, but he destroyed the cheat codes. Damn it! They should have been destroyed.
Not
He
too
did
bad.
the world a favor
Too
by
bad.
destroying the cheat codes.
Now you
Why
can't say
didn't it
time
work?
travel's not fair when Thanos did the same shit in the last movie.
I would agree that I mean, you know, time travel I think can be cheap in a movie, but like it's not always cheap. Like yeah, I mean, think of what we got thanks to time travel. Like we got a scene where like Thor gets to talk to his mom one last time. We got
Actually
a
makes the
scene
Dark World interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Hilariously, on Boomer versus Zoomer, I told Monkey Jones the only one of these movies I've never seen is Thor: The Dark World, and Monkey said, "Oh, you don't need to see it. I doubt it's going to have any effect on this movie."
Yeah, and they
Damn.
even brought back Natalie Portman. That's how important
Yeah.
it was. Like the worst Marvel
major-
movie is a major plot thread in this film.
A major plot element of this film is a talking raccoon sticking a fucking crazy device up Natalie Portman's ass to get the red stone out of her.
Which, folks, I don't want to bring up too many plot holes, but I specifically remember in Thor: The Dark World, the most brilliant Asgardian doctors and scientists had no idea how to get the red stone out of Natalie Portman's body. But now, 5 years later, this raccoon just has a device that can do it. What the fuck? What?
Well, they're trying to use Asgardian magic to get it out, and maybe they don't have a way to do that.
They can't invent a syringe? That's all he fucking had. Stupid. Anyway.
Well,
I
everything
mean-
is just really overpowered now. I guess what are you gonna say?
Yeah.
Well,
They
what
break
I
the
mean.
shield? Everything.
Go ahead, Asterios.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, time travel also got us like an amazing scene where Tony Stark gets to meet his dad and then give his dad advice that he would then give him
Yeah.
years later. So like time travel you know, time travel finally lets Captain America be with Peggy Carter, which is, I mean, the whole Agent Carter miniseries, like the whole first season of Agent Carter is about like unrequited love and her like trying to protect Captain America's legacy. And all these goddamn movies, it's like all this stuff with like Cap and Agent Carter. So I mean, yeah, like, you know, time travel is like, yeah, it is a cheat. Like, of course it's a cheat, but it's like the game genie of screenwriting. But like what we got out of it was so good that I didn't mind.
I think time travel's only a cheat when it goes flawlessly. But when the villains start using the hero's time travel against them, oh god, what's the name of Gamora's sister?
Nebula.
Nebula and Thanos are essentially Biff in this movie. Like they're the Biff of Back to the Future too, because they find the time machine and they use it to their advantage to change the future. And I think that's what makes it interesting. And also we have, I guess now canonically, Loki has escaped with the Tesseract because they never fixed that. So
No, they have to have fixed it. I mean,
how
they can say that Loki was able to transport into their universe as it is, but if they go back and replace that stone, he never escapes with the Tesseract.
But they're replacing it back in the 70s.
Oh my God, you're
Shit,
right.
you're right.
Yeah. But then,
Well,
but
maybe
then
that could be
again,
the Loki.
Wait. They don't need to go. I mean, they don't need to go back into the 70s if they don't need to go to the
whole
2012.
idea was that
Is
they had to return the stones exactly where they got them from, and they got it from the 70s.
Yeah,
but
that's
but
true.
I think they might have fucked themselves because they never fix Loki escaping with the Tesseract in 2012, but then in 2013, Fat Thor and Rocket Raccoon sneak by Loki's jail cell that he's in. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, damn. How does it all
That's a
work?
separate branched reality, though.
Is it?
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Every reality has to behave like the other changed realities are not being changed. Otherwise, we would have seen massive changes in those other realities.
Dude,
per
Captain
the other changes.
America. How do you
What?
explain Captain America being old then?
No, that is still part of that. Like, he was always old Captain America, essentially. Like, the future version of Captain America will always have
could he always
traveled
have been
back.
that?
He was
doesn't
always
make any
Peggy Carter's
sense.
husband. According to this movie, he was always Peggy Carter's husband.
Yeah, but he still used time travel to change the past.
Yeah?
And you said you can't do that.
Wait, so you're saying
No. He has always done that. Like, that was always done.
so what you're saying is in the Winter Soldier when Cap goes to see Peggy Carter and she's like an old woman who's about to die, she knows the whole time that
Yes.
Captain America's her. I don't think that can be true.
Nope. That's what they're
That
implying
actually
here.
would be funny though, because
You would
knew him
think
the
after 80
entire
years of
time.
marriage somebody would notice that she's married to Steve Rogers. There's no
Well, she
fucking
He
way.
just has to hide out.
Yeah,
He
but
just
she
has to
just
hide.
pretends it. She pretends she doesn't know who this is. I mean, she knows
Somebody
now the,
in the
the
chat.
old one.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Asterios.
Somebody in the chat wrote, Captain America lived his life in an alternate timeline, and when he got old, he traveled back in his main timeline.
No,
That's what I assume.
That would make
happened
way
too,
more sense.
Because if you can't
I
change
don't
the
like
past, I mean, that's just what like. Honestly, that is what I walked out of there thinking. Like he lived a full life with a Peggy Carter, and then the moment he left that universe, he returned to the Prime universe, and he probably waited till she died, and then was like, I'm out, and then just bailed.
Well, that would have to be it, because as Sorceress Supreme explained, once you change something, it makes a whole different timeline immediately.
Oh, so basically he did stop 9/11 in that timeline then.
Maybe. He could have.
I don't think that's what's implied though.
It would
Oh,
have
no.
to be, because he changed the past, so it made a different timeline.
How is he changing the past though? That's my question.
Because
As
he's
far we
marrying
know that
Peggy Carter.
We know that Peggy had a husband, but we never know who her husband was.
I'm pretty sure
So
it wasn't
I
Cap.
assume it was Jarvis.
Jarvis?
Like because in
The butler.
the Agent Carter miniseries, like her and Jarvis team up, and it's really fun because like Jarvis is like a total wimp and like can't fight or do anything, and like she's always like rescuing Jarvis, and like Jarvis is always getting like damseled and shit. But the thing is, like, Jarvis is really brave and really cares. He's kind of like, what if Steve Rogers never got the serum? He would still be like a weak kind of pussy, but with heart. So I assume she married Jarvis.
Well, there was this other person, William Sousa or whatever, the dude who had the crutches. Do you remember him from the Agent Carter series?
Yeah,
She had more of a relationship with him than with Jarvis.
That guy was such a beta, though. I hope she didn't end up with him.
He really was.
Because Jarvis is like hot and British. Jarvis knows Tony Stark's dad.
Jarvis is gay, though.
Whoa!
Oh, that's right.
Damn.
Sorry.
Maybe he'll hook up with
Foiled
Joe
again.
Russo's character. Anyway,
Hey,
I want to
what
shift
if-
gears and ask. We talk about cheat codes within storytelling with time travel. Let's talk about cheat codes in character development. Did you guys like that the Hulk's most important character developing moments happened off screen? How'd you guys feel about that?
Well, it's part of the 5 years later thing, so I think that's kind of...
Isn't that kind of cheap, though? We
Appropriate.
have 5 movies that feature the Hulk and Banner sort of conflicting their existences together, and then we just sort of have a movie where they've already fixed it off camera and we never really see them do it.
Well, I think that's the same with Tony Stark, where Tony Stark has settled down, has a kid, and is perfectly happy with his life, but now he has to risk everything that he has gotten in order to save everyone.
Yeah. What do you guys think?
I just thought it was great for the visual gag. I mean that's like another great thing from the comics. Like 2 things from the comics that we haven't talked about yet are, one, like there are versions of the Hulk where he's both. Like I think one of them is named like Joe Fixit, which is like a version of the Hulk that is as smart as Banner. So I thought it was neat that like we see Hulk finally at peace with himself. I thought that was cool. And the other thing is, Old Man Cap is also a Marvel Comics character. Like, Old Man Cap eventually becomes the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. and, like, leads New Avengers as just, like, a cranky old man who tells aliens to get off his lawn. And so I was just like, there's all this like, this movie was continuity porn.
Right.
And like, as a huge nerd, like Florian, maybe the reason I liked it a lot more as you is because I just kept going like, I get this, I saw this, I know what this comic is from, like a child would when they recognize colors or shapes.
Well, and
That's
serious.
great.
Have you ever read House of M?
Yeah, like I didn't like House of M.
Oh, you didn't like it? Well, I just like those like alternate reality type stories of like when this huge cataclysm thing happens and then how the characters react to that and then change and different things come of that. So like Fat Thor, Hulk, like getting okay with each other, Tony being able to move past everything, and then like Cap is kind of a therapist for everyone. Like I like seeing like those alternate versions of what they could do without being superheroes.
Yeah, I also loved how Cap kept going like, we've all got to move on, and we've all got to pick ourselves up and change, and he's just lying through his goddamn teeth. He can't move on from Peggy Carter. He goes back in time with magic particles to fuck the girl he could never get over. Like, it's
the ultimate
the
incel
first girl he
dream.
Yeah, I mean, he falls in love with her right out of high school, and he fixates on her forever. It's like the only girl he could never have. And he rips the universe apart and creates a branching timeline to fuck
Okay,
the
he did not.
pussy he wanted.
Okay, guys, he did not create a branching timeline because he was sitting on that bench.
No, he went back
Old
to that
Cap
timeline.
What?
Old Cap
No,
went back to that
they were
timeline.
waiting.
Possibly.
No, if he did, then they were waiting for him to appear at that place, the transport pad or whatever. But since he didn't go back there, he didn't use like the time traveling stuff to get back. He sat and lived that life with Peggy and
Well, then
was
it's
in
a
that
huge.
timeline
Then
the
it's
whole
a
time.
huge 22 movie long plot hole if he's in that timeline as himself the whole time.
I don't think it is.
How the fuck you spend 60 years of your life hidden? Nobody knows you exist.
I don't know.
It's fucking ridiculous. There's no way. There's no way you're married to Peggy Carter, but you never go grocery shopping with her. You hide in your house for 60 years with your fucking windows covered. Come on.
Yeah, he did it for love.
No! That's
Wow.
fucking ridiculous. You can't just put on a ball cap and sunglasses and then be perfect disguise like in all these other movies. Anyway,
It will be flawless.
speaking of plot holes, and somebody's making a lot of noise. I think it's a stereos.
Sorry, I'll put myself on mute for a sec. Sorry.
Okay. The biggest plot hole of all, and I don't think anybody else has brought this up. In the scene where Hulk dabs, folks. Hulk dabs for the kids, and the kids want an autograph. And the whole joke of the scene is Ant-Man's like, oh, I'm a superhero too. Do you want my autograph? And the kids are like, no, I don't. How the fuck did those kids not want Captain America's autograph? He's right the fuck there. Are you kidding me?
Well, something in those 5 years changed how important Hulk was, obviously.
The kids want Hulk's autograph and not Captain America, not Black Widow. What the? Captain America's had trading cards about him for 30 years now. These kids, they moved on. They want dabbing Hulk. They don't want the greatest hero in the history of their world to take a picture, to have an autograph. It's ridiculous, folks. Literally unwatchable, 0 out of 10 garbage movie.
I didn't see Hulk dab. I didn't.
What?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I missed it.
Oh
I
my
saw
god!
Fortnite. I saw Thor playing Fortnite.
Oh, when the kids want Hulk's autograph, he fucking dabbed. It was hilarious.
How long did it
It's
Wow.
not a
Okay.
proper dab because he's facing his like his head is pointing in the same direction that his hands are. In order to dab, you'd have to look away, but it's pretty close. It's good for the camera. I think that the Hulk was trying to do like a half dab so that his face could still be visible in frame, but it wasn't a complete dab.
Well, I think it's like when your dad wants to seem like he's cool, so he tries to dab to fit in with his kids. But the Hulk, of course, is awkward Bruce Banner, doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. So maybe he thought that was a genuine dab.
That's true. I mean, like he's super brilliant, but we also know he's kind of socially awkward.
Yeah, very much.
Regardless
Mhm.
of its dab status, I did enjoy that the Hulk at least made the attempt to do a proper dab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty in character.
Do you guys have any other thoughts on the Hulk in this movie?
Oh man, I have no idea how to feel about him. I guess it's weird that they skipped this, but I'm also fucking tired of Hulk just being these two characters, and I guess it's good that he's finally one character, so that's cool.
I think it's
I wonder-
interesting that it's set up that the Hulk and Bruce Banner are two separate entities that have sort of fused together to be one perfect being.
Mhm.
But when Sorcerer Supreme knocks his soul out of his body, the soul is just Bruce Banner.
yeah.
Does that imply that the Hulk does not have a soul, or that the true Hulk Bruce Banner is Bruce Banner himself? What do you guys think of that?
The Hulk is just an extrapolation of the gamma radiation that's in him, that he transforms into this thing. Like, he doesn't transform back into Hulk ever. I think the arrangement he's made is essentially to be half Hulk, half Banner, that has all of the requisite. But I think he could go back to being Banner if
So
he
his
wanted
true self is still Bruce Banner completely.
to. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's essentially like Hulk probably gets angry when Hulk's not out. So the compromise is to have them both kind of be.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why he's always angry. Damn. Well, maybe Hulk is just his body now, and he's just the soul. I don't know. Maybe this is the way it works.
Florian, I don't mean this like I'm not trying to like put you on the spot. It like, are you just not a huge fan of superhero movies, like in general? Like are there like maybe only a couple that you kind of like?
Well, I like the Avengers a lot. No, actually, I watch every superhero movie. I actually do enjoy them, but I think that the cinematic universe has never really lived up to the animated universe. There's so many good Batman movies out there that the Avengers stuff just doesn't compare in my mind. I guess it's just too bad. Just all human actors. I don't relate to that. I want to see animated stuff.
That's
No,
fair.
I totally hear you. I mean, I think that like I don't know if anything in any of these Marvel movies is as good as the stuff in the Dark Knight trilogy. Like, I think the Dark Knight trilogy is kind of this like once in a lifetime confluence of like high
wow.
art and superhero shit.
I think they could have stuck the landing a little better.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think those movies are perfect. It's just I think the highs are so high. Like, I remember watching the Dark Knight Rises, and all of a sudden we're in like a Gotham City that's been taken over by Bane, and there's a bomb driving around in the back of a garbage truck. And I remember, and the federal government doesn't want to let people go over a bridge. And I'm watching this, I'm like, what the fuck?
They send every
This is
single
great.
cop in the city into the sewers.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was just insane,
Yeah.
But I like these Marvel movies just because I don't enjoy going out to see like dark, depressing shit. Like, I'm not like, life is super depressing, so I like going to a movie and just seeing friends joke around and fool around with magic time crystals.
I just want to see friends joke around, say the same things they said the last two movies, and fight each other.
I want to make some predictions. I want us all to predict where we see the MCU going next. My prediction for Guardians of the Galaxy 3, folks. 3. I have 2 predictions for it. 1, we're going to get some sort of montage of Thor and Star-Lord exercising together, so then Thor is no longer Fat Thor. Prediction number 2, the plot of the film is, like you said, Asterios, or maybe it was E-Rich, there's that Adam something guy.
Adam Strange.
Wait, Adam who?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That's DC.
Adam Warlock.
That's
If he can navigate the Soul World, I think the plot will be Star-Lord trying to get his Gamora back, because they did tease at the end of Guardians 2 Adam Warlock coming soon. So if that's really what he can do, I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was the plot of the 3rd movie.
Yeah, I think that'll happen.
I think Thor should just become fatter Thor. I think he should just become as
Lean into
round as possible.
He should become like Choji in Naruto, and all his powers are based on being fat.
The best thing ever.
Human boulder! And he just rolls into people.
I think they have to be small scale again. I think Marvel has to start building things back up rather than like keeping on with a huge Avengers stakes every 2 or 3 movies. type thing. So like really invest in this new team like Doctor Strange, Black Panther, Spider-Man, and Captain Marvel, and kind of like build a new team out of those kind of core characters now.
Lots of
But
great
we'll see.
characters in there too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mysterious, do you have any predictions for future films?
Well, I mean, we're definitely going to see a Black Panther 2.
Yeah.
That movie made so much goddamn money.
Yeah.
And also when Black Panther showed up, he got like the loudest cheers out of anybody in the theater.
Wow.
I mean, I was seeing it in New York City. Like, so I imagine that we're going to send Black Panther to space
Whoa.
in the next movie. What else is going to happen? I think Ant-Man is going to put together like a small team of Avengers to do some sort of like microverse heist.
Mhm.
It's going to be like the Fast and the Furious only with like maybe he'll get Loki. I assume he's going to find some kind of like grayer characters from the Marvel
Wow.
universe to like go on some sort of microverse time heist, a microverse particle heist. And then finally, after we see the new Spider-Man movie, whatever the next movie is going to introduce mutants, because they have to start doing that soon.
Because now they have the X-Men because they bought Fox.
And the Fantastic Four. Exactly.
no.
Like Marvel has been bending over backwards to make Inhumans their mutants, and it's just not the same. The
No,
Inhumans they're shittier. I'm sorry. The Inhumans are shittier than the
Fucking
mutants.
magic fart cloud that makes Inhumans. Fuck all that shit.
Yeah, and they get caught up in like a chrysalis of this, and it's the Terrigen crystals. It's just like,
Yeah.
Speaking
it's
of
not as
the
cool.
Speaking of the new Spider-Man movie, here's something really interesting to me, is that all the characters who got snapped are the same age they were, but now it's the year 2023. So at least half of Peter's class at school is now 5 years older than him. They've all graduated. I think it's interesting that we see, I guess in the trailer for the new Spider-Man, all of his closest friends evidently also got snapped. It seems very coincidental. But I'm curious how they will deal with this, because surely it'll be brought up and we'll have some world building in the new Spider-Man of what it's like being the same age when the rest of the world is aged 5 years around you.
I hope they don't ignore that. I really hope that they do something with that.
They have to, I
movies
think.
that are soon to come, but I don't know. I don't know that they will. I hope, but
It's so bizarre. Like half of his class is 5 years older. Like they're at college now. I don't know. It's a weird scenario. How does the world change? If we thought half of people disappearing was an apocalyptic moment, what's it like when those people reappear as they were 5 years later? And when Tony did his snap, it only fixed those who were snapped. What about when Nick Fury sees a helicopter crash? Probably a lot of people died from that. They didn't bring back those people. All the people who committed suicide. The suicides. The world is not really that fixed. It's still kind of horrible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for them to have this conflict that Thanos was worrying about, how there's too many people and too few resources, and now all the people are back and the resource production is not kept up, and now they're going to have an amazing war. Maybe that'll be the next thing.
I think things would be even worse than this movie is letting on, because if half the entire population appears, and then like geopolitical, like you'd have to assume that there are some countries of people that most of the people in that country disappear.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's more fair than that. I don't think it would do anything like that.
But, like, the snap doesn't go country by country and say half here, half here, half here. It like the laws of like
of true random
say that of truly randomness means that there's one country where nobody got snapped and there's one country where everybody got.
I don't know if it's that extreme, but one thing. I've seen a lot of fuckers on Reddit saying, really? 5 years later, Fortnite is still relevant? That's absurd. And I'm thinking, half the population was just fucking exterminated. You think humanity's main concern for those 5 years is making new video games? What the fuck are you? What? Of course they're playing Fortnite. No, Squid Invaders has not come out because Florian was fucking snapped.
No.
What else are they gonna? You think they're gonna make new games in the wake of everybody being dead?
If anything, they're all going to play Fortnite because it gives them nostalgia feels for a time before the snap.
Sure.
Is Thanos? Is
Fortnite for the rest
Thanos?
of their lives.
Yeah, I
Is
think
Thanos
Korg
in the
has a lot
Marvel
of
universe?
nostalgia.
Is Thanos in the Marvel Universe version of Fortnite? That's what I want to know.
my
That's a good point. That is a good point. I do have another. I don't want to go too off track of what we were just saying, but I want to ask because I sort of had a problem with it. Thanos was in Infinity War the most compelling villain, if not character, we've seen thus far. I feel like in the second half, when we go to 2014 Thanos, I feel like they've really dumbed down his character a lot. He doesn't feel as complex or deep, and I also find it absurd that 2014 Thanos with no gauntlet is stronger than Gauntlet Thanos. Did you guys pick up on that? Did past Thanos seem a little too powerful compared to full Gauntlet Thanos?
Well, I don't know if he used the gauntlet much in the fights. I think his power was his own. He just used the gauntlet for specific magic every once in a while.
Well, the way I see it, Thanos and Iron Man fought one-on-one, and Thanos had the glove that gives him infinite power. And Iron Man, one-on-one, managed to scratch him and make him bleed. But then we have Thor with two of the most powerful weapons in history, Captain America with his shield, and Iron Man again. And all three of them are like wiped out almost immediately by Thanos.
Well, he still had his army as well. Did he use them?
No, just Thanos himself was able to take down those three when in the previous film, Iron Man went toe-to-toe with Thanos when he was much more powerful. I feel like they just power creeped him retroactively, very strangely. I feel like 2014 Thanos was too strong.
Ironically, they also power creeped Captain Marvel that much, but then he kicks her ass easy enough, so I guess that was at least funny, that she wasn't as strong as Thanos.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I guess she blew up his whole ship in one go, but then she couldn't face the man himself.
I mean, there's a parallel there between Captain Marvel and Thanos and Superman and Darkseid. And like Thanos and Darkseid are both purple space monster rulers of the universe because they were both created by the same guy. Was that Ditko?
Kirby. Oh wait,
Kirby,
yeah, Ditko.
I forget if it was Ditko or Kirby that created both of them. Yeah, I mean, there has to be a villain stronger than your strongest hero, and so like when Thanos punched away Captain Marvel without the gauntlet, I was like, oh good, like because it's they've got to like establish the rules of this universe. I thought that was pretty well done.
I think it's just wear and tear. I think Thanos in Infinity War was essentially fighting all of the Avengers throughout the entire movie. So he's just going to not be as strong. And Thanos from 2014 is just walking in from being pretty well rested and pretty...
Well, yeah, but he has the Infinity Gauntlet with the Power Stone and all that shit. I would expect that to be the most powerful incarnation of the character.
Yeah, but this Thanos isn't really ripping moons apart or anything in this movie.
Yeah, but he goes toe-to-toe with the main three heroes and doesn't even get a scratch on him.
Well, he did that before as well. He fought Thor and Hulk in the same...
Yeah.
In the starting scene.
But Stormbreaker was made literally to be a Thanos-killing weapon, and it would have killed Thanos in one hit if he would have aimed a little bit higher. But now Stormbreaker is almost completely useless in this fight, and Thor is not going one-on-one. He has two other powerful guys with him. I don't get it. Why was Stormbreaker so ineffective at killing Thanos this time?
All right, this is just comic book shit. This is just you want to have a fun battle at that time, so the character can do.
Well, he only really got in with Stormbreaker because Thanos was distracted. I guess this time he wasn't distracted, that's all.
I mean, I remember Thor throws Stormbreaker. Thanos uses the full power of the gauntlet to try to push it away, and he fails. Stormbreaker is so much stronger that it goes and hits Thanos anyway. In this movie, he doesn't have anything. He's like blocking it with a normal-ass sword.
Look, man, it's a fucking movie.
Okay, yeah, that's the typical argument when you're like, "Oh yeah, you got me."
Right.
Well, no, I mean you're absolutely right. Like in comic books as well, like a character's power will fluctuate depending on the drama. Like when the supervillain has to be weak, he's weak, and when he has to be all powerful, he's all powerful. It's like I mean, maybe we can say that in the Marvel universe, someone's power level is connected to the amount of dramatic tension and irony it would create. And there's like a particle called like screen radium that like they all depend on. And Tony Stark ran out of screenplayum and died
Well,
at the end.
you could also say that maybe Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet knows that he has like ultimate unlimited power, so he's not as like he's kind of not he's not at his full power for himself. He's just using the gauntlet more than he's using his own power, essentially.
What did you think of his newfound philosophy after seeing the failure of the snap, where he said, okay, I'm going to eliminate the entire universe and start a new one from scratch? Did you guys think that was in line with his character?
I loved that.
Yeah.
Man, I wish that would have been the ending where he just snaps his fingers and then the screen goes black because he's wiped out the whole universe.
That would have been awesome.
That would have been the best ending ever.
Not even any credits because everybody's just gone. There's nobody to edit the movie anymore.
Maybe the credits fade away.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
That was kind of like a flaw for me, but also a character building moment. Like, I mean, after the first movie, everybody said, hey, instead of killing everyone, instead of killing half of people, why don't you use this magic glove to double the resources of the universe? Like, that was kind of like the meme response. And unfortunately, like, that meme response is now valid because it's like, wait, this glove can destroy the universe, create a new universe where no one knows about the old. It's like, then why are you killing half of people? Just to be a dick? But it's also, oh, sorry.
What
were you gonna say?
I imagine the magic of the Infinity Glove is whatever you're thinking in your brain, when you snap, that becomes reality, unless you're trying to bring back somebody who died in exchange for the Soul Stone. So Tony Stark, with his one snap, just wishes away all of the bad guys. Man, if you're a real hero, there's so many better things you could have done for humanity with your one snap. Just so many potential life-altering things to just fix the world for everybody.
If Tony didn't reverse the effects of global warming, then he is the villain of this entire franchise.
like okay, I want to snap away all of Thanos' people and also double the resources. But no.
Well, he already died just from doing that, so I don't think he had the power to do anything more than that.
It sounds like you can just have as many wishes as you want.
Well, why would he die then?
Just plug it all into one
himself
snap.
Not dead.
Yeah, it sounds like it's like based on your thought. Like essentially, if you think, I want all of his army to be destroyed, that's what's going to happen.
Why didn't he think, I wish I was strong enough to snap this 80 times? It's like when you get the magic genie, your first wish has to be for more wishes. Why didn't Tony do
for
that?
Unlimited life. Yeah.
I wish I was immortal. Snap. I wish Thanos was gone. Snap. I wish there were more resources. Snap. Easy. What an idiot.
Now we're really cheating, yeah.
Hell yeah.
That is that is absolutely brilliant, Monkey. He should have wished for a gamma body. Like, he should have wished to become Hulk strong, because then he would have, or like, he should have been like, I want to be as strong as 2 Hulks. Because then he could have snapped that glove so many times, he'd be like I don't know, who's someone that snaps a lot? Like the guy, I don't know, is there like a snapping guy?
Scatman John.
Yeah, like he could have been like, he's snapping so much he would have been Scatman Carruthers Stark over here.
Sure.
That's brilliant, Monkey.
Or like,
that's really goddamn smart.
He could have snapped and wished that there were more female-led superhero movies, so that I wouldn't feel like that one scene was shoehorned in.
Exactly, and he would give you your greatest wish for a girl power scene.
A truly egalitarian cinematic universe.
True.
No, he should have wished for only female superheroes.
That's true diversity.
Yes.
I do want to say that, like, just, maybe this is just an obvious thing that we don't need to say, but in Iron Man 1, like, he only cares about himself. I mean, yeah, like he uses that scientist help to like get that cool suit of armor, but he still like kind of only cares about himself. And then at the end of the movie, like, he does not care about himself, and he only cares about everyone else.
Yeah.
And it's just a perfect arc.
Yeah.
And it even ends with him saying, I am Iron Man. Oh, that's another thing I wanted to say. So, like, in this movie, there are 2 lines that, out of worse actors, would have landed like a thud. Avengers Assemble.
Oh, I wanted to guess one of them.
I am Iron Man.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
My guess would have been you were going to say Hail Hydra, which was my favorite line in the movie.
No, that was delivered perfectly. That
Yeah,
was
that was great.
amazing when he said Hail Hydra.
Yeah.
That was fan fucking that was fan fucking that was like maybe that's the funniest joke. Is that like the funniest joke in the entire MCU?
I didn't
I
even
can't
see it as a
believe it
joke. I
worked.
saw it as like the perfectly logical, awesome thing for him to do in that situation.
I mean, yeah, but I think that's why it functions so well as a joke.
Yeah.
It's like it's you know, it's the perfect way out of this thing, and then it's also like fucking hilarious. That Captain America is and like think about like what that puts in the mind of all those guys where they're like, oh shit, Captain America's Hydra. How deep does this thing go? Wow, Hydra's
We got
really
literally
cool.
everyone. Yeah.
And that was probably my
Yeah.
favorite moment in the movie.
Yeah, but what I was gonna say is like when you compare like Chris Evans saying Avengers Assemble or Robert Downey Jr. saying I am Iron Man to most of the dialogue in Watchmen,
Right.
You're gonna make
It's
Florian
kinda
turn
like,
into a
wow.
Hulk.
a good actor can save a bad line. A good actor can save like a thud of a line.
Speaking
God
of that
damn it.
moment when he says Avengers Assemble, a lot of people have said this movie's a bit of a tearjerker. I want to know from the panel, did any scene or any moment make you tear up? I will admit, folks, I was in awe of the spectacle of when the portals open and every single hero ever comes out. I did tear up a bit. I was like, wow, this is just fucking amazing. Did anybody else tear up in the movie?
I didn't, but only because, again, a bunch of assholes who listen to Boomer versus Zoomer spoiled Black Widow's death for me.
Oh, no.
And they also spoiled
no.
Iron Man's death. I know I would have cried both of those times.
Mhm.
I'm sure of it. I'm positive I would have cried at both of those moments had I not seen them coming. Or had
All right.
someone not told me they were coming.
All right,
But,
guys.
but
so-
everyone was already saying, "Ooh, Iron Man or Tony Stark did."
Hey, I want to
or the
hear
other
why
guy.
Everidge cried, and I think I know why he did.
I am a big softie, and I will cry at the drop of a hat. So, guys, I was ready. I did not cry a single time.
Oh, wow.
I got emotional when Tony was talking to his dad.
Yeah.
But not a tear.
Wow. I'm the
nothing.
only pansy on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Cry, baby.
I must be. But I didn't cry out of sadness. I cried out of awe. I think that makes me a stronger man than all of you.
Oh no!
I think that's how the rules work.
A man who can express his emotions.
Now, this is a 3-hour movie. We've been going for about 2 hours. So
Mhm.
we're covering literally everything. Even some might say maybe we covered 20-second moments for 15 minutes too long. Some might say that. So my question to you guys is, do you have any other moments or any other things you want to talk about before we wrap this up and say goodbye to E-Rich seemingly forever?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
even-
Let Stereos go.
oh no, Florian, go ahead. No, Florian, I want to hear from you.
Oh yes, Erich has finally sacrificed himself to bring me back, the Spider-Man. He's the Tony Stark. I'm gonna finally make him proud and take over his role in the KINO podcast. It'll be lovely.
I mean,
I'm sure.
ideally, this podcast will end with Erich saying, Mr. Florian, I
no.
don't feel so good.
Oh, I thought it would be I am E-Rich. I'd say I am E-Rich. That'd be it.
Okay, Asterios, what were you saying?
Oh, I mean, you know, it's like now that Erich is leaving, like I think this might be the perfect time for me to kind of put my candidacy forward. Like,
Whoa.
you know, I think if anything, I've shown like I'm a bigger liberal cuck. Like I'm willing to go for the jugular in a way that Erich is just not. Like, you know, I'm throwing around ad hominem attacks like crazy. Like, you know, if you're looking for an Erich too, I'm your guy. I mean, as long as this guy's out the door, if the door's still open, I want in.
I don't know. My brother Patchy is in the running. Do you think you can compete with you think you can compete with nepotism, Asterios?
Trump did hire his daughter and son-in-law.
I am the most Trumpian podcast host there is, so good luck.
Of course you
Oh, you gotta let him in one of the Erich tryouts, but only one.
Yeah.
This is your last chance. And you better not rant on about an insignificant moment for half an hour, Mr. Asterios.
Well, I didn't have the chat open during the podcast really at all. So that whole time the chat might have been against me and supporting Asterios. I have no idea. I don't know.
Nobody was in favor of Asterios in that moment.
What? Everybody loves me. I'm America's cutest cutie.
Yeah.
You're insane.
Does anybody have any final thoughts on the film?
Well, I do want to mention the Stan Lee cameo in this movie is a de-aged
Oh!
Stan Lee.
Oh, I thought it was the worst one yet. What I
I
thought it
like
was
the
such a
nuts.
wasted opportunity. I know they didn't know he was going to die, but Captain Marvel should not have had a better Stan Lee goodbye than the biggest Marvel movie ever made.
Well, the credits with Stan Lee at the start.
Yeah, I think that like they should have saved that for this movie. I think it was wasted on Captain Marvel, and this movie didn't even have a credit saying like for Stan Lee like right at the end. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like they really dropped the ball on Stan Lee here.
What a waste.
Yeah, what were you saying, Asterios?
Oh, I like the Nuff said bumper sticker. I mean, this was not better. I mean, but there is no better Stanley cameo than the one in Captain Marvel. Like that's the best one. I mean, you know, it is kind of poetic to like send him out in his youth, in his prime, like in a cool car with cool babes, like looking awesome. Like that
Tell
is
the
a
military to
pretty
go fuck themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's a pretty. That is what Stan Lee is like. He was so goddamn liberal. He was like a '60s. But again, like all liberals, he's liberal until it's time to pull out your wallet, and then he won't pay you what you're worth. He'll steal your intellectual property rights.
I
Marvel used to
think
have-
these movies aren't shy about breaking the fourth wall with these Stan Lee cameos, and a lot of people I read online were wondering if there even was one because he was sort of in like a fake mustache, and he was it was like a 3-second shot. I really feel like there should have been some big, grandiose final Stan Lee cameo in this movie. It seemed really lame to me the way they did it.
What? He gets the Infinity Gauntlet and
Well, no,
snaps
but, like,
everybody back into
think-
existence.
Think about the Spider-Man trilogy. His cameo in Spider-Man 3, I think, is the best one, and I think they should add something more akin to that.
Wait,
What was
that's
this?
the one
What was
where
that again?
they basically
Spider-Man
stop the
3?
movie.
In
No,
Spider-Man-
they basically stop the movie so that Stanley can restate to Peter Parker, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, I think that's great.
That's too much. That's too
Oh.
much to me.
I don't think so. I think
That's like breaking the fourth wall.
I
Practically.
think that would have been very appropriate for his final film in the
But-
greatest monument to his life work.
But it doesn't work to me because it's like in the context of the movie, that's some random guy stopping Peter on the street and saying that to him, and that would mean nothing.
Well, yeah, but we as an audience know it's breaking the fourth wall, putting Stan Lee in there anyway, so why not just keep the wall broken?
Oh, I don't like that.
Well, I guess
I
I
never saw
respect a dead man more than you, Rich!
I like his Spider-Verse cameo better, where he's passing on this costume to the new kid.
Well, they should have done something where they go into alternative realities, and then there's all kinds of crazy ones, and one of them is just Stan Lee everywhere. That would have been the
But
best.
it's revealed in Guardians too that Stan Lee is a watcher who, and like every
Yeah.
cameo of his is like this this magical being just watching Earth. They could have at
That's
least
actually the best one.
like resolved that in some way, but like so his final, what we assume is his final ever cameo is just him as some like 70s guy who hates war, whatever.
I think the
I mean,
Guardians of the
Stan-
Galaxy 2 one is best. Sorry.
Oh no, the Guardians of the Galaxy 2 one is really good. That's
Yeah.
good. The Captain Marvel one's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is sad, but at the same time, you know, Stanley did like this is how this like you want someone to go out in their prime, and that's kind of how he went out, like looking in his prime, be it, you know, giving the finger to authority, like that's Stanley in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fair.
Smiling Stanley.
So I guess the last thing we have to discuss is it KINO, folks? Let's go around the horn. Is
Oh, boy.
Avengers Endgame KINO? Florian, I want you to start.
Well, I mean, I guess it's exactly as much KINO as Infinity War, I guess. So
I actually tend to disagree. I think Infinity War was a much better film, but I think
Wow.
Endgame serves as a good final chapter to a 22 movie series. But I think as just not even standalone film, but as a movie itself, I think Infinity War is almost flawless compared to any of the other ones.
So how can this not be anticlimactic if the other one was better than this?
Oh, I mean, Empire Strikes Back is better than Return of the Jedi, but it doesn't
Is
mean.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, I get.
it
Yeah, you're
absolutely
right. It
is.
is.
Yeah.
I forgot for a second. Oh yeah, it's the one with the Ewoks. God damn it.
Yeah. I wouldn't say Endgame is exactly like a Return of the Jedi, also because I haven't seen it. But
No.
I think I just think Infinity War is such a flawless movie.
I don't think that Infinity War is a flawless movie. Upon rewatching it, I'd say that the best parts of that movie are Thanos, and the rest of that movie isn't great, especially the way it's filmed.
Are you describing
A
the
lot
Dark
of-
Knight with the Joker?
No. Like the Earth parts of Infinity War are very drab looking, and like once those jokes are kind of old, it doesn't work as well, I don't think. So I'd say all the Thanos stuff is great. A lot of the Thor stuff is probably pretty good. Thor with the Guardians of the Galaxy, but a lot of that movie I'm just kind of like over. I'm just kind of bored with. And I think Avengers Endgame has enough really deep emotional stuff to really make me think that it's probably going to be better than Infinity War. Infinity War has a great Thanos stuff, and then that snap moment is awesome.
Well, and
But
just in terms of just great fight scenes, the best fight scene in any of these movies is them fighting Thanos on Titan when he's throwing moons at them and stuff. This movie didn't have as creative a fight scenes. It instead went for more of a splash page of here's two giant armies fighting, and personally that doesn't really do a whole lot for me in terms of like actual spectacle. I liked the more grounded one guy against 6 heroes and he's fucking using meteor mash and shit on them.
But after a certain point, it just becomes like CGI bullshit.
Yeah,
which is the problem with everything.
Yeah, this movie in that final act kind of gave me vibes of Ready Player One, where it's just a whole bunch of fucking shit on screen.
Right. So like I would agree with you that action scene is better, but I like the character building moments in Endgame much more. And the first hour of this movie is some of the best. Like you feel like you're with these characters as things are going down, and you feel bad for them, and you feel like these are real stakes that are finally coming to pass. And then when a lot of the ends of Endgame stuff starts happening, you really feel how much of a punch in the gut it is to lose Tony Stark. They have a huge funeral scene where fucking everyone in all of these movies is there. There's even the fucking kid from Iron Man 3. And I was looking at this kid being like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Because like he's aged in about 10 years, like 6. So
well, I
he
guess
doesn't look at all like himself.
I guess the analogy I would make is that Infinity War is kind of like Mad Max Fury Road, where it's just awesome shit happening the whole time. And that's why I liked it so much.
It can't
That's
be because Mad Max
Fury Road
Fury
for you?
Road, Fury Road has an intense focus on one one
yeah, I mean,
group of
Infinity
characters.
War has an intense focus on Thanos' journey.
Infinity War is but there's so much stuff with Tony Stark and Spider-Man and Doctor Strange. Like all of these characters that movie has to service kind of distracts from like the
but no character. The only character really with an arc in that movie is Thanos, and the other characters realize, oh, I should have learned how to make a sacrifice. This wouldn't have happened if I knew how to sacrifice. Like Thanos is the only character even with an arc in that movie.
Well, I think Gamora and Peter Quill have some kind of arc in that.
Sure. Okay.
But I think that's one of my bigger problems with that movie is that Thanos is really the only character who you're kind of rooting for or watching them do stuff in that movie. Everybody else gets to do something, but it's usually for like 2 or 3 scenes, and that's about it. I think in Endgame, you're seeing the conclusions of a lot of those characters' kind of storylines. So I think that's more satisfying for me to see that absolute conclusion than in Infinity War when it just kind of like stops at the snap. Like that's essentially the end of that. So
yeah, that's fair. Asterios, is this movie KINO?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a gigantic accomplishment. It's the capstone to I mean, look, there've been superhero movies before these Marvel movies, but there've never been like easy going, free flowing, just watchable superhero movies. Like there are like even the original Spider-Man trilogy. Like I like Spider-Man 2 a lot, but I don't want to go back and watch it as much as I do like the original Avengers or Ant-Man.
Whoa. Hold up, fam. You'd rather watch Ant-Man than motherfucking Spider-Man 2?
Yeah, because sitting down and watch Spider-Man 2 is like that's like a day. Like you got to put that on your calendar. But you can just throw Ant-Man on in the background and just be like, yeah, let me do my taxes.
So you're saying you care less about Ant-Man and it's an easier watch?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like it's the same. I don't think Bob's Burgers is as good as American Dad, but I'm not always in the mood to like want to dissect some big issues. Like sometimes I just want to watch like a fun little family fuck around at a burger shop.
I think I'm understanding why you weren't bothered by the female power scene, because you just want like the most shallow, easy to digest movies possible. You don't want to think any deeper about them.
Yeah, it's fan service.
Yeah.
It's like you know, like there are shots of Captain America's ass that are not for me. But I'm like, okay, I hope someone's enjoying these ass shots. It's like,
Asterios,
okay,
that's
whatever.
America's ass.
Yeah. It was
Explain.
specifically pandering to you as an American. They even said it's America's ass in the film like 3 times.
I love how they managed to get his ass in there, from 2 different time periods, 2 different asses.
Well, I think again, that's one of the clever ways that the Russos were sort of, I don't know if I would say fixing, if not poking fun at some of the Joss Whedon movie choices, because that costume in Avengers 2012,
it's terrible.
It's so stupid. Why would he be dressed
Yeah.
like that? Everything else he wears is great. So I like that they make fun of how tight it is on his ass.
Okay, I love the explanation for why it's so bad in the movie. The costume is absolutely horrible in the Avengers, but the reason it's so bad is because Coulson designed it. Like, there is a huge Captain America fanboy who designed a shitty costume, and that's the costume he's using in that movie.
Yeah, it wasn't his explanation that people need a little bit of old-fashioned right now, which is just a stupid explanation. The helmet he's wearing is not functional. It would be cutting off part of his vision.
He's also got a hoodie thing. Like,
Yeah.
part of it is a hoodie almost.
Stupid. The Winter Soldier outfit is so much better. Anyway.
Well, I think it was a nice ass.
Yeah. Would you say the ass is Kino?
Yes.
Can we
Absolutely.
we can all agree. Asterios?
Oh my God, yeah, it's fantastic.
Okay,
Oh,
do we have,
for you.
for real, do we have any final thoughts, or should we end the Endgame discussion, folks? Are we done?
I think it's time to start saying goodbye to Erich, because he's someone who we all love and he's close to all of us. I mean, this is a show, like, literally, I listen to every episode of Is It Kino. Like, I have an hour and a half long commute in the morning and at night, and so like I really depend on podcasts. And I am very, very sad to see you go, because, you know, like, I can make all the jokes about wanting to replace you and all that, but the show that you do means a lot to a lot of people. And so, Erich, it's just going to be really sad to see you go. And I kind of, on behalf of all the fans, want to thank you for all the entertainment you've given us and just all the really cool. Like, I don't always agree with everything you guys say, but it's always really interesting.
Well, you probably agree with what Erich has to say.
No, sometimes he's too on the
not so much.
nose.
I'm an idiot.
Oh no. Wait, what? Even just on the nose after what you've been saying today?
Yeah, sometimes his stuff, it's just like, it makes me, as a liberal, like, it makes me feel like, ooh, is that what we sound like? Ugh.
Yeah.
Dude, you should listen back to what you said in these 2 last episodes.
Well,
I get
all the great stuff.
No.
I said, yeah, I know, I'm great.
Oh yeah, just listen to it again. Just make sure there's no sharp objects around.
Well,
I get
I
get secondhand embarrassment listening to myself. So like I totally.
Wow. I think in terms of really the metaphor of this podcast is a lot like Avengers Endgame itself, where it's the end of an era, and much like how Avengers Endgame sort of was a highlight reel of all of the other movies before it. This podcast that's been going on for over 2 hours now is essentially a highlight reel of what Is It Kino has been. Lots of needless arguing about politics and shit, making fun of Asperger briefly. That's a classic Is It Kino thing. I think this is the perfect send-off. It's the ultimate culmination of what Is It Kino has been up to this point. And now that Tony Stark, Erich McCoy, is dying and leaving us, much like how the Marvel Cinematic Universe is going to suffer, I think this podcast itself will suffer deeply.
Shit.
Oh no.
Damn.
Yeah. I think I'm ready to call it quits here. We should do what Marvel should do and just say, this is the last one. No more. It's done. It's been fun, but it's over. Goodbye.
Oh boy.
Retire the whole
Florian
show.
will be out of a job. He depends on this
No.
podcast for his money.
Yeah, don't throw me out like that.
He needs to buy corn pizza somehow.
If only we could bring this back somehow, damn.
Florian makes $1,000 per episode. How is he going to survive without it?
Holy shit, how do I do it?
I guess, Erich, we'll just leave it to you.
Wait, say again?
I said, Erich, we'll leave it to you now. I guess this is the end. We'll give you the final goodbye.
Right. It has been so much fun taking part in this podcast. I love talking about movies in general, and I think that I am a huge idiot at times, but this podcast has really helped me to develop the way I do talk about these things, and I feel like I'm a better, more well-spoken person because of it. And I love talking about these movies with Florian, of course, because we did fucking Sunday streams every goddamn week for the past year or so.
Which
so
you just deleted today live.
yeah, I closed that whole
Thanos.
thing down. Yeah. So
if you missed it, Erich had a YouTube channel with about 1,200 followers. Him and Florian would do shows every week. And today, during their live stream, Erich deleted the channel.
yeah, I snapped my fingers and it was gone.
That's fucking funny.
I had that for about a year and 4 months exactly. So,
Do you know how
yeah, there you
hard
go.
I worked to get you to 1,000 subs? I was begging people every day, please subscribe to
Yeah.
Erich. And he's like, no, I'll just delete it all.
Pretty good. And Monkey, I gotta say, like, you have been one of the best, most consistent things in my life where I knew that no matter what I was going through and no matter how hard my life was, I could come and talk to you about movies and everything else would just go away for that hour and a half, 2 hours, however long it was. And sometimes I would have to fight Burger during that hour and a half.
Or fight
But
me,
most
get
of the
made fun of
time-
a lot.
Yeah. But most of the time, it was incredibly rewarding, and I just love talking with you about these movies. So it was very important to me. It still is important to me, and it's just something that I get so much joy out of. So
A lot of people don't know this, but this podcast would no longer exist if it weren't for you, Erich, because when my YouTube channels were all deleted, as far as I was concerned, the podcast was deleted too. They didn't exist, but I don't think we ever talked about this. You're the one who painstakingly downloaded every single episode. You paid for the iTunes feed. You put them all up on iTunes. Like that's no joke. That's fucking hours and hours of work that I wasn't willing to do because I was a broken shell of a human being. So this show wouldn't even exist anymore if not for your contribution and your dedication and your hard work.
right, and it was pretty easy, but I did spend a lot of time on it. But
You're
it's
the
just a
one who
lot
did
of
that. Jeez.
a lot of getting MP3 files out of videos and then just uploading them essentially. But yeah, I do care about this. I love being on it, and it's an important part of my life. And I love even just the occasional like, hey, Erich, I enjoy the things you say, or even the occasional I don't like the things you say, but I do like you on the show. Like it does actually like do something for me, and I love hearing it. So thank you everybody there in the chat, everybody I've ever interacted with in comments on the YouTube comment section, and yeah, I've just had a great time here.
Now, Florian, this is your Fry's dog waited for him after he was gone moment. Please give us the biggest tearjerker, sad goodbye to Erich we could ever hope for.
Oh, is this where we reveal that Erich is never gonna leave? Could this be it?
I don't know.
What?
Erich, do you have anything you want to say?
You gave it away, you son of a bitch!
Wait, what?
Thank God.
Erich isn't.
It's my moment
My
now.
heart out in
You motherfucker!
What do you mean you're not leaving?
I'm not leaving. I can't do that.
Now,
Thank God.
let
Imagine
me
if
explain. Because people are gonna
Was
be
this all some sort of fucking joke? What's wrong with you people?
no, it wasn't a joke. It was because people are gonna be mad at me because I've been saying, oh, we're gonna do get a new Erich competition again.
Yeah.
I've been doing so many streams, listening to people's submissions, been emailing people back and forth saying, oh yeah, you'll be in the contest. It was all real. It wasn't until literally yesterday Erich said, hey, I think I want to stay on the show. So don't blame me for your hopes and dreams being shattered. Erich changed his fucking mind at the last minute.
Yeah. So I made the decision a couple weeks ago that I wasn't going to stay on the show. I am going to delete a lot of my online presence for the most part, but I feel like a podcast is a different kind of thing where it's just me talking. So I don't feel as bad about being on here. But yeah,
What you're saying is we'll see you again in 2 weeks for Detective Pikachu.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yay.
Erich, at any point when I was giving my goodbye speech, why didn't you stop me and tell me that I didn't have to give it?
It was too good.
How's the chat reacting? I haven't pulled up the chat. Is anybody
It's
upset?
great.
They
I
want a
love it.
refund?
They're all saying.
They
They're all-
took back all the nice things they said.
I
One
want
of them
my
said,
PS
I
back.
started crying for you. Someone
Yeah.
here said he made me look like a bitch. Erich cucked us all.
This is like if
I
Iron Man walked out at the end of Endgame and said, "Just kidding, I'm alive."
Yeah, just kidding.
Beautiful.
Well, I mean, let's see. If all the people who auditioned were cucked. We got emotionally cucked. Fucking cucked. Ebitch
You
cucked us.
Now they hate
You
Erich
should let
more than
them-
ever.
You should let them on the show so they can like yell at me the entire time.
Yeah, we should do a special. We should do Erich McCoy is he Kino, and everybody calls in to say what they think of you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we need to get in all the people who are going to be Erich tryouts, and they need to yell at Erich for not quitting.
Yeah.
We need to have that.
Well, I think with that, this is the end of Is It Kino number? Who the fuck knows how long, how many? You guys want to plug your shit? I guess, Erich, you have a whole YouTube channel to plug still.
I know I got nothing anymore.
Asterios, thanks for joining us. You should plug all your shit.
Thanks for having me. If you like hearing me and Monkey Jones, you should listen to our podcast, Boomer versus Zoomer.
If you enjoyed the
me
15
and
minutes of me and
I-
him arguing, tune into that show because it's nothing but.
Oh, I would
my.
never do that on our show. No, I have too much.
Yeah,
respect
you're
for
way
our
more
show. I'm
charitable
only
on
gonna
there.
do yours. Yeah, you can listen to Boomer versus Zoomer on iTunes or Spotify, Google Play, and also if you go to youtube.com/Asterios, we upload every episode. And so I hope you enjoy.
Cool. I guess for Is It Kino, I've been
Oh.
Monkey Jones.
Oh no, I don't get to shill.
No, you get a shill as you say goodbye.
Oh, okay. Well, I gotta say, now that you can't promote Erich's channel anymore, you can promote my channel a lot more because I hired an editor. And my videos will have a slight increase in quality
Oh,
from now
shit.
on.
Go to
Yeah, so
Game
watch
Squid
out
on
for
YouTube,
that.
people. Oh, excuse
Yeah,
me.
Game Squid. Oh yeah.
And Erich, I think it's time for you to give your final goodbye, your big send off. We'll never see you again.
I kind of just don't want to come on the next episode, so people think that I was lying.
Yeah, it's really Schrodinger's Erich. Is he alive or dead? Nobody knows yet.
Yeah,
We gotta open that
did I-
box.
Everything I tell you is a lie, and you don't know.
He's the Loki of this podcast. Who knows? He's a trickster.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
bye
right.
everybody. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
I want to be the very best Is It Kino host, folks. Welcome back to your favorite movie review podcast. I am, of course, your hostess with the mostest one, Mr. Monkey Johnson, joined as always by co-host number one, Mr. Florian Himsel.
Oh my god, the Pokemon movie. Why am I even reviewing a Pokemon movie? Hello everyone. How is the Kino?
Well, folks, here's how the Kino is. Here's the state of the Kino. As you all know,
Oh.
tragically, Erich left us in the previous episode after Avengers Endgame. So now this is the first official episode of the America's Next Top Erich contest, where we will have a brand new co-host each and every episode to try to replace Erich. And this week we are joined by a very special contestant, one Erich McCoy.
Erich.
What is the Pokemon Erich? Where did you find this? Such a rare Pokemon.
Well, when you went to your showing for the movie, they didn't hand out free Pokemon like they did. I got an Erich Pokemon when I went. Maybe it's an AMC 17 exclusive.
Well, I guess they did. It just ran away as soon as it saw me. I don't know.
Erich, welcome back, Mr. Pokemon Man.
Yeah, I'm a cuck type Pokemon.
Wow, what are your weaknesses and what are you strong against? I'm guessing you're weak to dark types. And fighting types, probably.
Yeah. I'm a fairy. I'm a fairy type Pokemon.
Well, there you go.
Amazing.
Hey, folks, we're here to talk about the brand new film, Detective KINO. That's right, folks. I'm putting it out there right at the beginning. It's pure KINO, folks. But Erich, what did you
Oh, it
think
is?
of Detective Pikachu?
All right. So I have been waiting for a Pokemon movie my entire goddamn life.
Me too, baby. Me too. And how old are you? Like
Oh my
25?
god.
I'm 26.
Okay.
So I think when I was like probably 6 or 7, I saw Pokemon playing on TV, and it was the episode where Charmeleon evolved into Charizard.
Hell yeah.
I had no goddamn idea what I was watching. I just knew it was the coolest goddamn thing ever. So I ran to my parents and was trying to explain to them that Charmeleon turned into a Charizile. I didn't know his name was Charizard, so I was calling it Charizile. And yeah, that was how I fell in love with Pokemon. And so I watched a lot of the show, and I collected the cards. I had all 151 original Pokemon cards.
Bullshit. Where'd you get a Mew at? You're full of shit.
I got the fucking exclusive Mew that they gave you when you went to see the movie.
See, that's bullshit because I'm like 5 years younger than you, so I never got that opportunity.
Oh no, how did kids do it in your
It's
age?
fucking
Jesus.
bullshit. And Florian, how old are you? Like 80?
I'm 30 and I can't believe I have to listen to you two fucking kids talking about your favorite Pokemon. Oh my
Wait,
god.
what's your history with Pokemon? We got Erich's. Did you fall in love as a young boy watching Charmeleon evolve into Charizard?
I certainly did not, but I
What?
What the fuck?
well, I used to like the movies at least. I never got into the games, and people did the trading cards. Oh my god, I never got into those.
Well,
but
that's weird that you say that because I thought it was
Yeah.
so clear that The Binding of Isaac was inspired by Pokemon. It has the same play style. It has the same looking creatures. I thought you just ripped
Right,
off
right.
Pokemon.
maybe you should actually play it one day. You have no idea. Jesus.
Damn.
You're saying they're not similar?
I guess there's that Pokemon mod where you throw Pokemon as attacks. I guess that's
Maybe that's what I
similar.
was playing.
Florian's throwing up
anyways.
so much fire, you'd think he is a Charmeleon.
Yep.
Oh my god.
It's like
Well,
you don't
anyways.
like Pokemon then.
I used to like it until this movie.
What?
Wow! Holy
What
shit!
the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow it's just ruining it for me. Maybe I just wouldn't have liked any Pokemon movie at this point. But damn, I don't know what the fuck I was even watching.
Oh
the
my
time
God.
when that fucking Lick came out and slapped its fat,
Lickitung?
disgusting photorealistic tongue into his face. I knew I was gonna have a bad time, but
It's a
Jesus
world
Christ.
of whimsy and adventure where you're best friends with magical creatures that have great abilities. What kind of cold-hearted man do you have to be to see that Lickitung on the train with the guy and be like, "Ah, man, if I lived there, I'd be so upset."
So,
Oh come
Monkey,
on! It's such a stupid, lame joke. It's just like
It's not
oh,
even a joke. It's just the world of the film.
But no one's paying attention to it. Come on, man. If there's a wild dog licking people on the train, people would react to that too.
You've clearly never been to New York City.
Oh my god. Well, isn't this some kind of utopia city where everyone should be really empathetic?
Erich, what were you going on about?
So Florian might be surprised when, even though I'm a Pokemon fan and I love Pokemon in every way, shape, and form, I wasn't a huge fan of this movie. Like, I liked it. I liked it a lot. I think for me, it just kind of fell apart by the end of it.
Oh, damn.
Well, I think we should get into this then, because we have me, who
Yeah.
really loved it as a Pokemon fan. You, as a Pokemon fan, you're a bit lukewarm, and Florian, who hates Pokemon, hates it now even more because of the film.
Yeah.
We've got, we were gonna get Asterios on this one for a three-peat, get him on
A
3 times in a
tiebreaker.
row, but I think we have every possible perspective. Other than extreme boomer, we just have medium boomer with Florian.
Yeah, he would have been completely clueless about the Pokemons, even worse than me. Damn, I guess we're lucky. We don't have to put up with that. I don't know. At this point, I think it's just Ryan Reynolds who I can't stand. It's like
Oh,
the entire
wow.
time in the movie, he's just having some stupid stand-up routine the entire time, and nothing's being taken seriously. It's basically just the Deadpool syndrome.
It's a
Isn't
little
it
bit of
enough?
Deadpool for kids, I think. Yeah.
I mean, Florian, imagine if you were your mind was erased and you were put into a fucking Pikachu.
It's the plot of
How would-
every
how would you
Pokemon
behave?
mystery dungeon game.
Well, I would just
Right.
do stand up. Really, that's how I would deal with the existential horror of being a fucking Pokemon. I don't know. That seems pretty wild. Maybe I'd be really sad. And that
I
would
was
be
gonna say,
depressing.
let's try not to spoil the movie until we get to spoilers. But I think we accidentally just said that the Pikachu is not really a Pikachu. So I guess everything is
Yeah.
just out of the.
No, we're talking about how
Pikachu's out
Ryan
of the
Reynolds
bag.
was
Yeah.
transformed into a Pikachu. What are you talking? Spoilers? How come
Yeah,
on?
you know what? I mean, this review's coming out a week after the movie came out, and really, it's a fucking kids movie. Who cares? So let's just go through everything. Who
The
wants to
Glameow's
begin?
out of the bag.
Glameow's out of the bag. E-Rich, tell
Oh,
me why you're
jeez.
mixed on this film.
So I really love everything about this movie conceptually. I basically just love this city, which is apparently from the Detective Pikachu game, which I haven't played. Rhyme City, where essentially Pokemon and humans coexist and
Which,
cohabitate.
if you ask me, unnecessary. In
Mhm.
normal Pokemon cities, the Pokemon also cohabitate with the humans. I don't know why they had to make it seem like this is a big how do you do. It could have just
But
been
it
any
seems
Pokemon
like-
city.
No, but it seems like they're explicitly not really about battling, and almost everything about the Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, like all those places are pretty exclusively about battling.
Well,
I mean, I
it's like-
guess in the games, like you go through these towns and you're pretty much the only trainer in each town. You only really encounter battles out in the wild and stuff. Like people just live normal lives with Pokemon.
Yeah, but
Oh,
like a
man.
gym is a major fixture in any town.
Ah, yeah, that's
So,
true.
like, that's got to tell you something about the makeup of most of these places.
I feel that all the other towns use Pokemon as slaves, and then this one has got civil rights for Pokemon, but that's stupid because Pokemon aren't fucking human. They're subhuman garbage, and
What the
they're
fuck?
I
swatting
mean,
around.
even in the real world, we have animal rights. You can't just torture an animal, Florian. I don't
Well,
know.
no. Yeah,
Why
but
can't you
they're still
let me have my
slaves.
magical pet friend? Why? Why do you have to call
Animals
them
should still be
slaves?
slaves. They should be beholden to our wills.
All
They
right,
shouldn't-
all right. Before we go any further, I have the hottest take you'll hear all day. But as soon as I
Oh my God.
finish this hot take and explain it, you will all realize that it is indeed a cold, calculated take, folks.
Uh-huh.
God damn it! Listen up, listen up. There's been nothing but shitty video game adaptation movies, right? There's never been
Yeah.
one until this one that has a positive rating on
no.
Rotten Tomatoes. Can you guys think of a good video game movie that
A million. There's
Oh.
so many good ones. World of Warcraft, the Postal movie, Angry Birds, amazing. Just great movies on
Well,
every
if we're
level.
going to go by, and I know we hate critics on this show, but if we're going to go by critical consensus, this is the best video game adaptation movie. But here's
No
my hot
question.
take. I would go so far as to say, for the first time ever, the movie is better than the game it's based off of!
Oh,
Now, I know
see.
what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. Mumkey, that's absurd. Pokemon's your favorite game. But no.
Mm.
No. This movie is not based off the Pokemon games. It's based off of
Right.
Detective Pikachu. Literally the worst game I've ever fucking paid $40 for in my life. I ripped off Target. I took it back, and I think I didn't do the refund thing correctly, but I said, hey, I bought the wrong game for my little brother. I don't know shit about Pokemons. He said he already had this one. Can I get a refund? 'Cause that's how shitty the game was. I returned a game to Target that had a save file on it, and I said I never opened it. It was it's atrocious. The worst fucking game I've ever played. So this movie just had to not make me want to kill myself, and it's better than the game. And folks,
Monkey.
it's better than the game.
That must be the most acting you've ever had to do in your life, because for you to say you don't know
Wow.
anything about Pokemon and that you're returning this game because you got
I
the wrong-
wanted my $40 back. I was a desperate man. I was
Oh, yeah,
so
okay.
angry at that game for existing. What a
Okay.
piece of shit.
Can you tell me about what the story of that game is? Is it about
It is a
Dude,
point
have
and
it.
click fucking like it's like, you know, Dora the Explorer when
Right.
she'll talk to the screen and say, "Okay, kids, where is the map?" And then like a fucking mouse will appear on screen and click on it. It's the video game version of Dora the Explorer. It's fucking atrocious. It's literally made for 4-year-olds. It's the first Pokemon game that has no appeal to anybody over the age of 12, I swear to God. I was infuriated. You can't even lose. I would click on the wrong shit on purpose and it would say, oh no, try again. You literally can't fucking lose this baby game, and it made me so mad. Pokemon, normal Pokemon, I lose all the fucking time, and it feels good. It's a challenge. This was a handhold experience like no other.
What about? Did you ever play Pokemon Snap?
No.
That's literally you just take pictures of Pokemon and it's really hard to fuck up.
Well,
but,
at least it's cute.
I love that game.
At least it's fucking cute. There's nothing in this Detective Pikachu game. Nothing.
Yeah.
Fucking atrocious. That's my review of the game. Now let's talk about the movie.
Well, I gotta agree that this movie's better than any Pokemon game. I just don't know.
You've never played any of them.
I know, but I've seen them. They seem so boring.
You've watched all of Mumkey's Nuzlocke, is what you mean. Big fan.
I know.
Can we ban Florian? He's going to be a troll this entire time.
Did you watch Size Nuzlocke, and that's where you're big fan?
Oh my god, disgusting! No.
Did you watch Pro Jared's Nuzlocke, Florian?
I did.
Holy shit.
Pro Jared's Nuzlocke are kind of what got I ripped off his Nuzlocke pretty
Seriously?
much. Yeah, no, I was a big fan. Still am.
This must be a meme, right? Is he actually?
What?
Surely nobody got big on making Pokemon Nuzlocke. You gotta be pulling my leg here.
I mean, I don't know. He didn't get big for them, but he did one back like 7 years ago that I was really into, and it made me want to make them myself, and that's what I did when I started my channel.
He's the one who started all this.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, no, I copied his Nuzlocke, and then he copied me cheating on my girlfriend, so I guess, the great minds think alike. We just copy each other at this point, I guess.
Did you send nudes to your fans as well? Damn.
Well, I mean, technically, Sheepover was a fan, so how are you supposed to get a girlfriend in the first place if you're not sending nudes to fans? That's my question.
I don't know. I think in my case, it might be easier without sending nudes.
Okay, so I guess to elaborate on what Erich is saying, this movie, it's so cool to see the Pokemon world come to life. It's cool just to see the mundanity of what it looks like for these Pokemon be interacting with humans.
There's a Machamp directing traffic,
to help
all that
his
shit
friend.
was so great.
His friend Snorlax is taking a snooze in the middle of the road, so Machamp is directing traffic around him. He's a fucking hero. The little shit. I could have watched that all day. I didn't even need a plot.
No, I completely agree. Can you explain to me how Pokemon death works? Because if a Pokemon gets hit by a car, does it die?
I mean, if you get hit by a car, do you die?
Yeah, I do.
I'm pretty sure that the system of fainting and dying is the same for people. You can get hit hard enough that you knock out but don't die, I assume.
Uh-huh. But there are definitely people who get hit by a car and die. And Cubones having the skulls in their mother is contingent on their mother dying at some point, right?
Yeah,
that's just some stupid backstory. Don't get suckered in, all right? That's just how they Pokemon exist.
If we're gonna go into the backstory of Cubone, you have to assume that every time a Cubone gives birth, it has to immediately die, and its entire body, I guess, becomes a skeleton immediately.
And then Marowak's skeletons on their face is completely different. So is it just the skeleton part?
How does it all
evolves
work?
as well as?
Oh my god!
Well, some people think it's Kangaskhan.
I do like that.
If a Kangaskhan dies, the baby puts the skull on, and then it becomes a new species, which also doesn't make sense because then it grows up to become a Marowak rather than a Kangaskhan. But what are you gonna do? I guess putting a bone on your head makes you ground type instead of normal. Fucking stupid! Immersion ruined. 0 out of 10 movie. No, there were no Kangaskhan in this movie. What a ripoff.
Slowpoke put the Sheldar on its tail, and all of a sudden it becomes a Slowbro.
And if
it becomes much more of a bro when it does that.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm surprised they didn't have one of those Pokemon hospitals where he goes and then he's immediately fully restored. Surprised they didn't put them in. That would have been interesting.
There were a lot of missed opportunities, I think. There's a lot of scenes at a police station. There's a scene when the main guy gets arrested. No officer named Jenny. Missed opportunity. Very easy joke.
Oh, yeah,
is
every
Jenny
time, the same
in
one.
every land? Like in Johto,
Oh,
there
yeah.
are Jennies,
Every,
and okay, all right.
single cop in every generation is Officer Jenny.
Hot damn.
Oh my god.
Well, just like Nurse Joy. I mean, it's because the people making the anime, like, it's funny for one, but also they just don't want to design a new cop character every episode.
Mhm.
So just make them all look and sound identical. It's great.
Do you think somebody
Amazing.
tries to go around and bang every Officer Jenny?
Yeah, his name's Brock.
That's
But he fails.
Well, yeah, but he still tries. That was the question.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's somebody who succeeds, and like maybe they get porn of every single like they film their sex with every single one, and then you essentially have the same person every time.
Yeah, are they all the same age? Were they all born of the same mother at the same time?
I don't know.
I think they're canonically cousins, but they all appear to be. And it's weird that they all went into the same line of work too.
All right, Monkey. Let's break down some of the problems I have with this movie,
Okay.
because this movie gets deep into like the evolution of Pokemon. Actually, it doesn't really get deep into that. It's just a dumb side
Well,
thing.
it's the philosophy of the villain that to evolve is to become better, and Pokemon can
Oh my
evolve. E-Rich, I don't know if you know that.
But like he's going into a Mewtwo, and Mewtwo
I've
is
had
kind
many wet dreams about going into Mewtwo.
coming inside of Mewtwo.
We've all been there.
Yeah. So his entire thing is going into Mewtwo. Mewtwo is not a Pokemon that evolves. And he is like a bastardized genetic human fuckery version of
Florian
Mew.
is right here. Please don't talk shit about him like that.
Who?
Are you?
You said he's a bastardized DNA fuckery. I'm like, come on, leave Florian out of this. He's
Ah.
what did he ever do?
How fucking dare you?
Well, him too.
Are you-
Him too.
You
Are
fucking
you
mutt.
telling me that Mewtwo doesn't evolve from Mew? Oh my god.
No,
Wait,
no, he doesn't.
You no. Even in the movie, they explained that they used Mew's DNA to
I
make
know
a new
that,
Pokemon.
but I assume when you catch a Mew, it's gonna evolve into a Mewtwo eventually. Jesus.
No.
No,
never.
that's not how it works.
That's
Well,
retarded.
that's fucking crazy.
You're fucking crazy. Okay, E-Rich,
Like-
keep listing the problems so I can tell you why
And,
they're
like-
actually pure KINO.
There are basically a couple things where like the Eevee he's got evolves into a Flareon, and it just happens randomly. Like I kind of wish that like I know they're not doing battles in this movie, but it was just like, oh, can they just evolve whenever, like at any
Well,
time?
You have to use a Firestone, so I imagine right as what was the main character's name?
Just
No one knows.
the actor's name. I don't
Really memorable character, I guess. But I guess as soon as he walked through the door, the bad guy just cut his Eevee with the Firestone to make him evolve. And I don't remember exactly what the bad guy said, but it was something along the like he wanted to show off the evolution of Eevee, and he said, "Yes, you Pokemon evolution to make them the most powerful versions of themselves." And I'm thinking, bitch, there are 12 better evolutions than fucking Flareon.
Right.
You picked the wrong one. What the hell? He could have done Sylveon, Vaporeon would have been better. Flareon sucks dick. What are you doing?
Well,
It's
it's,
so
not
weird
about
'cause-
battle in this city, you see.
No, I know, but like the movie feels like it is a very like interesting spin on Pokemon evolution, but it's just not like deep enough into that idea. Like I would understand if he was like mining these different stones or something in order to find out like what is it about these stones that makes Pokemon evolve. Like his entire plan comes down to I am going to mind swap into Mewtwo so I never have to die. But his entire plan is contingent on the detectives finding out all of these things and then leading them back to him.
Yeah.
Why would he do that?
I
Well,
think
it doesn't even make sense on the face of it because he only temporarily switches into his Mewtwo, but then his plan is to switch everyone else into Pokemon too. How does that benefit him? How does that make him live longer? I don't understand. It's such a stupid villain.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I think the problem is that they took the quality standard for a script of like every year they make a new animated Pokemon movie.
Right,
I
right.
think the problem is they didn't up the quality of the script for the first live action one, because if this was
Oh,
no.
like I could easily see this being, the 24th Pokemon animated movie with this plot.
No, And especially when you've got like people inhibiting Pokemon through their souls or something, where like a human body just disappears and then their soul goes into the Pokemon. Like that is something I could definitely see happening in a cartoon, and I probably wouldn't bat an eye. But the fact that this is happening in a fucking live action movie is just really weird. I think if they had stayed with he was trying to control Pokemon somehow using the R-gas or whatever, like it just was too complicated, but also not deep enough into the lore of Pokemon that I felt like it was really doing justice to a lot of those concepts.
Yeah, I feel like I'm breaking my own standards of criticism because with this one, I'm so lenient with how stupid the villain
Right.
plot is because I just loved seeing the Pokemon world come to life, and I feel like
Yeah.
a big dickhead that I'm like allowing this movie to do some shitty stuff in it. Like I'm too
Right.
forgiving of it, but it just made me so happy.
Yeah, I
Fucking
think that's okay.
fanboy. Just like Avengers all over.
Well, that's why I'm glad you're here, Florian, so that you can be as objective as possible about the film.
I don't know if I'm that. Man, there's so many reviewers that just suck this movie's cock for no reason.
Wait,
I don't
really?
get it.
I didn't really read
so.
any reviews, but I think the general consensus is pretty much like straight down the middle. It's fine for the most part.
The consensus is if you're a fan of Pokemon, you'll love it, and if you're not, then don't bother.
Yeah.
Which I guess isn't good if you're trying to make a good movie. It might be one of those
Right, I gotta
AVGN
look
movie
up
things
things.
where it's like, if you're a fan of AVGN, you might like this movie. Otherwise, don't watch this shit. You're gonna hate it.
Yeah.
Florian,
Oh,
give
yeah,
us
you're
give us
right.
give us more of your thoughts on what didn't work for you.
Oh, I guess I must have been watching a lot of nerds who just like Pokemon then on the internet. Damn. Well, I guess I already pointed out the main two things. It's just the humor and the Ryan Reynolds in it. Even though I guess there was that one scene where he said, "Forget about his jacket. Where's his shirt?" I like that one. Fucking stupid guy without a shirt.
Did you like the scene when Ryan Reynolds was sadly singing the Pokemon theme song?
Yeah, that one was
It's
pretty
like
good.
the
That was
highlight of the
hilarious.
Except for the fact that
Hilarious.
he just pointlessly just had to insert some drama because I guess now's the time in the movie where we can't get along for 5 minutes.
You're acting like
That
you've
part-
never felt guilt or regret for your actions, Florian.
Yeah.
Sometimes
obviously not.
you remember the throwaway line when he said, "Oh, I push people away and then hate them for leaving." It turns out that was a deep-seated thought from the Ryan Reynolds character, because that's exactly what he did to his son. You thought it was nothing but a joke, but this KINO film was 3 steps ahead, too deep for you. Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch.
Yeah, too bad it was all
the very best.
goddamn. Too bad it was all ruined by the fact that I've seen the trailer like 10 times, and I had to see that retarded scene with the fucking mime so many times.
Come on. That was so fucking great.
Yeah,
I'm
here's
just
why.
saying How was that great after seeing the trailer?
I was
10
disappointed
times?
that there wasn't more of it because they gave
Oh
most
my
of it away in the
God.
fucking
Now,
trailer.
let me tell you why it is great, because they didn't ruin the funniest part of it in the trailer. When
Yeah.
the darkest humor of the whole fucking movie.
The fucking match.
Yeah,
Holy
he
shit.
accidentally sets Mr. Mime on fire while he's locked in a cage. And like the look of pure sheer horror on Mr. Mime's face right before it cuts to the next scene is so fucking funny. And I read
Right.
some stuff and they said
Holy shit.
that scene, it took them months to convince the Pokemon company to let them put that
Oh
in the
my
movie.
god.
We-
Oh my god.
It's a miracle that it even got in because it was so dark and so
But it's
fucking
great.
funny.
So
It's
what
fucking
happened
hilarious.
there? Did he feel like he was burning alive for 10 minutes? or
That's
what
the
happened?
implication, yes.
Yeah.
But he's not actually gonna burn to death.
No.
Is he?
Well, I don't know.
But
Because
I think it's
wait,
psychic type. So
and we hear sound effects of him pretending to be on a motorcycle. So
yeah, right.
clearly the illusions Mr. Mime is creating are real on some level. The question is if when Tim, I think his name was Tim, when he is miming, does Mr. Mime actually feel it? I don't know. Maybe Tim's a psychic type.
And
So
so
I
like
think he's probably going along with it, but I don't know. I always assumed that mine was just trolling everyone. I didn't think he'd actually ever be overtaken by his illusions.
Well,
I think it's possible that I'm like too worked up about like how the Pokemon's movesets are used in this. Where like when
Oh,
Mr. Mime was
no.
doing that, is he using like barrier? and like, is he using some kind of psychic move that does these things?
Well, let me ask you this, E-Rich, because you're a big fan of Pokemon. You know that psychic attacks don't work on Dark type. So, as an
Right.
African American, how did Tim even get affected by Mr. Mime's attacks?
He's mixed race, so
Oh, and also,
Oh,
I guess
man.
he's probably not African American because he lives in the Pokemon world.
he's a half black man. Yeah.
Speaking of mixed race, folks, I guessed the twist almost immediately.
Wow.
Almost immediately, as when you have, and I don't mean to bring up the race of any actor, but I think it was obviously it was a very specific choice when you have a mixed race lead in a movie and they are only showing one of their parents. And I learned this from Spider-Man: Homecoming. The twist is probably going to be that the other parent isn't the race that your racist mind thinks it's going to be. And as soon as we see, his cop dad, and they keep showing him in flashbacks and in simulations, but you never see his face, I'm thinking, that has to be fucking Ryan Reynolds. There's no reason why they're not showing his face. It has to be. Which begs the question.
Idiot.
Begs the question, Florian, if you hadn't heard your dad's voice in 10 years, would you recognize it?
No, and also, I guess that also happens. So I assume I would definitely not recognize it.
Okay. A lot of the criticism I've seen is that, how did he not recognize Pikachu as his dad's voice? But the movie tells us he hasn't seen his dad since he was 11. It's been 10 years. I probably wouldn't remember distinctly either what he sounds like. And I also would not be expecting a talking Pikachu to be my dad. I'm pretty sure
He's probably so freaked out about a Pikachu talking to him that's the last thing on his mind.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Besides, if he's like, I don't know, 15 years old, then he must have been 5 years when he heard it last.
He's like 20 in the movie because he's working at an insurance
He's
place.
not 20.
Yeah, he's like 20.
Dude, that's a fucking teenager. What the hell?
No, dude, he's like 20 years old in the movie.
Well, how old is the actor?
Shit.
Yeah, he's like getting promoted at the insurance company.
I don't know. I swear I've never seen a younger man before. Oh, man.
Well, I guess, Mr. Rich Corn Pizza Florian, buy another copy of Binding of Isaac, doesn't know how jobs
dude.
work. Teenagers, they probably work at insurance. I don't know how jobs work. I'm Florian. I just make video games all day, folks. What's a real job? I don't know.
Dude,
Binding of Isaac, folks.
I've got a new pizza for you. Oh, man.
Wait, what's the new pizza? Pokemon pizza?
It's called the American Dream. Oh, man. You're never going to guess what's on this pizza.
Wait.
Bacon.
Wait, time out. Is this a meme? Is there really a pizza at your local pizza place called the American Dream?
It's real.
Okay. We have to fuck Pokemon. We have to guess what is on this, E-Rich, because we are living the American Dream, E-Rich. We should know what this pizza is off the top of our head. Okay,
There's
you said
definitely bacon on there.
Okay, is there bacon?
Nope, just regular.
What the fuck?
Regular ham.
America very famous for its agriculture. I'm guessing there'll be some corn on that pizza.
Nope.
No corn. What the fuck? What kind of
Is
the
there-
American Dream is dead. Trump was right.
Florian, is there American cheese on it?
No.
What the fuck?
Kind of American dream
Is there cheese at all on this atrocity?
Well, actually, I guess you get to choose your cheese, but I usually get mozzarella.
This pizza is an American nightmare.
Okay, no. I got some ideas. There's hamburger meat and French fries on the pizza.
No.
What the fuck?
Wow.
You're never going to guess.
Hot
It's so
dogs
much
chopped
better.
up into pieces.
What did you say?
Hot dogs.
No.
A whole steak.
No.
No, what?
All right, let me tell you that you will never guess that this is the American Dream.
Jesus Christ.
It's got mushrooms and eggs.
What? What the fuck?
That's French.
Yeah,
Is
in America, we would spit on that shit.
this not the American Dream?
No.
Never.
Trump was right all along.
It's really good though. I don't know, man.
Eggs and mushrooms?
How can you call anything American food if it's not like covered in barbecue sauce and meat?
Yeah, how do they do it? Who knows?
I don't know. You got to come to America and try some real fucking American food, dude. They're lying to you over in Austria. That's not American Dream.
I'm starting to doubt that what they're even calling pizza is actually pizza.
He's
Yeah,
like
it might
eating
not
a
be.
sandwich.
Yeah. I think whatever they're putting corn on is not an actual piece of pizza.
You're gonna try pizza with egg and mushrooms. It's too good, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I like mushrooms on pizza, but I wouldn't call it my American dream. Anyway, let's get back to the Pokemon dream, folks. This movie was a Pokemon dream come true.
Oh my god.
See, you guys have been
Monkey.
shitting on it for so long. Let's see if there's anything positive we can think of.
Who was your favorite Pokemon realized in this movie?
Ooh, well, I'm a big Snorlax fan. I feel like he was underserved a bit in the film. I'm glad of the
Oh my God.
the 50 Pokemon that they chose to include. I'm glad he got in there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was only 50. That can't be right.
I'm pretty sure the director said they only had 50 or 60 unique Pokemon types.
Yeah, because you started seeing a lot of like the same ones.
Or
Yeah.
did they only have the starter Pokemons from Red?
No.
I don't know.
I thought it was
Why
weird
would they
that
be so limited?
there would be like 8 Sneasels hanging out on the street. Like that's not the Pokemon I would really expect to
Right.
be, street trash hanging out.
And you think climate, like I think of Sneasels as like hanging around in cold climates, so
Yeah, like
I
in a
wouldn't expect them
cave.
to be in the city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which ones are they? Are they the
They're
monkey?
blue with long claws.
Yeah, you wouldn't remember them from the movie. The monkeys are Apom, the ones that go all
Yeah.
ape shit, literally.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Did you feel you were
Yeah,
not being
monkeys.
represented, Monkey, when you saw the Apons go fucking?
I'm more of a Mankey man myself, so
I see.
yeah, it's very racist of you to make that assumption, but I
I
guess.
don't know. I thought they represented you very well. What are you talking about?
I was gonna make some sort of joke about like the Sean King riots in the scene when the fucking Apoms go
fuck.
crazy,
God damn it.
but I think we'll just skirt along to the next topic instead.
Yeah.
Man,
I was gonna save that one for Asterios.
Yeah, I was gonna say Asterius would have not found anything to get triggered by, but you proved me wrong. I can't believe he found so much racial humor in this movie. Jesus.
Florian, what was your favorite Pokemon on screen?
Probably Charizard, I guess.
Yeah, man, that's
Maybe-
legit.
No, actually, Magikarp was the best. He was
Is
so
it a-
cute. Oh my god.
Is it a cop out to say Pikachu?
Yes.
No, they did so much good work with Pikachu in this movie. But
Yeah.
speaking of Charizard, I know it's a noir movie. It's called Detective Pikachu, but it is Pokemon as well. So I'm glad they teased us with Pokemon battles.
Right.
But man, the scene with Gengar versus Blastoise, it was so cool, man.
It really
Like,
was. It really was.
And it wasn't even a full battle. We just see him like using Shadow Clone Jutsu and shit. I want to see
Right.
this aesthetic, this live action CGI version of actual Pokemon battles. That better be the next one. Like this is a nice introduction into the
Right.
world. But give us. I want to get 1 million more Pokemon movies in this world. I don't want a Detective Pikachu sequel because you can't, because he's not Ryan Reynolds anymore. Give me a guy who falls in love at the Elite Four, and then the girl he loves with. Oh, that's his final battle. Who will become champion?
Oh,
Exciting. Give me a Mafia movie. Scarface for kids. A guy rises through the ranks of Team Rocket. Give me that movie. I want
Oh
1
my
million
God.
Pokemon movies. I want one a year. You know how Star Wars is fucking up doing a movie every year. Now they have to slow
Yeah.
down. They should have 3
Right.
Pokemon movies every year. I'll go
I
see
love
all
it.
of them. Don't have them
I'm
even
here for it.
maybe have a cameo every now and then from a different movie, but otherwise new characters every time, new Pokemons every time, new story. There's so much shit you can do in this world. I want to see a Pokemon Ocean's 11 where it's talking Pokemon, like we can hear from their perspective. And it's like, okay, we're going to go on this heist, and we need a Pokemon who can do this. And it's just like Ocean's 11, but they're getting different Pokemon and using their abilities to do the heist. It'd be fucking dope!
So
Getting carried away there, but I definitely want to see those Pokemon battles more. I couldn't wait to see this universe unshackled from Ryan Reynolds. That would be great.
Oh, fuck off.
Monkey,
Do it.
this movie is really weird to me in that like Rhyme City is not really a region we've really been to much in the games other than Detective Pikachu. But the Mewtwo from this movie is the Mewtwo from the original Pokemon movie. Like it is treated the exact same way and makes allusions to that. That kind of blew my mind that they would like so directly connect these things. And if you don't really know much about that story, you might be a little bit confused about what exactly this thing is.
Well, I actually tend to disagree. I think it's nothing more than a glorified reference, because at the end of the first Pokemon movie, Mewtwo learns, like, in this new movie, he thinks that humanity is evil, and then he learns that it's not because Ryan Reynolds helps him.
What happens in Mewtwo Returns though?
In the first Pokemon movie, like, it ends with him. Well, I don't know about the Japanese version, but in the American,
But then there's a sequel. There's a sequel though.
Well, whatever. My point is, the Mewtwo I know from the movies does not end up hating humanity. It's like a happy ending where he learns a lesson and flies off with his clones to start their own island.
Yeah, but there's a sequel to that movie, and I can't remember how he ends in that one.
Oh, well, I mean, I doubt it ends with him hating humanity. That sounds pretty dark for a Pokemon movie for kids. But I don't know.
Well, I guess they just have to clone Mewtwo in every city, and then it goes wild and tries to destroy humanity. I think that's probably a reasonable plot, don't you think?
No.
No? Why did they do it then? Why do they always do it?
I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't have gone down the Mewtwo route for this movie. Seems like that could have been more of a Thanos thing. Like, you build up to the Mewtwo plot, and then you actually
like, if you're gonna make it
him.
about Mewtwo, then make it about Mewtwo. Don't make it about somebody who's co-opting Mewtwo for their own kind of shitty, stupid goals.
Yeah,
Mewtwo wasn't even that evil in this one. I think it was doing all right most of the time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it hated humanity, it said, but then because Ryan Reynolds helped him, it learned not to hate humanity.
Right.
But I
How
think,
did he
like,
help it?
going into it, I really just wanted like a small scale heist, or not heist, but noir detective thing. But then, of course, it's a big blockbuster, so it has to be, the plot is this guy is going to take over the world and turn everybody into a Pokemon. And I don't know. It felt to me like it was too big of a story, and that's why everybody hates the villain plot, because it's just too big and stupid and goofy. If it was more street level crime,
no,
and
that's what I
Detective
want.
Pikachu,
Like,
yeah, that's what I want to
make it more about exploring this world than about being this big dumb plot thing.
But this is the only time we get a real battle. Come on. There's not the other stuff is just them doing random stuff, and then he pulls a standoff routine. Finally there's some action, and you don't like that. Damn.
Monkey, can you remember, does Ditto turn into humans in the anime?
Oh yeah, he definitely does.
Okay, all right.
The thing about Ditto though is that I thought he could only turn into something that he is actively looking at. So that might have been, I might be wrong about that, but the fact that in this he can just randomly transform into whatever he wants consistently, doesn't that make Ditto the most powerful Pokemon?
It should.
In the movie, was he retaining his shitty stats when he became a champ, or was he as powerful as a Machamp? Because if he was, then just fucking, you don't need to steal Mewtwo. Just put your brain shit on, become the Ditto, and then you can be Mewtwo. You can be whatever you want. I don't know why this guy wanted to be Mewtwo so bad. Just become Ditto.
You see? If he transforms, then the headset's just gonna fall off. Use your head.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. You're right.
They're busted.
Just stick it inside Ditto's membrane. He's just a little glob. Just stick it in there. It'll always be inside you.
Yeah, but he turns into something hard.
Did you guys crush it? When Ditto was in disguise as the bad guy's son and he's wearing the sunglasses? Did anybody else get Milo Yiannopoulos vibes?
Yes, that was all I could think about.
Holy shit!
Fucking killed me in the theater. I just imagined it was Milo the whole time.
How do you know about Milo even? Jesus.
I'm a big fan.
What?
I too am a dangerous faggot.
Isn't he alt-right now? I don't know.
Oh, shut up.
What do you mean now?
Everybody needs to stop calling everybody alt-right. I'm so sick of this shit.
You fucking goddamn edgy meme boy. You don't know about the real danger of the alt-right.
I'm so sick of gay Jewish people being accused of being alt-right, man. You people need to learn the definitions before you start using these words.
You're being so stupid right now, Jesus.
Oh,
just because he's gay and
just
Jewish,
talk
he
about the
can't be a
Pokemon.
Nazi.
Yeah, can we just talk about Pokemon, please?
Please, for the love of God.
God damn it.
All right, so when you saw Ryan Reynolds on screen, were you shocked as I was?
No, I like I said, I saw it coming.
Because he was... Yeah, I did not see it coming, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's actually Ryan Reynolds." What about you, Florian?
Whoa, they got Ryan Reynolds in this movie. Shit.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't know. I would have hoped they would have used someone else's face, but damn, I guess it had to be him.
Mhm.
I don't know, I saw that his punchable face ruined it all,
Oh
but
my
never
God.
mind, I guess.
Jesus
Why
Christ.
do you hate Deadpool too?
Uh, well, I mean, he is supposed to be a piece of shit, so he's fine in that one. But I don't know.
Hmm.
He
Personally,
annoys me so much.
I'm on the Ryan Reynolds train. I like all the marketing he does for these movies. I think he's a really funny guy, and I thought he was
Yeah.
basically the best part of this movie. I really liked Pikachu.
No, I completely agree.
I don't know. I think I may prefer generic animated movies over Ryan Reynolds,
Yeah.
and I feel that he's just dominated this in a way that just removed all the generic charm that I would have enjoyed. What a shame.
What did you guys think of the scene where it's revealed Torterra? There's a whole bunch of Torterra
There's
that are
giant
Oh my
ones.
yeah, they're like
God.
as big as mountains. Did you guys think that was cool or maybe a little pushing the boundaries of your plausible deniability?
I
It-
thought it
it
was
went-
cool. I don't really understand like what the point of giant torteras would be.
Yeah.
Like they would just sit there, right? Like it's not
yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
I think the implication is for the rest of eternity, those guys are just going to be sitting there unable to move without causing a fucking massive
Right.
earthquake that kills everybody. So it's kind of
Yeah.
sad.
I did like that sequence where like the forest was like parallel.
Did you think and I assume this is ad-libbed as Florian would hate. Did you think that Pikachu's line about climate change denial during that scene was out of place? Does the
No,
Pokemon universe also have global warming?
I liked that.
I
How
thought
could it
thought
have
was
global warming?
I thought
they,
it was
they could
funny.
just use ice Pokemons and cool everything down.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I thought it was a funny line, but I figured it was ad-libbed because I don't think it really belonged super
No,
well. But
right.
it's a funny line.
It
What's
is more
ad-lib?
for the audience than it's for
Yeah.
anybody in the movie.
Like I could see Deadpool saying it for sure.
What does ad-lib mean?
Like
It's not scripted. It's
Yeah,
on set.
Oh.
yeah, like he
Oh,
just
it's
he came up with it
improvised?
while he was in the booth.
Yeah, I swear. How much did he improvise in this movie?
I read
All of
that he did so much improv that there's like an R-rated cut of the movie that they could make.
I did see that. Holy
See,
shit!
this
I
is
can't even
exactly
imagine
what I
that would be
hate.
like.
I bet he doesn't even. I bet the script was going to be entirely different, and then he just makes up some shit, and then they have to animate it. I don't know, man.
I
really
think it's
annoys
more
me.
of just like throwing in a couple clever lines and then the director decides what to include.
Mhm.
Well, I guess I don't know. It seems pretty chaotic to me. I don't
Yeah.
think I would like it. But I didn't mind the climate change stuff. And man, those huge things, they're so bizarre. How could he have made them without anyone knowing? I mean, they would be like the eighth wonder of the world or something.
Man, you just buy a bunch of fucking land and then you just do whatever the fuck you want to do on that land.
Yeah, I guess
A
so.
bunch of land. How big are they? They're probably so much land. Oh my god! And
Yeah.
aren't they near the city? I don't know.
Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of things that were probably annoying, what do you guys think of the female reporter character?
She was almost like I forget about her instantly. I remember Psyduck more than her.
No, she was great.
That's what you liked, Florian?
Yeah, she was cute. What are you on about?
That's another thing where if this was an animated film, I would have been fine with it. But in live action, some of that dialogue seemed kind of cringy. I felt bad for the actress that they made her say that
Well,
shit.
I thought she did an all right job of delivering it.
Yeah,
It's
with
just
what
not.
they gave her, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was fucking Ryan Reynolds again. He just shits all over the kid for saying that one line, and then it just points out how cringy the whole thing is. It would have been fine if you had shut up, Pikachu.
Yeah. So I guess Erich and I can agree, perhaps, not the strongest writing on this movie, but it's forgivable. Florian, it sounds more like I guess you enjoyed the shitty writing and didn't like the Pokemon. Is that right?
Yeah, I think Ryan Reynolds must have ruined all the amazing shitting writing that would have gone into it. He just ad libs over it, and oh my god, now it's all stupid slapstick.
I will for sure say this, Monkey. There is a lot of ways they could have majorly fucked up a Pokemon movie.
Oh yeah.
This is this is in no way a major fuck up, and I actually really like quite a lot of it. It's just I wish it was a bit simpler and didn't need to go into the crazy Mewtwo, crazy evolution, crazy body swapping stuff. It just went too far too soon, and I felt didn't properly utilize those pieces of the world. But overall, like it's a great exploration of what living with Pokemon would be like, and I just loved seeing it on screen. So
Do you guys know that that viral video of the guy, like the 40-year-old guy reacting to the new Star Wars trailer, and then everybody tried to make fun of him?
yeah.
If I would have
The
filmed
one-
my reaction
where
throughout
pe-
this movie, like I probably would have looked as stupid as that guy. Like I had the biggest, dumbest
Right.
grin on my face just watching this the whole time. And I mean, I'll say this again, folks. It might not be the greatest in terms of film quality, but as a Pokemon fan, it just brought me so much joy, nurse joy, you could say, in my pants. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, if you're a Pokemon fan, you've already seen it. This review is pointless for you. And if you're not a Pokemon fan, I would not recommend it. I would say it's probably not KINO for you. But if we're going to put this onto the KINO board, folks, as a lifelong Pokemon fan, it's pure nostalgia, happiness, KINO, I got to say. I can't wait to see 100 more movies in the Pokemon cinematic universe.
I think this is the necessary first step that they have to take for a Pokemon franchise. You have to introduce a lot of these concepts to people for the first time. You have to
Well, my
allow
question
them to
is,
explore
do you
this
even
world.
need to? Do normies need
No.
an introduction? I think Pokemon is so big that the movie will be successful regardless, even if...
Well, but I'm sure that there are parents who played Pokemon who are taking their kids in to watch this movie who have very little awareness of a lot of the mechanical ways that the
Dude,
world
kids are
works.
smart. They'll catch on to what happens. Okay.
Yeah.
Kids can learn a language just from listening to it. You can't do that.
Mhm.
Kids are gonna figure out how fucking Pokemon work. All right.
You a big
And,
fan of Pokemon Go over in Austria, Florian?
Wait. Well, wasn't that like a 1 week phenomenon? Isn't that all that was?
No, man. There's people outside my house right now playing Pokemon Go.
And they're trying to throw balls at you, trying to catch you.
Yeah, I mean, there's somebody outside my house yelling "Go." I assume they're talking to Pokemon and not me. I don't know.
Damn.
Is
Oh,
there a
yeah, did you-
Pokemon called White Boy? Because there's a bunch of African American people just yelling "White Boy Go" outside of my house. I don't know what's going on.
What the fuck, monkey?
I don't know what's going on. I'm scared.
Are you
really
trying
scared.
to turn one of us into a triggered Asterios? Jesus.
I'm not. I think they're triggered by me. They're trying to get me out of this neighborhood or something. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Get you
The
out
more
of-
you ask me to elaborate, the longer the joke's gonna go. So you should really just think of something else to say.
I just want to talk about Pokemon.
Rich, what are your final thoughts on the Pokemon movie?
Yeah, I think if they expand on this and really build up a cool Pokemon world where we can see battles and like all the ideas you essentially Team Rocket movie heists, all that
Hell
shit.
yeah.
Like really make the most out of using these cool creatures for different tasks and goals and stuff like that. Yeah, I liked Detective Pikachu well enough. I think probably about 60 to 70% of it is to my liking, and
You gotta
I
plug it into the
agree.
moist meter.
Moist
No.
meter.
Oh, you're gonna
He
give
doesn't get it.
70% on the moist meter.
Moist meter.
Yeah.
Is that how much
Sure.
you got?
I have
Don't
no
look
idea.
it up. It's a piece of shit. Don't even.
Whoa!
It's like on the worst YouTube channel of all time. Oh my
Whoa!
god.
Whoa! I'm in no position to make to make enemies with that guy. I like that guy. What's his name?
What you like
Critical?
that guy? Didn't he put you on the bonus episode? Who would do that to a man? Who would just put someone on a bonus episode?
Hey, I worked for free to provide his fans with
Exactly.
paid content. I'm a real hero.
Yeah, I know, but he's exploiting you just like they exploit the Pokemons.
Yeah, wow. I'm sure he's just waiting to invite me onto an actual episode. He
No.
probably has a big full schedule.
Well, you know me, I would never have such a thing as empathy. It doesn't really matter how he treated you. I just think that he makes a shitty podcast and then he has like 10-minute ad breaks 3 times in that podcast. Disgusting, unlistenable. And then his movie reviews suck as well, but never mind. Let's not get into it, I guess.
Didn't the PCP put you on a bonus episode unpaid? How's that any different?
Well, no, that's fine. I like hanging out with that. That was fun.
I
Besides,
just
I
want to talk
was
about Pokemon.
Yeah, yeah.
fucking Erich. Yeah, I want to see Pokemon the universe as well. Okay, I want to see
Yeah.
a dark version of that Team Rocket movie you were saying, where
Yeah.
someone rises through the ranks by just
And
stepping over bodies. It would be
specifically, I
great.
want it to be like a Scarface thing where he says, "Say hello to my little friend," and then he like releases Pokemon and it starts fucking shit up. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, he just has some kind of flamethrower Pokemon.
Or
Yeah.
like coughing comes out and starts poison gassing everybody instead of his fucking AK-47 or whatever that gun was.
And he
Um,
dies too.
Mm.
Monkey,
Tragic.
I was a little bit disappointed by the Greninjas in this movie. I feel like they were kind of built up in the trailer, and then they didn't really get to do a whole lot.
Yeah, personally, I'm not a really big Greninja fan. I didn't really care.
I'm not a big fan either, but like for about 3 seconds, there was like almost a horror movie aspect to them.
Yeah, wrapping
then
people up with their tongues upside down on the ceiling
Yeah.
and shit.
Yeah, I expected them to be like a bad guy presence in the movie, and they just kind of fuck off pretty soon after they get involved. So
Well, speaking of Pokemon not reaching their full potential, what would you think of a like an ISIS Pokemon movie where it's all the Pokemon that can use explosion and they just start blowing shit up?
God, wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna talk about humans that just think that the Pokemon are just they're just disgusting, and they're just against the laws of God, and they try to blow up all the Pokemon.
That would
I
also
thought
be a
that's
good
where
movie.
you're going.
If they want to make an R-rated movie, I want to see like the ISIS group who wants to exterminate all Pokemon instead of infidels.
Well, to be honest, I'd rather see like Templars, and they really hate Pokemon, and yeah, that would be. I guess it would be historical because I mean it wouldn't make sense now because Pokemon would have been around for so long. But back in the day, maybe the Pokemon just came to medieval Europe, and then these Templars have to resist them. That could be cool.
Well, hey, Florian, what are your final thoughts? And is it KINO?
Well, it's pretty obvious that it just depends on whether or not you like Ryan Reynolds. It doesn't even depend on if you like Pokemon because
Wow.
they're just pretty bland in this, and you can enjoy them, I guess, if you want. Just, I guess you've seen Deadpool, you've seen this. I don't know.
Wow.
Up to you.
I think Danny DeVito's voice also would have been good, but then the big reveal that it's actually his father, that would have almost made it the funniest movie ever made if like his dad was Danny DeVito the whole time. You guys see all that shit about everybody signing petitions trying to get Danny DeVito cast in the movie?
Yeah.
What is Danny DeVito even doing these days?
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the TV show.
Still? Jesus, I can't believe that thing's still going.
Yeah.
Isn't that always the same joke every episode?
I mean, you guys trying to trigger me now? What's going on?
Oh no. How
Okay.
you like it?
So I think we've all gave our final thoughts. Does anybody have any final thoughts, or should we move on to letters from listeners?
Wow, we have letters.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right.
Can't wait. Yeah, let's
it's
do
KINO.
this.
It's Poke KINO.
I'm glad all three of us can agree. We all love Ryan Reynolds. We all love Pokemon.
That's right.
No.
All right, this we have a first letter of the day. It comes from Ryan Reynolds fan 221. He says, "I hope Florian enjoys this movie." Okay, well, should have
Oh wow.
should have read that last week, I guess.
And,
And that's it.
No.
That's it for the letter section of the episode.
Oh well,
Okay.
that was good. Yeah, I can't wait to hear the letters next time. I think the letters were kind of weak this episode, but make sure to send in more letters. Maybe it'll be funny next time.
Damn, Florian, leave the letter section alone. What
Yeah.
did they ever do?
It's a time-honored tradition on this podcast. I guess
How are they supposed to know?
now we have to move on to the final segment that we always do, which of course is
Oh, can't wait.
recommendations, movies,
Right.
or anything really that we would like to recommend that the audience go check out at home while
Right.
waiting for John Wick Chapter 3 to come out. That will be
Hell
reviewed
yeah.
hopefully soon. Florian, is there anything you would like to recommend to the good people at home?
Well, I would recommend to watch the first Pokemon movie again. I think that one
Ah.
still holds up very well.
Oh, you actually like that one? That's good.
Yeah, I used to like that one, and then at some point I wanted to see the next Pokemon movie, but my mom didn't like the previous one, so I guess it never happened. What a tragic shame. Maybe this is why I don't like him this much anymore. Who
Oh,
knows?
your mom brainwashed you.
Oh no. She was not entertained when we saw The Power of One, I guess. Was the one that she didn't like.
Power one. Which one is that? Pokemon 2000, the one with Moltres and all that.
I think it might be the second one.
Yeah, Pokemon 2000.
Yeah, the one where it just in the end it's just Ash was the key and he was the savior.
Yeah, it was a great pun because in the prophecy they said the world will turn to ash. Little did they know it was a person named Ash. They didn't do that in the Japanese version because his name's fucking Satoshi or some shit. That's why don't listen to the motherfucking Japanese dub, folks. You're gonna miss out on hidden gems like that. English dub all the way. English dub here to stay, folks.
What was the original dub or sub? Did they just say the world will turn to Satoshi?
It's probably just some other random bullshit. I don't know.
Satoshi,
Those first 3 animated Pokemon movies, I think, are KINO. I mean, it's probably
yes!
It might be
Thank
nostalgia
you.
goggles, but I really love all of them.
Yeah, Pokemon
No,
3,
they're
the
good.
movie, is super fucking good.
Entei stealing Ash's mom and shit,
Hell
man. It's so
yeah.
good. That's my
What's her
recommendation.
name?
I'm gonna recommend.
Molly coming up with fake Pokemon.
Hell yeah. Molly's a 6-year-old who imagines herself as a sexy teenager. I'm all confused as a kid. Like, wait, so is this okay? What's going on here, folks?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's my recommendation. We're recommending shit. Go watch Pokemon 3. Tell me when it's appropriate for Molly to give you a boner. My current consensus is probably never, but maybe your mileage will vary, folks.
Are my
So
confusing
what's-
feelings about Molly KINO? Yes, they are.
And don't
So
even
what's
get me
this-
started on that little Manphy or whatever that fucking Pokemon's called.
Man, the
So was
Japanese
this
are
even your
fucked up.
favorite one of the Pokemon movies?
The third one might be my favorite one. I really like
No, I mean Pikachu was Pikachu the favorite one?
Wait, of all Pokemon movies, is the new one my favorite?
Yeah,
Man,
that's what I'm asking.
it's hard to compare that shit, man.
Well, should it be? Why wouldn't the new one be the best one? It's got the best graphics. How could it not
come
be
on.
better?
Because it's a
Orion?
different genre. It's like an animated movie and an American
Yeah.
blockbuster movie.
And like
Dude, if
I
they
like
had-
the story of the first movie better than
Dude,
this.
if they reanimate the story of the first movie, it'd be 10 out of 10.
It'd be
Why
like
did they waste the time on
They
this?
already are doing that. They're doing a 3D animated version of the movie.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Like
Maybe
Florian.
that would be Pokemon KINO finally.
Do you think the American live action Ghost in the Shell would be any better than the Japanese animated film? Like just because it's new, it should be better?
I mean, it should be better. I don't know. Apparently, it didn't turn out that well, but I haven't seen it. Maybe everyone's wrong about it. Could be.
Florian, for me, it's all about the story. If they fuck up the story in some way, I'm going to be less kind to it. But also, I'm probably fucking so nostalgic for the movie. The first
What are
three
you
movies,
talking
so.
about then?
Yeah,
Well-
the story in this thing was not that good.
Florian, there's a part in the first Pokemon movie where the clones of the Pokemon are fighting, and
I
it is
know,
so
that one's
fucking
pretty
sad.
sad.
And Ash goes in the center of all these Pokemon fighting, and he gets fucking destroyed.
He gets turned to stone and shit. He's getting thrown
He's
around
turned
the
to
room.
stone. And then, like, this is super dumb, but like all the Pokemon cry, and then he's brought back to life. It doesn't make any sense, but it was real to me. Damn it!
Oh, here's underrated sad moment. That might be
Yeah.
the saddest moment, but what gets me choked up is when Pikachu is trying to evade capture and he's fighting his hardest and he's like running up the
Yeah.
spiral staircase and he
Right.
becomes exhausted and passes out. But then fucking Ash loves Pikachu so much he dives into like at the last second into the vent where the Pokeballs are
Yeah.
going into, and he's just like going down the chute yelling, "Ah, come back, Pikachu!" And I'm thinking, God, man, I wish somebody
Yeah.
loved me that fucking much. It's so
Right.
sad. He's like literally committing suicide trying to save Pikachu. Oh,
Man, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's such a great franchise, movie-wise, and that's with like, I don't know, 12 frames per second, tiny animation. Imagine how great that would have been if it was actually good looking. And not talking about Marvel here, because Marvel's got something going on where it's just too realistic looking. But if it was like the way...
Florian, shut the fuck up.
No. No, face it. It would have been better if they had just made movies in the vein of that movie instead of this. Come on. Admit it.
That's what I'm hoping for in the next one.
Yeah, so you are hoping for it. I don't know, man. How
mean-
can you give this movie the time of day if this is what we could have gotten?
Because I wanted a live action Pokemon movie, and I wanted to see Pokemon interact with humans and just do cute shit on screen. I could have watched that for 5 hours with no plot. So I'm automatically satisfied, and now I'm hoping that the next one will be even better. Is that so hard to wrap your little Austrian corn pizza mind around?
Yeah, it is, man. It's basically like someone telling me, "Oh, I've been waiting for Batman v Superman all my life. I can't wait for this grand clash on
That
on the
movie is fucking KINO. What are you talking about?
And then the movie comes out and it's fucking shit.
No, it's
so
great.
Stupid.
Shut
and
up.
Then everyone's telling me, no, so you see the cultural relevance of this movie. It was so important. God, it had to happen. Now it's so good. It's here. They're gonna set up the Justice League. It's gonna be great.
It's funny that you mentioned that as a comparison, because Batman v Superman to me is very similar to this movie, where the plot might be pretty fucking stupid. There might be a lot of stupid dialogue, dumb performances from some actors, but like visually, the shit I'm seeing on screen, I fucking adored. So I think that's a very apt comparison, actually.
Man, I got one word for Batman v Superman. Fucking botched. It's so it's such a knockoff. It's the worst.
Well, I don't know. We've been going on for an hour. I think before we review Batman v Superman, maybe we should say goodbye. You guys have anything you want to say?
Time.
E-Rich, I know you have so many things to plug these days. You want to plug your YouTube channel?
I'm gonna plug the same thing I've been plugging the entire episode. Is I just want to talk about Pokemon.
Well, you haven't recommended anything yet. You're gonna recommend the second Pokemon movie since we did the first and third.
I don't have anything Pokemon related to recommend really.
What about
oh my god!
What about that Pokemon hentai you sent me a few weeks ago?
I remember the first recommend the first Pichu Brothers short that was on front of one of those Pokemon movies.
No, I don't. The one with like Houndoom and shit, and like Pikachu has an adventure in the city. I hate that movie, man.
Oh, come on.
Like that one pisses me off because all the Pokemon are so mean to them, and it just it made me really upset.
All fucking mean streets, my man.
It's like that show Scrubs. I liked it for so long, and then I realized everybody is such a dickhead to JD, and it just like the show started making me sad because everybody's just so mean. I couldn't handle it anymore. It wasn't even funny anymore. It just made me fucking sad. Scrubs is the saddest shit I've ever seen. But JD deserves it. He doesn't even know his co-workers' names. He just gives them nicknames. And Carla pulling out a big old titty hair in front of the doctor. What's his name? I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen that show.
Can I change my recommendation?
Mm-hmm.
I changed my recommendation to the YouTube video where they do the who's. And he screams, "It's Pikachu!"
You cut out, so say it again.
It's the YouTube video where they're playing Who's That Pokemon, and he screams, "It's Pikachu!" when it's clearly not. And then he says, "God damn it!" when it's not.
It's a classic. That was a Vine before Vine even existed, I think.
Right.
Are you surprised there was no Who's That Pokemon joke in this movie?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, that is like they could have had him behind like a screen, and people were like, "Who's that Pokemon?"
Yeah,
it could be a game show. It could be a game show in this fucking world.
Yeah, that would have been easy. It would have been easy to do like a Officer Jenny joke. Lots of easy fan service that I would have very happily gobbled down that they didn't do.
Right.
Oh well. I guess
those cummies ran off your.
It's just too cool for school, all right?
And once E-Rich mentions cummies, I think we have to say goodbye. For Is It KINO, I have been Mumkey Jones.
I'm Florian. Check out my YouTube channel, Game Squid, on YouTube.
E-Rich.
And we'll see you next time with John Wick, Chapter 3, semicolon, dash, parabellum, ... ellipses, question mark, parentheses, 2019, parentheses. Is that the name of the film?
/ The Matrix.
Yeah.
Oh no.
See you next time, folks.
Gun sounds, gun sounds, gun sounds.
Goodbye.